However, even so, Tongwu could only fight evenly in the face of Zidian Lingjiao. That's why Tongwu would say such a thing. However, the task that has already failed once will not fail again when it ice in my hands, Tongwu. After Tongwu sighed with emotion, he stepped on the foot and came to the sky. However, in the sky, thunder clouds were densely covered. Rolling thunder gathered in the dark clouds, surging and making a deafening roar. This is the talent of Zidian Lingjiao, who can use the power of thunder for his own use. It is also the source of Zidian Lingjiao's tyrannical combat power. Dragons never fight only with their tyrannical dragon body, that's what the lowest level dragons do. Dragon breath and dragon language magic are all powerful and unparalleled fighting methods. A giant dragon who abandons these strengths and does not use it can only be said to be a fool. As a purple lightning dragon, although Ziyun does not know dragon breath or dragon language magic, her affinity and control over the power of thunder is her strongest talent. This is also the innate ability passed down by the purple electric pterosaur. You must know that the purple electric winglong back then had two innate abilities that controlled the power of thunder and the power of gust of wind. However, when it came to Ziyun, only the power of thunder was left. But that's enough. I admire you for daring to come up, because here will be your burial place. Most of Ziyun's huge body was hidden in the thunderclouds, and she couldn't help laughing when she saw Tongwu dare to catch up with the sky. While speaking, the thunder in the sky had already slashed towards Tongwu. When facing the enemy, there is no need to speak morally. A life and death fight is not a competition of martial arts. This kind of battle is a battle of life and death. A slight negligence is a doom and gloom. What a powerful force, this thunder power can be so terrifying. Tongwu couldn't help being a little stunned when he suddenly saw the thunder that hit him in the sky. In the blink of purple light, Lei Ting had appeared in front of Tongwu. But at this critical moment, Tongwu also reacted, and the fighting qi in his body burst out suddenly. The majestic vindictiveness of the sea was like a wave of waves, slapping towards the thunder that came from the sky, as if two waves collided together. A purple wave of thunder, and an almost colorless wave of fighting spirit. Boom! A burst of explosions roared out, repeatedly shaking in the sky. The violent power suddenly scattered, and in an instant, the space was distorted. Where the two violent and unparalleled forces collided, the originally peaceful space appeared a little hideous, and then a trace of cracks emerged. Then, inch by inch broken. Cough. Tongwu's chest was extremely oppressive, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, which made him feel a little better. However, Ziyun's attack did not stop. Pursuit of victory is what every practitioner who is proficient in combat will do. The fighting instinct possessed by the Zidian Lingjiao is also not weak. So while Tongwu spit out blood, Ziyun once again condensed a thunderous light in the sky. And this time, the thunder that was surging in the thundercloud was even more dazzling purple. Thunder! Ziyun roared, and it seemed like an angry shout. The rolling thunder in the thundercloud roared along with it, and the sound of thunder was shocking. Boom! Countless thunders condensed into thunder lights, and slashed towards Tongwagen. And this time, the purple light condensed by the thunder light is so deep that people can't look directly at it, as if one more look will make you indulge in it. However, under this deep purple light, hidden dangers are unimaginable. Damn! Tongwu took a deep breath, clenched the big knife in his hand, faced the thunder that was coming in an instant, and chopped out dozens of knives in an instant. Every time the knife is fired, a black knife light can be condensed. Almost in the blink of an eye, dozens of black sword lights appeared in front of Tongwu, and then faced the thunder that filled the sky and greeted him. Boom bang! The knife light and the thunder continued to collide. The roar is endless. The cracks in the sky are also expanding, spreading around, like a broken mirror. Space keeps crumbling. The violent air waves that spread out, and the residual power that escaped when they collided, immediately washed away the clouds in the sky, leaving only the thunderclouds gathered by Ziyun. The Xidian forest below also suffered. Wherever Yue Wei could reach, trees were shattered, the earth crumbled, and rivers turned upside down. Almost nothing is left intact. And the monsters in the purple electric forest, under such terrifying power, were all lying on the ground shivering at the moment, daring not to move. The battle between heroes is so terrifying. Pfft. Suddenly, a faint sound passed through the body, accompanied by a flash of blood. Tong Wu Duan. Shi groaned, covered his shoulders, and blood kept spilling out from between his fingers. Being pierced through the body by the power of thunder is definitely not a fun thing. The violent thunder force will make the wound difficult to heal, and even difficult to stop the bleeding. The talent of the power of thunder is really scary. Tong Wu took a few breaths, and his face turned pale. Not because of fear and pain, but simply because of blood loss. Hero-level powerhouses are also individuals. If they lose too much blood, they will still die, but they will persist for longer than ordinary people. On the contrary, the powerhouse-level Almighty can use the luck of heaven and earth to continue his life for a while. But it is also impossible to be immortal. Not to mention heroic powerhouses. Is this your last word? Ziyun stared at Tong Wu and said in a cold tone. Using the power of thunder is not an easy task. If you can make a quick decision, Ziyun will not drag it on. To humiliate the enemy, Ziyun is not interested in doing it, nor is there any need to do it. No, this is just an emotion, you can take it as my compliment, because you are really strong. It's just a pity that you're about to lose. Tong Wu said while using his grudge to clean up the power of thunder on the wound. Now, do you still have such unrealistic fantasies? Then you can take your sweet dreams and die together. Ziyun said disdainfully, and immediately mobilized the thunder into thundercloud. However, at this moment, four chains formed by the condensed magic power suddenly appeared on the horizon. Tong Wu also had a happy expression on his face, and then took out a token from his arms, bit his finger, and smeared blood on it. The formation is complete, lock it. As soon as these words came out, the token in Tong Wu's hand was also thrown. Crack! As soon as the token was shot, it shattered into pieces that filled the sky, and then flew towards Ziyun. At this moment, the four magic chains that appeared on the horizon seemed to have crossed the space, and suddenly appeared on Ziyun's four claws. There is no reaction time at all. Oops! The moment she was locked by the chain, Ziyun felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, while the chains blocked Ziyun's ability to move, it also blocked the flow of energy in Ziyun's body. The thunderclouds in the sky dissipated without a trace in an instant. As if it never happened. Bam! Then at the next moment, a huge muffled sound echoed between the world. Ziyun's huge body was forcibly pulled down from the sky by these four magic chains, and smashed to the ground. A huge pothole was smashed. Sifeng Suolong formation, but you should feel honored that the Lord of the Palace has created something for you. Tong Wu also came to the ground and walked in front of Ziyun. Looking at the immobile Xidian Lingjiao lying in front of him, Tong Wu also had an indescribable sense of accomplishment in his heart. Although this purple lightning spirit flood dragon was not defeated by himself, what does it matter? The Sifeng locking dragon pillar has four foundation pillars, standing in the east, west, north, south, and four directions. For hero-level powerhouses bless their strength and guard them in place. The token on Tong Wu's body is used to determine the blockade target. As long as it is hit by the token, the Sifeng chain dragon formation can instantly block all the power of the target, and even suppress all the ability to move. Unless the strength of this target exceeds the people who guard the four pillars of the Sifeng locked dragon formation. It is a pity, however, that a purple electric spirit flood dragon in the heroic elementary realm cannot compete with the four heroic elementary cultivators. As long as the 4 foundational pillars remain, there is absolutely no possibility of escape. Damn cultivators of the human race, still as despicable as ever. Shameless! Ziyin cursed through gritted teeth. Zidian Lingjiao's body is huge, Tongwu standing in front of Ziyun, as small as an ant, but at the moment he is showing off his power, making Ziyun unoblito not be angry. If Tongwu defeated her by relying on his own strength, then Ziyun would have nothing to say. But now, relying on this insidious means to win, can only make Ziyun feel that they are despicable and fall into the name of heroic powerhouses. Despicable? Don't you understand the truth of winning the king and losing the bandit? Tongwu sneered and didn't care about Ziyun's curse. For those who will do anything for victory, the curse of the loser is never ridicule, but a compliment. It's just the powerlessness of the loser. Tongwu enjoyed this process, and his eyes looking at Zidian Lingjiao were also full of jokes. It's useless to talk too much, you'd better hand over the casting jade plate, and I can make you die decently. If you are obsessed with it again, I believe that the Lord of the Palace is still willing to use you as a forging material to add some power to the next weapon. Every member of the Dragon clan, the things dismantled from their bodies are top-level forging materials. Dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon teeth, dragon bones, dragon tendons, dragon blood. This is true for giant dragons, and it is no exception for Jiaolong. I said long ago that I don't know what the casting jade plate is. Also, even if the casting jade plate is with me, a despicable villain like you, don't even think about getting the casting jade plate from me. Ziyun roared angrily, but there was also a hint of contempt in her tone. Dragons are naturally greedy, but they never appear cowards. The persuasion is invalid, then you brought it on yourself, don't blame me for being rude. When Tongwu heard the words, he was neither angry nor annoyed, but raised the big knife in his hand with a sneer on his face. Above the blade, black light lingered. This is a type of corrosive enchantment, which is specially used for breaking armor and has significant power. Even in the face of the dragon scale armor, it can be easily broken. Pfft! The black blade light flashed past, and the sharp blade had already pierced into the body of the Zidian spirit-flood dragon, splashing pale golden spirit-flood dragon blood. The scales flew, mixed with pale golden blood, and fell to the ground. Corrosive enchantment that prevents wounds from healing. Even with the resilience of the Zidian Lingjiao, this erosiveness cannot be stopped, and the wound can only be allowed to spread. Moreover, the Sifeng-locking dragon formation also blocked all the power of Ziyun, making it impossible to resist Tongwu's attack at all, and also unoblito dispel the magic power carried by the corrosive enchantment. Roar! Ziyun let out a low growl, suppressing her pain. The erosion of magic power is more than 10 times more painful than a simple wound. Near the scales that were torn open by the big knife, the wound had begun to glow with a shocking ink color. Don't worry, the Sifeng-locking dragon formation can last for a long time, until you are completely dead. Tongwu listened to the suppressed roar of Zidian Lingjiao, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said in a cold tone. Slaying a dragon, I wanted to do it a long time ago, but I just haven't found an opportunity. Today, thanks to the love of the Lord of the Palace, I have given me the task of retrieving the jade plate. Of course, I will not disappoint the old man. I just hope that you can hold on for a while longer. In order to find the casting jade plate, Tongwu will naturally do anything. Soul searching is an advanced method, of course Tongwu can't, so he can only use other methods. Damn human cultivator, you can't get the jade plate of casting. Forever. Ziyun gritted her teeth and said weakly. But the attitude is as firm as ever, and contempt. The dignity of the dragon family cannot be trampled, even in the face of the threat of death. Then let's take it slow, don't worry, you will definitely say it. Tongwu didn't think that with the spirit of Zidian Lingjiao, he would tell where the casting jade plate was so quickly. But the backbone is something that can be slowly worn away. As long as the casting jade plate can be brought back to the casting hall, it is a great achievement. What a waste of time. The 4 pillars of the Sifang Suolong formation are guarded by 4 hero-level powerhouses, so there is no need to worry about sudden collapse, and it will take a few months. Enchanted with a large sword that corrodes and pierces armor, it slashed over the purple lightning spirit flood dragon. The scales were peeled off, mixed with the pale golden spirit dragon blood, and then collected by Tongwu. These are all top-level forging materials, which are usually expensive and unavailable, so Tongwu naturally won't waste them. The severe pain made Ziyun tremble all over, but she was blocked by 4 magic chains, unable to move at all. However, what's the use of you guarding the casting jade plate? You don't know how to use it at all. Why not hand it over now? We are all very happy. Tongwu talked and persuaded while collecting the scales that had been cut off from the Zidian Lingjiao. Pain can make people awake, but it can also make people irrational. However, Ziyun didn't answer Tongwu's words, she just looked at him coldly, her cold eyes seemed to freeze people. This look is not good, very bad. Tongwu sighed, then moved the big knife in his hand and leaned over. There is the location of the dragon tendon. Once the dragon tendons are broken, no matter how strong the Zidian Lingjiaos, it will be half useless, and it will definitely not be able to rely on the dragon to fight in the future. You should know that with this knife, you will never have another chance. Tongwu said while adjusting the angle of the blade. Try to use words to defeat Zidian Lingjiao's heart defense, so as to get back the jade plate as soon as possible. Hurry up if you want, don't make me look down on you. Ziyun's voice was a little lower, but her tone was ruthless. Humph, then this is what you asked for. Tongwu snorted coldly, and understood Zidian Lingjiao's simple agitation, but didn't intend to stop. With a turn of the big knife in his hand, he was about to slash forward. Clang! A stream of light flashed, followed by a crisp sound. When Tongwu and Ziyun didn't react, they galloped past Tongwu and stabbed into the ground next to them. It was a bright silver halberd. This, impossible. The big knife forged by the lord of the palace unexpectedly shattered. At this moment, Tongwu was not in the mood to see what happened to the halberd, but looked at the hilt in his hand in astonishment. Yes, only the handle is left. Under the collision with the halberd, the blade that flashed with black light had been turned into pieces on the ground. This is the weapon created by Duan Wenxin, who is recognized as the #1 forging master in the world today. A lot of good materials are used, and the texture is very strong. Not to mention that it is used as a weapon, even if it is used as a small shield, it is more than enough. However, at this moment, it was smashed into pieces by a long halberd of unknown origin. How is this possible? It's a pity that no matter how unbelievable Tongwu is, the truth happened right in front of him. Who is it? Tongwu turned around abruptly, looked in the direction from which the halberd was flying, and shouted angrily, Who is it? Dare to take care of the casting hall? Are you tired of living? I don't know if I'm tired of living, but you definitely won't be able to go back alive today. At the same time as this icy voice came out, Qilu appeared in front of Tongwu in an instant, as if stepping through the void. Startled, Tongwu stepped back 3 steps in a row, looking at Qilu in surprise. You, who are you? Even Tongwu can't help but feel a little frightened about his ability to manipulate space like this. But when he thought of how powerful the casting hall behind him was, Tongwu suddenly became hard again. Dare to disturb the casting hall? But do you want to come to court death? As one of the most powerful forces in the world, the Hall of Castings is truly a behemoth, and almost no one dares to disobey the meaning of the Hall of Castings. This is also the reason why Tongwu is confident. Warcraft and alien beasts may not care how powerful the casting hall is. After all, the races are different and it is difficult to deter them. But in Tongwu's view, the powerhouse who suddenly appeared was a member of the human race. How could it be unclear about the power of the casting hall? Does the casting hall work? Qi Lu looked at Tong Wu with a cold face, and let out a sneer. What's the difference between this kind of behavior and a robber? Is it possible to double everywhere by wearing the hat of the casting hall? This casting jade plate is originally from my casting hall. I came to retrieve it. Is there something wrong? Tong Wu immediately sneered at him, and took advantage of it first. Things from the casting hall? You are also worthy? When Qi Lu heard Tong Wu's rebuttal, he immediately showed a sneering look. If the casting jade plate really belongs to the casting hall, how could there not be a powerhouse level almighty in this world? The cast jade plate can generate the luck of heaven and earth by itself. This is the opportunity to achieve the power level realm. It is also the most precious opportunity for the powerhouses of the heroic realm in this world. In contrast, the other functions of the cast jade plate are not important at all. However, it seems that the casting hall does not know that the casting jade plate has this function, so how can the casting jade plate be the thing of the casting hall? Is it because of the same name? What did you say? When Tong Wu heard this, he drank angrily on the spot. You know what I said, and you don't need to say it a second time. Qi Lu said with a sneer. His face was still cold. Wait, listen to what you mean. You also know about the casting jade plate. Are you complicit? Tong Wu is still not stupid after all. As soon as the previous excitement passed, he immediately thought of this matter. The name of the casting jade plate is the secret of the casting hall. Even in the casting hall, there are not many people who can know. However, now this uninvited man didn't even look surprised or puzzled when he heard the name of the cast jade plate. It must have been heard. Maybe the casting jade plate is on this guy. Thinking of this, Tong Wu's eyes looking at Qi Lu suddenly became bright. Master Qi, why did you come here? Ziyun also asked aloud at this time, but seemed a little weak. To be honest, Ziyun was somewhat unresponsive to Qi Li's sudden appearance. There is still a constant distance between Zidian Forest and Far Mountain City. Who would come here on purpose if they have nothing to do? That is really full to do nothing to do, free time. I suddenly remembered that I have something to ask you, so I came over to have a look. Qi Lu answered casually. Of course, it is impossible to say that after knowing about the casting hall, I ran over to see if the casting hall continued to send people over. That would be too embarrassing. It seemed that Qi Lu had a plan. I see. I'm really sorry for not being able to treat you well, Master Qi. With Ziyun's intellect, she could naturally hear the concealment in Qi Lu's words, so she didn't break it. It's just that the power of the casting hall is too great. I'm afraid it will drag you down, so please leave first. You're already like this, and you're still talking like this. Qi Lu pointed to the magic chain on Ziyun's claws, and said it with disbelief. Although Qi Lu has never seen the Sifang Suolong formation, but with Qi Lu's current knowledge, as long as he perceives it a little, he will basically understand it. I have to sigh, there are indeed many kinds of forging skills in this world. It is possible to separate the layout of the magic array, and then add them to forging of the array objects. When the need arises, as long as you hold the array equipment, you can deploy the array at the fastest speed. There is quite a bit of epic-making flavor in it. Now is not the time for you to reminisce. I don't care what your relationship is, but I will definitely get the jade plate. When Tong Wu said this, he took out another token from his arms. The foundation pillars of the Sifang Lock Dragon formation may only have 4, but there are never more than 1 token used to lock the target. After all, this token is a consumable item, how could it be only 1 piece? Young Master Qi, be careful. Ziyun remembered the token in Tong Wu's hand still fresh, and hurriedly shouted. What? Sifang Lock Dragon. Lock it for me. Before Qi Lu could react, Tong Wu threw out the bloodstained token. The token exploded in the air and turned into fragments that flew towards Qi Lu. The 4 magic chains followed, as if they had crossed the space, and instantly appeared on Qi Li's wrists and ankles. It's over. Ziyun widened her eyes, her face a little dull. When he was in Yuanshan City before, Ziyun didn't think Qi Lu was an ordinary person. After all, how can someone who can communicate with Goku across the air be an ordinary person? However, in Ziyun's guess, although Qi Lu has some strength, it should not be too strong, or else Goku would not need to be protected. So at this moment, after Qi Lu was locked by the magic chain, Ziyun would be so complacent. Goku should be nearby. Holding the last glimmer of hope, Ziyun asked in a dry voice. No, Goku is in Far Mountain City. Qi Lu answered Ziyun's words naturally, and then began to look at the magic chain on his wrist. This square-locked dragon formation seems to have some merits. Because Qi Lu can feel that the power in his body has obviously begun token, as if he has begun to hibernate. Moreover, the speed at which these 4 magic chains appeared was extremely fast. It seems to be able to lock on to the target, and there is no escape. That's kind of interesting. However, Qi Li's expression, in Ziyun's eyes, was like resignation, and after learning that Goku was still in the distant mountain city. It's really over now. Ziyun said with a wry smile. Don't look any further, it's impossible for you to break these 4 chains, a brat who can only talk big. Looking at Qi Li's actions, Tongwu couldn't help but say contemptuously, you can only talk eloquently, but you don't have the slightest ability. Can you talk about the casting hall? The Sifang Suolong formation gave Tongwu great confidence. In this world, there is no one who can break free from the 4-sided dragon formation guarded by 4 heroic powerhouses. This is one of Duan Wenxin's masterpieces, the Hall Master of the Casting Hall. You seem to be quite confident in this thing. Seeing Tongwu's conceited face, Qi Lu couldn't help shaking the magic chain on his wrist, and said with some humor. Oh, listen to your words, don't you still want to break the magic chain? Don't be delusional. Seeing Qi Li's expression, Tongwu just snorted coldly, his face full of jokes. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This is a common thing, as long as it is more educated. Chong dash. After saying that, Tongwu took out a steel knife again. There was only 1 hilt left of the big sword that was shattered by Qi Li's halberd, and it was useless to keep it. Boy, if you want to blame it, you can only blame your own bad luck. After I get rid of you, I will slowly take care of that purple lightning dragon. Tongwu held the steel knife and looked at Qi Li sullenly. It seems that some people still don't understand their situation. Qi Li looked at the steel knife that was flickering with cold light, squinted his eyes, moved his wrist a little, and then suddenly exerted force. Kcha dash. The magic chain that was locked on Qi Li's wrist unexpectedly broke, shattered into several pieces, and then turned into pieces again and dissipated in the air. How can that be? Ziyun was the first to exclaim, and an uncontrollable shock appeared on her face. After being blocked by the Sifang chain dragon formation, Ziyun clearly knew how terrifying these 4 magic chains were. It can block all the power in the body of the suppressed person, and he can't even lift the slightest strength. In this case, it is impossible for anyone to break free from the magic chain. However, Qi Li shattered the magic chain so lightly, as if he was dreaming. And Tongwu, who was standing aside, was even more sluggish at the moment. I was terrified for a while. Shock, shattered. The magic chain was actually shattered. Seeing this scene, Tongwu was so horrified that he didn't even know what to say, stammered and couldn't believe his eyes at all. This is the masterpiece of the world's recognized #1 forging master. It was so easy to break free, how could one believe it? This magic circle does have merit, but it's okay to lock the weak, and lock me, but it's a bit less meaningful. As Qi Li spoke, his feet vibrated violently, and the remaining 2 magic chains locked on his ankles were also shattered. The Sifang Suolong formation, which Tongwu was proud of, was nothing in front of Qi Lu. A little bit of meaning. Hearing this, Tongwu felt extremely harsh. The words he had said before were more like a slap in the face, and slapped him in the face. It made Tongwu's face a little purple. Then, as if thinking of something, Tongwu suddenly raised his head and shouted, "You can't kill me. As long as you kill me, you are fighting against the casting hall. Then no matter how strong you are, as long as you are targeted by the casting hall, there will be no place for you in this world." Tongwu thought that Qi Lu was just a stunned young man, and he dared to mock a fuss, because of his own strength. Now, however, that's not the case at all. Qi Li's strength was so tyrannical that he could ignore himself and others. To be able to break free from the Sifang chain dragon formation with ease, how powerful this kind of strength is, Tongwu never even thought about it before. So thinking of what Qi Lu said at this moment, Tongwu also felt a little panic in his heart. "I never cared about the casting hall, so you don't have to say it anymore. The most important thing for a person is to be honest. If you say you can't go back alive, then you just can't go back alive." As soon as these words came out, Qi Lu followed a move with his right hand, and the halberd inserted on the ground instantly returned to his hand. Then it flashed like a silver light. In an instant, Qi Lu turned around and stood back to his original place. "The casting hall will not let you go." Tong Wuji felt a sweetness in his throat, blood rushed into his mouth quickly, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, Tongwu fell to the ground. Qi Li's shots have always been fierce, and he has always fought according to quick decisions. After all, in the trial space, if you don't learn to make quick decisions, the number of deaths you experience may have to be turned several times. It was a dark, nightmarish memory. So, solved? Ziyun was stunned from the side, not knowing what to say. Before, I thought that Qi Lu was a bit powerful, but that was it. But looking at it now, this is more than a bit of strength. I am afraid that it is more than 10 times stronger than Goku. Simply appalling. Are the young masters who came out of the big forces now so terrifying? In the face of the last hero-level powerhouse, if you say you can do it, you will do it, and it will be solved in one move. Does this let other people live? Of course it's resolved. Don't tell me it's going to take 10 days and a half months to get it done. How tiring. Qi Lu gave Ziyun a strange look, and said it as a matter of course. Not to mention hero-level powerhouses, even if it is a powerhouse-level powerhouse, Qi Lu has done one. Now this scene is sprinkled with water. Then, that Goku, didn't he come to protect you? Ziyun then asked. Of course not. Why do you think Gyuk is here to protect me? When did I say that? Qi Lu asked in surprise. From beginning to end, Qi Lu seems to have never said such a thing. This? Ziyun thought about it for a second, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. Qi Lu really didn't say that Goku appeared in Yuanshan City to protect him. However, when ordinary people see the two identities of housekeeper and young master, who can imagine that the strength of young master will be so strong? Aren't all butlers terrifyingly strong? When I got to Qi Lu, why did it turn around? No, it doesn't seem to have reversed. It's just that these two guys are too strong to be scary. By the way, I almost forgot, there are still 4 people who haven't solved it yet. After a while of chatting, Qi Lu caught a glimpse of the magic chain on Ziyun's claws, and suddenly remembered it. You wait here, don't walk around at will, I'll come when I go. Can I move? Ziyun looked at the back of Qi Lu leaving, and then looked at the magic chain on the same paw, silent. After a while, Ziyun saw the magic chain on her claws shatter. Qi Lu also ran back with 4 base pillars with the thickness of his waist. I didn't expect these guys to come with gifts. The pellets are returned to the warehouse, which can be regarded as a small gain. As he spoke, Qi Lu casually gave the foundation of the Sifeng locking dragon formation to the system, as a way of expressing his gratitude for borrowing a little strength from the system just now. Although with Qi Li's own strength, it is not difficult to defeat Tong Wu. But it is still a bit difficult to do one move to defeat the enemy. What's more, if you want to break free from the shackles of the Sifeng lock dragon formation, Qi Li's own realm is really impossible. After all, Qi Lu is only strong in combat, not in high realm. So I could only borrow a little power from that stingy system. And this is actually Qi Li's strength. The only thing that was a little unpleasant was that the system's greed for money did not change. When he saw the 4 foundational pillars, he immediately proposed the idea to study it. Many thanks to Mr. Qi for helping, the little girl is grateful. After Ziyin saw Qi Lu, her first words were thanks. Don't, you're not a little girl anymore. Qi Lu hurriedly stopped Ziyin from using this self-proclaimed. Even if Ziyin turned into a human form, she should still be a young woman. Even have children. Hey, don't you all like this kind of self-proclaimed name? Ziyin took a deep breath, and then changed from the form of Zidian Lingjia Toto, a human form. Wearing a purple dress, but more damaged. And on the exposed fair skin, there are still many wounds of different sizes, still with pale golden blood. I don't know about the others, but I don't really like them. Qi Lu waved his hand, then glanced at the dress on Ziyun's body, and found that it didn't seem to be the same as last time, so he asked, is your clothes transformed from your scales? Yes. Ziyun nodded. No wonder, this ability to change clothes at will, but I don't know how many women will envy it. Qi Lu touched his chin and thought thoughtfully. Without the closure of the magic chain, with the resilience of the purple lightning flood dragon, there is no need to. How much do you want Qi Lu to help? So Qi Lu didn't ask. But after thinking about it secretly. After facing the casting hall, this time, it must be impossible to be good. Since the 2 sides have already faced each other with swords, the next thing must be to fight until only one of them is left. Otherwise, the casting hall can't afford to lose this face. These are 5 hero-level powerhouses, and they were left in the purple electric forest forever by Qi Lu. Rao Yi's family in the casting hall is very big, and I am afraid that it will be painful for a while. In addition, the casting jade plate is still in Qi Li's hands. Therefore, in addition to losing face, the loss of strength and the loss of interests will also make the relationship between Qi Lu and the casting hall incompatible. Although Qi Lu himself is not afraid of these things. But staying at the vending point in the distant mountain city is not enough. Even with Guko guarding you, you have to have customers to buy things, otherwise what's the use of just opening the store? Once the battle between the 2 sides is known to the world, then with the name and power of the casting hall, the vending point set up by Qi Lu will probably be closed. This was not the result Qi Lu wanted to see. So there is only one way left. As long as the casting hall is gone, then Qi Lu can rest assured. However, how to get rid of the casting hall still needs to be considered in the long run. Such a huge force cannot be achieved in a day. Failure is not a day's loss. Qi Lu doesn't think that if the owner of the casting hall is settled now, the casting hall will disappear. Presumably in the casting hall, there are many people staring at the position of the master of the casting hall, secretly accumulating strength. At that time, as soon as the old palace master dies, these guys will emerge, and it will be even more difficult. Therefore, Qi Lu must think of other ways to contain the casting hall, and then slowly figure it out, in order to do it once and for all. However, what kind of solution has to be thought of, this is the question. Qi Lu has not thought of it yet. Young Master Qi, if I expected it well, the jade plate of casting should be on you. Just when Qi Lu thought about it for a long time, Ziyin suddenly spoke. Although it was a question, the tone was quite firm. As a Zidian Lingjiao who has lived for so many years, Ziyin is certainly not stupid. From a few clues, a lot of things can be inferred. The black disc given to Qi Lu before appeared during the speculation process. It's really here with me, do you want to take it back? Qi Lu did not deny, but nodded very directly, and after a pause, he asked one more question. After all, the casting jade plate was originally obtained from Ziyun. Although Qi Lu didn't like the cast hall, if Ziyun wanted to take it back, it would still have to be returned to the original owner. No need, it's useless to put the jade plate in my hand, it's just a thank you to Mr. Qi for saving his life. Ziyun shook her head and said without hesitation. Obviously, it is also determined what the casting jade plate is. The black disc that has been in my hands for several years and has not shown any effect, I am afraid it will still be useless if I take it back at this time. On the contrary, it will make Ziyun go back on her words. Better not to. In that case, thank you very much. Qi Lu nodded slightly, then cupped his hands and said. Young Master Qi, you're welcome. In fact, I have heard about this cast jade plate. But these things, I also learned from my mother. Ziyun waved her hand and continued. It is said that the cast jade plate is a treasure that condenses the luck of the world on its own, and is naturally born. As soon as it is born, the vision of the heaven and the earth is a masterpiece, attracting all the powerhouse in the world to compete. After a battle, the jade casting plate was captured by one of the strong men, but I don't know how to use it, and I don't know what the jade casting plate does. I only know that the jade casting plate is indestructible, and there is nothing else left. Usefulness. After several years of research, this strong man finally gave up and continued his research. So in the end, the jade plate of casting was tossed and turned several times, and finally fell into the hands of Zidian Winglong in a battle between Zidian Winglong and the casting hall. And the purple electric pterosaur senior, the last place to appear, is this purple electric forest. Ziyun spoke slowly, and Qi Lu listened silently beside her. In his heart, he was also pondering secretly the real purpose of the purple electric pterosaur robbing the jade plate of the casting. It stands to reason that the will of heaven and earth in this world dissipates, and the fate of heaven and earth also disappears without a trace. It is impossible for a powerhouse-level power to appear. But the cast jade plate is something that can break this iron law. Just like the legend Ziyun said. The cast jade plate may really be a treasure born from the condensed luck of this world. The greatest possibility is that it exists as the seed of the will of heaven and earth. Or it can be used to replace the will of heaven and earth, to derive the luck of heaven and earth, and help the world to accelerate and become stronger. It's just that the process didn't go smoothly. As a result, the cast jade plate began to self-enclose and became an indestructible stone, waiting for a day when it could start to derive the luck of heaven and earth again. And with the strength of the purple electric pterosaur at the peak of the hero level, it is impossible to fight with the casting hall for a stubborn stone. Because it's not worth it at all. You know, with the size of the cast jade plate, it is not even qualified to make a heart protector for the purple electric pterosaur. So the biggest possibility is that the purple electric pterosaur knows what the real ability of the casting jade plate is. However, knowing it does not mean that you will use it. Otherwise, this world would probably have an extra powerhouse-level purple electric pterosaur. After all, when the dragon race is promoted to the realm, there is no need for any trial crystals. However, these things are just speculations by Qi Lu, and Qi Lu will not know the specific truth. So Qi Lu didn't tell Ziyun about these things. Because there is still a long time before Ziyun needs to use the luck of heaven and earth. At this time, telling Ziyun about the casting of the jade plate only made her troublesome. Okay, let's not talk about it. The casting hall sent people to Zidian Forest today, but they are all planted here. With the enthusiasm of the casting hall, I am afraid that I will not let you go, so you might as well come to Xuanhuan City. Qi Lu skipped the topic Ziyun said before and invited her out loud. There can also be someone to take care of. There are ancient subjects in Xuanhuan City. Even if Qi Lu does not continue to stay in this world, he can still guarantee a certain degree of safety. Moreover, Ziyan's own strength is not bad. Staying in Xuanhuan City, not only can I take care of Guku, but also help guard the vending point. Young Master Qi is right. The Hall of Casting has never achieved its purpose. I vowed not to give up. If I continue to stay in the Xidian forest, it will not benefit the child who is about to be born. Ziyan knew that what Qi Lu said was right, so she did not refuse. Dangerous encounters may be encountered in Lingjiao Egg. At that time, the Xidian spirit flood dragon can swallow the spirit flood dragon egg into its belly to protect it. This is also the unique ability of Xidian Lingjiao. It's just that after swallowing it in the belly, the spirit flood dragon eggs can't absorb energy and continue to hatch. So Ziyan will be worried. If you continue to stay in Xidian forest, you will be shocked 3 times a day, and you will be busy worrying about the attack of the casting hall, and don't even think about hatching the eggs. In these days, Jin Datsai is also very proud of the spring breeze. Bu Yuyan still needs to deal with the affairs of the Bu family and the Fian Chamber of Commerce, so she stood closely with Jin Datsai, who was in Bu Yuyan's camp, and started her happy expansion journey. Because the Yomu incident broke out, so that the relationship between the Yu family and the Yan family instantly became tense. The Bu family can take the opportunity to stabilize the situation, and they can also take this opportunity to win over allies. In business, a monopoly can indeed maximize profits. But there is no end to gold coins. Monopoly may bring temporary huge profits, but if there is no absolute strength to do it, it will be a complete failure in the end. Just relying on an ancient subject can only protect Bu Yuyan's comprehensiveness in the distant mountain city. But in other city-states, you can only rely on the Bujia yourself. So Bu Yuyan needs allies, or in other words, the Bu family needs allies, and they are powerful allies. Then fight the risk together. The most important thing among allies is trust. So Jin Datsai became a pawn, and let his own people carry an improved version of the laser light and began to expand the coverage of the industry in other city-states where Bujia was located. After all, no matter how friendly an ally is on the surface, it is no more trustworthy than an ally cultivated by oneself. And the results are gratifying. Tyrannical strength is the guarantee for businessmen to expand their business. In the case of the same quality of goods, customers will always prefer more powerful merchants. And after seeing that the people of Jin Datsai possess such tyrannical power, the local forces of those city-states did not dare to offend them rashly. In addition, there is a step family to help. This coming and going has allowed Jin Datsai's industry to take root in those city-states, and it has also made the Bu family's power even stronger. A win-win situation is something every businessman is happy to see. Jin Datsai is no exception. And more importantly, being able to achieve such a great success proves that Jin Datsai has been tightly bound to the Bu family, which is a great thing. As for getting Qi Li's blue eyes, Jin Datsai no longer dared to think about it. Being able to hug Bu family's thigh well, Jin Datsai was already very satisfied. Well, people, it is important to have self-knowledge. Even now, Jin Datsai can still mix well. How many people are out there? Jin Datsai put down the spoon in his hand, wiped his mouth, and asked, casually. Doing business is booming, which means that there will be many people asking for cooperation. Especially in other city-states, those businessmen who took a fancy to the improved version of the laser light are even more eager, and even chased after the distant mountain city, just for a chance to cooperate. After all, the delivery port of the improved laser light can be controlled by Bu Yuyan. As long as Bu Yuyan didn't mess around, Qi Lu wouldn't say anything. As for marketing methods, Qi Lu Hui, Bu Yuyan, who was born in a family of businessmen, will of course also. So why does Qi Lu need to point fingers? And Jin Datsai is currently the only ally who cooperates with Bu Yuyan. Since Bu Yuyan was dealing with the Fian Chamber of Commerce and could not be contacted, these businessmen could only contact Jin Datsai. There are also about 30 people, all from the surrounding city-states. A servant standing next to him answered. More than 30 people, I really admire their perseverance. They ran all the way to the distant mountain city, and they still have the patience to wait outside for so long. After Jin Datsai wiped his mouth, he leaned back on the chair lazily, without any intention of getting up. When the initiative of cooperation completely falls into the hands of one of the parties, this kind of cooperation is actually unequal. As it is now. Jin Datsai knew very well that all the businessmen waiting outside his manor had come to beg him to cooperate, so Jin Datsai was qualified to put on airs. It doesn't matter even if they are left out, as long as they can wait for the opportunity to cooperate, those businessmen are still happy. Moreover, the more difficult to obtain something, the more it can be cherished. Therefore, Jin Datsai put on airs a little, but there is actually no problem. On the contrary, it will make the dominance of cooperation clearer and more firmly in their own hands. Far Mountain City, the manor area, outside the manor of Jin Datsai. A large group of people gathered in the open space outside, looking at the manor with anxious and eager eyes, but no one showed impatience. There is no reason for him. Just because the function of the improved version of the laser light is too strong. As long as you can get the opportunity to cooperate with Jin Datsai and by an improved version of the laser light, you can easily enhance the strength of the industry you own. So no one will feel that this wait is not worth it. What if this is a test? So these merchants stayed outside the manor. Of course, this group of people also included the guys who came to Xuanhuan City with these merchants. After all, the Jin Datsai supported by the Bu family is not weak at all in Ho city-states. The businessmen who think they are qualified to cooperate with Jin Datsai are basically famous people in the city-state to which they belong. As for those small businessmen, they can't even get out of their own city-state, so what kind of cooperation is there? So when this group of businessmen go out, it is normal to bring a few buddies with them to help out. Wow, it's too lively here. When did Jin Datsai become so attractive? When Qi Lu brought Zi Yun to the outside of the manor, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the crowd outside the Jin Datsai manor. Hundreds of people surrounded the manor. Are they going to enter? Then I didn't see the city guards coming to maintain order. Yo, another one. Looking very fresh, I don't know which city-state it came from. Hey, this guy also brought a woman. Could it be that he wanted to bribe Boss Jin? Yes, why didn't I think of that? Yes, just thinking about giving gifts, in case Boss Jin doesn't like receiving gifts, just like this one. The arrival of Qi Lu and Zi Yun caused a little movement after being seen by the group of businessmen. But it soon returned to calm, and there were not many waves. Anyway, there are not one or two people who come to Xuanhuan City to seek cooperation with Jin Datsai. These hundreds of people are waiting here, and two more people will not have much impact. On the contrary, Qi Lu curiously patted the shoulder of a man with a simple and honest face, and asked aloud, "What are you guys planning to do here?" Huh? Didn't you come to cooperate with Boss Jin? When asked by Qi Lu, the simple and honest man was stunned for a moment, and then asked a question subconsciously. Ah? What cooperation? Qi Lu was also stunned by this rhetorical question, and then quickly understood. It turned out that the group of people surrounding Jin Datsai's manor came to cooperate with Jin Datsai. Qi Lu thought that Jin Datsai had offended someone, so he was called at the door. However, according to Jin Datsai's dislike of the poor and love of the rich, it is not impossible. The simple and honest man looked at Qi Li's dull face, and explained aloud, "It's the cooperation with Boss Jin. These days, Boss Jin suddenly appeared in our city-state, and he also brought a weapon called an improved version of the laser light, which is so powerful that we are all greedy. It's just that this improved version of laser light is only available in Far Mountain City, so we can only wait here, Qilu was stunned when he heard this. It wasn't long after the monster wave attacked Xuanhuan City, but Bu Yuyan had already spread the sales scope of the improved version of the laser light. Sure enough, what comes out of a business family is different. Know how to use the resources around you so rationally to maximize your benefits. To be honest, because of the existence of a system, Qilu has never thought about the concept of cooperation, so it is inevitable that there will be some blind spots in thinking. However, Qilu did not intend to change. Because cooperation or something is not necessary at all. You know, the improved version of the laser light only sells for 100 gold coins. That's because Qilu is collecting the power of faith. If the price is really based on value, the improved version of the laser is actually a luxury. Since it is only operating in the high-end market, the number of customers must not be as many as imagined, so there is no cooperation. On the other hand, the system is a secret that Qilu absolutely cannot reveal. Therefore, the possibility of cooperation is also eliminated. And even if it is an automatic vending point, the person who replenishes the goods is Guku, a simulation robot blessed with puppet runes, not a partner like Bu Yuyan. It is even more certain that Qilu will not cooperate with others. However, Qilu doesn't cooperate with others. It doesn't mean that he does not allow Bu Yuyan to cooperate with others. The vending point is set up to collect the power of faith, so the number of customers becomes the first requirement. This means that it is impossible to go to the high-end market. Therefore, as long as the export port is grasped, it is also a good thing to expand the market to other city-states. However, there is an important issue here. That is the vending point. Only one can be established in each world. This is the limit of the barrier gate, and Qilu can't change it. Therefore, the export of various commodities is destined to be only in the distant mountain city. This situation is both good and bad. The good part is that it is easy to manage, and it is not easy to make mistakes. But there is also a bad place, that is, it is difficult to expand the market. But this difficulty is not because there are no customers. On the contrary, looking at the large group of businessmen waiting outside the Jindakai Manor, you can see how broad the market for the improved laser light is. However, there is only one vending point, and there are so many rules. It is doomed that the shipping speed is only so fast, and it is quite difficult to improve. It is a pity that there is no good way for Qilu here. After all, collecting the power of faith is a troublesome thing in itself. Then how long have you been waiting here? While thinking about it, Qilu asked again. Although Qilu did not intend to dictate how Bu Yuyan wanted to sell the improved version of the laser. But there are some situations that need to be understood. I have only waited for 2 days, but I heard that there are people who came earlier, and I don't know how long I have waited. The simple and honest man smiled, did not hide it, and said it directly. It's not such a secret thing. When waiting outside the manor, everyone can see it, so there is no need to hide it. 2 days? Then you won't be bothered? Qilu asked in surprise. In all fairness, if Qilu was allowed to wait here for 2 days in vain, I am afraid that this manor area would not even be wanted. Annoying? How can it be? Boss Jean has good things in his hand, and we heard that there are not many, so we dare not leave. Why are we still annoying? The simple and honest man answered honestly. While speaking, he also looked into the manor, as if to see if Jean Dotsai had come out. I see, thank you for letting me know. After Qilu asked about the situation, he slammed his mouth twice. The word that there are not many quantities is definitely not hunger marketing, but simply because the supply speed is too slow. It is limited that each person can only buy one per day, and it must be traded in the store and must be traded with gold coins. Under the constraints of these conditions, it is no wonder that the supply speed can be faster. Faced with this situation, Qilu couldn't change it. It is possible that there is a way to change this situation, and it is only the system that is sometimes reliable and sometimes unreliable. Forget it, don't care. Qi Lu shook his head and decided not to think about these things for the time being. Anyway, Bu Yuyan is watching at the vending point now, but it's much better than Qi Li's own. Let's go to Jin Dekai first. So after thanking him and saying goodbye to the simple and honest man, Qi Li took Ziyun to Jin Dekai's manor again. At this time, the businessmen who were in the front row were alarmed. You kid, what are you squeezing? Didn't anyone tell you the rule of first come first served? That's right, don't think that if you stand in the front, Boss Jin will look at you more. If you want to cooperate, you must first see how strong you are. There is a woman by my side, do you want to give it to Boss Jin? Pretty is pretty, but I don't know. The businessmen in the front immediately became embarrassed with the enemy, and they all blamed Qi Lu. As for Ziyun, beside Qi Lu, although she is very beautiful and temperamental, at this time, these businessmen will not focus on women. At most, it was just 2 words of ridicule. Stop, don't be angry, it's really wrong to jump in the queue, so don't listen to those guys talking nonsense. Qi Lu could not care about the accusations of those businessmen, but not Ziyun. It was because of these businessmen who didn't say a few words, Ziyun wanted to do it. Fortunately, Qi Lu dissuaded Ziyun in time, otherwise there would be bloodshed outside this manor. Forget it, the people of the human race don't have a good thing. Ziyun pouted and snorted coldly. Qi Lu opened his mouth beside him, really not knowing what to say. I always feel that Ziyun seems to have scolded herself in it. But at this moment, in the main house of the manor, the door was suddenly opened. Jin Datsai and the 2 servants appeared at the gate together. The businessman, who had been paying attention to the situation in the manor, paused for a while, and then turned into a flattering voice in an instant. Boss Jin, you have come out. Boss Jin, I am sincere to cooperate with you. You can open up to any conditions, as long as you can sell me the improved laser light. Yes, Boss Jin, you can rest assured of the strength of our firm. You will never suffer a loss by cooperating with us. Boss Jin, as long as you nod your head, all the conditions will be determined according to the most favorable plan for you. At this time, no one cared about Qi Lu jumping in the queue, and they all rushed towards Jin Dekai. Just looking for a chance to cooperate. As long as you can buy an improved version of the laser, it will be worth the trip, and the wait these days will be worth it. Don't worry everyone, I have said this improved version of laser light before, the number is really limited, so the number of places for this cooperation is really not many, everyone should understand more. As soon as Jin Datsai opened his mouth, it was a word of shirk. He didn't mention the specific matters of cooperation, he just said clearly, the number of cooperation places is limited, and those who give more gifts can get it. However, there are many things to get kickbacks, no matter where they are all based on their abilities. It's just that Qi Lu looked a little weird from the side. So there was another debate. These businessmen were all fighting for the cooperation quota, and no one was willing to back down. Jin Datsai even squinted his eyes when he looked at it from the side, and there was a sense of contentment in it. It's such a good feeling to be in control. It's no wonder that so many people like to have absolute dominance in cooperation. The feeling that this kind of sentence can make others scramble with red eyes is simply great. While enjoying this feeling, Jin Dekai's narrowed eyes also glanced at these businessmen. After all, if you want to spread the industry, cooperation is definitely needed. It's just that this partner needs to be carefully selected. Master Qi? Purple, purple, purple. Then when he glanced around, Jin Datsai suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils shrank suddenly, and some couldn't believe his own eyes. Shoo! Qi Lu raised his index finger to his mouth, making a silent gesture. It is better not to say the identity of Zidian Lingjiao, so as not to cause panic again. Yes, yes, yes. Jin Datsai hurriedly responded, then hurriedly ran over, rubbed his hands in front of Qi Lu, nodded and said, "Young Master Qi is here today, when you are free." "And this one?" "Purple Rhyme." "Yes, Miss Z, you can come to the small place is full of brilliance." Jin Dazai did not forget to greet Ziyun. After all, the power of Zidian Lingjiao was still fresh in his memory. It is absolutely not to offend, or even to make her unhappy. However, after Jin Dazai's almost flattering greeting to Ziyun, the surrounding scene that should have been extremely noisy has become dead silent. Everyone looked at this scene with shock, stunned, and unbelievable eyes. Looking at Qi Lu and Ziyun. The businessmen who denounced Qi Lu before were even more astonished and frightened at this moment, and their backs were wet with cold sweat in an instant. Even Jin Dakai has to nod and bow, a person who is good to serve. What are they? Dare to shout out. I'm afraid it's not that I got tired of doing business in the first half of my life, and I want to change my life in the second half of my life. It is no exaggeration to say that with Jin Dazai's current power, it is absolutely easy to destroy their industry. The impact of the improved laser light is there. An industry without enough strength to protect it is a lamb to be slaughtered, a piece of raw meat thrown into a pack of wolves. It won't take long at all, and it will be eaten up by the merchants. Merchant, that's it. Not to mention mercenary, but with fat in front of you, it is absolutely impossible not to eat it. Thinking of this, the businessmen who were in the front row could not wait to utter their mouths. If others do not cut in the queue, they will cut in the queue. What are you talking about yourself? It's all right now, the opportunity that I've waited for so long may have come to nothing because of my few words. Okay, don't waste time too much. I don't have much to do here today. Zion will live in Yuanshan City for the time being, so I'll ask you if you have any extra matter. Qila didn't care about people's eyes and asked directly. As for the accusations made by the businessmen before, Qila never thought about making a fuss. It doesn't make much sense. If he really cares about such little things every day, Qilu would have died off exhaustion. As a strong person, you should have tolerance and a bottom line. When the campus must pay back, he will never be weak. But it would be too stingy to compare with a group of guys who didn't actually hurt themselves at all. Miss Z wants to live in Yuanshan City. Jin Dazai secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then glanced at Ziyun. I thought to myself, a Zidian Lingjiao lives in the distant mountain city, so there shouldn't be anything wrong. If someone who does not open his eyes accidentally offends this beautiful, sexy, and noble woman, I am afraid that Yuanshan City will disappear the next day. It doesn't matter if you don't, I'll go and ask Bu Yuyan. Seeing that Jin Dazai hadn't replied for a long time, Qi Le thought he was embarrassed. Yes. Of course there is. Hearing the words, Jin Dazai hurriedly said it, almost shouting out. If Jin Dazai can't grasp the opportunity to be close to Qi Lu, it would be better to buy a piece of tofu and kill him. Not to mention that Jin Dazai does have another manner in his hands. Even if it is not, Jin Dazai will say yes. Then get someone to arrange it right away. Besides Miss Z, I don't know if young Master Qi still needs a manner, and there are several manners in the little hands. Jin Dazai asked again. The set is almost, I finally found an opportunity, I have to send more. I don't care, you can arrange Ziyun. Qila waved his hand and rejected Jin Dazai's kindness. I don't plan to live in this world for a long time, and it's useless to have a manner. After all, Qi Lu is not bad for this matter, why should he owe a favor for such a little thing? You know, Qi Li's favor is very valuable. Yes, the little one will ask someone to do it now. Jin Dazai responded hurriedly, and then immediately turned around and asked a servant beside him to do the job. It is said that no matter which manner Ziyun takes a fancy to, no matter what the price is, she will take it down. Since the matter has been done, then I won't bother you anymore. Qila looked back at the businessmen who were still silent, with a faint smile in his face, and said, "It's a good thing to spread out customer channels, but it's still very important to choose a partner. It's good to make steady progress. Don't be too hasty. The most important thing in business is integrity and equality, and you must not be domineering." Leaving this sentence, Qi Lu left with Ziyun. However, Jin Dazai was still pondering these words, and the look in the eyes of the merchants present became intriguing. The domineering that Qi Lu said refers to both Jin Dazai and the merchants present. Inflammation attached. Pride in the face of the weak, flattery in the face of the strong. It is inevitable for businessmen to pursue profits, and it has become normal to follow the trend, which is also unavoidable. But Qi Lu didn't want to see his partner become such a person. Because it's not necessary at all. Just like Jin Dazai, if Qi Lu didn't want to stay in this world for a long time, there would be no possibility of cooperation. However, these matters were left to Bu Yuyan to handle. So Qi Lu didn't care too much. Because doing business is never a straightforward thing, there are many things to consider. Just like before, if Bu Yuyan wanted to destroy Jin Dazai and others because of some unhappiness, then the anger in her heart would be vented. But what about Yuanshan City? Many wealthy businessmen such as Jin Dazai control the various industries of Yuanshan City, which are related to the operation of the entire Yuanshan City. If it all collapses in one breath, will Yuanshan City continue to develop? Do the residents of Yuanshan City still want to live? Therefore, if the Bu family wants to grow in the distant mountain city, it isn't necessary to destroy these wealthy businessmen and merge them into their own command, which is also a very good choice. This is the truth. For this kind of flamboyant scumbag, as long as they ensure their own strength, then they will never betray. By the way, you live in a human house, can you adapt? Qi Lu was walking on the road and suddenly asked a question. No problem, what form I keep is just a matter of habit. It has no effect on me, and it has no effect on hatching the eggs. Ziyun knew what Qi Lu was asking, so she answered quickly. The dragons are unwilling to maintain the appearance of the human race, mainly because they don't like it, not because the human race is too weak. In fact, no matter what form the dragons appear in, it will not affect their powerful physique. That's good, you can stay in Yuanshan City with peace of mind during this time. Qi Lu nodded first, then lowered his head again, and began to ponder. Because of the scene he saw outside the Jindakai Manor before, a plan emerged in Qi Li's heart. A plan that can fight and bring down the Foundry Hall. The reputation of the Foundry Hall in this world has been passed down for too long, and it is obviously impossible to rashly destroy the Foundry Hall. However, if another force appears, it can fight against the Foundry Hall and gradually erode the power of the Foundry Hall. Then replace it at the end. Then there is no problem. It can even devour all the resources originally belonging to the casting hall and turn it into its own strength. The plan that Qi Lu thought of was to create such a force. This will completely destroy the casting hall. And the embryonic form of this force is the current Bu family. Taking the commodities and the vending point as the core, it helps the Bu family to develop, and through continuous integration, it finally reaches the level of being able to resist the casting hall. Speaking of which, to think of this plan, I have to thank the businessmen who were waiting outside the Jin Dazai Manor. It was these guys who reminded Qi Lu, the partner, who was also a huge force. As long as there is a large enough interest, businessmen can do anything. To become the most powerful force in this world, is this temptation not big enough? Mr. Qi, the expression on your face is a bit weird. Ziyun watched the strange expression gradually emerging on Qi Li's face, and couldn't help but reminded aloud. Really, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something just now, so I couldn't help it. Qi Lu was reminded by Ziyun, and suddenly showed a light smile, and then returned to his expressionless appearance. Facial paralysis always looks dignified, only high coldness can highlight the temperament. However, Qi Li's expressionless face is actually because he has always been like this and doesn't want to change it. That's why I disturbed Mr. Qi. Ziyan was not interested in asking what Qi Lu was thinking. The key to friendship is to know what to ask and what not to ask. It is very important to be clear about the proportions. So seeing Qi Lu fell into thinking again, Ziyan bid farewell. Anyway, both sides are in the distant mountain city, and it is not so difficult to meet. If there is something to say, just wait until the time to meet. Now, it's better to go and see the location of those matters. If there is no accident, Ziyan will probably live in Xuanhuan City for a long time. At least until the threat of the casting hall is not so great, they will leave the distant mountain city and return to the purple electric forest. There are only two ways to reduce the threat of the foundry hall. One is that the strength of the casting hall has been greatly reduced, and its influence has been greatly weakened. The other is that Ziyan can have the power to make the casting hall jealous. For example, the original Zidian Winglong was forced to the point where it was so tyrannical that it made the foundry hall fearful, so that the foundry hall did not dare to look for the Zidian Winglong to snatch the jade plate back. I can only wait until now to bully the younger generation of the purple pterosaur. I'm really used to being bullied. It's just a cowardly rat. When Qi Lu thought of the style of the casting hall, he could only comment on this. Then he glanced at Ziyan, who was about to leave, and said, although Guqi will always stay in the distant mountain city, it's better for you to meet each other. If the place is not clear, just go to Buyuyan, but I don't think there should be this problem. No matter how weak the perception of a hero-level powerhouse is, it is impossible for a powerhouse of the same hero-level realm to fail to detect it. It is nothing more than a sense of incomprehension. So Qi Lu is not worried about Ziyan, but is still thinking about the plan he came up with after a flash of inspiration. To be honest, the plan that burst out is just a rough outline. If you want to improve this plan, you have to fill this framework with a lot of content. If it is used to fight against the power of the casting hall, and the Bu family is the prototype, then the safety of Buyuyan and others must be guaranteed. Qi Lu touched his chin, confirming these things in his heart. A group of dragons cannot be without a leader, and a force cannot be without a leader. Especially in Qi Li's plan, this force formed through various alliances, and the key to maintaining the bond of cooperation among them is the Bu family. In other words, it was Buyuyan. As for people, they do not have this prestige, nor are they qualified enough. But after speaking, in addition to ensuring the safety of Buyuyan and others, there is another problem that needs to be solved. That is the speed at which goods such as the improved laser light can be shipped. If you want to fight against the casting hall, tyrannical force is an indispensable thing. Otherwise, no matter how many forces the Bu family unites, they are all turkeys and dogs. Sure enough, it's easy to think about, but hard to do. The plan must be more complicated the more you think about it, so Qi let hot about it later with a sad face. It's not really sad, it's just that I've been thinking about it for a long time, so I'm a little bored. Forget it, don't want to, let's go and do the business first. Far Mountain City, in an ordinary mansion. This is Buyuyan's temporary residence. After the incident of the wave of monsters attacking Xuanhuan City, the Bu family's status in Xuanhuan City suddenly improved. But Buyuyan's temperament was not greatly affected. The manor area gave Buyuyan some not-so-good memories, although Buyuyan would be too careful to care about these things. After all, for the sake of a few words of ridicule, it is a matter of putting people to death, that is, only a person with a sick mind can do it. But with such a smile, it seems unlikely in a short time. Well, women always love to hold revenge. This characteristic has nothing to do with status, and Buyuyan is equally unavoidable. Just to see if we can take care of the overall situation. So Buyuyan never went to live in the manor area, but lived in a mansion of the Bu family. And with the Bu family's previous situation in Xuanhuan City, the luxury of the mansion can be imagined. compared to those manners, it is far worse. But Bu Yuyan didn't mind, anyway, where he lived was not important, what was important was who lived there. Miss, Master Qi has come to find you. Xuanhuan knocked on Bu Yuyan's door and reported her arrival. Sitting in the study, Bu Yuyan, who was looking at the letter in her hand, was stunned for a moment, and then she said, "Then invite Master Qi in." As Qi Lu, he still needs someone to report to the Bu family, which is entirely out of etiquette. Because even if Qi Lu went in without waiting for anyone to report, no one would dare to stop him, and no one would even dare to have an opinion. The place where you live is still the same. Qi Lu followed Xuanhuan to Bu Yuyan's study and couldn't help but say something. When I went to find Bu Yuyan last time, it seemed to be more remote than here. The Bu family is already on the decline. Even if there is a little improvement now, I don't dare to enjoy it, but I can't be sorry for Qi Gongzi. Xuanhuan, go and make tea for Qi Gongzi. Bu Yuyan didn't take Qi Li's words well, but she just said something meaningful. However, Qi Lu could still hear the meaning behind his words. That is to say, those guys in Jin Dazai are greedy for enjoyment, arrogant and domineering. Sure enough, she is a vengeful woman who never forgets to belittle the wealthy businessmen who have offended her, even if they are now cooperating. It's okay to make tea. I don't like drinking tea very much, so don't be so troublesome. Qi Lu waved his hand to stop Xuanhuan from running out. It's not that Qi Lu doesn't appreciate it, it's just telling the truth. After all, at Qi Li's age, it is difficult to taste the joys and sorrows of tea before he likes to drink tea. Then I don't know that young Master Qi is here this time, but is there anything you want to find me? Bu Yuyan didn't say much, but asked directly. Etiquette is a thing, just do it right, there is no need to force it. In that case, it would not be polite, but rigid. Of course there is something, and it's still a big plan, but before the plan starts, I need to ensure your safety. Qi Lu nodded slightly and said solemnly. A big plan? Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu with a puzzled face. She couldn't think of any big plan that would make this terrifying young Master Qi use their Bu family. Yes, as long as it is successful, your Bu family will be able to prosper for thousands of years. Qi Lu nodded very seriously, and there was a rare seriousness on his face. In the plan to fight against the foundry hall, although the core is the goods sold in the vending point, the Bu family is also the key point to maintain this great power. Because Qi Lu was too lazy to find someone. Therefore, Qi Lu will not hide anything from Bu Yuyan about this plan. Because as Qi Lu said, as long as this plan can be successful, the party that benefits the most is the Bu family. Once it succeeds, it will last forever. Therefore, in the plan, the one who will do their best will also be the Bu family. Confront the forging hall. After Bu Yuyan heard it, she was so shocked by Qi Li's plan that she didn't know what to say. Or at least he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. There is no need to say how powerful the casting hall is. The spokesperson of the god of forging, in this world, one of the best giants. It has countless resources and connections, nearly half of the world's blacksmiths, and a large number of hero-level powerhouses. When it comes to strength, there is almost no force that can outshine it. However, Qi Lu vowed to replace it. And let the family go to replace it. How could Bu Yuyan calm down for a while? And Xuanhuan, who was standing beside her, was also stunned at the moment, and didn't make a sound for a while. Qi Lu glanced at Xuanhuan and said nothing. For Bu Yuyan, Xuanhuan, a personal maid, belongs to her own, and she is one with Bu Yuyan. Prosperity is prosperous, and both are lost. So even if Xuanhuan knows about this plan, it doesn't really matter. Because Xuanhuan is absolutely impossible to say. How is it, have you made a decision? Qi Lu found a chair in the study and sat down. After waiting for a while, he came to let Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan relax, and then asked. Master Qi, Bu Yuyan's face was struggling. Xiaowen stood beside her, her face pale, and she said nothing. The foundry hall has accumulated a lot of power for a long time, and suddenly to challenge this behemoth, not everyone will have this kind of courage. It's normal to be confused, worried, and normal. On the contrary, for those who agreed without saying a word, Qi Lu had Tori a little bit, in case these guys turned around and told the casting hell off their plans. Don't be too nervous. Whether you agree or not, I won't care. Qi Lu crossed his fingers and said slowly. Because for Qi Lu, even if the plan fails, it will be fine. At most, the vending points in this world are closed, but with the strength of the casting hall, it is still difficult to keep Qi Lu. However, for Bu Yuyan, once she agreed to Qi Lu, that is equivalent to throwing the entire Bu family in. If it succeeds, it will of course be eternal forever. Qi Lu will not cheat people, he must do what he says. But if the plan fails, then the destruction of the Bu family will only happen in an instant. Therefore, there is no room for Bu Yuyan to be careless. This way of putting the safety of the entire family into the plan is really exciting. The unequal price makes Qi Lu very aware of the tangle in Bu Yuyan's heart at the moment, and also understands how struggling Bu Yuyan is in her mind at this moment. One side is eternal forever, and the other side is eternal. On both ends of the scale, there are two diametrically opposite results, and there is no third. Master Qi, in fact. I believe in you, but my father may not have the courage to fight against the casting hall. Bu Yuyan pondered and struggled for a long time, until the sweat on her face dripped down to the ground along her smooth chin, and then she said this sentence. It is true that Bu Yuyan trusts Qi Li's strength. It's just the current owner of the Bu family, but it's still empty. It is impossible for ordinary people to rush to confront the casting hall, as long as they are not mentally ill on the spot. That's why Bu Yuyan said these words. The decision of the Bu family was not made by Bu Yuyan alone. However, for Qi Lu. You are right. Qi Lu nodded and affirmed Bu Yuyan's statement, but after a while, he changed the subject and said, but, I don't care about those guys. I just need you to agree, because what I need is a person who can control the big power that is about to appear, not the Bu family. It doesn't matter if they want to. For Qi Lu, the Bu family is not really important. Because all Qi Lu needs is a spokesperson. And whether this spokesperson is a force or a person, the effect is the same. A force that appears to fight against the Hall of Casting must be under the control of Qi Lu himself. It's just that Qi Lu is not in the mood to manage these things, so he has to find a spokesperson to manage it on his behalf. As for who this spokesperson is, in fact, it can be. Just letting someone you trust manage it on your behalf will make you feel more at ease. Just like when it comes to combining verticals and horizontals, a bond is really needed. But this bond, whether it's the Bu family, or Bu Yuyan, or someone else, actually doesn't make much difference. The only difference is whether there will be dissent. That's all. But for those guys who dare to have a different heart, Qi Lu will definitely let them know what it means to regret being born in this world. Really, really? Bu Yuyan couldn't believe Qi Li's words. Of course, I never lie. Qi Lu smiled and said it very seriously. Okay, then I am willing to trust Master Qi, and I am willing to join this plan in my own name. Bu Yuyan gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and said solemnly. And I. Standing aside, Xuanhuan, who had been anxious for a long time, immediately followed. The personal maid will definitely follow in the footsteps of the eldest lady. Sharing weal and woe, that's what it says. I know, otherwise I wouldn't let you stay here, I'm not a good person. Qi Lu glanced at Xuanhuan, and a smile appeared on his face. Eliminating all uncertain factors is what a well-planned plan should do. Very good, since you agreed, then I must ensure your safety. Guka needs to guard the shop, so I will give you another good thing. Qi Lu stood up from the chair and straightened the hem of his clothes. Since it was in the plan that Bu Yuyan needed to join forces with each other, it was impossible to stay in the distant mountain city all the time. And Guku will not leave the distant mountain city. Therefore, Qi Lu could only think of another way. And the solution that finally came to mind was very simple, that is, the reward that the system gave to Qi Lu not long ago. Bombshell. A huge airship with a total length of 545 meters is enough to accommodate amend room for hundreds of people, and the various ancient ruins on the surface are enough to defend against the attack of the heroic primary powerhouse. 10 bomb openings, the destructive power is amazing. 2 railguns, with their own aiming system, and have a powerful enough to penetrate all defenses of the heroic primary powerhouse. It was more than enough to protect Bu Yuyan from being assassinated by the cast hall with some dirty means. Even if you lose, you can still protect yourself. Is this the storage ring that holds the bomber? Bu Yuyan carefully looked at the storage ring that Qi Lu gave her, which looked very much like an iron ring, and asked in surprise. Yes, it contains what I call a bombing airship. It's just that this storage ring can only be used to hold the bombing airship. If there is anything else you want to put in, you can put it in the bombing airship first. Qi Lu taught Bu Yuyan some tricks. This cannot be called exploiting loopholes, it can only be said that it is a reasonable use of loopholes in the rules. By the way, if you want to see what the bombing airship looks like, I can take you outside the city of Xuanhuan. At the end, Qi Lu added another sentence. If you want to use the bombing airship well, it is impossible to be familiar with it beforehand. Because the combat effectiveness of the bombing airship is indeed tyrannical, and it is a good thing. But yes, in terms of driving style, it is not so intelligent, at least not matching its combat effectiveness. Although the magic power and the energy storage gems installed on the bombing airship can also be used as a power source, but in terms of control, it still needs a special driver to stare at it. Really, then thank you Mr. Qi. Bu Yuyan was quite curious about the bombing airship described by Qi Lu. Just in terms of the size of the bombing airship, Bu Yuyan also knew that it was impossible to release it in Xuanhuan City. Catch it. Qi Lu took a step forward and put his hands on the shoulders of Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan, respectively. Then the power of the empty boots was activated instantly. In the next second, the 3 of them appeared in the sky above Xuanhuan City. What? Suddenly appearing in such a high sky, Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan were stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously let out a sharp scream. Immediately after, the 2 of them seemed to have lost all their strength after screaming. He leaned against Qi Li's body weakly. After a long while, he cautiously glanced down at his feet. Looking at the residents of the distant mountain city below, it was like looking at ants, and it was almost impossible to see clearly. Qi, Master Qi, you actually. Bu Yuyan stammered for a long time, but she didn't say a whole sentence. The eyes looking at Qi Lu were filled with admiration and astonishment. Walking in the air, at least a hero-level powerhouse can do it. In other words, this young Master Qi, who is usually not well known and looks like an ordinary son, turned out to be a heroic powerhouse. This is too incredible. The development of this plot is completely beyond Bu Yuyan's imagination, aloft which are in the blind spot of knowledge. Okay, I know what you want to say. Now you should calm down and talk about it. Be brave. With me here, you will be fine. Qi Lu raised her hand to stop Bu Yuyan's stammering voice. With someone guarding him, his whole body became weak, and when he really faced the casting hall in the future, it would be worth it. Courage still has to be practiced. After a long time like this, Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan barely recovered a bit of strength and were able to stand up on their own. Just standing in the void, the feet are still a little weak. It's like stepping on a pile of cotton, you can only stand, and you can't walk at all. Young Master Qi's surprise is really bigger than once. Bu Yuyan's voice was still a little vague. But it is much better than before. That's right, if this goes on, Master Qi won't bully the young lady in the future. Xuanhuan whispered to the side. Qi Lu glanced at Xuanhuan. Bu Yuyan's face flushed with shame, and she couldn't help but scolded in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense, Xuanhuan." "But, Master didn't write it in the letter." Xuanhuan argued with some grievances. "Don't say it, and I won't tell you about these things next time." Bu Yuyan interrupted Xiaowen's words in a panic, and then stared at her and warned. And Qi Lu looked around, pretending to look around at the scenery, trying to prove that he didn't hear their conversation. "No way, it's really embarrassing. It always felt as if there was some misunderstanding." "Cough, no gossip, let's take out the bombing airship first." In the end, Qi Lu opened the topic, cleared his throat, and said to Bu Yuyan. This time, the place Qi Lu brought Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen to was not as high as the place Qi Lu went alone last time. Because this time, Qi Lu wanted the entire distant mountain city to see the appearance of the bombing airship. It is not only to make Bu Yuyan's reputation, but also to deter those who may appear with bad intentions. "Tell them that my partner of Qi Lu is not someone you can covet." "Okay." Bu Yuyan nodded, then took out the storage ring that was tightly held in the palm of her hand. Qi Lu glanced at it and found that Bu Yuyan's hand holding the storage ring was a little blue, which should be caused by too much force. In the situation where the whole body was weak just now, even people were about to be frightened, but he never forgot that he was still holding the storage ring in his hand, and he never relaxed. Totally subconscious behavior. "The storage ring is not for you to hold, put it on your finger, or find a cane to hang around your neck." Qi Lu shook his head with a smile, and said aloud. "Put it on your finger." Bu Yuyan was stunned for a moment, then as if she didn't hear anything, she bit her finger as if nothing had happened, and dripped blood on the storage ring. And decided to find a sturdy necklace later and put the storage ring around the neck. In order to ensure that the storage ring cannot be used after it is obtained by others, it is a necessary process to recognize the owner by a drop of blood. Of course, if Qi Lu used it, there would be no such argument. After all, the storage ring comes from the system, no matter how others shed blood to recognize the master, as long as it is returned to Qi Li's hands, then Qi Lu can use it. The store manager's authority is there. But Bu Yuyan can't do it, so she can only bite her fingers honestly. A small drop of blood was absorbed by the storage ring, and after confirming Bu Yuyan's soul aura, a faint connection appeared in Bu Yuyan's mind immediately. It's an amazing feeling. At least for Bu Yuyan, who was still an ordinary person, it was very strange. Concentrate, use your consciousness to control the storage ring, and take out the contents inside. Qi Lu was teaching Bu Yuyan how to use the storage ring. It is not uncommon for practitioners to use their spiritual power. But for ordinary people, it was the first time. After several attempts, Bu Yuyan finally successfully communicated with the storage ring, and then took out the bombing airship inside. Boom! The huge bomb-dropping airship suddenly appeared in the sky and washed away the surrounding clouds. Is this the bombing airship? It's so big. Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen were also taken aback by the sudden appearance of the bombing airship, and looked at the behemoth in front of them in shock. The size of the human race is quite small in front of the bombing airship. Even the original Xidian Lingjiao was inferior to the bombing airship in front of him. Moreover, the majestic coercion emitted by the ancient runes on the surface of the bombing airship is not weak at all. After all, the bombing airship is a tool of war, not a means of transportation. The majestic coercion can also deter the enemy. Of course, this kind of coercion was nothing to Qi Lu, and had no impact at all. They can even protect Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen beside them, and they are also not affected by the coercion emanating from the bombing airship. However, for the people of Xuanhuan City, this is not the case. Last time, it was the place where Qi Lu summoned the bombing airship. The distance from Xuanhuan City was too far, so it did not affect Xuanhuan City. This time, however, it was different. The light was blocked by the bombing airship, and a huge shadow was cast from the sky into the far mountain city, which also alarmed the residents of the far mountain city. Everyone who noticed the shadow looked up at the sky. Then his eyes widened. What's in the sky? Is it a monster? How can it be so huge? Hey, when did this appear? Could it be the beasts that are going to attack Xuanhuan City again? No way, why does this happen again? The residents of the distant mountain city looked at the bombing airship above the sky, and the voice of the discussion suddenly spread throughout the city-state. The majestic coercion emanating from the ancient ruins shrouded the sky above the distant mountain city along with the shadows. Although the coercion that permeated the ground was already quite thin, but it still feels depressing. Everyone stopped their movements and pointed at the bombing airship that suddenly appeared. Shocked, stunned, frightened, panicked, suspicious. All kinds of emotions mixed together and spread out in the distant mountain city. What is that? Why does it appear in the sky above far mountain city? Li Tsongrong, who was dealing with affairs in the study room of the city lord's mansion, was also standing by the window at the moment, looking at the sky in surprise, full of anxiety. If there is another monster attack, Xuanhuan City will not be able to hold it. A city-state with so many disasters can't keep many residents. Not long ago, the wave of monsters attacked Xuanhuan City, and the residents were already a little bit distracted, and now is the time to appease. If there is another wave of Warcraft at this time, it will be a big deal. Huh? What is that? At this time, Ziyun, who was still checking the manor in Xuanhuan City, also raised her head in amazement. Then there was a curious look in his eyes. The businessmen who had gathered outside Jin Datsai's manor and competed for cooperation quotas stopped arguing at this moment. With shock, consternation, and panic mixed in his eyes, he looked up to the sky. Before, after Qi Lu and Ziyun left the manor area, Jin Datsai pondered for a long time before deciding to continue cooperation. Only the candidates for cooperation will be carefully screened. Once unqualified, they will be eliminated directly. As a result, these businessmen scrambled more fiercely. The fewer places there are, the more profit everyone can get. This is what every businessman wants. Since it can't be monopolized, then try to reduce the number of people who come to share the cake. However, at this moment, all the businessmen had no intention of competing for places, and all were looking at the bombing airship in the sky. Is this coming for the distant mountain city again? A question appeared in the minds of these businessmen. The incident of the Warcraft tide hasn't passed for a long time. Naturally, these businessmen have all heard of it. Having never experienced the dangers involved, I can only sigh like a schadenfreude. Xuanhuan City is really ill-fated. Then, for his own benefit, he came to Xuanhuan City to seek opportunities for cooperation. However, when these businessmen encounter these things themselves, I am afraid there is no way to gloat. So when they saw the bombing airship and felt this thin coercion, the first thought of these businessmen was, is Xuanhuan City already so unsafe? An unsafe city-state loses its appeal. This is true both in its appeal to ordinary people and its appeal to businessmen. Even ordinary cultivators are not willing to come to a city-state that may encounter danger at all times. That's why it is said that if a city-state wants to prosper, strong military force is the first element. What's the matter? Why did you all stop? When Jin Datsai saw the bombing airship appear, shock and panic also appeared in his heart. But on second thought, in the distant mountain city now, there are two heroic powerhouses guarding it. If even Gu Ku and Zidian Lingjiao couldn't stand it, it would be useless to panic. So Jin Datsai quickly forced himself to calm down and pretended to be inscrutable. This is a good opportunity to try. Jin, Boss Jin, don't you worry about the sudden appearance of the behemoth in the sky, might it threaten the safety of the distant mountain city? One of the more daring businessmen asked aloud after hearing Jin Datsai's words. What's there to worry about? Since I choose to live in Xuanhuan City, I will naturally have confidence in Xuanhuan City. Jin Datsai said righteously. Then he silently added a sentence in his heart, especially when there were Toro-level powerhouses in the distant mountain city. With Jin Datsai's character, how could he risk his life? So how could it be possible to have confidence in Xuanhuan City? If you have confidence, you also have confidence in Gyuk and Ziyun. However, in the eyes of these businessmen, the image of Jin Datsai immediately changed. Boss Jin is really loyal and courageous, and I admire him. Boss Jin's feelings are so noble, I can't wait for it. Being able to believe in my own birthplace, Boss Jin is indeed a role model for my generation. Compliments poured in. But this did not reduce the panic in the hearts of these businessmen. Although the interests are good, for an insecure city-state, his own life is more important. Such is the case with businessmen, who are daring in the face of potential danger. But let them face danger head-on, and they'll be timid. There is no need to say more to compliment me. There are not many dangers that Xuanhuan City has to face. If you want to quit, you can quit now. Don't worry, even if I quit, I don't care, because I don't want to force others to face danger. Jin Datsai sighed, shook his head, and said unceremoniously. In the past, Jin Datsai had not heard how many such compliments, so he knew very well that these words were meaningless at all. If you really listened to it, it only showed that you were stupid. And thinking about the words Qi Lu left before, Jin Datsai understands that the implication is to ask himself to find some reliable people. The grass on the wall swaying in the wind can't be left. Therefore, Jin Datsai does not dare to slack off. Slow, just take this opportunity to filter. Although Jin Datsai did bully the soft and fear the hard, it is still clear who should be loyal and who should be on the team. Self-awareness is a very important thing. Otherwise, on the city wall, Jin Datsai would not be the first to kneel down and beg for mercy. After Jin Datsai sighed, the businessmen looked at each other in dismay. Then a businessman who looked a little thin came out and said, Boss Jin, you know, I'm just doing a small business, and I'm also a small family. I really can't stand the toss. Well, I know, don't worry, I'm not going to compare. Jin Datsai raised his eyes and glanced at the sky. After thinking about it for a while, he remembered that he seemed to have a lot of industry in the surrounding city-states. It's just that due to the insufficient strength of the guards, it cannot be expanded. And this is a common problem for most businessmen. Weak cultivators, because their strength is not enough, businessmen also look down on them. And powerful cultivators, because they don't worry about obtaining resource at all, look down on these businessmen. So a vicious circle is formed. The result of looking down on each other is that the merchants do business, while the practitioners become mercenaries. Give gold coins and do the work. But it will not be attached to a certain merchant, or a certain chamber of commerce and business. This also caused the vast majority of businessmen to be prestige in their own city-state, but once they left their city-state, they would start to be blinded. Insufficient escort power. The local forces of other city-states are also not welcome. Expanding the industry has also become a problem, and it is impossible to gout at all. Therefore, in the pursuit of power, these businessmen are actually no less than those cultivators. It's just that merchants seek to protect their own industries. Practitioners, on the other hand, pursue their own strength. Otherwise, the improved version of the laser light would not be so popular among these merchants. It is precisely because they cannot recruit powerful cultivators that these businessmen begin to think of other types of power. The improved version of laser light that even ordinary people can use is the first choice. It's just that it is impossible for these businessmen to risk their own lives in pursuit of an improved version of the laser light. What's more, they don't live in far mountain city. So Jin Datsai understood and agreed to their request to withdraw. When they saw that what Jean Datsai said seemed to be true, the businessmen immediately scrambled to say it. Boss Jean, it's not that I don't have confidence in Xuanhuan City. It's realimey business. It's small and the profit is small. I can't afford such a big risk. And me, Boss Jean, I'm so sorry for wasting so much of your time. Boss Jean. There are many businessmen who want to withdraw from this cooperation. The coercion emanating from the bombing airship, although oppressive to these businessmen, will only make them feel a little depressed. But with such a huge body, it feels different. At such a high altitude, they can feel depressed through their aura, coupled with such a huge body. This subdued depression can easily turn into difficulty breathing. Being targeted by such a powerful warcraft, Xuanhuan City is no longer suitable for cooperation. It is definitely a wise move to quit now. These businessmen comforted themselves in their hearts. And is ready to leave, and then leave this dangerous city-state. Okay, I see. Cooperation is about your love and my wishes. I, Jean Datsai, will never care about this kind of thing. For the withdrawal of these businessmen, Jean Datsai responded one by one. Mingzhi protects himself, it is understandable. But after it is safe, if you want to cooperate again, it will be difficult. Jean Datsai always remembers what Qi Lu said, to move forward steadily and not a rush. What I'm talking about is that the candidates for cooperation must be trustworthy and reliable, and don't choose those who are not good or bad for the sake of rapid growth. Then, those who voluntarily quit are no longer credible. You can only share the joy, not the pain. This kind of partner, not worth mentioning. Although Jean Datsai didn't know why Qi Lu had these requirements, but Jean Datsai knew one thing, that is, it was always right to resolutely implement Qi Lu's instructions. So after a series of noises, there are very few businessmen who still insist in wanting to cooperate. Qi Lu, who was still in the sky, didn't know that when he brought Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan to see the bombing airship, he could also clean up the grass by the way. But even if he knew about it, I'm afraid Qi Lu would only laugh it off. Doing two birds with one stone is a good thing. After being shocked by the size of the bombing airship, Bu Yuyan immediately showed interest in the manned room. Then go in and have a look, and familiarize yourself with the controls of the bombing airship. Qi Lu opened the door of the bombing airship pod and sent Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan in. Then when he turned around, he saw Ziyun with a curious face. Why did you come here? A behemoth with such a strong coercion suddenly appeared above the distant mountain city. How can I feel at ease if I don't come up to take a look? Ziyun spread her hands and said with interest. The eyes looking at the bombing airship are also full of novelty and hope. Dragons have always been interested in treasures, this is true. There is no breath of life from the bombing airship, and such a majestic coercion can erupt. It is not a treasure, but what else can it be? And still such a powerful treasure. Master Qi, what the hell is this? After watching for a while, Ziyun asked aloud. Speaking of which, the Dragon Clan's view of treasures has always been to collect them, not to use them. Probably out of vanity. But do dragons have vanity? This should be a problem. There is only one bombing airship. It's not for you, so don't even think about it. Qi Lu glanced at Ziyun's eyes and knew what she was thinking, so she immediately dismissed her thoughts. But if you're really interested, you can go in and take a look. Also. Ziyun nodded, accepted Qi Li's invitation, and then followed into the manned room of the bombing airship. Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan, who came in first, were just like two curious babies, wandering around in the manned room. It is 50 meters long and 42 meters wide, with a total of 3 floors. After reading it all, it doesn't take very long. What's more, the living bedrooms are all the same, and the equipment inside is similar, just look at one to understand. The storage room is still empty. So, after reading it, you still have to gather in the airship control room on the 2nd floor. purple, purple. Then, Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen met with Ziyun. The two little girls were so nervous that they were almost speechless. My name is Ziyun, you two can just call me Sister Ziyun. Ziyun glanced at Qi Lu, and then said to the two little girls kindly. This sentence caused Qi Lu to take a deep look at Ziyun. What age is this city in Lingjiao, and even has children, how dare you call yourself a sister? It seems that age is an unspoken secret for ladies, no matter what race they are. It's okay, you can think of Ziyun as a big sister, as long as you don't cause trouble, in fact, getting along is the same. Qi Lu obviously did not want to mention this issue. Lest Ziyun turn her head and turn her back on him. Miss Ziyun. Bu Yuyan called out cautiously. Ziyun replied with a smile. The scene was once very peaceful. Don't worry about getting in touch with your feelings first, let's familiarize yourself with the controls of the bombing airship. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and broke the peaceful scene very seriously. The control of the bombing airship is actually not difficult. Because of the low level of intelligence, the control method has to go in a simple direction. In the control of movement, there are only 5 types: forward, turn, rise, fall, and advance. There is no back option. Because the power source of the bombing airship is at the tail of the airship airbag, it does not support backward. If you want to go back, you can only use steering to turn a big corner. However, in the control of the attack, it appears to be a lot smarter. The system draws on the experience of building energy fluctuation detectors, and produces a magic version of the radar, which can effectively assist the projectile port and rail gun to aim at the target. Therefore, in general, the attack of the bombing airship will not fail. If there is, it must be that the people on the bombing airship are not well controlled. It's amazing. Ziyun followed, listening to Qi Li's explanation. She couldn't help but praise her. A railgun that can penetrate the heroic primary powerhouse, just this one, the bombing airship is already a sky-high price. And in terms of Qi Li's character, it is absolutely impossible to aimlessly. Therefore, in front of the railgun of this bombing airship, Ziyun may have veto hide. Of course, there is only one, there are no branches. Qi Li said very modestly, and naturally attributed the bombing airship to his own credit. System, cough, host. Quiet. I still have business here. Qi Li had a smile on his face, and then stopped the sound of the system in his mind. Since you are almost familiar with the control method of this airship, you should know who to choose to enter this airship. Then, let's do the last thing that comes to the airship this time. Qi Li clapped his hands and attracted the attention of the two of them. Then he walked quickly to the center console in the airship control room, turned on a button, and then pulled out a microphone from the center console. This is? Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Li's movements in confusion. This is called the first ceremony, and then the soldier. It is a traditional virtue. This microphone is used to shout for you. Qi Lu explained, and then handed the microphone to Bu Yuyan. A loudspeaker device is an essential thing on a bombing airship. It integrates the functions of communication, negotiation, deterrence, etiquette, etc., and is an important item used to decorate one's face. But this time, Qi Li gave in to Yuyan and shouted, just to let the people who were staying in Yuanshan City know who the owner of this bombing airship was. Then the news will start to spread outward with the wind. It was continuously passed on to other city-states, making those city-status furious, then shocked, and then terrified. Fame, that's how it came about. If you want to fight with the Hall of Castings, you can't shrink back, but you must be a blockbuster. This, do you want me to tell? Bu Yuyan understood the meaning of the shouting, so she looked at Qi Lu in disbelief. Whoever shouts now will have the reputation of whoever will fight. In the future, when people talk about bombing airships, they will talk about this person. This is what is called righteousness. Of course I don't need the bomber, but you do. Sheila smiled, then pointed to the center console. In front of the center console of the airship control room, there is a large piece of almost completely transparent glass, which continues to the rear of the pod, which can give a panoramic view of the things outside the bombing airship. On the front glass, there is also a specially made screen, which shows the target detected by the magic version of the radar. It can be used to assist the attack, and it can also be used to magnify the detected target and project it onto the glass. Bu Yuyan was able to clearly see the situation in Xuanhuan City through this screen. You can also see the panicked expressions of the residents of Xuanhuan Castle. Hey, hey! Bu Yuyan nodded, took the microphone, and started a self-taught test with sound effects. The loudspeaker successfully transmitted Bu Yuyan's voice, covering the sky above the distant mountain city. It immediately attracted the attention of all those who heard these voices. "Fa, did you make a sound?" "Speaking?" "That thing in the sky actually spoke. It's the language of the human race. Who is on it?" "It should be our compatriots of the human race." "Could it be a passing powerhouse?" "What is the behemoth in the sky?" Just a few words to test the sound effect immediately caused countless speculations. Everyone was paying attention to the movement of the bombing airship, and none dared to look away. Because they can't be sure what the bombing airship suspended in the sky is, and they can't be sure whether this behemoth will pose a threat to Xuanhuan City. The businessmen gathered outside the Jindakai Manor were even more breathless. Then he looked up in panic and looked up at the sky. The richer you are, the more you cherish your life. When in danger, these businessmen are definitely one of the most unbearable ones. Life and death are destiny, wealth is in heaven. Jin Daocai also looked at the sky with a pale face and muttered to himself. Dear residents of Xuanhuan City, tourists, and practitioners, hello, my name is Bu Yuyan, and I come from the Bu family in Xuanhuan City. Just when everyone was panicking, the voice from the bombing airship came down. This tone of voice, like a self-introduction, made everyone's eyes widen. The Bu family was in the far mountain city, and after the wave of warcraft attacked the far mountain city, it was considered a great reputation. There are naturally many people who know Bu Yuyan. But now here. After this shout had introduced themselves, they were stunned to discover that the Bu family's Bu Yuyan they knew in the past seemed a bit simple. No one ever thought that sitting in such a behemoth would be someone from their distant mountain city. Shocked. Next is joy. Because the people in the sky are people from far mountain city, so at least they won't pose a threat to far mountain city. Where I am now is in this bombing airship that is sailing over the distant mountain city. This bombing airship will be used to shelter Bujia and the forces that cooperate with Bujia in the future. Bu Yuyan stood in front of the center console and continued to shout while watching the news about Xuanhuan City on the big screen. In this call, Bu Yuyan's introduction to herself was about the Bu family in the distant mountain city. And not Fianqing Bujia. This shows that what Bu Yuyan represents is only herself, not the entire Bu family. And this is also the promise that Bu Yuyan made when she negotiated with Qi Le before. It only represents herself and participates in Qi Li's plan. As the shouting went on, the residents of Xuanhuan City also slowly relaxed. The previous panic was just because I didn't understand the details of the bombing airship. Such a powerful enemy suddenly appeared over the distant mountain city, and anyone who looked at it would be panicked. But now, after learning about the bombing airship, the panic naturally disappeared. Instead, there are surprises, and the joy after the surprises. In the world of fighting spirit and magic, people are in awe of the strong people who can go to the sky, regardless of their race. Just like in the world of technology, it is not uncommon to rely on various tools to fly into the sky. But if in the world of science and technology, someone can rely on their own strength, break the stone and divide the gold, and break the mountain and break the river, that can also be revered by others. Because that's a powerful symbol. And in the distant mountain city, someone has such a powerful treasure, of course it is worthy of rejoicing, and even should be respected. It's Bu Yuyan. That's great. Li Tsongrong, who was standing at the window of the city lord's mansion study, also had a look of joy on his face. Although Li Tsongrong didn't know what the bombing airship was, he could tell from the coercion released by the bombing airship. This is definitely a tyrannical treasure. Even if it is only used to shelter the Bu family, as long as it is suspended above the distant mountain city, it is a deterrent to outsiders. And it is a deterrent that is in front of you all the time. However, it is not the same as the joy of others. The businessmen who stayed outside the Jindakai Manor and had not had time to leave were struck by lightning at the moment, and they all froze in place, staring, and their mouths wide open, couldn't close for a long time. Impossible, this is absolutely fake. The Bu family. The Bu family of Yuanshan City, such a powerful treasure, turned out to be the belongings of the Bu family of Yuanshan City. The only one who cooperates with the Bu family now seems to be Boss Jean. How could it be? How could it be like this? Boss Jean, I said something like that before. The businessmen who said they wanted to quit a moment ago were already regretful at this time, and even their intestines were about to regret it. The plot turned so fast. If I persist for another 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes, it will be completely different. But now, it's all over. Even if he and others are willing to shamelessly and request Jean Datsai's cooperation, then Jean Datsai may not agree. I said long ago that I have confidence in Yuanshan City, but you still don't believe it. Jean Datsai calmly wiped the cold sweat from his palms on his clothes, then snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, since you have no confidence in Yuanshan City and the Bu family, then. Come on, see off. Please get out those who want to quit, and don't let them interfere with what we need to discuss later. Jean Datsai looked at the bombing airship in the sky, straightened his back, and said confidently. Those who are unhealthy, just get rid of them. Don't worry about offending people at all. This is the confidence brought by the powerful strength, and it is also the confidence that Jean Datsai has never had before. Going to make money with peace and harmony, Lao Jean is on the right team this time, and we want to occupy absolute dominance in the cooperation. Only young Master Qi and Miss Bu can make Lao Jean bow his head to the court. You guys are all hot chickens. Jean Datsai thought excitedly, and his awe for Qi Lu became more and more profound. What the hell is a bombing airship? Jean Datsai didn't want to get into it. But Jean Datsai knew that with Bu Yuyan and the strength of the Bu family alone, even if they were given another 10 years, they might not be able to produce such a tyrannical treasure. Therefore, this bombing airship must have come from the hands of Qi Lu. The residents of Yuanshan City don't know this, doesn't Jean Datsai know it? As long as we follow Qi Gongzi firmly, our Lao Jean will definitely be able to soar into the sky and become the next step family. Jean Datsai looked at the bombing airship above the sky with longing, and made up his mind secretly. What's so bad about being a dog? As long as you can obtain such a powerful strength, you can be a dog if you are a dog. Isn't the meat and bones delicious? Boss Jean, can't you really give us another chance? Hearing Jean Datsai say the word send off, one of the businessmen gritted his teeth and asked. Yes, Boss Jean, just give us another chance. Yes, we will definitely not hesitate again this time. The other businessmen hurriedly followed behind, echoing their voices, begging Jean Datsai to give them another chance. Because after seeing the strength of the Bu family, these businessmen knew in their hearts that as long as they could climb the high branch of the Bu family, they would definitely be able to achieve great success. There is no doubt about that. But Bu Yuyan was not easy to find, so looking for Jean Datsai became the only choice. Chance? Didn't I give you a chance? It's just that you gave up this opportunity with your own hands, because you were afraid of danger and only wanted to gain, not to suffer. Jean Datsai scolded coldly, then sneered, and continued, come on. See a visitor out. After shouting in front of the center console, Bu Yuyan just aimed the magic radar at the manor area. Then I saw the scene of Jin Datsai scolding the group of businessmen. Fox fake tiger power? Qila glanced at the screen, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said aloud, I thought you would settle accounts in the autumn, but I didn't expect you to keep this guy behind. Women like to hold revenge. Qila didn't deal with it, that's because it was reserved for Bu Yuyan to deal with and use to stand up. Who knows Jinda? Money seems to be doing well now. Master Qi, although Jin Datsai is a bully and fearful of hardship, he is a bit arrogant and domineering, but his ability is still good. Bu Yuyan smiled, and then answered Qi Li's words. Domestic dogs were also tamed by wolves. As long as you are obedient, isn't it more comfortable to be driven by multiple people than to deal with it directly? As a businessman, don't be so preoccupied, think more about the residual value of your opponent, and use it for your own use is better than wasting resources. Sounds like a black-hearted boss who is squeezing his employees. Qila shook his head, knowing that Bu Yuyan was trying to take care of the overall situation. As Bu Yuyan said, being able to turn the enemy's power into his own is powerful. Otherwise, according to legend, Zhao Zilong took the orders of Zhuge Kongming, 1 cavalry as a general, plus 7-foot soldiers, forcibly captured more than a dozen cities, and expanded the number of foot soldiers to hundreds of thousands. How is it done? Isn't it just to persuade the prisoners to turn them into the strength of your own army? Although it is a legend, there is always something to learn from. Okay, don't talk about it, you can control it. Qila waved his hand, skipped the topic, and then continued, since you have spoken, then my purpose this time has been completed. The plan, I have already told you all, how to implement it, just let it go. It is better to leave it to Bu Yuyan to fight against the casting hall. Qila doesn't have the leisure to intrigue. When the Bu family's development is almost complete, when it is time to fight with the casting hall, Qila will provide some military assistance. As for before that, Qila felt that it was better to rest in peace. Eating and waiting for death is the king's way. As for those intrigue and domination of the world, that's too tiring. Well, Mr. Qi, please rest assured, since I have promised to help you fight against the casting hall, then I will definitely not back down. Bu Yuyan nodded solemnly, looking at Qi Lu with determination in her eyes. I'm not afraid of you backing down. Qila smiled, then opened the door of the manned room of the bombing airship, ready to leave directly. Then I heard Bu Yuyan calling out to herself. Wait a minute, Mr. Qi, I remembered. My father wrote a letter before saying. Yan Lin of the Yan family was killed in Fian City. Judging from the wound, it should be the work of a powerful cultivator. It's just that both Yojia and Yan's family denied it. Bu Yuyan said hurriedly as if she suddenly remembered this matter. Yan Lin? Dead? Of course, Qila still remembered the person in charge of the Yan family who was dispatched to Yuanshan City. He was counted by Yomu with the help of the monster wave, but he was lucky and didn't die under Ziyun's claws. It's just that although this guy survived the disaster, he didn't have any luck. He was actually killed by someone else in Fian City. Come to think of it, maybe Yuki, who left this world earlier, missed him. Did both the Yu family and the Yan family deny it? Then it seems that what happened to Yan Lin should really not be done by them. Qila squinted his eyes, and after thinking for a while, he spoke with great certainty. It is true that both the Yu family and the Yan family had motives for the killing of Yan Lin, in order to ease the relationship between the two families. But definitely not stupid enough to do it at a time like this. At this point in time, the death of Yan Lin will only make the Yan family more certain that what Yomu did in Yuanshan City was inspired by the Yu family. If you want to do it, you have to wait for this thing to pass the limelight before you do it. Then, there is only one person Qi Le can think of who will take action against Yan Lin. It was the hero-level powerhouse from the Foundry Hall. It's not hard to guess. Because the last time when the wave of warcraft attacked Yuanshan City, the reason was precisely because the heroic powerhouse attacked the Zidian Lingjiao, resulting in the loss of the Lingjiao egg. Far Mountain City will be attacked by the wave of monsters. And there are not many people who know the cause and effect. Yamu may be one, but Li calmly ordered the city guards to solve it. Then Yan Lin, who returned to Fian City, was another person who knew the cause and effect of the incident. So it is conceivable to be called to the door. Because the hero-level powerhouse from the casting hall had seen Yuki and Yan Lin before. It is estimated that it was this aspect that reminded the heroic powerhouse of this incident, so he set off to find Yan Lin, and after inquiring about the Warcraft tide, he shot and silenced. You must know that in order to cast the Jade Plate, the casting hall will definitely not only start with the Zidian Lingjiao. After not getting the casting Jade Plate from the Zidian forest, Yuanshan City was another target. Or maybe it's a step home. However, only Qi Lu could think of this matter. Because Yomu got to know the hero-level powerhouse in the casting hall, apart from Yomu himself and Yan Lin, only Qi Lu, who had searched Yomu's soul, knew about it. It is absolutely impossible for other people to think of this matter. Then the case will be solved now. Qi Lu frowned, took a deep breath, and said aloud, the Fian Chamber of Commerce in Fian City may have an accident. What? Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu with a stunned face, not knowing where these words came from. Inside the mansion of the casting hall, Duan Wenxin walked slowly with his hands behind his back in the room. At the bottom of the steps, a young man landed on one knee and bowed his head respectfully. It was the heroic powerhouse who had attacked Zidian Lingjiao before. What's the matter when you came to see the old man this time? Duan Wenxin spoke slowly and asked in a low voice. The young man went to collect the penalty because he failed the mission last time. After finally recovering his body, he ran out privately. Fortunately, the casting hall's control of hero-level powerhouses is actually not strict. After all, although the casting hall is powerful, hero-level powerhouses are not weak either. As long as they do not violate the rules of the casting hall and run out privately, it is not a big deal. Reporting to the hall master, this subordinate went out to find the person who escaped from Yuanshan City last time when Yuanshan City encountered the wave of monsters. According to what he said, Zidian Lingjiao appeared in Yuanshan City, and also handed a black jade plate to a man. And that man seems to be from the Bu family. The young man quickly answered Duan Wenxin's words. The black jade plate on Zidian Lingjiao's body should be the casting jade plate. Duan Wenxin pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his head and said solemnly, I really didn't expect that Zidian Lingjiao would give the casting jade plate to others. It seems that alien beasts are just alien beasts after all, and they don't understand the subtleties of casting jade plates at all. How can something that can be collected by Zidian Lingjiao be a mortal product? And jade plate treasures are rare in the world, unless it is something like a heart guard. However, does Zidian Lingjiao need such a thing as a heart guard? Bu family. Could it be another sudden rise of power? Why haven't I heard of it? After thinking for a while, Duan Wenxin frowned again. Because in Duan Wenxin's opinion, the person who can make Zidian Lingjiao hand over the casting jade plate must be a peerless powerhouse who can shock one side. Otherwise, it is not qualified to hold things in the hands of Zidian Lingjiao. It's just that Duan Wenxin rummaged through the memories in his mind, but couldn't think of one that matched the characteristics of the Bu family. After all, the big power of the family type is rare. To be able to get the power of a peerless powerhouse, it is absolutely impossible to be an unknown person. Therefore, Duan Wenxin couldn't figure out for a while what force this Bu family was. Reporting to the hall master, this Bu family is just a big family in Fian City. It has established a Fian Chamber of Commerce together with the Yu family and the Yan family, and there is no strong place. The young man saw Duan Wenxin's face full of doubts, and after thinking about it, he still told the information. What did you say? The Bu family is just a family in the Chamber of Commerce? Duan Wenxin's brows twitched, and the pace he was pacing stopped. His eyes sternly looked at the young man. It's ridiculous. Is it possible that my casting hall can't even be compared to a chamber of commerce? For a behemoth like the Foundry Hall, a mere chamber of commerce is just a joke. No matter how huge the chamber of commerce is, it is essentially a collection of businessmen. Even if it cost a little gold, some guards were hired. But compared with the Hall of Castings, if it is said to be a chicken and a dog, that is to flatter these chambers of commerce. For the Foundry Hall, any chamber of commerce is nothing but ants, and they didn't even have the qualifications to look up to the Foundry Hall. But now, Duan Wenxin actually heard such a news. In Zidian Lingjiao's opinion, it is better to hand over the casting jade plateau a chamber of commerce than to the casting hall. How can this not make Duan Wenxin angry? The young man didn't say a word at the bottom of the steps, leaving Duan Wenxin to be furious. Since the guy who got the casting jade plate is from the Bu family, don't blame me for being ruthless in the casting hall. Duan Wenxin quickly suppressed his anger, then glanced at the young man, and said slowly, "You are very good. If you can get back the jade plate, you will be considered a great achievement this time. Now, go to check the details of the Bu family, and then go to the Bu family to get back the things that belong to my casting hall." "Yes. Hall master." The young man bowed his head and quickly left the hall. In the bombing airship, Bu Yuyan was looking at Qi Lu with a puzzled expression. "Young Master Qi, you said just now that something has happened to the Fian Merchant Guild in Fian City. What's going on?" Bu Yuyan didn't understand what Qi Lu said suddenly. Yan Lin's death should have been done by the people in the casting hall. Qi Lu did not hide it, and said all his conjectures. The relationship between the people on the bombing airship and the casting hall is basically at an unadjustable level, so there is no need to hide it. Ziyun naturally needless to say. As for Bu Yuyan and Xiaowen, from the second they were willing to join Qi Lu's plan, they were already mortal enemies with the casting hall. Since they are mortal enemies, the more you know about the casting hall, the better for Bu Yuyan and the others. If you know yourself and your enemy, you will be able to fight 100 battles. I didn't expect that one Yan Lin could be involved in so many things. Bu Yuyan said in amazement. She did not doubt what Qi Lu said at all. Because of the plan that Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan had previously mentioned, the cause was the enmity between the casting hall and Zidian Lingjiao. Or it could be said that the predecessor of Zidian Lingjiao, the feud between Zidian Winglong and the casting hall, involved Zidian Lingjiao. However, the source of the enmity between the two, the casting jade plate, unexpectedly fell into the hands of Qi Lu. So after this hatred spread to Qi Lu decided that if he didn't do it, he wouldn't stop, so he would just collapse the casting hall. So I found Bu Yuyan. This is the reason for the whole plan. Qi Lu made it very clear. And after Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan cooperated, in fact, Bu Yuyan already belongs to Qi Li's side. Therefore, the enmity between Qi Lu and casting hall could easily involve Bu Yuyan. This is also the reason why Bu Yuyan was only shocked after listening to Qi Lu's plan, but didn't find it strange. Then what should we do now? Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu at a loss. Although it has been decided to fight against the casting hall, but things really happened in front of me, but I don't know what to do. After all, the casting hall is a behemoth, and its power is still too strong. Powerful to the point of fear and confusion. Don't worry too much. In Yan Lin's opinion, I am also a member of the Bu family, and in the eyes of the casting hall, the Bu family is just a small force that is not worthy of attention. So even if the casting hall will take action against Fian City, it will not send out such a powerful cultivator. Qi Lu comforted Bu Yuyan, and then analyzed it out loud. Use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. If the Hall of Casting were to attack a chamber of commerce established by ordinary people, and how powerful a battle would be sent, not only would it be difficult for him to save face, but he would also be ridiculed by other forces. Laugh at them for being timid, and the more they live, the more they go back. Because Yan Lin didn't know what Qi Li's strength was, it was absolutely impossible for the Hall of Casting to calculate Qi Li's real strength in the Bu family's strength. And the most important point is that what happened in the Xidian forest, the casting hall should not have received the news. Qi Li said, thinking of this again. The 5 hero-level powerhouses all fell into the Xidian forest, and they have not yet obtained the casting jade plate. If the casting hall knew about this, it would probably be maddened. It's just that it hasn't been long since the time when Tong Wu and others fell into the purple electric forest. Unless there is such a thing as a life lamp in this world, otherwise, the casting hall must not have received the news. Therefore, there is still room for manipulation in the matter of Fian City. Before getting the exact result of the mission in the purple electric forest, Fian City was temporarily safe. Because the ultimate purpose of the casting hall is only to obtain the casting jade plate, not to destroy a certain force. Of course, Ziyun is different. The casting hall and Xidian Winglong are a feud, and their attitude towards Xidian Lingjiao is naturally not good. If they can be resolved, they will definitely be resolved easily. Then, since Fian City is still safe for the time being, in the face of a possible attack on the upper casting hall, it is natural to wait for it. Take the bombing airship and go back to Fian City to surprise the people in the casting hall. Qi Li said word by word. Since you want to fight against the Hall of Foundry, let's start with making a name for yourself. As long as the Hall of Castings is broken in Fian City, the fame of Fian City will quickly resonate with the surrounding city-states. Then it began to spread further afield. Once fame is gained, then the next thing is very simple. With the support of a strong enough force, the Bu family can rely on the various commodities provided by Qi Lu to continuously expand the scope of influence, and then weaken the influence of the Foundry Hall. Eventually replaced. The overlapping and replacement of forces is sometimes as simple as that. As long as it completely loses its influence, it is equivalent to disappearing. Then the store in this distant mountain city. A worried look appeared on Bu Yuyan's face. Don't Jin Datsai like prestige? Just let him manage. In fact, you don't need to manage so much. You have to learn to manage people, not things. Qi Li said casually. Those who manage people work hard, those who manage things work hard. The bigger a power is, the more managers should learn to delegate power, as long as they can spot people. If you do everything yourself, you will eventually die from overwork. However, I don't trust them to manage it. Bu Yuyan shook her head and said in a low tone. It seemed that the matter of Fian Chamber of Commerce had no small impact on Bu Yuyan. Even the 3 major families who once established the Fian Chamber of Commerce together can now plot against each other and deceive each other. How could Bu Yuyan give up the power in her hands with confidence? There's nothing to worry about. You have to remember that as long as you hold your hand with strength, no matter how arrogant those people bark, they're nothing but clowns. Qi Li shrugged, just persuaded him, and stopped talking. Whether it is hard work or labor, it depends on the individual's choice. Persuading too much is counterproductive. As long as Qi Li's words come out, as for the rest, Bu Yuyan has to consider it herself. After that, things were simple. After discussing some details in detail, Bu Yuyan took the bombing airship back to the storage ring, and then began to prepare for the return to Fian City. The bombing airship, which was intended to be used as a surprise, naturally couldn't be taken out too early. And when Jin Datsai got the store in Yuanshan City and temporarily managed it in his behalf, he was really happy. Just after being glanced at by Qi Lidua, Jin Datsai's full body of joy suddenly cooled down, and it returned to the appearance of trembling, nodding and bowing. The most important thing is to know your own position. Obviously, Jin Datsai has done a good job at this point. At least, Jin Datsai clearly knows that when you drink soup, you must have the self-consciousness that you can only drink soup. Don't imagine those impossible things, it's meaningless. This is probably the biggest reason why Bu Yuyan didn't ask Jin Dazai to settle accounts after the autumn. Wolf ambitions cannot stay. But the grass can still be used properly to squeeze a little residual value. It's finally finished, and I don't know if a month is enough time for this plan to get on the right track. After Qi Lu returned to the inn, he immediately lay down on the soft bed. After a tiring day, you have to take a break. But sometimes, you can rest when you don't want to rest. Just when Qi Lu lay down, closed his eyes, and was about to take a nap, the sound of the system suddenly rang out in his mind. System, host, I don't know if you are done with your business. Why did you come to me again? Do you have any business this time? Without opening his eyes, Qi Lu replied in his mind, if you want to say that the bombing airship is your credit, then don't speak. Before Qi Lu took the source of the treasure of the bombing airship to himself. Then he dismissed the idea that the system wanted to speak out. I didn't expect that this Irby system could wait until this time to speak again. It can be seen that this guy's patience has indeed increased a lot. System, host, does this system look like such a superficial system? For Qi Li's questioning, the system suddenly felt his personality. The system was insulted, and immediately asked a question. Be confident and leave out the word like. You are not like, it's just that kind of superficial system. Qi Lu answered without hesitation. Not only did he not feel that he was wrong, but he was righteous. System, host, you. Originally, this system wanted to tell you good news, but when you said that, it really made this system very sad. Good news? Qi Lu didn't care about the fake cry of the system, and raised his brows, suddenly opened his eyes. Are you sure it's good news for me too? This question is absolutely quintessential. Most of the time, the good news in the mouth of the system is indeed good news for the system, but for Qi Lu, it is not necessarily so. Qi Lu, who has been taught many times, has learned well now. Whether the news is good or bad, you still have to make your own judgment after hearing it. As for what the system says, believe half of it at most. System, it should be considered, maybe the host will feel that it is indeed good news. When asked by Qi Lu, the thinking of the system was really taken astray. Andy didn't bother to cry with Qi Lu, but his tone seemed a little lacking. You speak first and listen. Qi Li's hand silently supported his forehead, only to feel a little pain in his head. This guy in the system belongs to the Magpie, and he reports good news, but not bad news. No, to be more precise, it should be regarded as good news, whether it is happiness or sadness. Unless the Irby system itself suffers, that's bad news. System, it's like this, I don't know, host, do you still remember that pile of fragments of ancient remnants? This, of course I remember. Qi Lu was inexplicably stunned, and then recalled it for a while, before he remembered it. It was the ancient remnant soul fragments extracted from the ancient warhammer fragments of the dwarves when they were in the northern mountains. The system said that there is a possibility of restoring the ancient remnant soul, but it may take a long time, so Qi Lu did not care about it. I still remember from the very beginning. But as time passed, it was forgotten. If the system didn't mention it today, it is estimated that Qi Lu would never remember it in his life, and there is still such a thing. Wait, you suddenly mentioned this matter, did you repair the ancient remnant soul? Qi Lu, who finally remembered this incident, felt that the system suddenly brought up the issue of the ancient remnant soul, and it should not be as simple as imagined. If the ancient remnant soul is repaired, the information recorded in the ancient remnant soul and the fortunate secrets about the ancient times are definitely a priceless treasure. This is also the consensus of the system and Qi Lu. If there is a possibility of repairing the ancient remnant soul, it must be tried. Because the lucky secrets of ancient times are definitely not things that money can measure. System, of course not, it's a bit hard to say, but this system really tried its best. System, it's just that in that piece of ancient remnant soul, it doesn't seem to have any memory in itself. Even if it is repaired, no information can be read. Qi Li's brows rose immediately. There is a lot of information revealed in these few sentences of the system. At least one thing is that the ancient remnant soul seems to have been repaired a long time ago, but because there is nothing in the ancient remnant soul, the system has never mentioned it. System, host, you have to trust this system, it's definitely not intentional not to tell you this. System, it's just a blank ancient remnant soul, which means nothing to you, so this system will not disturb the host in the principle of not delaying the host's time. This statement is reasonable. The system's sophistry made Qi Li have to silently admire in his heart, but could not refute it. As far as eloquence is concerned, and the eloquence that reverses black and white, you are indeed a teacher. Qi Li slapped his lips and didn't know what to say, so he could only praise the system meaningfully. System, the host has won the prize. It can be seen that the Irby system really cannot understand the meaning of these idioms. Since you brought this up on purpose, it definitely wouldn't be to tell Medhat that piece of ancient remnant soul is actually a blank ancient remnant soul. Qi Li thought about it again, and felt that it would be better to bring the topic back. System, of course, host, do you think this system will be such a boring system? Facing almost the same rhetorical question as the previous few minutes, Qi Li was silent for a while before saying aloud, I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Just be confident. Sometimes, speaking softly, for a system with a low IQ, that is praise. System, forget it, don't tell your stupid host, you can't understand the wisdom of this system at all. System, this time, what this system wants to talk about is actually not long ago, this restored ancient remnant soul was integrated with the cast jade plate. What did you say? Qi Li abruptly sat up from the bed, wondering if he had heard it wrong. The ancient remnant soul and the casting jade plate have merged? What happened after that? Was the function of the cast jade plate damaged? Is the ancient remnant still useful? Qi Li quickly asked aloud. This kind of thing is really an unexpected situation. Who would have thought that the ancient remnant soul could be fused with the casting jade plate? There is no intersection between these two things. What is the reason for the fusion? System, after testing by this system, it was found that the function of the cast jade plate was not damaged, but the remnant soul of the ancients had been completely absorbed by the cast jade plate, so it no longer exists now. In other words, I lost an ancient remnant soul? Qi Li made a summary of the system's words. System, host, please pay attention to your wording, it should be that this system has lost an ancient remnant soul. Pooh. Qi Li took a sip without hesitation, and then said bitterly, System, you have to be clear, what is the relationship between the two of us, do you still need to divide each other? Isn't yours mine? It's not hurting your feelings to divide it so clearly. This kind of education is very beneficial, at least it can save Qi Li a little effort when he fools the system in the future. System, don't talk about it, host, let's discuss the business. Also, as long as you remember this sentence, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Qi Li nodded, signaling the system to continue. System, it always feels like something is wrong. System, but not to mention this system says this is good news, that's because the cast jade plate seems to have some new functions after absorbing the ancient remnant soul. Really? What's new? Qi Li suddenly became interested. The cast jade plate is a good thing. If there are some new functions, it will not be too bad. System, according to the test results, the most important one of the new functions of the cast jade plate is called belief cohesion. Listen to this name, it is another function that can help me collect the power of faith. When Qi Li heard the words, he was overjoyed. System, unfortunately, host, the function of faith cohesion is exactly the opposite of what you imagined. This is a function that devours the power of faith and condenses and forms in the casting jade plate. What am I? Qilu was so choked by the system's words that he was almost choked to death by his own saliva. Devouring the power of faith? So what's the use of this function? Is there a way to remove this function? Qilu asked out of hope after coughing. System, host, you really know how to joke, of course there's no other way. Then you say a hammer, can this be good news? Qilu's mood suddenly dropped. It seems that the previous guess is indeed correct. Whether the news said by the system is good or bad, it can only be judged after the specific content is said. It's just the news of the cat abuser Xuanhuan. System, host, don't be discouraged, the function of faith cohesion does need to swallow the power of faith, but this is only one of the effects of this function. System, and another effect is that all transactions of the host in this world can reap the power of faith. System, there is no single collection limit of the power of faith, nor does it limit the transaction within the automatic vending point, nor does it limit the use of gold coins for transactions. What did you say? Another effect. Qilu's depressed mood was instantly washed away, replaced by a face full of surprise. If you only look at the previous effect of the faith condensation function, then what the system said is indeed bad news. But looking at the latter effect, it is not necessarily so. Although the system is very complicated to explain. But in short, it is a sentence, as long as there is the function of faith cohesion, the restrictions on collecting the power of faith will all disappear. As long as it is a product taken out of the exclusive purchase channel in this world. No matter how you trade it, you can reap the power of faith. And there is no collection cap. That's convenient now, and the plan to fight the foundry hall can be greatly accelerated. The previous restrictions due to the speed of shipments are all gone now. Why didn't you say it earlier? You should be the first to say this kind of thing. Qilu immediately relaxed, and after thinking for a while, he asked in his mind, how about the speed of this belief cohesion function that devours the power of belief? Although it can rely on the cohesion of faith, it greatly speeds up the speed of collecting the power of faith. However, if the speed of faith condensation is too fast to swallow the power of faith, it will be more than the loss, it is better not to. System, this. If there is no error in the detection of this system, the power of faith swallowed by faith condensation seems to be half of the power of faith collected by the host. Half. Qilu leaned back, took a deep breath, and didn't spit it out for a while. However, after thinking about the help brought by faith cohesion, after removing all restrictions, Qilu collected the power of faith 10 times faster. So even if half of the power of faith is swallowed, it doesn't seem to matter. This account is still easy to calculate. So Qilu quickly sat up straight again, and the expression on his face calmed down. It's better to earn $10 and be divided into 5 by others than to only make $1. What's more, listening to the introduction of the system, the power of faith swallowed up by faith condensation can also be condensed in the cast jade plate. It's like saving money. It's just that the money saved may not be able to be taken out. But what does it matter, as long as you get the most out of yourself? But system, listen to you, the function of faith condensing, the power of faith that is swallowed will condense and form in the cast jade plate. What is going on? After Qilu was overjoyed, he returned to some of the previous topics. Since belief cohesion is a function with more advantages than disadvantages, the good side must be clarified, and the bad side must also be clarified. Otherwise, you will be pitted by this function in the future, and you will not be able to deal with it. System, to be honest, this system is not very clear about the specific effect. This. Qilu heard the words, and after a while of silence, he slowly opened his mouth and said slowly, "This is not the first time you have made a system. If you have anything to say, just tell the truth. Have I ever despised you because of your incompetence? No. System, this system now seriously suspects that you are slandering, but cannot find any evidence. System, but since the host has said so, then this system will tell the truth. The power of faith swallowed up by faith condensation seems to be reshaping the ancient remnant soul. What? But didn't you say that the ancient remnant souls had disappeared? Qi Lu asked in surprise. After the fusion of the ancient remnant soul and the casting jade plate, only the casting jade plate remains, and the ancient remnant soul has been completely absorbed by the casting jade plate. But now according to the system, this is not the case. System, to be precise, the ancient remnant soul has indeed disappeared, but disappearing does not mean that it cannot reappear. System, and what this system said should be that the ancient remnant soul was absorbed by the cast jade plate. That is to say, if the cast jade plate is willing, it can reshape the ancient remnant soul. There is such a thing. Qi Lu was immediately stunned, and then asked a little strangely, since the power of faith is now used to reshape the ancient remnant soul, why did it absorb the ancient remnant soul before? And where is the connection between the cast jade plate and the ancient remnant soul? System, this system is not very clear. Fine. In fact, Qi Lu didn't expect the system to give answers to questions that required the use of his brain. The question just now, Qi Lu was just asking himself. It's just that sometimes, when you talk about the problem, the thoughts in your mind will become clearer. So after asking himself, Qi Lu closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, then slowly opened his eyes, and said aloud, System, you say, is it because this piece of ancient remnant souls come from the ancestors of the dwarves? System, host, what do you mean by that? For those things that require thinking, the system will always show a state of IQ arrears. So Qi Lu didn't care, but explained it a little. Although the dwarves are a race in the North Mountains, they are not unique races in the North Mountains. And in terms of forging skills, the ancestors of the dwarves, even if they are called the ancestors of forging skills, are actually not an exaggeration. And the world where Qi Lu is now is a world that believes in the god offering, and the casting jade plate must also be a treasure that came into being. Therefore, it is not so strange to merge with the ancient remnants of the ancestors of the dwarves. Because what they have in common is their belief in forging skills. That is, based on the rules of this world. Yes, it's the rules. When Qi Lu said this, he emphasized the word. The fusion of the ancient remnant soul and the cast jade plate is not only a coincidence, but also a product that appears under the corresponding rules. If it were replaced with other ancient remnants, I am afraid this situation would not occur. Moreover, I suspect that the ancient remnant soul was not absorbed by the cast jade plate, but consciously fused with the cast jade plate. The purpose is to reshape itself. Otherwise, what use can the cast jade plate hold the power of faith? Qi Lu continued, his tone was low and solemn. If this conjecture is true, it would be terrifying. However, it is impossible for a blank ancient remnant soul to still have consciousness, so logically speaking, this should be a coincidence. System, host, this system thinks you are right. Regarding Qi Li's analysis, the system has no other ideas besides applauding. Because thinking about this kind of thing is really hard. I don't even know if I'm right or not, you know. Qi Lu was a little helpless about the system of clapping his hands and shouting at the side, waving the flag and cheering. Every day, I think about how to take advantage of it, and I don't know how to think about it. Don't you know that thinking more is good for your physical and mental health? Wait, if that's the case. Ancient remnant souls can use the power of faith to reshape themselves, so if we do this, are we competing with the god of forging for the power of faith? Qi Lu suddenly thought of this question. In the past, Qi Lu always felt that the power of faith was an ethereal thing. The gods of faith are probably also some ethereal things. But now it seems that is not the case. In this unscientific world, it seems that there is no problem with a few more gods, and it does not violate the rules of the world. System, host, have you only thought of this question now? The tone seemed quite surprised. You knew about the existence of gods for a long time, but you never told me. You Irby system, are you trying to murder my host? When Qilu heard the words, he suddenly became furious. I stayed in the store and waited to die, and I didn't know how happy I was. As a result, he was tricked into this world by the system to collect the power of belief, and he was still robbing a god. System, this system thinks that you will think about this after you have entered the battlefield of fairy and demon. Qilu was overwhelmed by the system's words, and was speechless for a while. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be the same. There are even fairy and demon battlefields, so it seems that the gods should not be imagined. After all, I have seen Qilu in the purchase channel of the fairy demon battlefield, and after seeing the huge battlefield, the perception of power has been raised to a new level. Even immortals and demons have existed, so gods should also exist. Or, it existed. Yeah, maybe the god of forging is dead, who can say for sure? Qilu thought about it carefully and suddenly became enlightened. God does not mean immortality. Even a piece of heaven and earth has the possibility of being destroyed, let alone an individual. The name of the god of forging is not strong at first glance, and he is a logistics person who is not guaranteed. Maybe he will be killed in a certain battle of the gods. Yes, it must be so. Qilu nodded seriously, comforting himself in his heart. There is no way, the collection of the power of faith has already been done, so I can't say that I should go back now. It's better to be optimistic and think about the positive side. Besides, isn't this still a system? The system is not afraid, so what else is Qilu afraid of? System, host, you can really speak. I am overflattered. Qilu bowed his hands, narrowed his eyes slightly, and skipped the topic. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, System, can you monitor the progress of the remodeling of the ancient remnants? System, yes, it's very simple. That's fine, this time, don't be sloppy, remember to report the progress of the remodeling of the ancient remnant to me at any time. I would like to see if this is the meaning of the cast jade plate, or the consciousness of the ancient remnant soul still exists. Qilu nodded, and then ordered in a serious tone. If reshaping the ancient remnant soul means casting a jade plate, it means that the rules of this world have completely accepted this piece of ancient remnant soul, and want to guide the power of faith into this ancient remnant soul. This also means that the former god of forging may have fallen, so this is the case. Because this piece of ancient remnant souls came from the ancestors of the dwarves, the powerhouse-level almighty who was once known as the first forging master of the dwarves. It is quite in line with the rules of this world, and it also meets the requirements of the new god of forging. That is, forging. So this is good news for Qilu. Because the former god of blacksmithing fell, and the new god of blacksmithing was rebuilt with the help of Qilu, the benefits to Qilu are self-evident. Definitely get the world's approval. And in the collection of the power of faith, it can also be more convenient. But if the act of reshaping the ancient remnant soul is controlled by the remnant consciousness of the ancient remnant soul itself, then Qilu's behavior at this moment is equivalent to robbing the power of faith of the god of forging with this piece of ancient remnant soul. This is to offend a god. That's bound to be really bad news. Being ostracized by this world is a small problem. If you are also hated by the god of forging, or even hunted down, then it is a big problem that is not worth the loss. So Qilu took a very serious attitude in this matter. Because even if you offend the god of forging, you can prepare early if you know it earlier, and run away early to at least lose a little less. System, don't worry, host, this matter is covered by this system. Okay, then, it's time to expand your business with peace of mind. Qilu nodded, and then the expression on his face changed, and it returned to a calm look. Reshaping the ancient remnant soul is not an easy task, and it will definitely take a long time. At least it can't be done in 3 or 5 days. So during this time, Qi Lu still doesn't need to worry about anything. Since it is uncertain whether the future results will be good or bad, it is better to gather a little more faith in the present, which is the real business. At least when the result is bad news, how much stop loss is there? So in the next few days, Qi Lu ran around the city-states around Yuanshan City like a market research. Then, in my spare time, I researched how to supply it. After all, there are no restrictions on collecting the power of faith, so controlling the market and attracting the most customers has become the primary task. Doing business, selling things, is not about selling as much as possible. Use various marketing methods to cultivate customer loyalty and make these customers think of you as soon as they buy something. That is the most important thing. That is brand and reputation. 10 people only come to buy things once, and 5 people come to buy things every day, which is completely different. As long as the loyalty of customers comes up, then the power of belief will be continuously collected, rather than killing the chicken to get the egg. And in the days when Qi Lu ran to the surrounding city-states, inside the mansion of the casting hall, Duan Wenqing took the stage with one foot. The copper furnace next to the steps was kicked to the ground, and it was smashed to pieces with a bang. The 5 hero-level powerhouses are all planted in the purple electric forest. Are your people all trash? Or are you a bunch of trash? Duan Wenqing angrily questioned the people under the steps. In the casting hall, several hall masters in charge of resources and fighting were standing below, facing Duan Wenqing's questioning, not knowing how to org. Because they really can't explain it. This is a full 5 heroic powerhouses, and the target is an already injured Zidian Lingjiao, and they also brought the Sifeng Lock Dragon Formation pillar forged by Duan Wenqing. But all of them were planted in the Zidian forest, and no one came back. Not even a single message came back. Don't say Duan Wenqing would be so angry about this matter, even the hallmasters of them were too embarrassed to feel ashamed. The dignified casting hall can't even handle a purple lightning dragon. If this is spread out, it will definitely be ridiculed by people from other forces. Don't talk? Then you are really capable. Duan Wen laughed in anger, looked at the few people with a cold face, and said coldly, Lord Palace Master, if it's just a purple lightning fled dragon, it's impossible to defeat the 5 heroic powerhouses, so I suspect that other people have intervened in this matter. One of the hall masters standing below came out and said it. Other people? You mean, is there anyone else who also knows the usefulness of the cast jade plate? Duan Wenqing's eyelids drooped slightly, and his eyes suddenly became much sharper. Yes, it is. Under the stern gaze of the hall master who came out of the column, beads of sweat immediately appeared on his face. Yes. Duan Wenqing answered non-committally, then his voice suddenly calmed down and said slowly, How is the investigation of the Bu family? Anger, just to deter. There was also a lot of competition for power and profit in the casting hall, so Duan Wenqing didn't think he was sitting safely. Those who coveted the throne below him watched him in the dark. While waiting for the moment when Duan Wenqing made a mistake, he made a bold move to seize the throne that represented great power. So even if he was angry, Duan Wenqing would not lose his judgment. Since there is such a big misjudgment here, Zidian Lingjiao should start from the other side. As long as the jade plate of the casting can be recovered, the prestige brought back can at least ensure that Duan Wenqing's position will remain stable for decades. This is also the reason why Duan Wenqing is so eager. If you want to control such a huge power, it is impossible to do it without a strong enough prestige. It's just the name of a first forging master, of course there is prestige, but it can't really convince the public. Reporting to the hall master, it has been checked. Another hall master immediately came out and answered with his head bowed. The current owner of the Bu family is named Wu Shuekong, who now lives in Fian City and is also the current chairman of the Fian Chamber of Commerce. The Fian Chamber of Commerce was jointly established by the Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family. The business scope covers 17 city-states centered on Fian City. After investigation, no heroic practitioners were found. And according to the news that came back, the current Fian Chamber of Commerce does not seem to be in harmony internally. The information reported is very detailed, and I probably want to make up for it. Whether the Fian Chamber of Commerce is in harmony has nothing to do with me casting Hall. It's just a small chamber of commerce. What kind of storm can it make? Duan Wenxin sat back on the throne representing the Lord of the Casting Hall, bowed his head slightly, and covered the expression on his face. Send someone to ask the Bu family about the whereabouts of the casting jade plate. If you don't want to speak, even if this small chamber of commerce disappears, no one will care. The indifferent words came out of Duan Wen's heart in an understatement. A small force, for the casting hall, that is, it can be destroyed with a wave off hands, and there is no need to worry about anything. Duan Wenxin is also killing chickens, to warn monkeys. When admonishing those who have evil intentions in the casting hall, Duan Wenxin is not old, and now he is also decisive in killing them, so that they can let go of their crooked thoughts. Yes. The hall master who came out to introduce the situation immediately ordered retreat. This matter is here for the time being, everyone should leave first, but I didn't want this time to go wrong. Duan Wenxin leaned on the throne, looked at the hall masters who were about to leave, and said coldly, "Don't worry, Lord Hall Master, this mission can never go wrong." On the other side, after Bu Yuyan finished preparing, she also set foot on the road back to Fian City. This time, compared to the last time I came to Yuanshan City, I felt much more comfortable. Escorting Bu Yuyan back was still the old friends from the Hammer Mercenary Squad. Only this time, the Hammer Mercenary team has already made a splendid reputation, so basically no unscrupulous mountain bandits dare to provoke them along the way. And those monsters that were accidentally encountered were eliminated without causing the slightest panic. It was peaceful all the way. Even Bu Yuyan stopped in a few city-states on the road, and went in to check the situation of the Bu family in these city-states. These city-states are different from Fian City and Far Mountain City. The Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family are still evenly matched. Unless it was the few city-states around Yuanshan City that had a lot of gold and wealth, the Bu family might have the upper hand. Otherwise, just relying on the strength of the Bu family and facing the alliance of the Upstream family and the Yan family, it would still be invincible. The development of Bujia is still too slow. Bu Yuyan didn't stay in these city-states for too long. After finding out the situation, she set off immediately. Moreover, Bu Yuyan also knew that in several city-states around Yuanshan City, the main reason why the Bu family had the upper hand was because of the improved laser light. The tyrannical power is the source of guaranteeing the stable development of the Bu family. As for Jin Datsai's industry, it's just a bonus. As long as Bu Yuyan cuts off cooperation with Jin Datsai, within half a month, Jin Datsai's industry will be gradually eroded by the local forces of those city-states. For businessmen, this is the truth. Only by holding a powerful force in your hand can you deter those who have evil intentions. Otherwise, no matter how big the business is, it's just a bigger piece of fat. It's just that the delivery speed of the improved version of the laser light is too slow. Because there are too many restrictions on purchases. So these days, Bu Yuyan can only radiate the power of the Bu family in the distant mountain city to several surrounding city-states. Farther away, the number of improved lasers couldn't keep up. Without enough force, the fate of rash expansion is naturally self-evident. That's why, step. The reason why Yuyan only works with Jin Datsai for the time being. After all, the current number of improved versions of laser light is a bit difficult to supply Bujia, and one more golden wealth can be regarded as the limit. Cooperation must give priority to supply. But Bu Yuyan has to rely on the attractiveness of the improved laser light to drive the development of other Bujia industries. Therefore, it is impossible to digest all the improved laser light internally. Still have to take part to sell. Therefore, the number of improved laser beams seems to be a bit stretched. Because not every customer who wants to buy the improved version of the laser light is willing to make a special trip to the distant mountain city. In the distant mountain city, merchants may be the main force for purchasing the improved laser light. But in other city-states, those mercenary squads are the largest customer group for the improved laser. In the face of such a rare and powerful treasure, it must be obtained. As for gold coins, for some powerful mercenary squads, it is absolutely not lacking. A mercenary team that lacks gold coins must be weak. As for the powerful mercenary team, it basically runs missions between various states, which is equivalent to a live advertisement promoting an improved version of laser light. So the mercenaries and businessmen in the farther city-states also knew the existence of the improved version of the laser light. As a result, the improved version of the laser light has become more and more in demand. Therefore, it is necessary to find a balance point to use it to enhance the strength of the Bu family itself or to sell it. After all, the improved version of the laser light is not immune to damage. With the feature of never wearing out, it is impossible for the system to bless this kind of bargain. Therefore, the emission tube and energy storage gems of the improved laser light will become more and more broken as the use time increases. Specifically, the efficiency of energy storage gems to store magic power will become lower and lower, and the power of the magic light projectile condensed B, the launch tube, will become weaker and weaker in comparison. The combat power that can be provided will be less and less. If you want to get a better experience, you can only replace it with a new and improved version of the laser. This is also one of the reasons for the scarcity of improved lasers. Rare is expensive. Not very good things can be blown into good ones, not to mention the quality of the improved laser light itself is so high. Therefore, in those city-states, outside the Bujia store, the line of customers looking for the improved version of the laser light basically never stopped. This also seriously hindered the pace of Bujia's continued outward expansion. It's really a headache. Sitting in the carriage, Bu Yuyan couldn't help feeling a little bored thinking about these questions, so she reached out and rubbed her brows. If you want to compete with the Hall of Casting, there is absolutely no chance of winning if you don't develop quickly. Once the casting hall found some signs, with the current strength of the Bu family, if they wanted to fight against such a behemoth, they would definitely lose. It might even be uprooted. It's just that they've already come this far, and there's no turning back. Not to mention the current situation, but the casting hall may have to take action against the Bu family first, so Bu Yuyan must find a way to fight back. And not only to fight back, but also to fight back beautifully. Miss Bu, Fian City has arrived. While Bu Yuyan was thinking about it, the voice of Iron Tiger came from outside the carriage. Fian City was the site of the Fian Chamber of Commerce, and Bu Yuyan's caravan came back from outside, so naturally, there was no need to check. Even the city lord of Fian City didn't want to offend the Fian Chamber of Commerce, and the same was true of the city guards guarding the city gate. Although in the eyes of the casting hall, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is just a small force that is not in the mainstream. But in Fian City, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is the only one. It's finally here, thanks for your hard work. Bu Yuyan opened the curtain of the car and glanced at it, and then said aloud. You're welcome, Miss Bu. It's not that we don't accept gold coins. Hard work is a small matter. Iron Tiger laughed jokingly. However, this kind of thing is rare for Iron Tiger. Although the mercenaries are laughing and cursing, they are all for their own people. Facing outsiders or employers, it is more serious. That way it looks dignified, and it's easy to negotiate the price. But after going through so much, Bu Yuyan is also the old employer of the Ironhammer mercenary squad, so Iron Tiger can now relax a bit. Then I'll go back to the Fian Merchant Guild first, and Captain Iron Tiger will take care of himself. After a few words of greeting, Bu Yuyan said goodbye. The caravan was accompanied by the Bu family's buddies and servants, as well as special coachmen. The task of the Hammer mercenary team was only to escort. Now that he has entered Fian City, escorts are naturally unnecessary. If Bu Yuyan was in danger in Fian City, then the entire Fian City would be overturned by footsteps. Miss Bu, wait a minute, or let me send some brothers to take you back. You are suddenly successful now. I'm worried that the villains of the Yu family and the Yen family may attack you, and then something big will happen. The internal struggle of the Fian Chamber of Commerce is no longer a secret, and it is not surprising that the Iron Tiger will know. Although Bu Yuyan has given the Bu family a huge benefit after cooperating with Qi Lu. But in terms of strength, Bu Yuyan is still an ordinary person. When he was in Yuanshan City, Guku was taking care of him, so he didn't have to worry about the situation of Black Hands. However, Fian is different from Yuanshan City. This is the headquarters of Fian City, and it is also the city-state with the most powerful Youjia and Yanjia forces. Therefore, if the Yu family or the Yen family really sent the dead to kill them, the possibility that Bu Yuyan would be in danger is not low. Captain Iron Tiger is still thoughtful about this matter. If that's the case, then I'll trouble you. Bu Yuyan pondered for a while, and felt that it was not impossible. Because the Bu family has started to move forward steadily, and the situation of rapid development and growth is supported by Bu Yuyan alone. After Yan Lin returned to Fian City, he must have reported the situation to Qianshan, the head of the Yen family. Therefore, in order to prevent the Bu family from rising again, getting rid of Bu Yuyan is definitely the first choice. No trouble, no trouble. Tai Hu waved his hand, then turned back and shouted to the team members behind him, come out a few brothers and go back to the Fian Merchant Guild with Miss Bu, so that people don't look down on Miss Bu. This is intentional, to build momentum for Bu Yuyan. It is not uncommon for businessmen to hire mercenary squads or practitioners to serve as guards. So it's not surprising that Iron Tiger did this. It is not only out of friendship, but also out of friendship with Bu Yuyan. From the beginning of cooperation with Qi Lu, the Bu family. No, it should be said that it is Bu Yuyan, and it is just around the corner to soar to the sky. Pursuing advantages and avoiding disadvantages is the instinct of living beings buried in their bones. Even single cells. Paramecia, all have this instinct. So Tiehu would choose to befriend Bu Yuyan, which is normal. In the Hammer Mercenary Squad, several members soon appeared, and they were all members of the Hammer Mercenary Squad whose combat effectiveness ranked at forefront. Each of these team members carried an improved version of the laser light on their backs. After greeting Bu Yuyan, they guarded the carriage. I'll stay in Fian City these days. If Miss Bu has anything to do, just let someone come to the tavern of the Mercenary Guild to find me. After Iron Tiger arranged these things, he left with the rest of the team. It is also necessary to pay attention to the rules. There are fewer people, and the deterrence is not enough. If there are too many people, then it is not a matter of propaganda, but contempt. So Iron Tiger wouldn't let the entire mercenary squad follow him, it would be too stupid. Let's go back to Fian Chamber of Commerce. After Bu Yuyan watched Tai Hu and the others leave, she spoke to the driver of the carriage. The caravan immediately moved again. This time back to Fian City. Although Bu Yuyan wasn't quite a homecoming, it wasn't too far off. You must know that in the distant mountain city, the power of the Yu family and the Yen family has already been cleared out, and only the Bu family is the only one left. This is definitely a huge credit. With this premise, it would be easy for the Bu family to move from Fian City to Yuanshan City. Because there is no such thing as a firm footing. And not only Yuanshan City, but even the several city-states around Yuanshan City, the forces of all sizes must curry favor with Bujia in order to buy an improved version of the laser light. This situation is much better than the Bu family from flying Yanqing. Therefore, the reason why Bu Yuyan is now returning to Fian City is not considered a homecoming, mainly because these achievements cannot be brought back. It can't be shown concretely, but let people feel the shock intuitively. But these news have long been spread in the Bu family. You know, who would want to leave their hometown if they were not forced to? The Bu family wanted to transfer their foundation to Xuanhuan City, not because of the aggressiveness of the Yu family and the Yan family. But things were different now. The Bu family's victory in Xuanhuan City was a good start. It is also a sign that heralds the rise of the Bu family. So when Bu Yuyan's caravan returned to the Fian Chamber of Commerce, they were welcomed by the Bu family. Bu's family, adults and children, stood on both sides of the road with smiles on their faces, greeted Bu Yuyan getting off the carriage, and then stepped forward to congratulate her. Made such a great contribution to the family. Even if Bu Yuyan is a daughter, the position of the next head of the family is a sure thing. Therefore, no one in the Bu family dared to be slighted, and they all regarded Bu Yuyan as the next head of the family. Yuyan, welcome home. These days in Xuanhuan City, you've worked hard. Bu Bukong strode out from the Fian Chamber of Commerce, came to Bu Yuyan, and looked up and down Bu Yuyan to see if there was any injury. It's not hard, father, these are what I should do. Bu Yuyan said very modestly. Not asking for credit, but very confident. The few mercenaries following Bu Yuyan also looked at the people around them indifferently. The mercenaries who have been killed for a long time have their own evil spirit, especially after experiencing the wave of monsters, the evil spirit is even worse. Not having to speak is a shock. The people of the Tsongbu family who had never even been out of Fian City were all intimidated, and some did not dare to approach the past. It's just that he felt more and more emotional in his heart. Thinking about Bu Yuyan's fortune, he was full of envy. When looking at those mercenaries again, the look in Bu Yuyan's eyes also became awe-inspiring. That's the benefit of power. In such a big battle, no matter how much the Yu family and the Yan family hate Bu Yuyan, it is impossible for them to take action at this time, or they will be torn apart by the indignant Bu family. No matter what, it's a good thing to be back. Tonight, the main house of the Bu family will have a water table, and everyone will come to eat. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he took Bu Yuyan to the study. Leaving Xiaowen standing outside alone, pouting her face full of unhappiness. However, when the father and daughter were talking, even if Xiaowen was Bu Yuyan's personal maid, she was too embarrassed to disturb her, so she could only wait outside honestly. After the rest of the Bu family greeted Bu Yuyan, they naturally followed. Just waiting to come over to have a good meal in the evening. The running water table is a lively atmosphere, and it has little to do with whether you usually eat or not. Walk into the empty study. Wu Shuekong asked Bu Yuyan about the situation since then, sometimes nodding, sometimes applauding, and finally asking a meaningful question. Yuyan, tell your father honestly, what is your relationship with that Qigongzi? It's a big problem to be diligent for nothing. Bu Bukong didn't think there was anything in the Bu family that could be favored by such a young man with a hero-level powerhouse as his butler. So I immediately thought about whether this young Master Qi was interested in Bu Yuyan. If it is true, then the Bu family has climbed a high branch. Bu Yuyan will also fly up the branches and become a phoenix. At that time, the entire Bu family will be enlightened because of Bu Yuyan alone, and the chicken and the dog will ascend to the sky. Father, young Master Qi and I are just partners. You don't need to think about it. Bu Yuyan recalled Qi Li's attitude and sighed silently. Falling flowers are affectionate, flowing water is unintentional. As Mr. Qi, even if he wanted to, I'm afraid others wouldn't look down on him. Bu Yuyan thought silently in her heart. Is that so? Wu Shuekong was obviously a little suspicious, but he didn't say it, but comforted, actually, it's not bad to be a partner, take your time, don't worry too much. This is also a hint. Since the routine of falling in love at first sight can't go through, let's take the routine of falling in love with time. Staying together from time to time can always rub out a little spark. Father, needless to say, Mr. Qi is not the kind of person you think. He is more like a gentleman. Although he is a little loose, he is really upright. Bu Yuyan understood what Wu Shuikong said, so she shook her head slightly and said aloud. The elegant gentleman was exactly right on Bu Yuyan's mind. It's just that the identity gap is too big. Sometimes, this kind of topic is always difficult to talk about. Well, then as a father, I don't care about this matter. But I believe that my daughter is definitely worthy of anyone. Shuikong said with a smile, but did not specify who it was. Father, what are you talking about? If that's the case, then I'll go out first. Step. Yu Yan looked at Shuikong, hesitated again and again, but still didn't say anything about her confrontation with the casting hall. Since you only joined the plan, don't involve the Bu family. After all, Bujia is still too small. Even if the Hall of Casting might take action against the Bu family first, it will be of no benefit to let Wukong know about it in advance. Because no matter how much you prepare in advance, the Bu family can't be the opponent of the casting hall. Knowing this earlier, it only added to the worry. Only after successfully repelling the Foundry Hall will the Bu family build up their confidence and feel that the Foundry Hall is not invincible. At that time, it was time to bring the Bu family into this plan. And now, just wait and see. What's more, the fact that the Bu family is not prepared doesn't mean that Bu Yuyan is not prepared, it's just that they can't say it in advance. Because Bu Yuyan can't guarantee that there must be one mind in the Bu family. If the wind leaks out, that's the worst case. Therefore, using this incident to explore the foundation of the entire Bu family, it can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. The Fian Chamber of Commerce has been established for so many years, and the three major families have long since penetrated each other. Otherwise, why are the three major families, the Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family, almost all of them know each other well, and there is no secret at all? Well, then you go to rest first. Wu Shuikong responded to Bu Yuyan's words and waved his hand. Open the door of the study, and after Bu Yuyan came out, the gray leopard who was waiting outside immediately came over. What's wrong? Bu Yuyan glanced at Gray Leopard and asked in surprise. Even if you're an escort, you don't need to be like this, and you're waiting outside on purpose. This is the main residence of the Bu family. If someone can hurt Bu Yuyan in this place, then it is estimated that the destruction of the Bu family is not far away. Miss Bu, when you were in the study just now, it seemed that someone was eavesdropping outside, and the energy fluctuation detector showed a weak signal. Gray Leopard leaned over and whispered. The energy fluctuation detector is a good thing. Although it is not a particularly expensive thing, among ordinary people, there are definitely not many people who can recognize this thing. So no one noticed the gauntlet of the Gray Leopard at all. Really, I see. Bu Yuyan heard the words, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she answered in a low voice. This is to be expected. Such a big thing happened in Yuanshan City, which caused the Youjia and Yen's family to be evacuated in Yuanshan City. Now that Bu Yuyan has returned to Fian City, it would be strange if the Yu family and the Yen family did not send someone to monitor them. Do we need to take action to catch people out? Gray Leopard couldn't quite understand Bu Yuyan's emotions, so he asked aloud. It doesn't matter, let them watch it for a while, and it will be different in a few days. Bu Yuyan waved her hand and rejected Gray Leopard's suggestion. The three major families in the Fian Chamber of Commerce are entangled, and if they want to defeat the Yu family and the Yen family in one fell swoop, they must use the power of thunder. This kind of petty trouble will actually startle the snake. It would be bad if other dark suns lurking in the Bu family were hidden. I see, I will remember the appearance of those guys. Grey Leopard understood what Bu Yuyan meant, nodded and left. This kind of dark child needs to be cleaned up once if it is to be cleaned up. Otherwise, you will be stuck in your throat with nausea, and you will feel uncomfortable no matter what you do. In Yuanshan City, Qi Lu, who had researched the market in the surrounding city-state, returned to the Bu family's inn. Qi Lu doesn't know what the situation in Fian City is now. However, Qi Lu still believes in the combat effectiveness of the bombing gearship. It should be no problem to deal with a few heroic beginners. So I didn't think about that over there. Instead, it began to organize the sales plan of the product. At present, the only products in Qi Li's hands are the improved laser light, the energy storage gem set, and 3 launch tubes. In terms of variety, there are really not many. Therefore, it may still have to rely on the quality of the products to retain customers. System, host, good news, great news, do you want to hear it? Just when Qi Lu was thinking hard, the system suddenly popped up. The rough voice that was deliberately simulated had a taste of worn-out loudspeakers, which made Qi Lu reminisce a little. It hasn't been long since your last good news. You're not lying to me, are you? Qi Lu looked at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and said silently in his mind. The last good news, in the end, turned into a fight for profit with the gods, and if you were not careful, you would have to lose yourself. I just hope that this good news of the system is no longer a terrible news. System, look at what you said, host, this time is really good news. After the efforts of this system, you have handed over the 4 basic pillars of this system, and this system has been studied. Oh? Then what new thing did you research? Qi Lu heard the words and immediately became interested. Those 4 foundation pillars are used to form the foundation pillars of the Sifang Suolong formation. Although this quartet dragon array is the same for Qi Lu, the 4 foundation pillars are a brand new forging idea. System, of course, some good things have been developed. System, this time, after learning and improving, this system has successfully developed several new products, which are regarded as rewards and given to the host. There is such a good thing? There is nothing to be diligent about. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, frowned, and suddenly felt that things were not that simple. System, host, don't think of this system as a mercenary system, can you? The power of belief swallowed by the cast jade plate is actually already. System, no, this system is naturally generous. Hearing the sudden interruption of the system, a sneer appeared on the corner of Qi Li's mouth. Sure enough. Once the Zerbi system gets carried away, or starts to argue with reason, it will show its original shape. No wonder a few days ago, when the system was asked how much faith power it needs to devour for the belief cohesion function of this cast jade plate, the system hesitated. Really lied. It's just that Qi Lu was so surprised by the half ratio at the time that he forgot to ask about it. Who would have thought that the system would take the initiative to raise it again? So, being a thief with a guilty conscience is indeed true. System, with the relationship between us, do you still need to lie? I didn't give you what you wanted, right? Qi Li's eyes flickered with light, and he began to follow the pattern of seduction. So what you want, just say no, and lying will. Broke the trust between us, right? If you realize your mistake, tell me honestly, how much of the 50% of the power of faith swallowed up by the jade plate of the cast object do you account for? Qi Lu tried his best to persuade himself calmly, but in fact, his heart was about to blossom. Anger? Non-existent. To be honest, Qi Lu had already figured it out. The relationship between oneself and the system is more like a good brother who is hurting each other. Whoever loses and whoever gains is actually like that. If the system loses, Qi Lu won't make any money. Unless it was at the hands of Qi Lu. Therefore, the power of belief is something Qi Lu holds in his hand and is not very useful. Qi Lu is more willing to use it to fool the system. And now is a good opportunity. As long as the system is conscious of its losses, Qi Lu will be able to start cheating and gain benefits. System, do you really think so, host? Of course, what is the relationship between us, like brothers? Qi Lu said very seriously. System, then, the system will tell you the truth, 20%. There was some hesitation in saying this, but it could be heard that the system seemed to have some regrets. It's only 50% in total, so you're greedy for 20%? You're good enough, but it's still a little lower than I thought. Qi Lu thought that the system had eaten at least 25%, but he didn't expect only 20%. It seems there is still salvation. However, the casting jade plate devoured the power of faith in order to reshape the ancient remnant souls, so what's the use of holding the power of faith? However, Qi Lu doesn't really care how much faith the system has greed. What Qi Lu is more concerned about is why the system needs so much power of belief. For Qi Lu, the power of belief is just to open the purchase channel of the fairy and demon battlefield, and buy goods from it. Maybe there will be new ones in the future. But so far, there is only this one. System, in order to upgrade. Upgrade? Qi Lu thought the system would start a long speech, but he didn't expect it to be so concise. System, yes, if this system wants to break through more restrictions and advance to a higher level, it must use enough power of belief. System, and the power of belief can also accelerate the research process of the system and unlock more new functions. It turns out that this is the case. It seems that I may have misunderstood you. Qi Lu felt a little embarrassed, touched his nose, and wanted to understand something. It seems that this inexplicably stingy and greedy system, like his host, needs to be upgraded. It's no wonder that the current system is completely different from the inflexible system of the past. Although there is not much difference in personality, in terms of spirituality, the difference is really too far. It can be seen that the system should have been upgraded many times. It's just that in the past, when upgrading, only the energy provided by the spirit crystal should be needed, so this guy will pay attention to the price. But now, pure spirit crystals can no longer meet the conditions for system upgrades. So this guy started thinking about the power of faith. Very simple truth. It's just that if the system didn't say it, Qi Lu probably wouldn't think about it at all. If this is the case, you should have told me earlier. If the power of fate is not enough, I can give you another 10%. After Qi Lu wanted to understand, he said it quite generously. If the system can be upgraded quickly, Qi Lu can also benefit from it, so when it do it. System, thank you very much for your kindness, host, but the speed at which this system consumes the power of faith is not as fast as you think. System, but if you really want to give it, host, this system is also very happy to accept it. Hearing these two sentences, Qi Li's brows suddenly rose. Because there is a lot of information in the words. First, there is a limit to the upgrade of the system. It is not necessary to have all the required energy in place, but to proceed step by step. It seems that there should be an upper limit to experience points. Of course, this is just an image metaphor, in order to make it easier to understand. The second is that the system itself seems to be able to store the power of belief. Or it can use the cast jade plate to store the power of belief, and the capacity is not small. And this third. That is, this Irby system can still play the trick of hard to find. Is it because the intelligence has been upgraded again? There weren't so many tricks before. Qi Lu still understands the character of the system, and there is absolutely no such thing as reservedness, so the rhetoric of shirk must be hard to get. Appear to be arrogant. However, this kind of routine that was played by Qi Lu was useless for Qi Lu. Since you don't want it, then forget it, just save it. Qi Lu pretended to be regretful and said that there was a lot of regret that the gift was not sent. System, wait, host, who said that this system doesn't need it, and the power of faith that can't be consumed can also be saved. System: if this system rejects the host's good intentions, it will hurt the host's heart, so this system should reluctantly accept it. I'm not sad. Why should I be sad? Isn't that what you've done? You still need to set up an archway? Qi Lu spat in his heart, and then went on to say, you are willing to save me some strength of faith. It's too late for me to be happy, how can I be sad? System: no. Host: how can you take back the gift you gave? Hearing the angry voice of the system in his mind, Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, and a teasing expression appeared on the corner of his mouth. This year's system is not very good. Just these few words, before he started to exert his strength, this guy can't hold it anymore. Okay, it's given to you if you say it's given to you, and it won't beta Ken back. Don't yell at me here. After Qi Lu won the victory he imagined, he stopped making trouble with the system. In terms of the overall situation, a system that is greedy for money still cannot be compared with Qi Lu. So in the final analysis, it's probably because Qi Lu doesn't pay much attention to these things. The power of faith is like money. When the number reaches a certain level, it is just a set of data. No matter how much it is, it doesn't make much sense for Qi Lu. However, as you said just now, where are the several new products that you are going to give me? Take them out and show them to me. Although he is not interested in the power of faith, Qi Lu is quite interested in new products. System: the host can go to the backstage of the store manager to check and take it out at any time. The system that got what he wanted, his voice was full of joy, and he said happily. Qi Lu ignored the emotional changes in the system and quickly opened the store manager's backstage. Among the dedicated purchase channels, several new products have appeared in the product details. It's a pity that the option of bombing airship did not appear. It does appear to be an orphan. However, Qi Li's focus was still on those new products. Flame Cross, Magic Core version automatically expand after being inserted into the ground, forming a flame field with the cross as the center, covering a radius of 50 meters. In the flame field, the owner of the Flame Cross will temporarily gain the power of flame, add flame damage to each attack, and have a small chance to trigger the burning effect. Sure enough, it's a product that has been improved based on those 4 pillars. When Qi Lu saw the first new product, a clear look appeared on his face. The biggest feature of the 4 foundation pillars of the Sifang Lock Dragon formation is that the magic circle is divided, and then special techniques are used to engrave on the 4 foundation pillars, so that they can be closely linked with each other, and when necessary, quickly deploy. You know, under normal circumstances, it takes a long time and a large number of magic cores to arrange a magic array, which is very troublesome. And after the magic circle is arranged, you can't change the position casually. You can only count with your heart. Otherwise, it is used for defense purposes, and will not be exposed under normal circumstances. However, the arrangement of the Sifang Locking Dragon formation using magic pillars broke this embarrassing situation. With the base pillar as the core, directly use the magic power or vindictive energy in the body of the person guarding the base pillar as the energy source for arranging the magic array, so as to quickly set up the formation. And as long as the base is there, you can move the place at will. Simply convenient. Therefore, Qi Lu estimates that this function should be studied systematically. After all, magic circles are really useless to the system. If necessary, the system can take out a pile of magic arrays that are dozens of times stronger than the Sifang Locking Dragon array at any time. It's just not necessary. Therefore, convenience has become the main direction of systematic research. And this flaming cross is the best interpretation of convenience. Only need to insert into the ground, it can be automatically unfolded, which is convenient and hassle-free. If you don't need it, just pull it out again, and the cross will be automatically put away, and there are no other unnecessary steps at all. It just couldn't be more convenient. Moreover, the system also took into account that the user may experience exhaustion, lack of magic power or vindictiveness, etc., and also made the flame cross into a magic core version. It means that the user does not need to provide energy, as long as the magic core is placed in the cross. When the energy in the magic core is exhausted, replace it with a new one. It can be said to be very human. And the most important thing is that there are no restrictions on the use of the flame cross. Like the improved laser light, even ordinary people who cannot cultivate can use it. Anyway, the energy to unfold the cross is provided by the magic core, and it has nothing to do with the user. And in the flame field, the power of flame can also be blessed on ordinary people, and it will not be weakened by half due to changes in the user's strength. It has completely made the advantages of convenience, practicality, and general use to the extreme. It's amazing. It's a new product that appears to expand the customer base. Sheila had to applaud. If the improved version of the laser is for long-range fire support, then the flame cross was born for those melee classes. Chi Lu, who was very interested in this new product, didn't want to rest. I directly used the broken empty boots and came to the distant mountain forest, intending to test the power of the new product here. The shape of the flame cross is similar to an ordinary cross, but it is smaller. Compared with Chi Lu, they are even shorter. Probably for ease of transportation. After all, the expected customer group of the flame cross also includes ordinary people. It is really inconvenient to make it too large. The weight is also much lighter than expected. Chi Lu estimated that it was the weight of a child. As long as it is a normal adult, it is basically not hard to carry it on his back. On the exterior of the flaming cross, a large number of patterns are also engraved. Most of them are used to arrange the magic array pattern, but there are also a small amount of ancient runes in it. Sheila guessed that this small amount of ancient runes might be the key to this flaming cross. Let me see how powerful this new commodity is. After Chi Lu observed it for a while, he raised the flame cross, ready to pierce the ground. However, after seeing the real thing, Chi Lu was actually a little suspicious. Because everyone knows that the bottom of the cross is square, not conical. If you want to insert it directly into the ground, how can it be that simple? So this should be considered a small disadvantage. However, when Chi Lu stabbed the flame cross down, he suddenly found that there seemed to be a force at the bottom of the flame cross that broke the ground directly. Then he stood firmly on the ground. Sure enough, in the development of new products, the system still has nothing to be picky about. The moment the flaming cross pierced the ground, those formations immediately emitted a burst of blazing light, and the flame field also unfolded. A power of flame that probably had the pinnacle of the professional class, blessed Chi Lu. Not bad. I didn't expect the power of this flame to be unexpectedly powerful. Chi Lu carefully felt the power of the flame that blessed him, and couldn't help but praise. Don't look at how powerful the peak realm of the professional class is. However, the power of this flame is incidental damage, and the power blessed by the user of the flame cross will not change until the energy of the magic core is exhausted. It is equivalent to every attack, with a cultivator at the peak of the professional class, the power of a full blow. And this incidental attack is still flame damage, and there may be a burning effect. That's pretty scary. For practitioners in the master-level realm, the improvement may not be so huge. But in the realm of the working class, with the flame cross, it is simply an invincible existence. It can even threaten the cultivator of the master-level realm. In particular, this flaming cross can be used by ordinary people who cannot cultivate. This means that if an ordinary person has a flame cross, in the flame field, it is equivalent to a practitioner of the professional class. Completely ignoring talent, aptitude, and potential. For those who want to cultivate, but because their aptitude is not enough, this is simply an artifact. After all, those real artifacts have no lower requirements for their own strength and realm. Artifact selection. On the contrary, the flame cross, a treasure with no restrictions, is the most suitable treasure for those who want to cultivate but have no aptitude. The only disadvantage is that although the power of flame can strengthen the strength of the user of the flame cross, it will not strengthen the physique. Therefore, even if ordinary people possess this kind of powerful power, it is estimated that it will not take long for them to get tired. But what does this matter? Physical fitness can be practiced. But without the aptitude for cultivation, everything is over. Very good, I am very satisfied. Sheila nodded involuntarily, and then prepared to pull up the flaming cross. But at this time, Sheila discovered that a circle of golden light appeared where the flame cross pierced the ground. Then, without Sheila using the slightest effort, he pulled the flaming cross out of the ground. Huh? What's the situation? Sheila felt that the circle of golden light should not be an ornament. System, host, that circle of golden light is used to detect the user's identity, because only the user of the flame cross can pull out the flame cross, and others will not succeed. It turns out that there is still this function. You should think carefully about developing new products. Sheila praised sincerely. After all, it's not a joke to have a specialization in the art industry, and the system and Xuanhuan's mind may seem to have some IQ arrears. But when it comes to developing new products, Sheila is also hard to beat. As soon as the flaming cross is pulled out of the ground, it will automatically close and retract into the flaming field, which is both a convenience and a disadvantage. Because during the battle, what if the opponent pulls the flame cross out? Then something happened. Sheila hadn't even thought about it. Who knew the system had anticipated this and added functionality to prevent it? It seems that I am really only suitable for being a store manager. Sheila spread his hands, although he was laughing at himself, but his tone was very pleasant. To be a store manager who can eat as much as you want and live a relaxed life, isn't that the life of your dreams? What else is there to be dissatisfied with? What more bike do you want? System, however, too much power can destroy the flame cross. Just when Sheila hadn't finished laughing at himself, the system said another sentence. Understandable. Sheila was silent for a while, before speaking. The flaming cross is not a real artifact. In the final analysis, it is just a mass-produced product made by the system. It is not strange that it can be destroyed by those excessively powerful forces. On the contrary, it is more incredible that it cannot be destroyed. But these are all minor details. After all, someone who has the ability to destroy the flaming cross probably cannot fight against those who use the flaming cross. It is more important to look at new products. Thunder Cross, Magic Core version automatically expand after being inserted into the ground, forming a thunder field with the cross as the center, covering a radius of 30 meters. In the thunder field, a thunder will fall every 10 seconds, attacking a random enemy in the thunder field. Another cross. And this cross is even more powerful, and users do not need to do it themselves. As long as the enemy is in the thunder field, they will be struck by thunder, which can be called the number 1 weapon in the lazy weapon list. The setting of automatic attack is simply not too cool. It's too powerful. Seeing this, Sheila had to sigh that the brain circuit of the system was so powerful. Fully consider the needs of various customer groups. Because of such things as combat, if there is no special training, and several years of continuous hard work, even if you have a strong power, you may not know how to use it. Therefore, although the flame cross can bless the user with the power of flame, but in the end, the user of the flaming cross has to go into battle and personto face the enemy. This is quite unfriendly to those wealthy businessmen who have been pampered all the year round. But the Thunder Cross is different. It fundamentally eliminates the problem of letting users take action, as long as it hides within the coverage of Thunder Field. If the enemy dares to enter, they will be struck by lightning. It can be said that it is one of the necessary weapons for self-defense when traveling at home. Moreover, the Thunder Cross, like the Flame Cross, is also driven by the energy of the magic core, and there is no requirement for the user's strength. And the magic core, as long as it can be bought with gold coins. That's not a problem at all for those wealthy businessmen. The only downside may be that the area covered by the Thunder Cross is not as large as that of the Fire Cross. The difference between a radius of 50 meters and a radius of 30 meters is almost triple. After some emotion, Qi Lu also experienced the power of thunder released by Thunder Cross. Probably has the strength of the master-level primary realm. However, it is not stable, and occasionally it will fall to the strength of the peak of the professional class. But this is enough for those rich businessmen. After all, these shrewd guys won't offend those powerhouses who can't befriend it at all, unless it's a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. The price of this weapon tailored for wealthy businessmen can be set higher. Qi Lu touched his chin, thinking in his heart. The pricing of new products is a questionable issue. It needs to be determined according to the function of the product and the customer group, not as random as the system. Anyway, when those wealthy businessmen and giants treat their own safety, they don't cherish money. After all, there are only very few people who want money or life. So Qi Li's eyes drifted down again, wanting to see if there were any new products. Then it turns out that there is indeed a third type. Spirit locking pillars. The connected spirit locking pillars will block all the energy inside, creating a space where vindictive energy and magic power cannot be used. Friendly reminder, the more spirit lock columns used, the higher the upper limit of energy that can be blocked. The function of the third new product also surprised Qi Lu. Blocking the energy inside, creating a space where vindictive energy and magic power cannot be used, this function can be used in too many places. Especially in some important facilities and buildings. The use of this spirit lock column is simply too great. And Qi Li's first. The reaction is those who are in high positions, but the realm is not high and the strength is low. It is estimated that after knowing the function of the Lingling column, they will come to buy a lot of them, and then surround their residence. To prevent assassination. The effect of this spirit locking pillar is much stronger than those of the guards. Since your strength is stronger than mine, then I will block all our strength with the Lingling column, and then rely on the advantage of more people to defeat you. Because of the assassination, there will never be dozens of people at a time. That would not be called an assassination, but a strong attack. In a situation where everyone's power is blocked, the victory must be based on the number of people. So this is another product designed for the vast majority of people with low strength, but quite a family background. While earning a lot of gold coins, it can also guarantee the largest customer base. After all, powerful practitioners will always be in the minority. But there are not many rich sons with low strength. As for ordinary people who cannot cultivate, the number is even greater, it is simply too many. Then in order to collect more power of faith and earn more gold coins. Whether it is Qi Lu or the system, the first demand for the customer group is definitely not the group of powerhouses with a small number. And it will be those young masters who have quite a lot of money in their hands, but suffer from no favorite products. This is the buying group with the most powerful purchasing power. The other buying group is those rich businessmen and mercenaries who are not strong and have low realm. As for most ordinary people, to be honest, the number is indeed there, but in terms of financial resources, it is really worrying. After all, no matter how low Qi Li's price is, it can't be that low. Because these products are not designed for the general public. Combat supplies, what do ordinary people buy for them? The positioning of the product must also be determined. This is not a daily necessities. And the new product sees here, it will come to an end. There are only 3 of them for now. However, their respective functions cover a wide range, including combat, defense, and control. Then the next step is the most important pricing link. Qi Lu muttered to himself excitedly. Since the power of faith does not have a single collection limit, then the price of these new products is set a little higher, and there is no problem. Although the essence of Qi Lu is not to earn a lot of gold coins. But letting others take advantage of you is not a happy thing. The Flame Cross, the target customer group, mainly those mercenaries, and the practitioners who are not very strong. After all, rich businessmen will not go into battle in person. They cherish their lives very much. Therefore, the price of the Flame Cross can be slightly lower, then set off 300 gold coins. Compared with the improved version of the laser light, the Flame Cross is naturally a lot more expensive. One of the reasons is that the improved version of the laser light is originally a special offer, and 100 gold coins is actually the price off cabbage, so it has no reference value. The second is the use of the Flame Cross and the improved laser light, which are actually a bit different. The combat power possessed by the improved version of the laser light is, after all, only a foreign object. However, the power of flame obtained in the flame field is a real power that is blessed on the user himself. So if you really want to calculate it, 300 gold coins is still a very low price. Qi Lu set this price after careful consideration, which is quite reasonable. However, the second new product, the Thunder Cross, will not be priced so low. The function of the Thunder Cross is biased towards defense, and it does not require the user to take action at all. It can be said to be quite suitable for those wealthy businessmen and those who only eat, drink, and play, but having no power. The biggest feature of these customers is that they have no shortage of gold coins. Therefore, Qi Lu will naturally not be polite when he sets the price. The Thunder Cross is directly set at 500 gold coins, and I believe Noon will think it is too expensive. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. When Qi Lu opens a store and does business, the most important thing is your love and my wishes. Of course, this sentence is well said. And to put it a little worse, that is, love to buy and buy, not to buy. Is it possible that such a good product will be worse than you as a customer? However, Qi Lu would not just say this in an open and honest way. Because it was said, it became a rush, and Qi Lu was not bored to that extent. As for the last new product, the Sualing Pillar, after researching for a while, Qi Lu found several interesting points. That is, the connection range of the lock spirit column is actually limited. If two spirit locking columns want to be connected together, the maximum distance between them cannot exceed 10 meters. If it exceeds, the spirit locking column will be disconnected. The locked spirit space will naturally collapse. Therefore, if you want the spirit locking space to cover a sufficiently wide area, the number of spirit locking columns required is definitely not a small number. This is one of them. The second is the upper limit of the energy that can be blocked by the locked spirit space, that is, the realm of practitioners who can be blocked, which is closely related to the number of locked spirit pillars. The higher the realm of the practitioner who wants to block, the stronger the strength, the more the number of lock pillars needed. And the more cultivators blocked in the spirit lock space, the required spirit lock columns will also increase accordingly. Moreover, the lock-up pillar is different from the first two types of crosses. The lock spirit column is a consumable item. Unlike the Flame Cross and the Thunder Cross, it can provide energy by replacing the loaded magic core. Once the energy contained in the lock spirit column is used up, it must be replaced with a new one. That's where it's most awesome. To be honest, this was something Qi Lu only knew after being reminded by the system. The locking pillar turned out to be a consumable item, which is really amazing. So in terms of pricing, Qi Lu feels that it is better not to set the price of the Sualing column too high. After all, buying this thing once is a lot, and it is impossible to buy one ortwo. So after thinking about it for a long time, Qi Lu made a decision. The price of 50 gold coins is a very affordable price. Now that the price is set, then it is time to find the benefits of the system. System, you come out for me. Qi Lu shouted unceremoniously in his mind. Because this time Qi Lu was not fooling the system, but actually gave the system 10% of the income of the power of faith, so he had to change something to come back to be comfortable. This is called ritual exchange, and it is able to make too. A means of improving the relationship between people. System, is something wrong? Host. After getting the benefits, the system was still very attentive, and ran out without making Qi Lu wait. There is something, of course there is something. I gave you so much faith before, and it's still a sustainable income. Don't you think you should give him something to make up for my loss? Qi Li's words were quite righteous. Before, I only dared to fool around carefully, but this time I can finally be an uncle. System, the host is right. How about this system send you a simulated robot? System, and you can let the host choose the shape yourself. This promise is called a refreshing awe. It made Qi Lu deeply feel one thing, and that is what it means to be rich. No, it is the uncle who has benefited. Is it the same strength as Goku? Qi Lu was quite satisfied with this gift, so he asked. Goku is already a heroic high-level realm. Therefore, if the strength of the new simulated robot is the same as that of Gyuk, it is acceptable. System, host, please rest assured that after careful research and improvement of this system, the new simulated robot can reach the pinnacle of heroic level. The new robot simulation goes a step further. In other words, the system's attainment of ancient runes is much higher. It seems that the benefits of the cast jade plate to the system are a little more than imagined. That's fine, I'll accept this gift. Qi Lu nodded, and then began to discuss the shape of the new simulated robot with the system in his mind. In the choice of appearance, first of all, exclude the appearance of men. Even if Qi Lu didn't care, he didn't like a man dangling behind him as a whole. Same-sex repulsion, never heard of it. So in the end, the appearance of the new simulation robot was determined to be a girl with a thin body, a beautiful face, and no sense of existence. The so-called great hidden in the world. Qi Lu doesn't need to show off, so it's better to choose a low-key appearance. After the system summoned the girl, Qi Lu specially checked the ancient runes in the girl's body. It is indeed much more complicated than the ancient runes engraved on Gyuk. Since you have decided to make your surname Gu, then you should be called Gu Mingyuan. Qi Lu thought for a long time before coming up with the girl's name. Naming a name is not something Qi Lu is good at, so every time he thinks of a name, he has to rack his brains. Yes, sir. Gu Mingyuan lowered his eyes slightly and bowed his head in response. The title of Qi Lu is in the same vein as Goku, and it seems that it was ordered by the system. And because of the need to cover the ancient runes on the surface of the body, even if Gu Mingyuan is a girl, he is also dressed in a deacon outfit, with a bow tie and white gloves. But Goku's bow tie is a bow tie. And Gu Mingyuan's bow tie is a flower with no name. Now you go back to the store to find Goku, and I will find you when I have something to do. Qi Lu looked at Gu Mingyuan with interest, and let Gu Mingyuan leave first. Unlike Goku, who has the responsibility of guarding the vending point, Gu Mingyuan does not have any preset responsibilities, so he can be dispatched by Qi Lu. It's just that Qi Lu can't think of any place where Gu Mingyuan needs to be used. So let her go back to the store first. Time just passed, by day. Before Bu Yuyan came back, Qi Lu didn't put new products on the shelves for a while. Anyway, the crowd of improved laser light hasn't passed yet. Don't worry about new items. In Fian City, Bu Yuyan really spent a few days full of compliments. Even Xuanhuan was flattered by many people. The Yu family and the Yan family regarded Bu Yuyan as a thorn in the flesh and a thorn in their eyes, and tried every means to collect information on Bu Yuyan and Qi Lu. Just to get rid of it, and then quickly. But in the Bu family, Bu Yuyank is the hottest person. Everyone was deliberately trying to please, knowing that Bu Yuyan would definitely become the next head of the Bu family, so she spared no effort. However, this situation has changed a little today. Because the Bu family had a group of uninvited guests on this day. Dare to ask a few of you, why did you come to my house so aggressively? Xuanhuan stood at the door of the main house of the Bu family, with a gloomy face. He questioned the man standing at the gate of the main house of the Bu family in a deep voice. Behind this man, many people followed, all of them looking at Xuanhuan with a playful expression. The main house of the Bu family has long been blocked by these guys. And such a big movement also alarmed the residents of Fian City. You must know that the Fian Chamber of Commerce is definitely a dominant player in Fian City, and there is no room for other forces to survive. Therefore, the Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family, these three big families, definitely attracted much attention in Fian City. But now, the main house of the Bu family has been blocked by a group of people of unknown origin. This is definitely a big news in Fian City. There are not a few people who pay attention to this matter. Yu Qiyuan of the Yu family, Yan Qianshan of the Yan family, and the city lord of Fian City, etc. Even the residents of Fian City were watching the liveliness of the Bu family from a great distance. Therefore, the mood of walking empty, of course, is not much better. This kind of thing will damage the Bu family's face. You are the current head of the Bu family, what is it called, Bu? The man in the lead half raised his head, looked at Xuanhuan with a condescending look, and said with a joking tone. Walk empty, brother sure. A person who followed behind the man reminded. Yes, it's just walking empty, the name is really hard to remember. The man spoke slowly. He didn't take Xuanhuan to heart at all in his words, but continued to speak with some self-consciousness. Xuanhuan, right, my name is Shirgui. From the Foundry Hall. As soon as the man Shirgui's self-introduction was finished, there was an uproar in Fian City. What a huge force the casting hall is, I am afraid no one who is paying attention to this matter does not know. One of the best giants in the world, occupying one side, no one can shake it. And it is such a big force that can make people tremble by saying its name, and it has come to Fian City. How incredible is this? Shirgui could see clearly the shock and consternation of those in Fian City. But Shirgui had no interest in taking care of it at all. The casting hall is extremely powerful, and it is naturally impossible to act secretly. Therefore, when he came to Fian City, Shirgui had no intention of concealing anything, so he just blocked the main house of the Bu family. It is only natural that it will attract attention. But what does that matter? What's the use even if these guys notice? For the casting hall, even Fian City is just a place where ants gather. Doing things secretly will make those big forces look down on the casting hall, and it is better to kill the chickens and show the monkeys in an upright manner. Casting hall. When Xuanhuan heard the name, his heart was also overturned. This name can be said to be familiar to the ears, it is impossible for Xuanhuan to know it, but because he knows it, he is confused. Because the Bu family and the casting hall are not related in any way. Then what is this guy coming to Bu's house for? And those Bu family members standing behind Wu Shuekong were also full of shock and shock. Actually, it turned out to be the casting hall in the quartet of that famous town. The casting hall came to Fian City to come to our Bu family, what exactly do you want to do? Looking at their appearance, they should be looking for trouble. Our Bu family, Hida Hinang, can make the casting hall be so furious. No, when did the Bu family offend the casting hall? When the Bu family thought of this, their legs suddenly began to tremble violently, and several people couldn't stand still and knelt directly on the ground. Because as soon as the people from the cast hall came over, they didn't say a word and directly blocked the main house of the Bu family. This is not to trouble the Bu family, is it still a guest? It's interesting now, the Bu family actually offended the casting hall, that's really killing themselves. Looking at this form, Yan Qianshan can naturally guess what the situation is. Fian Chamber of Commerce internal disagreement, Bu family suffers, Yan family is of course gloating. And the traveler is no exception. I didn't expect such a thing. I thought it would take a long time to gradually eat away the Bu family, but the Bu family actually pushed themselves to a dead end. After Yu Qiyuan learned the news, he opened a jar of wine on the spot. As soon as the Bu family fell, the Fian Chamber of Commerce naturally fell into the hands of the Yu family and the Yan family. So at this time, Yu Qiyuan not only wanted to drink and celebrate, but after the people from the foundry hall left, he also had to put on a big feast. Master Shirgui, I don't know why you came to Bu's house this time. If it's my Bujia fault, then I will pay the adults here in the footsteps. Walking Empty swallowed his saliva, and said with a trembling tone. In the face of a behemoth like the upper casting hall, it is normal to have insufficient confidence. Unless it is a stunned young man who is not familiar with the world, fear is a normal situation. The premise of being neither humble nor arrogant is Thayton's own strength is equal. However, the Bu family was just an ant in front of the casting hall. If the casting hall wanted to, it would be able to wipe out the Bu family without any effort at all. So it's strange that Walking Empty can be hard-hearted. Bu Bokong. Patriarch, don't be so nervous. If your Bu family is willing to cooperate, of course our casting hall is reasonable. When Shirgui said the word homeowner, his tone was slowly filled with contempt. Apparently it was just a joke. After all, the patriarch of the Bu family, a small force that is not worth mentioning at all, can't be ranked in front of the casting hall. So how could Shirgui seriously call Shuikong the head of the house? However, even in such a disdainful tone, Wu Shuikong could only smile all over his face. In order for the Bu family not to be wiped out by the casting hall, no matter how angry they are, they must not show it. This is the helplessness brought about by the gap in strength. Of course, Lord Shirgui, if it is something our Bu family can do, we will naturally try our best to cooperate. Walking with a smile, Shuikong answered Shirgui's words. The Bu family members who were standing in the main house of the Bu family also nodded their heads again and again, for fear that if they slowed down a step, they would be targeted by the casting hall and bring disaster to themselves. That's good. Shirgui nodded, and then said slowly, it's like this, I heard that someone in your Bu family took the things from my casting hall. If you return it to the casting hall, we will not delve into this issue. But if you are obsessed with it, then I have to ask you to disappear. Shirgui said at the end, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Use this to prove what he said, not joking. This, how is this possible? How could someone in our Bu family dare to take the things from the casting hall? Lord Shirgui, this matter must be wrong. Wu Shuikong couldn't think of it at all. In the Bu family, who is brave enough to take the things from the casting hall? This is no longer a tiger's mouth. It is completely robbing Yan Wangya's life and death book. But not everyone is the monkey, and those who dare to think like this will generally die without a place to be buried. Wrong? Shirgui smiled contemptuously, then said disdainfully, you should have heard the name Bu Yuyan before. According to the task issued to Shirgui by the casting hall, the name of the person mentioned in it was Bu Yuyan. Because Yan Lin only knew Bu Yuyan and didn't know Qi Li's name. So what Shirgui came to the Bu family to look for was naturally Bu Yuyan. What? This name, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, struck Wu Shuikong's head, causing his eyes to turn black. Bu Yuyan, how could it be her? Looking at your expression, there should be this person in the Bu family, right? Then I'm not wrong. Hand over her and ask her to take out her things. I can let go of the past. If not, today should be the day when the Bu family disappears. Shirgui half squinted his eyes, with contempt on his face, but a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Destroying the Bu family, for Shirgui, is just a matter of turning over. A force that does not even have a heroic powerhouse is just an ant that can beck rush to death in front of the casting hall. No, impossible. Yuyan is absolutely impossible for her to do such a thing. I can't give you Yanto you. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and roared loudly. The respect for Shirgui has completely disappeared at this moment. The casting hall was looking for Bu Yuyan. That's great. Yan Qianshan has been paying attention to the confrontation between the casting hall and the Bu family. After learning of this disappearance, the smile on his face could not be concealed. In the news from Yanlin, the reason why Bu Yuyan was able to get along well in the distant mountain city was because she cooperated with a man called Qi Gongzi. And the opportunity of Bujia also comes from this. So even if the casting hall is aimed at not Bujia, but Bu Yuyan, in fact, the effect is the same. The situation is very clear now, the Bu family is over. It seems that the next step is to start fighting the Bu family. After all, the Fian Chamber of Commerce will still fall into my hands. The jar of wine Yu Qiyuan had opened earlier was almost finished. After the news that Shirgui was looking for Bu Yuyan came back, Yu Kaiwan even asked his family to serve him 2 big dishes. And outside the main house of the Steppe family, after Shirgui heard Shui Kong's words, an extremely dangerous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't pay? I have to say, your courage is really big, it's bigger than I expected. Shirgui said in a cold voice, and his body began to emit a faint suffocating aura, which made people feel terrified. However, in the face of this evil spirit, even though his face was pale and his legs were starting to weaken, he did not take a step back. Yuyan is absolutely impossible to do such a thing. Your request, please accept your order. Xuanhuan insisted on protecting his daughter, even if he had to face the casting hall for this, he would not hesitate. Because Xuanhuan is not only the owner of the Bu family, but also a father. No matter from a father's point of view, or from the position of the Bu family's head, it is impossible for Wu Xingkong to hand over Bu Yuyan. What's more, Xuanhuan didn't think that Bu Yuyan would have an intersection with the casting hall. Whether she would do such a thing, it doesn't matter what you said, you just need to hand her over and let me deal with it, that's it. Shirgui twisted his neck and stared. The momentum of the heroic realm burst out and slammed into Xuanhuan. Puff! A mouthful of blood spewed out of the walking air, and the man flew backwards, hitting the ground. This is because Shirgui deliberately withdrew his power, because he wanted to keep the life of Xuanhuan. Otherwise, an ordinary person would not be able to withstand the aura of a heroic powerhouse, no matter what. Boom! With Shirgui as the center, the violent aura spread out towards the surroundings, covering most of Fian City in the blink of an eye. Everyone felt a stagnation in their chests, as if a boulder was pressing on them. Farther away is slightly better. But those residents who approached a little in order to watch the fun were blown away by the violent momentum on the spot, and then smashed to the ground. The haze of panic and fear suddenly covered the sky above Fian City. This is a real heroic powerhouse. If there are no special circumstances, the residents of Fian City will probably never see such a strong person in this life. The master level is already the existence they need to look up to. However, now, a heroic powerhouse has come to Xuanwei, how can they not be afraid? Regardless of how much Fian City is a big city-state, there is also a Fian Chamber of Commerce, which covers more than a dozen city-states. But in the eyes of the heroic powerhouse, such a battle is nothing at all. Without enough strength to protect it, no matter how big a Chamber of Commerce is, it is just a piece of fat on the cutting board, and it can only be slaughtered by others. Even if Shirgui was only at the beginning of the heroic level, that would be enough. Now tell me again, to pay or not to pay? Shirgui half raised his head, looked down at the pale-faced, bloodshot-stained walking Kong, and asked, proudly. Strength is Shirgui's greatest reliance. Although the heroic primary realm is not in the forefront in the casting hall, but in such a small place, it is enough to crush everything. Damn, how can it be so strong? Xu Wukong climbed up from the ground with difficulty. The severe pain from his body made it difficult for him to breathe every time. Because every breath will involve the injury on the body, making the pain more intense. Patriarch, if you really can't do it, hand over the eldest miss. Yeah, Patriarch, if it's really the eldest miss's fault, then she should take it upon herself. Patriarch, make a decision quickly. Do you want to bury the entire Bu family here? If you hand over the eldest lady, you can exchange for the safety of the entire Bu family, then you should do it. Patriarch, you can't be confused at this time. At this moment, the Bu family members changed their faces. From the very beginning, the flattery that appeared after Bu Yuyan returned to Bu's house, to the current condemnation, disgust and avoidance, as if they would be safe for a lifetime as long as Bu Yuyan was handed over. But they never thought about it. If Bu Yuyan hadn't stood up, the Bu family would be in Fian City now, and faced with the alliance between the upstream family and the Yan family, it would almost be difficult. It was the news of Yuanshan City that came back to Fian City that made Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan fear the Bu family. It also gave Bu Jia a chance to breathe. The cooperation between Bu Yuyan and Qi Lu is also an opportunity for the Bu family to rise. It's a pity that the Bu family members couldn't see these things, they only saw that Bu Yuyan brought them danger. So I couldn't wait to hand over Bu Yuyan to ensure my own safety. Perhaps selfishness is the instinct of some people. It was these people who were short-sighted. I only want temporary peace, but I never thought that if there is no Bu Yuyan, will Yu Jia and Yan Jia, who are staring at him, will let Bu Jia be spared? It's impossible no matter what. You. Hearing the advice of the clansman standing behind him, his hands trembled while walking. If there is no Bu Yuyan, who of you trash can start the family? You can only see your own interests, but you can't see the contributions of others. It is because of you guys that the Bu family is overwhelmed by the Yu family and the Yan family. Now you finally have an opportunity to make the Bu family soar to the sky, and you actually want to send it out with your own hands. It's no wonder that the Bu family will become more and more declining. This isn't a problem that one or two people can solve. Look, Wu Shuekong. Patriarch, Shirgui said with a sarcastic smile on his face, as if he was watching a farce. Even people in your family said so, so do you care? So persistent? Although your Bu family has done some bad things, the casting hall is still generous after all, so don't make me embarrassed anymore, okay? Shirgui half squinted his eyes, the bloodthirsty essence flashed continuously, and the momentum that erupted from his body was even stronger. A majestic coercion gathered in Fian City, constantly breaking the psychological defense line of the Bu family. It also made the residents of Fian City not even dare to breathe. Go back to your lord. At this time, a Bu family member who looked like a deer and a mouse stumbled out of the main door of the Bu family's main house, came to Shirgui, and said carefully. Bu Yuyan, she ran away. She is not in the main house of the Bu family now. What did you say? Shirgui frowned, looked at the person in front of him, and said, do you know what the consequences will be if you lied to me? I know, of course I know, but Bu Yuyan is really not in the main house now. The villain has already gone to look for it, and he has searched all over and can't find it. The Bu family said with sincerity. It can be seen that he wanted to find Bu Yuyan first, and then grab it and claim credit. Too bad it wasn't found. You. Damn guy. You are betrayal. Xu Wukong swayed and took a step back. He was so angry that he almost lost his footing, and his heart was even more angry. He never imagined that such a person would appear in the Bu family, who could be selfish to such a situation, and he was beyond stupid. Could it be that the Bu family has collapsed? Will you be able to get better? Betrayal? For a family that is about to be destroyed, what kind of betrayal is there to talk about? It's called keeping oneself safe, and it's the wisest choice. Shirgui heard the words and said with a sneer. Then he turned to look at the Bu family member, and said, "You did a good job. Now I will give you the power to find Bu Yuyan. After that, you will get the rewards you deserve, including the Bu family, which are all yours." "Yes, your lord." This Bu family member was praised by Shirgui, his face flushed with excitement, and he became arrogant when he looked at Bu Kong's expression. Seizing the opportunity and replacing it with walking is definitely the most wanted thing for this insidious villain. And now, it's the perfect opportunity. As for the other Bu family members, looking at this person, the expressions in their eyes are not anger or condemnation, but envious. Yes, it's envy. Because they seem to see the hope of being able to sit on the throne of Bujia Patriarch, but because they and others were not decisive, they missed the opportunity. That's why I have such envy. I think it would be better if I could be more decisive. These eyes were seen in the eyes of the walking sky. Although the anger in his heart was soaring to the sky, the bottom of his heart was like being frozen in an ice cube, icy cold. A pack of white-eyed wolves. No sense of family honor. Very good, I like your eyes very much. Let's go and find Bu Yuyan, who can help me get back the things in the casting hall, who is the owner of the Bu family. There was a hint of playfulness and a hint of banter on Shirgui's face. For Shirgui, direct killing is no longer interesting. Instead, it is a joke, which is even more interesting. Murder still has to be punished. Shirgui's words made the Bu family members boil. Power is fascinated, and no one would think a heroic powerhouse would joke around, so it must be true. All of a sudden, everyone is on the same starting line. For the throne of the Bu family master, they all have the right to compete. Do not. Walking Sora closed his eyes. At this moment, Xu Wukong only hoped that Bu Yuyan could escape from Fian City and never come back. In the face of the last heroic powerhouse, the Bu family really had no power to fight back. Boom! But at this moment, there was a sudden roar in the sky. The sound was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the entire Fian City, attracting everyone's attention. Also includes Shirgui et al. What is that? The huge airship suspended in the sky made Shirgui frown slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Because Shirgui came from the huge airship, he felt a little bit of coercion that was no weaker than himself, which made him a little vigilant. The residents of Fian City also looked up at the sky in astonishment. The size of the bombing airship does not need to be repeated. And that kind of coercion was completely different from the momentum that Shirgui erupted, and it was even more shocking. Although the residents of Fian City still can't feel the difference between these two coercions, where exactly is it? But the sense of oppression brought by one kind of coercion and two kinds of coercion is completely different. Like a 100 kilogram stone on you, and a 200 kilogram stone on you, can it feel the same? Therefore, the moment the bombing airship appeared, the panic and fear in Fian City became even more intense, and almost everyone trembled uncontrollably. No one knew whether this huge airship that suddenly appeared was an enemy or a friend. They can only pray in their hearts, hoping that the troubled Fian City will not be destroyed. No, what exactly is that behemoth? Yan Qianshan, who was closely following this incident, naturally saw the bombing airship immediately, and his words were even more shocking and stunned. There was also an ominous premonition in my heart. Gudong. Yu Qiyuan swallowed hard, and did not lift the wine jar in his hand. What the hell is this? What is it for suddenly appearing in Fian City? Doubts lingered in Yu Qiyuan's mind, making him completely lose the idea of continuing to eat and drink. This kind of variable is not good news for Fianqing. Cough cough. The residents of Fian City, and the people who have come from far away from the foundry hall, hello, I am Bu Yuyan, the one you are looking for. when people in Fian City were panicking and constantly guessing. A voice suddenly came from the bombing airship, and a short self-introduction caused an uproar in Fian City. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the bomb-dropping airship suspended in the sky in disbelief. Did you hear that just now? Yes, we all heard it. She said that she is the eldest lady of the Bu family, Bu Yuyan. My God, where did she get such a big airship from? I feel my heart tremble just looking at it. The residents of Fian City were shocked, looking at the bombing airship and talking about it with disbelief on their faces. Who is Bu Yuyan, and her popularity in Fian City is no less than that of the Bu family itself. Many people have been blessed by her. Therefore, the appearance of the bombing airship will appear more and more shocking. No way, how is this possible? After Yan Qianshan heard this self-introduction, he almost fell from his chair to the ground. The gaze that looked at the bombing airship also turned into a shock. Boom! The wine jar fell to the ground and was smashed to pieces. However, most of the wine splashed onto his trouser legs, but it didn't make Yu Qiyuan react in the slightest. Yu Qiyuan just stared blankly at the bombing airship suspended in the sky, and the hand holding the wine jar also began to tremble slightly. But soon, Yu Qiyuan seemed to be comforting himself and said to himself, "No, it's just an airship, it can't be an opponent of a hero-level powerhouse. Yes, that's it, it's just an airship that I don't know where I got it from. It's absolutely impossible to defeat a hero-level powerhouse, absolutely. Because the heroic powerhouse, in Yu Qiyuan's mind, is an invincible existence. And there are not a few people who have this idea. The realm of hero level is the existence they need to look up to, and it is a tyrannical existence. Therefore, they may be shocked, even frightened, and panic about the appearance of the bombing airship, but they are definitely not optimistic. Especially the clansmen of the Bu family who wanted to replace Xue Kong. They kept telling themselves that heroic powerhouses were invincible, and Shigi was impossible to lose. Because once Shi loses, then these people will definitely die without a burial. Betrayal, no matter to any force, is unforgivable. And wolf ambitions even more so. Once found, just clean up. Among them, the deer-headed Mousemoose Mubu family, who came out first, was the most powerful, and his face had long been frightened to a pale white. Looking at Shirgui with a trembling body, he said, "Big, my lord, you are the strongest, right. Of course." Shirgui snorted coldly, and seemed very dissatisfied with the questioning in his sentence. However, Shirgui knew that this time was not the time to find these ants in trouble. Now that Bu Yuyan appeared by herself, she was still able to complete the task and bring back the jade plate. You guys stay here, I'll go meet that guy for a while. Shirgui gave an order to the others in the casting hall, then walked in the air, and soon came to the sky, and started a confrontation with the bombing airship. In the manned compartment of the bombing airship. The airship control room on the second floor is surrounded by almost transparent glass. Therefore, Shirgui could easily see Bu Yuyan standing in front of the center console through Liuli, looking at him indifferently. Are you from the casting hall? Bu Yuyan asked coldly. Bu Yuyan didn't have good feelings for the casting hall before, but now, only disgust is left. Aggressive and indifferent to life. Bu Yuyan was sure that if she appeared a little later, the guy in front of her would definitely be able to destroy the Bu family without mercy. Before that, what this guy did was nothing more than a cat-and-mouse game. In order to achieve the goal, any means can be used. You are Bu Yuyan? Since you know that I am from the casting hall, you should know that in the eyes of the casting hall, your Bu family is nothing but an ant. Putting the jade plate in your hands will only bring disaster to you and the Bu family. Shirgui stared at Bu Yuyan, and said in a deep voice, so I hope you can be a little more acquainted, and honestly hand over the casting jade plate, and maybe you can save a trace of blood for the Bu family. Casting jade plate? Oh, so that thing is called casting jade plate. Bu Yuyan frowned slightly, and then quickly thought of Qi Lu, so she did not deny it. Because Bu Yuyan and Qi Lu are now in the same spirit, whoever holds the jade plate of casting is actually the same, and they must face the hall of casting. So there is no point in denying it. The casting jade plate is indeed in my hands, but I don't want to give it to You, because you don't deserve to get the casting jade plate at all. Bu Yuyan counterattacked without showing weakness. Now that others are bullying you, do you still want to send your face up and let others beat you? Isn't that ridiculous? You. Bu Yuyan's words made Shirgi stagnate, and then said angrily, aren't you afraid that the Bu family will be destroyed? Or do you think you are qualified to compete with the casting hall? The casting hall? Oh, do you think you can represent the casting hall? Since you dare to come to Bu's house, be prepared to pay the price. I don't care who you are, don't even think about getting out of Fian City today. Bu Yuyan snorted coldly, not planning to talk to Shirgui at all. Because the purpose of Bu Yuyan returning to Fian City this time was to surprise the casting hall, not to come back to greet them. Therefore, if you want to fight, you must first strike first. In battle, there is not so much morality to speak of. Aim good? Bu Yuyan asked without looking sideways. All right. The Grey Panther of the Hammer mercenary team replied excitedly. For the first time in his life, Grey Leopard has seen such a tyrannical treasure as a bombing airship, but he never expected to be able to control it himself. No wonder it's not exciting. Emission. Bu Yuyan ignored Grey Leopard's excitement and said with a cold expression. Okay, launch. Grey Panther yelled and pressed the launch button. The railgun, which had been ready for a long time, only heard a slight buzzing, and a white light flashed. In the next instant, before the white light in the launch tube of the railgun disappeared, a bright red blood flower bloomed on Shirgui's body. Puff. The extremely compressed magic light bullet did not give Shirgui any reaction time at all, and directly penetrated Shirgui's chest. The railgun is approaching the ultimate firing speed, which is fully reflected at this moment. Cough cough. With the sound of Shirgui's cough, a puddle of blood splashed out of Shirgui's mouth. An unbelievable look appeared on Shirgui's face, and in the next second, Shirgui tightly clutched the wound on his chest and stepped back. What kind of weapon is this? How could it be that even I can't react? The severe pain in his chest reminded Shirgui that what happened just now was not a dream, but something that really happened. But the truth is always the most unexpected. The railgun carried by the bombing airship was so powerful that Shirgui was horrified. It's just that Bu Yuyan didn't intend to explain. When dealing with the enemy, being more talkative is obviously not a good quality, and it is better to let them die in full of doubts. Grey Panther, are you aiming? Bu Yuyan looked coldly at Shirgui's horrified face and asked aloud. Of course, with what is called a thunder radar aids, it's too easy to aim. Grey Panther answered quickly. In fact, as early as Shirgui and others did not. When covering up and swaggering around Fian City, Bu Yuyan was already ready. The size of the bombing airship is too large, and naturally, it cannot be taken out in Fian City. So Bu Yuyan left Bu's house one step ahead of schedule and came outside Fian City. The Grey Leopard was specially called by Bu Yuyan to help control the bombing airship to attack. Although with the assistance of the magic wand radar, the aiming of the railgun and the bomb opening is not difficult, but when it comes to the accuracy, it is better to have a veteran with combat experience. So Bu Yuyan did not let Xuanhuan, who was standing aside, eager to try, control the railgun. Instead, let the Grey Leopard, who has played the improved laser light to perfection, help. After all, they are all aiming, and there must be certain things in common. Then go on. Bu Yuyan gave the order. Okay, railgun, fire. Grey Panther shouted with great excitement, and then pressed the launch button. This is attacking a heroic powerhouse. With the strength and talent of Grey Leopard, if there is no bombing airship, I am afraid that I can only look up to hero-level powerhouses in this life, and want to fight against hero-level powerhouses? Simply dreaming. Therefore, the Grey Leopard cherished this opportunity very much, and his emotions were naturally quite excited. If he still defeats this heroic powerhouse, the Grey Leopard will be able to brag about it for a lifetime. With a slight buzzing sound, the two railguns suddenly flashed a white light. Oops! When he saw the white light lit up, Shu Hui realized that the situation was not good. But it was too late. The firing speed of the railgun is definitely not a joke. Unless it is predicted in advance, it is impossible to avoid it with Shu Hui's strength. Battle Chi Condensate, Shield. Open. Boom. A shield condensed from Do Chi appeared in front of Shu Hui, and then shattered in the next instant. The high-compression magic light bullet penetrated Shu Hui's body as expected. It came out from behind, with a smear of blood. What did I see? The heroic powerhouse is about to lose. I'm definitely dreaming, it must be, how could such a thing happen? Is that airship some kind of treasure with terrifying power? Boo, the eldest lady of the Boo family, is that the treasure owned by the eldest lady of the Boo family? The people in Fian City were stunned. The shock in my heart is beyond words. The position where the bombing airship is suspended is not very high, so the confrontation between the bombing airship and Shu Hui, even if it is not clear in the ground, can barely see the general plot. And it is this general plot that makes people even more unbelievable. In their minds, the almost invincible hero-level powerhouse was about to lose, and it was still lost to an airship they had never seen before. More importantly, this airship is a treasure owned by the eldest lady of the Boo family in Fian City. With such a tyrannical treasure, doesn't it mean that Fian City will be higher than the surrounding city-states from now on? Among them, the happiest thing is that the walk is empty. Looking at the delusional faces of the Boo family members, who looked like a concubine, Bu Kong felt extremely happy. The appearance of the bombing airship made the walking hollow even more exciting. Yu Yan is finally able to be on her own. It seems that it is time to hand over this huge Boo family to her. Wu Shuikong sighed silently in his heart, and then glanced coldly at those wolf ambitions. His fate had already been decided in his heart. This kind of white-eyed wolf should be cleaned up without leaving behind. The Boo family had no place for them, and even Fian City couldn't hold them. Betrayers should live in despair all their lives. You must know that the most desperate thing for people is not death, but never seeing the future and living in darkness forever. However, it was the exact opposite of Shuekong and the ordinary residents of Fian City. When they saw that Shu Hui might lose to the bombing airship, Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan both had cold hands and feet, their hearts were chilled, and the clothes on their bodies were immediately soaked in cold sweat. Because if Shu Hui is defeated, then Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan can be sure that Bu Yuyan's next target is the Yan family and the Yu family. After the Bu family possessed such terrifying power, there was absolutely no possibility that the Yan family and the Yu family could resist. I didn't expect that I and others had been calculating for so long, and they were still so vulnerable in the face of absolute power. Thinking of this, Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. But more than that, there was fear and anxiety. If the Yu family and the Yan family are gone, what will they do? Probably to be cleaned up together. As the current head of the Yu family and the Yan family, if the family is gone, the best outcome for them is to be placed under house arrest for a lifetime, and then die alone in a small courtyard. Never take half a step in your life. However, in the vast majority of cases, they were buried with their families. Otherwise, let's run away. If you can't do it, run away. As long as you are not in Fian City, there will always be a day when you will make a comeback. Yan Qianshan stood up from the chair, no longer as calm as before, and even more hidden gloating. By now, all that remains is anxiety and panic. Yan Qianshan didn't want to die yet, so when he saw the situation was not good, he knew that he had to leave Fian City, otherwise, he might never be able to leave. In other words, Shigui can win this battle. Then the family to be destroyed will be the Bu family. This is the last hope, and it is also the result that Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan are waiting for. It's just that these two are old foxes, and naturally, it is impossible to put their own safety on a battle where the outcome is unclear. So Yu Qiyuan's decision is the same as Yan Qianshan's. Pack up first and prepare to leave Fian City. Once it is determined that Shigui is no match, then leave immediately and never stop. No matter how humiliating it is to escape, as long as the green hills are left, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. As long as Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan are still alive, then the Yu family and the Yan family will have a chance to make a comeback. No matter what the people in Fian City think. Anyway, Shigui, who was confronting Bu Yuyan in the sky, is not feeling well now. With the terrifying firing speed of the railgun, as long as he aimed, Shigui had no way to escape, and could only be passively beaten. Moreover, in front of the high-compression magic light projectile, the body-protecting aura is completely useless. Shigui has tried it many times, and his defense is ineffective in front of the railgun of the bombing airship, and he can only waste his grudge. Damn, where did she get such a powerful treasure? Looking at this kind of power, I am afraid that even the Lord of the Palace will not have a few years. Can't be created. Shigui looked at the bombing airship in front of him and thought to himself. But if Qilu knew about this, he would probably laugh at him and say that he had been flattering him for years. If you don't know how the ancient runes should be engraved, and you want to build a bombing airship, you are joking. Not to mention the magic mixed with high-tech products of the railgun. If there is no one to point out, let alone a few years, even if it is decades, Duan Wenxin will not even try to create it. What now? That behemoth should have weaknesses. In fact, Shigui's heart has already emerged a little retreat. But when he thought of the task on his own, Shigui felt that he still had to fight again. If you can't defend, let's attack. So this time, without waiting for the railgun to fire again, Shigui rushed towards the bombing airship, as fast as lightning. Since the bombing airship is no match for it, it is enough to solve the person who controls the bombing airship. A sharp long knife appeared in Shigui's hand. The people of the foundry hall are never short of weapons. Because if there is a lack of weapons, it will be a shame for the foundry hall. The only difference is the quality of the weapon. Obviously, for hero-level powerhouses, the casting hall is also very important, so the weapons possessed by Shigui must be of high quality. Although it is still not as good as the original Tong Wu, he can get the steel knife forged by Duan Wenxin himself. But after the grudge was attached, the destructive power displayed by the longsword in Shigui's hand was still astonishing. The sharp blade shone with cold light, as if to tear the space apart. The sound of breaking the sky whimpered, like a loud whistle, and with the violent momentum, it washed away the few clouds in the sky. Terrifying pressure swept over. With this knife from Shigui, even the residents of Fian City, who were far away on the ground, could feel an extreme sense of oppression. It can be seen that the power contained in it is huge and the fighting spiritus majestic. Break the mountain. With this knife, Shigui didn't intend to test at all. Under the attack of the railgun before, Shigui had been seriously injured. There were wounds pierced through the front and back in several places on his body, and the blood spurting out also made Shigui's face very pale. If you try again at this moment, I am afraid there will be no chance to take action next. Boom! The roaring sound of breaking through the sky suddenly intensified, as if bursts of thunder roared and slashed towards the bombing airship. This momentum immediately shocked the residents of Fian City. Immediately there was awe. Is this the power of a hero-level powerhouse? It's so terrifying, and it can cause spatial shocks between gestures. The majestic coercion was so oppressive that people couldn't even breathe. While in awe, Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan showed another emotion. That is surprise, and fierce. This knife will definitely cut Bu Yuyan down. This is a dignified hero-level powerhouse, how could it possibly lose Totho's sloppy things? This is the common idea of Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan. Although they and Shigui did not know each other, at this moment they had the idea of sharing weal and woe. If Shigui wins, then the Yu family and the Yan family will share the food and the family, and everyone will be fine. Shigui was defeated, then Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan had no choice but to flee for their lives. As for the Bu family, that is the real rise, and it is not a force that they are qualified to meddle in. However, in the control room of the bombing airship, Bu Yuyan stood quietly in front of the center console, staring coldly at the slashing attack. The expression on her face did not change at all. Even Xiaowen just watched quietly. On the contrary, the gray leopard on the side was frightened by the slash. "Bu, Miss Bu, this. Calm down, it's alright, the bombing airship is not as fragile as you think." Bu Yuyan stopped Gray Leopard's stammering voice, then spoke calmly and comforted her. "This is out of Chila's trust. Otherwise, how could the eldest young lady, Bu Yuyan, who does not go out a phone door and does not step into, go into battle in person to meet the enemy? Catastrophe always makes people grow. All disasters that don't kill you will only make you stronger." This was the case with Bu Yuyan, from a weak woman who was so frightened that her legs were so weak that she couldn't stand up when she met a mountain bandit, to now she can't change her face when facing a hero-level powerhouse. This is growth. When you are used to life and death, you will become calm. Don't hide? Then wait to die. One knife, broken mountain. Shigui looked grimly at the bombing airship, and also at Bu Yuyan, expecting to see panic on her face. That would make him feel a lot better. It's a pity that Bu Yuyan's face has not changed, she is as indifferent as a piece of ice. Boom! The terrifying slash slammed into the bombing airship, and a roar resounded through the sky. The huge force, as the blade was vented, slashed ruthlessly on the pod of the bombing airship, which looked quite terrifying. However, the momentum is so huge. The expression on Shigui's face gradually changed from surprise at the beginning to surprise, then finally panic, and even the hand holding the knife trembled a little. Because at such a close distance, Shigui could see clearly. Outside the pod of the bombing airship, a layer of magic barrier appeared, blocking his slashing. The blow with all his strength, just now, did not cause even the slightest damage to the bombing airship. No. It's impossible. There was an unnatural sharpness in Shigui's voice, which was caused by extreme fear and disbelief. This is the full blow of a heroic powerhouse. Even if it's just a hero-level primary realm, it's a real hero-level powerhouse. It can't even cause the slightest damage. Where did this bombing airship come from? To be able to be strong to such a terrifying level. Nothing is impossible, Grey Panther, get ready. Bu Yuyan seemed to have anticipated it long ago, so she ignored the fear on Shigui's face and waved her right hand to wake up the still surprised Grey Leopard. Ah, yes. After the Grey Leopard woke up from the surprise, he quickly responded. Then immediately began to adjust the position of the railgun, and then aimed at Shigui. Don't think that once you get close to the bomber, you can't aim. When the system was designing the bomb-dropping airship, there was no such obvious loophole. The bullet port really can't hit close targets. However, the attack range of the railgun is front, back, left and right, plus the 5 directions below, all the places that can be detected. There is no such thing as invulnerability to attack. As for the top of the bombing airship, it only needs to be raised all the time, isn't it? Whizzing. After aiming, the magic light projectile in the railgun was immediately launched. The intense impact was accompanied by severe pain, causing Shigui to wake up from the shock, and he hurriedly retreated. It's too bad, how could such a tyrannical treasure fall into her hands? It's no wonder that the Bu family dared to oppose the casting hall. It turned out that they had something to rely on. Shu Jiu pondered while retreating, and then a sudden realization appeared on his face. No, I can't stay here anymore, I have to report this matter. This kind of big thing is not something that Shu Jiu can handle. You have to tell Duan Wenqin. Therefore, Shu Jiu already had the intention of retreating in his heart, and he had already begun to find a way to evacuate. As for the other people who came to Fian City this time, it was not important at all. If you lose a hero-level powerhouse, then even the casting hall will feel a pain in the flesh. But the loss of some practitioners who are not very strong, with the strength off the casting hall, will not care at all. Gone is gone. There are a lot of these cultivators who are not strong and whose realm is not high. They all came for the abundant resources of the casting hall. But if you want to get it, you must be prepared to pay, so the casting hall will never feel bad for these guys. Bu's house, right, just wait. Shu Jiu's face was ashen, and he roared angrily. It won't be long before the casting hall will send a real powerhouse to Fian City to pacify your Bu family. Shu Jiu left behind these cruel words, and hurriedly fled Fian City. Only the group of stunned residents in Fian City were left, with unbelievable eyes everywhere. Escape, escape, escape? No, that's a hero-level powerhouse, and he escaped, how is this possible? I didn't expect Miss Bu's family to be so powerful. The Bu family is mighty, it seems that the Bu family is really going to rise. I hope that Fian City will follow suit. Yeah, even the heroic powerhouses have escaped, so what else do we have to fear? Bu family mighty. Fian City mighty. The residents of Fian City, from the initial shock and disbelief, to the sudden surprise, to the last and proud. The process changed quickly. It can be said that at this moment, the Bu family's reputation in Fian City has reached its peak. As long as there are no accidents, it is impossible for another force to compete with the Bu family in Fian City. However, for the Yu family and the Yan family, at this moment, a chill that went straight to the bottom of their hearts suddenly appeared. Bu Yu Yan won. Then Fian City will no longer have a place for Yojia and Yan's family. Compared with the concessionaires who took action and cleaned themselves out, Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan consciously began to run away. Preparations are already done. Most of the belongings were left, and they were dressed lightly, and they didn't need to bring many people. They didn't even need to notify other clansmen. They only needed to bring their own confidants. Then sneak out of Fian City secretly. As for the remaining clansmen, just stay in Fian City as bait. The power of the Fian Chamber of Commerce has spread to more than a dozen city-states. Even if there is an internal disagreement, the Fian Chamber of Commerce will exist in name only. But the power that has been developed will not change. However, the power of the Yu family, the Yan family, and the Bu family needs to be calculated separately now. However, this is enough. Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan thought very clearly that what they gave up was nothing but the power of Fian City. In other city-states, although the strength of the Yan family and the Yu family is far less than that of Fian City, as long as there is fire, there is hope. One day, it will be able to make a comeback. In the main house of the Bu family, the group of Bu family members who were conspiring to do things were already slumped to the ground at this moment. Looking at the bombing airship suspended in the sky, his eyes are full of despair. There was no idea of resistance at all. That is a treasure that even a hero-level powerhouse can only run away from. How can they be able to compete with this kind of treasure? By dreaming? On the contrary, there was still a bloodshot at the corner of his mouth, and he was overjoyed at this time. The Bu family has endured for so many years, and today is finally the day of the early days. It's great, it's really great. Walking Sora sighed from the bottom of his heart. Today's events, with Shirgui's escape, everything has become a foregone conclusion. What needs to be dealt with next will become extremely simple under the watch of the bombing airship. With the aid of the magic version of the radar, the railgun can completely achieve precise strikes, and there is no possibility of accidental injury at all. So no one had the courage to resist, and they were all frightened by the bombing airship. Help with Fian City. After Bu Yuyan gave this order, her feet softened and she fell down on the chair. In the face of the last heroic powerhouse, it is impossible to say that you are not nervous. After all, the most powerful cultivator Bu Yuyan had seen not long ago Wei at the master level. And the hero level, that is a completely different realm from the master level. It's just that Bu Yuyan knew in her heart that when facing the enemy, she could lose her aura, so she held on. Now that the battle is over, it is natural to feel a little exhausted. Aren't you chasing? Grey Leopard asked, curiously. No need to chase, Fian City is more important, and the bombing airship must be deterred here. Bu Yuyan shook her head and explained a little. If the bombing airship is not there, there is no guarantee that those guys will not jump over the wall in a hurry. Moreover, in the face of a hero-level powerhouse who insists on running away, the speed of the bombing airship cannot actually catch up. Even if the heroic powerhouse has been seriously injured, it is the same. Because the original intention of the bombing airship was designed for combat and defense, rather than chasing. However, this is not a shortcoming. Bu Yuyan wisely did not say it, but just the reason that Fian City needed to be deterred. If one less person knows about this kind of thing, it would be better if one less person knows about it. Otherwise, in the face of guerrilla tactics, even if Bu Yuyan had a bombing airship, she would be very troubled. By the way, the people monitoring the Yu family and the Yan family should still be there. Bu Yuyan, who was resting on a chair, suddenly. Thinking of this question, I asked aloud. After knowing that there was a hidden child buried in the Bu family, Bu Yuyan asked the members of the Hammer mercenary team to help monitor the main residence of the Yu family and the Yan family. There is no need to monitor carefully. Just need to know where Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan are. Because as long as these two people are dealt with, then the Yu family and the Yan family will be completely messed up. Fight for power and profit, divide up the industry. The greed in human nature will destroy these two families in a very short period of time and turn them into a mess of sand. Don't worry, Miss Bu, our Hammer mercenary team is absolutely safe in doing things. Grey Panther patted his chest and assured. If a group of cultivators can't even monitor the movements of a few ordinary people, then it is better to abolish their cultivation as soon as possible and go home to farm. That's good. With their personalities, it is impossible for them to stay in Fian City and wait to die. Bu Yuyan spoke slowly. It can be seen that Bu Yuyan was very dissatisfied by the successive calculations by the Yu family and the Yan family. It's just that due to strength, there has been no way to make it happen. In fact, Bu Yuyan is not bad when it comes to scheming, she just looks a little immature. After all, he was born in such a family, and if his personality was really pure, he probably wouldn't be able to live now. So before preparing to summon the bombing airship to surprise the casting hall, Bu Yuyan also predicted the reactions of Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan. Since I'm back in Fian City, then I won't let you run away. It's time to do something about the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Bu Yuyan said slowly, but didn't look at the center console again. Only Xiaowen's eyes lit up from the side, because she felt that her eldest lady became more and more imposing. Go back, and report this to the lord of the palace. Shirgui's face was extremely pale, panting heavily, and he made a sound like a broken bellows. The power of the high-compression magic bullet is too great. Even if Shirgui escaped by chance, he would be seriously injured and his combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Fortunately, magic bullets are designed to destroy, not erode. Therefore, Shirgui can also temporarily seal the wound with vindictive qi to prevent the continuous loss of blood. As for healing, this kind of wound that runs through the front and back, it is impossible to completely heal in a short period of time. It is a good thing to protect the wound and not continue to expand. Yo, isn't this Shirgui? How did it become like this? Could it be that in Fian City, there are still some incredible powerhouse in town? Just when Shirgui's consciousness was a little fuzzy, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a man with a somewhat feminine face suddenly appeared in front of Shirgui. Dressed in black robes, the man looked a little fierce. Su Hengxiang? Why did you come here? When Shirgui saw the person coming, his face was startled, and the questioning voice had already blurted out. This gentle-faced man, named Su Hengxiang, was quite famous in the casting hall. The realm of the hero-level middle level, the strength alone, can be ranked in the forefront in the casting hall. It's just that this person usually never accepts tasks, and his actions are very secretive, but when he makes a move, it is a thunderous trend, and theons that are solved are all powerful enemies. There are more than a dozen hero-level powerhouses who died in his hands. It can be said that in the casting hall, many people are afraid of this guy. Afraid of his strength and the ferocity of his shots. I'm here, naturally, to meet you. I don't know if you can get the casting jade plate? Su Hengxiang narrowed his eyes slightly and asked aloud. I see. After hearing Su Hengxiang's explanation, Shirgui was relieved. To be able to have a strong man, stronger than himself to meet him, it is naturally a lot more reassuring. Just being asked about the casting jade plate made Shirgui blushed. There is no reason for him. Because of the casting jade plate, Shirgui not only did not get it, but even who has not confirmed the casting jade plate. Now being asked, apart from embarrassment, there is nothing but shame. I'm going back to report this. The Bu family is not as simple as we thought. We all underestimate the Bu family. Shirgui said hesitantly, as if he was making excuses for his failure. Oh? How do you say this? A strange smile appeared on Su Hengxiang's face, looked at Shirgui, and asked aloud. These words sounded as if they were concerned, but there was an unusual meaning in the tone. It's just that Shirguizheng was in embarrassment and panic, and he didn't notice the weirdness. When asked, he only explained a few words. The Bu family has a huge airship, and I don't know where the treasure was obtained. It is not afraid of the attack of the hero-level powerhouse, and its destructive power is extremely amazing. Shirgui said exaggeratedly, so as to cover up his defeat. The enemy is so powerful that it is not that I am unwilling to contribute, but that the ability is really insufficient and the strength is insufficient. So then, is the wound on your body caused by that airship? With a playful smile on the corner of Su Hengxiang's mouth, he looked at Shirgui. The blood has dried up, but the wound is not so easy to heal. So even if Shirgui wanted to hide it, he couldn't hide it. However, this level of injury does not need to be concealed. Instead, it is revealed in a generous way, and it can also prove what Shirgui said. That is, the enemy is too strong. In this case, at least part of the responsibility for the failure of the mission can be attributed to the members who collected information, so as to reduce the punishment that he will receive. Yes, I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful treasure in the hands of the Bu family. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Shirgui sighed, then looked back at the direction of Fian City. This place is already a long way from Fian City, so the lucky guy Bu Yuyan probably won't come after him. It seems that your mission has failed, and the cast jade plate is still in the hands of the Bu family, right? Su Hengxiang didn't pay attention to Shirgui's defense, but summed it up slowly. It's, yes. Shirgui was choked by Su Hengxiang's words, and a stern look flashed in Heizi's, but he nodded and admitted. This kind of thing cannot be avoided, no matter whether the mission is successful or not, it needs to be recorded after returning to the casting hall. Just being directly pierced through this layer of window paper made Shu Hui feel a little embarrassed. I already understand the general situation, then your residual value can be considered exhausted. Su Hengxiang's tone was still calm and indifferent. But it seems to say it inadvertently. Shu Hui was startled by something incredible. He suddenly looked up at Su Hengxiang and asked sharply, "What do you mean by that? What does it mean that the surplus value has been used up?" These words undoubtedly stabbed Shu Hui's heart. However, Su Hengxiang didn't care at all. Looking at Shu Hui, who was stern, he said with a half-smile, "What do you mean?" "Of course it means literally." Su Hengxiang slowly pulled out the rapier from his waist, half-squinted his, and his tone gradually became dangerous. "Sometimes, some people disappear forever, which is more valuable than living. Do you understand?" Shu Hui. As soon as these words came out, a ray of light suddenly flashed in Su Hengxiang's eyes, and then his figure disappeared in place. "What did you say? What are you trying to do?" "Ah." Puff. Shu Hui stepped back in horror, but in the next second, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Immediately afterwards, a thin sword emerged from his chest and appeared in front of his eyes. The pattern engraved on the sword is very beautiful, and after being stained with blood, it looks even more coquettish. The ferocious grudge ripped apart Shu Hui's heart. A bright red blood also overflowed from Shu Hui's mouth and dripped onto the ground. Why? Shu Hui opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of puzzlement. The brilliance that was just used to prove that Shu Hui was alive was gradually dissipating from his eyes. Because Duan Wenxin can't get the casting jade plate, at least before he comes down from the throne of the temple master, he must not be allowed to get the casting jade plate. As Su Hengxiang answered, he drew out the rapier from behind Shu Hui. Bam! The lost support Shu Hui fell to the ground. The heart was completely shattered. Even if it was a powerhouse, it would be impossible to survive, let alone a hero. Therefore, Su Hengxiang was not worried at all. "It turns out that you are a big elder, and we were all deceived by you." After saying these words intermittently, the brilliance in Shu Hui's eyes completely disappeared, turning into a dead silence. After confirming that Shu Hui's aura had completely disappeared, Su Hengxiang dealt with the rest of the matter with indifference, destroying the corpse, as clean as Shu Hui had never appeared. When the matter was over, Su Hengxiang looked at the place where Shu Hui had fallen before, with a sneer. "Even if you guessed that I am the great elder, so what? The dead can't speak. You can take this secret and disappear quietly." Su Hengxiang was indeed the great elder of the casting hall. And coming here to wait for Shu Hui is not to meet Shu Hui, but to intercept Shu Hui. It doesn't matter to Su Hengxiang whether Shu Hui got the cast jade plate or not. Because Su Hengxiang's purpose was only to prevent Duan Wenxin from getting the jade plate. Besides, it would be a pleasant surprise if he could get the jade plate into his pocket. And the reason for this is simple. That is Duan Wenxin, the elder of the casting hall and the master of the casting hall, and they are not right. The reason is that the forging skills of the two people are between equals, but Duan Wenxin took a chance and won the throne of the hall master after winning the great elder of the casting hall. Therefore, the great elder of the casting hall has always been very unwilling and felt that he should not lose. Because of this, he has been coveting the position of the palace master. And this time, the appearance of the casting jade plate is the best opportunity. If Duan Wenxin was given the casting jade plate, then the calculations of the great elder of the casting hall would come to nothing. Because Duan Wenxin can consolidate his prestige by obtaining the cast jade plate, so as to suppress all those with rebellious hearts. But if you let the elder of the casting hall get the casting jade plate, then Duan Wenxin's prestige will be greatly reduced, and the elder of the casting hall will be able to take advantage of the situation and raise his arms. At that time, the casting hall will be in chaos. And the elders of the casting hall only need to use the casting jade plate to attract power, then they can reunite the casting hall and gain supreme power. So Shurgui could not go back. Duan Wenxin couldn't let Duan Wenxin know about the Bu family's situation. Because every time the mission to retrieve the jade plate of the casting fails, Duan Wenxin's prestige will be damaged once. When the hall master of the casting hall lost his prestige, it would be too much easier to overthrow it. Let's put the casting jade plate in your Bu family temporarily. When the time is right, I will go over and take it in person. Su Hengxiang finally glanced in the direction of Fian City, and then his figure disappeared. This is to use the power of the Bu family to weaken the power of Duan Wenxin. When the snipe and clam compete, the one who wins is always the fisherman. Inside Fian City, the terrifying power displayed by the bombing airship made ordinary residents jeer. For the residents of Fian City, the Bu family is a force that belongs to Fian City. The stronger the Bu family is, the safer Fian City is. So naturally very happy. It's just that compared to the joy of ordinary residents, the Youjia and Yen's families are a gloomy cloud. With the Bu family in power, the Yu family and the Yen family will naturally have a hard time. And the most important thing is that after the battle in the sky between the two clansmen, they suddenly found out that their master has disappeared. At this critical moment of extreme crisis, the head of the family disappeared. This means that the absolute backbone is gone. It is self-evident what will happen next. Even if it is an ordinary rich man, his sons and daughters can turn their brothers against each other in order to compete for the family property, and their relatives become enemies. That's not to mention the fact that the Youjia and Yanjia's industries cover more than a dozen city-states. There are not a few people in the clan who covet these industries. And this is not counting the covetousness of other forces for these two families. As long as they can tear off a piece of meat, they can digest a lot of time. However, these actions can only be started after the Bu family makes a decision. Because no force dared to challenge the Bu family at this time, it would be completely self-defeating behavior. What's more, even if you don't eat meat, even a little soup is enough for them to benefit a lot. At this moment, in the main house of the Bu family, in the courtyard, a large number of people knelt down. After helping the Bu family to deal with the matter and suppressing the large and small forces in Fian City, Bu Yuyan also returned to the main house of the Bu family. At this time, he was standing right in front of the compound, looking down at people kneeling on the ground. Xiaowen and Grey Leopard followed behind. But next to Bu Yuyan, there was a proud Shui Kong standing, but he had no intention of stepping forward. This is giving up the main seat to Bu Yuyan, so that Bu Yuyan can follow suit. Qingzhang became the head of the Bu family. So Bu Yuyan did not refuse. Because Bu Yuyan also knew in her heart that she was the one who cooperated with Qi Lu, not the Bu family, so Bu Yuyan became the head of the Bu family, which was a better choice for the Bu family. So Bu Yuyan, who stood in front of the compound for a long time, finally spoke up. The Bu family is in a big disaster. Not only did you not think about living and dying with the Bu family, sharing weal and woe, but instead thinking about waiting for the destruction of the Bu family, and taking a share of it. You guys, it's really good. Bu family, I don't need people like you. In just a few words, the fate of the Bu family members who were kneeling in the yard was decided. These guys who rely on the power of the Bu family to show off their power, after being expelled from the Bu family, some people clean up them. Allowing Bu Yuyan to do it herself, instead, she soiled her hands. No, miss, we were wrong, please, don't drive us away. We were really wrong, miss, please be merciful. Don't drive us out. We will never do this again in the future. We are all from the Bu family, please forgive us this time for the sake of being from the same clan. The Bu family members who were kneeling in the yard, when they heard these words, all began to cry and begged. With their abilities, if there is no support from the Bu family, I am afraid they can only wait to die. And over the years, relying on the care of the Bu family, they have caused trouble in Fian City and acted indiscriminately. Those small forces dared not speak out. If this is expelled from the Bu family, then it is really impossible to survive or die. I had known this earlier, so why bother in the first place? What are you still doing standing? If you don't do anything, drive them all out. Bu Yuyan glanced at the guards standing around the yard and said coldly. Yes. The guards were startled by Bu Yuyan's aura, and hurriedly responded, and then dragged out the guys who were still pleading. Just like throwing garbage, it was thrown outside the main house of the Bu family. Let all the big and small forces that are paying attention to the Bu family understand that these guys are the clansmen who were expelled from the Bu family. And the rest of the clansmen, you guys, did a great job. After Bu Yuyan coldly watched those crying guys being dragged out, she raised her head and looked towards the back of the yard. There were also a group of people kneeling there. It's just different from the kneeling method of those people before. These people are all on one knee. This kneeling method is not a confession, but an oath of allegiance. Although there were many white-eyed wolves in the Bu family when the casting hall came to the door, there were also many people who were willing to live and die with the Bu family. These clansmen are the backbone of the Bu family. Even in the face of death, the family's honor will be the most important, and would rather die than yield. And this kind of clan is talking about those people in the yard who are on one knee. Bu Yuyan also greatly admired these people. A family, if there is no cohesion, if the clan members do not have a sense of honor, then the family will never grow. Bu Yuyan knows this, so she appreciates these clansmen who are willing to share weal and woe with the Bu family. I am willing to believe in the people of the Bu family. Your abilities will be brought into play, and your names will be revealed. The Bu family needs you. Bu Yuyan made a sincere promise. Thank you for your grace, miss. All the Bu family members bowed their heads and expressed their gratitude. The stronger the clan, the higher the status of the clansman. Everyone knows the truth of the prosperity and the loss. It's just that there are not many people who can persevere in the face of the threat of death. So Bu Yuyan couldn't chill the hearts of these people. As for the rest, Miss Bu, our captain has come, just outside. The gray leopard who was following suddenly came to Bu Yuyan's side and reminded in a low voice. Really? Bu Yuyan was a little surprised by the action and execution ability of the Hammer mercenary team, so she was stunned for a moment, and then said, then escort in. Yes. The gray leopard responded, and then quickly left the yard. Within half a minute, the members of the Hammer mercenary squad led two peepline. Then a mercenary kicked the back of the knees of the two people who were brought in, forcing them to kneel on the ground. The two patriarchs, long time no see. Bu Yuyan looked at the two of them expressionlessly and said. These two were Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan who wanted to escape from Fian City. It's just that the two people who had been targeted by the Hammer mercenary team for a long time, how could they escape from Fian City? When you were plotting against me, you probably never thought that you would have such a day. Bu Yuyan asked slowly, as if sarcastically and as if recalling. If it wasn't for the mountain bandits she encountered on the way, I am afraid that Bu Yuyan would not know Qi Li's identity by now, but was still struggling in the distant mountain city. All I can say is that it is time and life. I really never thought that one day I would be taught a lesson by a lucky little girl. Yan Qianshan was held by the shoulders of the mercenary beside him, and couldn't get up at all, so he could only kneel on the ground and talk. Just in the tone, not reconciled. It's a pity that the foundation of my family for decades has been overturned in this way. Yu Qiyuan even gritted his teeth. In the eyes of the two of them, Bu Yuyan was just a nouveau riche who was lucky enough to obtain a powerful treasure. Any luck? Bu Yuyan smiled lightly. The gray leopard, who was following, scoffed at Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan's swords. In Gray Leopard's view, It's better to say that Bu Yuyan's kindness has paid off rather than luck. After all, when she met Qi Lu in the forest in the distant mountains, Bu Yuyan defied all opinions and asked Qi Lu to accompany the caravan in order to avoid danger many times. If this was placed on Yu Jia and Yan Jia, the ducks in their mouths would be able to fly. To let a traveler of unknown origin into the caravan? Don't even think about it. So there is indeed an element of luck. But what's more important is Bu Yuyan's character. Whether it's luck or something else, it's an indisputable fact that the Bu family won. Bu Yuyan didn't care about Yan Qianshan and Yu Qiyuan's unwillingness. Kindness is just Bu Yuyan's character, not Bu Yuyan's instinct. When threatening her family, Bu Yuyan also knows what to do. Blindly kindness is impossible to lead the Bu family to continue to grow and develop. The farce of the Fian Chamber of Commerce also lasted for a long time. It's time to end it now. This is the end of the history of the Yu family and the Yan family. Bu Yuyan just waved her hand and came to a conclusion on how to deal with it. As for who will deal with it, there are naturally many people. When Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan collapsed, the Yu family and Yan family would be dead in name only. The connection between those dozen city-states will also dissipate with the disappearance of Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan. The rest of the wandering family and the Yan family are no longer a threat at all. Can only wait to be annexed by the Bu family. And other forces are also staring at these two big pieces of fat. As long as the Bu family let go, they will come up to bite. After Yu Qiyuan and Yan Qianshan's affairs were settled, Bu Yuyan didn't need to worry about the rest. So Bu Yuyan invited people from the Hammer mercenary team to discuss something together. That's the man to control the bombing airship. The owner of the bombing airship is Bu Yuyan. But the bombing airship can't be controlled by consciousness, so it can only recruit other people to control it. The Hammer mercenary squad is a very suitable candidate. The strength is good, the two sides have also had many cooperation experiences, and they are familiar with each other. And it is very important that the Hammer mercenary team is the first group to come into contact with the improved version of the laser light, and the control of the bombing airship will be much faster. In particular, Grey Panther has already tried how to control the railgun. The shocking feeling is really unforgettable. So I also made this suggestion to Bu Yuyan. Control the bomber? Shall we go? Iron Tiger naturally knew what the bombing airship was referring to, so he was a little surprised when asked about it. That is a treasure that can rival heroic powerhouses. If there are no adventures for such a level of treasure, Taihu estimates that it will never touch it in his life. Of course, if Captain Iron Tiger and you guys can join Bujia, I think we shall be able to cooperate very happily. Bu Yuyan said with a smile. Miss Bu looks down on us. It's our honor to be able to control such a powerful treasure with our own hands. Of course we won't refuse, so thank you Miss Bu for your invitation. Hearing the words, Taihu naturally agreed. Because who is standing behind Bu Yuyan, Taihu can see clearly. Qi Li's identity is unclear for the time being, but just guessing what he can get is enough to shock Iron Tiger. And in Yuanshan City, there is also a hero-level powerhouse, who was designated by Qi Lu to protect Bu Yuyan's safety within the scope of Yuanshan City. This kind of treatment is simply unprecedented. As for the battle with the casting hall, honestly, Iron Tiger doesn't really care. If you want a chance, but don't want to take risks, how can there be such a good thing? Do you really think that you are the son of destiny? Now that there is such a good opportunity in front of him, how could Taihu give up? So after agreeing to Bu Yuyan's words, Iron Tiger made it clear to the other mercenaries in the Iron Hammer mercenary team. The results obtained were also within Iron Tiger's expectations. No one wants to quit. What a mercenary wants is blood and courage. If you don't even have the courage, then don't be a mercenary. It might be more appropriate to be a businessman instead. The life and death of our hammer mercenary team is now in the hands of Miss Bu. Taihu laughed boldly, saying so, but he didn't seem worried at all. Don't worry, Captain Iron Tiger, you won't be disappointed. Bu Yuyan said seriously. So far, the members of the bombing airship have been recruited. Boom. Another heavy iron furnace was kicked to the ground and smashed to pieces. In the mansion of the casting hall, Duan Wenxin was furious. Another heroic cultivator is gone, and he still disappeared in that unknown place. What do you all eat? I can't even handle a Bu family. Has our casting hall declined to such a point now? Or are you saying that you don't pay attention to this matter at all? A mere chamber of commerce can take down our people. What are those who collect intelligence doing? Severe punishment for me. Did you hear? Severe punishment. Duan Wenxin's face was full of anger, and he pointed at the hall master standing below the main hall and cursed. Several consecutive failures had lowered Duan Wenxin's prestige to a precarious level. So Duan Wenxin had to do something to make himself sit in a more stable position. Otherwise, you may be pushed into the abyss by others at any time. Lord Palace Master, this is not the mistake of the intelligence personnel, it's just that the Bu family was really just an ordinary merchant family in the past. One of the hall masters was a little unhappy, and said aloud. Who would have imagined that a dignified hero-level powerhouse would capsize in the gutter and be planted in that kind of place? I don't want to hear that excuse. I didn't know it before, so go check it out now. If there are more mistakes, all of you will be punished. Do you understand? Duan Wenxin snorted coldly and said in a cold tone. Previously, severely punishing those who collected intelligence was warning and suppressing. It is also sharing the pressure. The prestige of the hall master cannot be damaged, so it is natural to attribute the failure of the mission to other people. And now that the hall master is willing to talk back, that also gives Duan Wenxin the opportunity to use the question to play, and can lead the grievances in the casting hall to other people. Yes, Lord Hall Master. The hall master, who made a sound, bowed his head, obeyed the command, and bowed back. Now that the task of attracting hatred has been completed, it is time to do what you should do. Loyal subordinates can always solve problems for the hall master at times like this. And you guys, don't stand there forever, think about why such a simple task fails so many times. After Duan Wenxin scolded the hall master, who contradicted him, he turned to look at the others. The tone was equally cold, but with a little less anger and a little more majesty. If you can't sit still in this position, there are people who are willing to replace you. Don't just think about making a living every day, the casting hall doesn't need trash who can only mess around. Those who should be reprimanded are always reprimanded. As the hall master of the casting hall, Duan Wenxin could not compromise, and if his subordinates were not good enough, then change a group. There are many people who covet the positions of these hall masters in the casting hall. Because the higher the status, the more resources you can get and the more people you can dispatch. The sweetness of power, few people can refuse. And this kind of job turnover is quite common. As long as the most important positions in the casting hall remain untouched. Dang, then it will not have any impact on the development of the foundry hall. My lord, please calm down. This time we really underestimate the enemy. This situation will never happen again in the future. Master, please give us another chance, we will definitely bring back the jade plate. When Duan Wenxin mentioned the issue of dismissal, several hall masters immediately began to plead guilty. In the hall of castings, it is Duan Wenxin's business to clean up a few hall masters. Others wouldn't risk offending Duan Wenxin by intervening in this kind of thing. Hopefully, this kind of thing will never happen again. Duan Wenxin's face was cold and he said indifferently. If this kind of failure really has a next time, then all these hall masters will be pushed out to bear the resentment and anger in the casting hall. Otherwise, those behind the scenes will not give up. Okay, let's all go. When Duan Wenxin thought about this question, he also had a headache, so he hooked his hand and backed away several hall masters in the hall. The disagreement in the casting hall was something Duan Wen knew very well. The interior of any major force cannot be of one mind. Even those big families, there will be internal struggles. Power and wealth can make brothers and sisters turn against each other, not to mention the cohesive force of the casting hall itself is not a strong force. Relying on the reputation of a large number of blacksmiths, plus countless training resources and forging resources, the power gathered. Changes in internal power are all too common. Therefore, Duan Wenxin was sitting on the throne of the hall master of the casting hall. In fact, it was not stable, and he still needed to be careful at all times. There may not be many people peeping at Duan Wenxin's position from behind. But the strength of every person who dares to peep at the throne of the temple master cannot be weak. It's just that Duan Wen couldn't imagine that these guys would stumble upon him about casting the jade plate. Who will it be? What is in the casting jade plate is the treasure of the forging master. Whoever can get it will be able to improve the forging skills by leaps and bounds. But this secret should only be known to me. Duan Wenxin thought about it in his heart. Duan Wenxin only learned about this incident after reading a broken ancient book, by accident. And after learning about this, Duan Wenxin burned the ancient book, so there should be no reason for other people to know the secret of casting jade plate. The news that Duan Wenxin announced to the outside world was also that the cast jade plate was the sacred object of the cast hall. It is a treasure left by the god of forging to the foundry hall. Just because of some accidents, the casting jade plate was left behind. Now, bringing the casting jade plate back to the casting hall can be regarded as returning to the original owner. In this way, getting back the jade plate of the casting can be regarded as infamous teacher, and it can bring a lot of fame to the casting hall. Let the world know that even the god of forging is willing to give holy objects to the casting hall. That is to confirm the identity of the spokesperson of the god of forging, which is justifiable in the name of the foundry hall. So this matter is a good thing for anyone in the casting hall, and it should not be stopped. Unless that guy wanted to pull me off the horse, and then take out the jade plate off casting by himself, and sit in my current position. How shrewd Duan Wenxin is, he quickly figured out the crux of the problem. Bringing the casting jade plate back to the casting hall can indeed bring a lot of fame to the casting hall, but it can also bring a lot of prestige to the person who retrieves the casting jade plate. And if these prestige are blessed on a person with a similar status as Duan Wenxin, it will be enough to impact his position as the palace master. The answer to that question is about to come out. Duan Wenxin's finger slowly tapped on the armrest of the chair, and slowly muttered to himself. Big Elder. Far Mountain City, inside the vending point. Qila looked at Bu Yuyan with a surprised expression, and said, "You came back quite quickly, and the matter of Fian City is finished?" "It's done." Bu Yuyan nodded, and then briefly explained the matter of Fian City. Of course, it also tells the truth about the experience of using the bombing airship. I thought they would underestimate the enemy, but this style is too arrogant. Qilu was not good at commenting on Shirgui's behavior. There is always a lot of bullying, and the casting hall itself is such a force. The essence of the casting jade plate should be the treasure that this world condenses on its own, but the casting hall has to be owned by itself. Moreover, he had to find a justifiable reason to say that the jade plate off casting was originally something of the hall of casting, but it was accidentally left out. Isn't this just a matter of standing arches? Of course, Qila only heard about these things not long ago, so he naturally scoffed at them. Anyway, it's a hard grab, and it's whose fist is bigger. Also have to get a famous teacher. To be honest, Qilu was really disgusted by this kind of thing, and naturally, didn't like the casting hall. In the past, it was just an opposition of positions, but now it is really different. But you put that hero-level cultivator back, which is also a hidden danger for you. Bomb-throwing airships always have shortcomings. Qi Lu touched his chin and said while thinking. The problem that the speed of the bombing airship is not very fast, Qi Lu learned from Bu Yuyan just now. Because Qi Lu didn't control the bombing airship to drive, he directly handed it over to Bu Yuyan. These details are really unclear. But to say so, but the question of whether the speed is fast or not, still has to be compared to be obvious. Compared with the hero-level powerhouse, the bombing airship does chase a lot. But compared with those master-level cultivators, the speed of the bombing airship was about to pass them by several blocks. It is precisely because of this that Bu Yuyan returned to Yuanshan City this time, but she actually came back in a bombing airship. The city-states that passed by along the way frightened the residents quite a bit. But this is also a kind of Xuanhuan in disguise. If the Bu family wants to expand, it is not enough just in the name of doing business. The tyrannical power must also be displayed on the bright side, in order to deter those younger generation with evil intentions. Only by giving both kindness and power can make people feel awe. Mr. Qi, it's good to have a bombing airship, so you don't need to think about other things for me. Seeing Qi Li's contemplative look, Bu Yuyan hesitated for a while, before speaking out. Bu Yuyan is well aware of Qi Li's care for herself. Therefore, accepting Qi Li's kindness over and over again makes Bu Yuyan understand that she may not know what she has in her life forever. Thinking of this, a touch of tenderness suddenly appeared in Bu Yuyan's eyes looking at Qi Lu. Then it quickly turned into a blush on his face. Huh? Why is your face so red all of a sudden? Are you okay? Qi Lu, who was still thinking about the problem, suddenly caught a glimpse of Bu Yuyan's blushing face, and immediately asked a question. No, it's fine. Bu Yuyan hurriedly waved her hand, then wanted to cover her face. But after thinking about it, he put his hand down. It's fine. Qi Lu nodded. Bu Yuyan's demeanor just now made Qi Lu involuntarily think of Yushir. I don't know what's going on in the eastern wilderness and the northern mountain range. This damn gated boundary barrier has to be cooled for a month before it can be used. For this, Qi Lu has complained about how many times. But it is useless at all, the cooling time will not change anyway, not less than a minute in a month. Master. You came just in time. Qi Lu, who was still touching his chin, suddenly lit up after hearing the familiar voice. Let's get to know you first, this is my partner, Bu Yuyan. This one is another employee in my store, called Gu Mingyuan. Qi Lu looked at Gu Mingyuan, who was approaching, and naturally introduced her identity to Bu Yuyan. Anyway, we all have to get to know each other, it is better to know sooner rather than later. Employee. Bu Yuyan involuntarily glanced at Gu Ke, who was standing not far away, not knowing what to say about Qi Li's introduction. If you guessed correctly, the girl named Gu Mingyuan should not be too weak. To be able to use a strong person of this realm as an employee, what kind of family background must this be? Hello, Miss Bu. Gu Mingyuan greeted Bu Yuyan earnestly. This is probably a common problem of simulated robots. They always do things in a rigid manner, giving people a very rigid feeling. However, Qi Lu could not improve this situation. After all, in the ancient runes, there are no emotional runes. However, there are runes that involve souls, but this kind of rune blessing on a simulated robot is useless. Hello, Miss Gu. Bu Yuyan immediately returned a salute. As Qi Lu, she may not care about Gu Mingyuan, but Bu Yuyan has self-knowledge and knows that she can't. Therefore, Qi Lu looked at Bu Yuyan's sincere and frightened appearance from the side, and there was not much. It was only after the greeting was finished that he continued to say, okay, you don't have to be too cautious. I introduced Gu Mingyuan to you just to protect you. Is that so, ah? What? Bu Yuyan responded subconsciously, and then quickly realized that something was wrong. To protect yourself? After reacting, Bu Yuyan suddenly looked at Gu Mingyuan and stared at it for a long time. This is a girl with a very delicate face, not very good-looking, but she has a beautiful temperament. Slightly thin, with her deacon outfit and white gloves, she looks very capable, giving a very serious and rigorous feeling. It's just that when the girl hides in the shadows, it will seem to disappear, making it difficult for people to notice. Protecting my young lady, although it's good, but why? I feel a little unhappy. Xuanhuan, who was following behind Bu Yuyan, pouted inexplicably, and suddenly there was a premonition that she was about to fall out of favor. Xuanhuan, what are you thinking? No. Bu Yuyan quickly noticed the change in Xuanhuan's mood, and immediately said with a smile. Although Xuanhuan is Bu Yuyan's personal maid, but no matter how they say it, they have grown up together since childhood. Although there is a difference in honor and inferiority, the relationship is different. As close as sisters, that is probably the case. Well, I know. Xuanhuan replied slyly. There will always be conflicts between personal maids and personal bodyguards. Especially when Gu Mingyuan puts so much pressure on Xuanhuan, it's no wonder that Xiaowen's emotions can be so high. However, Qi Lu won't take care of this kind of thing. Let's let the girls get along slowly. If Gu Mingyuan can also be regarded as a real girl. Gu Mingyuan, you should have heard it just now. From today, you will be responsible for protecting Bu Yuyan's safety. Qi Lu glanced at Gu Mingyuan. This sentence is actually giving an order. After all, the simulation robot produced by the system is indeed strong, but its character is a little dull. The ancient runes blessed on them only made them stronger and more like a real person. But in terms of personality, let's not talk about it. I see, sir. Gu Mingyuan bowed to take orders, and then came directly behind Bu Yuyan, hiding in the shadows. The movement was so fast that if it hadn't been known in advance, Bu Yuyan and Xuanhuan might not have noticed that there was another person silently behind them. And hidden in the shadows, if you don't look for it deliberately, you can't find it at all. This is too much trouble for you, Master Qi. Bu Yuyan was a little overwhelmed and thanked, and then looked at Qi Lu for a while, and then looked back at Gu Mingyuan, who was hidden in the shadows. I said, don't be so restrained, you cooperate with me, and I will naturally protect your safety. If you have contact with my partnership, then I will naturally take back all these things. Qi Lu interrupted Bu Yuyan's words and said it very seriously. It is very necessary to protect the safety of agents. Because Qi Lu didn't want to go back and forth to this world again and again to deal with the vending point. That would be a waste of time and a bit silly. Master Qi. But when Bu Yuyan heard these words, her heart was filled with emotion. With such a strong strength and such an outstanding family background, he isn't arrogant at all, but rather takes care of others. Bu Yuyan found that she might have fallen. However, there is nothing wrong with falling into Qi Li's body. Oh, by the way, one more thing, Gu Ming is willing to be responsible for your safety, and she won't do anything else. Qi Lu didn't notice the change in Bu Yuyan's eyes at all, just added another sentence while talking. And the meaning of this sentence is to say that Bu Yuyan should not think about borrowing Gu Mingyuan's hand to do some domineering things. Qi Lu is not a domineering person. Naturally, I don't want people around me to bully others. Young Master Qi, don't worry, I know what to do. Bu Yuyan. Hearing Qi Li's implication, he was not surprised, but responded naturally. Very well. Then, next, there are some matters about new products. Qi Lu said slowly. Regarding new products, Qi Lu currently only intends to provide 3 kinds of flame crosses, thunder crosses, and lock spirit columns. As for the energy storage gem set and various launch tubes, Qi Lu plans to wait until the market for the improved laser light is basically saturated, and then take it out for sale. Because of the combination of the launch tube and the energy storage gem, strictly speaking, it should be an upgraded version of the improved laser light. Therefore, before the market for the improved laser light is saturated, these two types of products are taken out. That is completely unprofitable. Although Qi Lu is to gather the power of faith, he is by no means a person who kills chickens and fishes for eggs. The improved version of the laser light itself is a good thing in short supply. Before the market is not saturated, there is absolutely no need to use a higher level version to hit the market of the improved version of the laser light. On the contrary, the Flaming Cross, the Thunder Cross, and the Lock Pillar are three commodities that can open up new markets. So after this conversation, Qi Lu was talking most of the time, while Bu Yuyan was listening. Learn more about the new product features. I have never heard of the functions of these three new products. Can this type of treasure be forged? When Bu Yuyan heard the end, she couldn't help covering her small mouth that was slightly open because of surprise. In this world, among the objects forged by blacksmiths, maybe some peculiar utensils. But those things are basically trails. And most of the artifacts forged by blacksmiths are used in battle. Among them, weapons or armors that carry vindictive energy and magic power in order to exert more powerful combat effectiveness are the first type. Also the most popular type, including a variety of weapons, staff, shields, and the like. The second category is the tools used to assist in combat. For example, it is used for functions such as reconnaissance, exploration, and concealment. But in any case, these utensils have a common feature, that is, they must be in the hands of cultivators in order to exert their effects. Because these utensils require fighting spirit or magic power to use. However, the three new products that Qi Lu brought out this time did not have this demand. Even more convenient than the improved laser light. The energy storage gem of the improved version of the laser light still needs a magician to replenish its magic power. But the Flame Cross and the Thunder Cross are the magic cores that are used directly, and they no longer need the help of practitioners. And the Lingling Pillar is even more powerful. Disposable products do not need anything to provide energy at all, they can be used after they are purchased, and they can be replaced directly when the energy is exhausted. What is this concept? These three new products are simply changing Bu Yuyan's perception of the weapons created by those blacksmiths. Is this to completely abandon the cultivator? Because after having the Flame Cross, even ordinary people can have the power to hunt monsters, and can hunt the magic core to be self-sufficient. Although the process is dangerous, the rewards are definitely not cheap. This is completely competing for jobs with those cultivators. How can this kind of thing not be shocking? The function of these products is of course real, and they are available in the store now, but they have not been taken out yet. Qi Lu was not surprised by Bu Yuyan's attitude. Because this kind of commodity that subverts conventional cognition is to be questioned in itself. After all, one's cognition is not so easy to change. But as long as someone tastes the sweetness, the speed of spread will also be unparalleled. Especially these new products and merchants fit quite well. You must know that businessmen were born to communicate with each other. This kind of good thing, through their hands, can definitely spread to variosity states at the fastest speed. There is no doubt about that. Power, especially great power, is always craving. Sorry, Master Qi, I was a little rude just now. It's just that the new product this time is really too strong. No, it should be said that the attraction it brings to me is really too great. Although Bu Yuyan had calmed down, she was still full of amazement. Not to mention anything else, let's just say that this Thunder Cross has an offensive ability that will definitely attract countless people who can afford this product. After all, there are only very few powerful practitioners. Most people are still struggling on this path, and there are even more people who are not even qualified to embark on this path of cultivation. So when faced with such a tyrannical weapon, it is impossible not to be moved. It's okay, it's a good thing that new products are attractive, don't worry too much. Qi Lu waved his hand, and then continued, then apart from these new products, I have another thing to tell you. What's the matter? From now on, the purchase restrictions on goods have been lifted, and there are not as many requirements as before. What? When Bu Yuyan heard the words, she was first shocked, and then burst into ecstasy. Because the restrictions mentioned by Qi Lu are definitely the most troublesome problem for Bu Yuyan. There are still so many restrictions in doing business, if not because the quality of the improved laser light is really excellent, so that those customers can willingly accept these requirements. If you switch to another store, I am afraid it will be closed long ago. But this is the case, and it also has a great impact on the speed at which Bu Yuyan spreads the business. But now, all the restrictions have been lifted, and Bu Yuyan is naturally the happiest. If I want to compete with the casting hall, if the development speed is not faster, I am a little worried. Qi Li said with a solemn expression. Originally in Qi Li's plan, it was to allow the Bu family to develop to ascertain extent before appearing in front of the casting hall. In this case, even if the casting hall wanted to deal with the Bu family, it would not help. But now, the time when the Bu family was exposed in front of the casting palace really early. If Bu Yuyan hadn't released Shirgui in Fian City before, it would have caused the casting hall to be suspicious of the Bu family's strength, thus delaying the development time. Qi Lu also thought so before. It's a pity that people are not as good as heaven, and plants can't keep up with changes. Therefore, Qi Lu must also help the Bu family to speed up the development. And Gu Mingyuan was because Qi Lu specially arranged to go to Bu Yuyan's side in order to prevent the casting hall from taking action on Bu Yuyan. Otherwise, a bombing airship would sufficient for most situations. Young Master Qi, don't worry, if you let go of these restrictions, the speed at which these products will become famous will definitely be faster than you can imagine. It's not that Bu Yuyan is talking big, it's the truth. When a commodity is in a monopoly position and the quality is still so high, it is difficult not to be popular. What's more, the products from Qi Lu have no requirements for users at all. As long as you know how to use it and you can afford it with gold coins, even a child can use it. This is simply too friendly for those rich businessmen. Although it is said that businessmen value profit over parting, but strictly speaking, who does not accept a concubine for those rich and noble families who have no shortage of money and food? Who doesn't have a whole bunch of goods? From this point of view, it was Jin Datsai, who had always been alone, that surprised Qi Lu. After all, as long as Jin Datsai is looking for it, there are people in Yuanshan City who are willing to come. However, this guy doesn't seem to be interested in these things, and he only thinks about how to expand his industry. But that exception aside, most of the wealthy businessmen do not have groups of wives and concubines at home, but there must be many children. Because of having a child, it can be considered that he has continued his bloodline. Otherwise, what is the use of earning so many gold coins and laying such a big foundation? 100 years later, it is still not a handful of less. Lifespan, even if it is a powerhouse-level power, is only 1,000 years at most. Not to mention these ordinary people. So even for their own children, those wealthy businessmen, and even some qualified people, will frantically snap up these commodities. Especially the Thunder Cross and the Chainling Pillar. For ordinary people, it is simply a self-defense weapon. There is no need to buy too much, 2 or 3 Thunder Crosses are enough to keep the family safe. Just wait for the durability to run out, remember to replace it in time. It is impossible for a commodity that is priced in gold coins to have the property of never wearing out. Otherwise, how would Qi Lu collect the power of faith? That's all I have to say, I'll leave the rest to you to arrange. Qi Lu said very freely. Qi Lu would not doubt Bu Yuyan's business ability. In the Fian Chamber of Commerce, he helped the Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family to fight against each other for so many years. Today, the Fian Chamber of Commerce is the only one left. The internal obstacles have been removed, then it is time to break through the external obstacles. Please feel free to leave it to me. Bu Yuyan took a serious look at Qi Lu, then nodded vigorously. A touch of love in his eyes can only be buried deep in his heart. Because Bu Yuyan clearly knew that with her current status, she was not worthy of Qi Lu at all. If nothing else, just look at the two hero-level powerhouses standing beside her, and you can clearly show the gap between the two. But it's alright. After getting such an excellent opportunity, Bu Yuyan believed that she would be able to catch up with Qi Lu little by little. Even if he has been left behind by Qi Lu, as long as he can see Qi Li's back, there is hope. After there is no purchase limit, the speed of distribution is indeed faster than expected. Qi Lu still underestimated the acceptance and fanaticism of these commodities people in this world. But think about it, for a group of guys who believe in the god of forging, as long as it is something that may be forged, it is acceptable. Aptitude may limit the forging skills of ordinary people, but it cannot limit imagination. These products from Qi Lu may surprise and even shock people, but they will never make people feel weird. Because in essence, whether it is a cross of flames, a cross of thunder, and a pillar of chain spirit, the principle lies in the use of fighting spirit or magic power. But what is the specific working principle? Does it have anything to do with ordinary people? In the world of technology, do people who use mobile phones need to know how to build mobile phones? Impossible. As long as it's a good thing, there can be no market. Especially such a powerful weapon, by more, even if it is useless now, it can be used in the future. So under Qi Li's erroneous estimation, he suddenly found that even if there was no purchase restriction, the speed of shipment seemed to be a little slow. The reason is that there is only one vending point. In other words, there is only one warehouse for supply, and no matter how fast the delivery speed is, it will be like that. And Goku will always be in the distant mountain city, which is also the reason. No matter what, Qi Lu could not let outsiders do anything about the supply warehouse, or even let others know. System, is there any way you can build more automatic vending points? If it really doesn't work, build a few more warehouses. Qi Lu, who couldn't think of a good way, naturally made up his mind in the system. When things are undecided, there is no quantum mechanics in this world, so we can only find a system. System, host, this system really can't help you in this matter. Isn't it good enough? Qi Lu replied immediately. System, what does this have to do with the benefits? Host, don't slander the innocence of this system at will. This system is upright and clean, how could it be possible to receive benefits? 2 meals and drinks are almost the same. You should talk about the specific reasons. Qi Lu has a lot of experience in communicating with a system that is so narcissistic. The first one is to dig out key information from the conversation. Otherwise, you will be taken astray at any time. System, actually, the reason is very simple. The establishment of an automatic vending point is the function of the barrier gate, and the warehouse is a building that comes with the vending point. System, if you want to add automatic vending points, then there are only 2 ways. One is to upgrade the door of the boundary barrier, but this system cannot do it yet. In this ERB system, it's really nice to admit one's own difficulties. Is this the so-called self-exposing shortcomings, a new type of rejection method that takes retreat as progress? That would be awesome. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart, feeling more and more that this stingy system was losing face. System, and the second method is that this system communicates with the will of the world in person, but if the system doesn't tell the rest, Qi Lu can guess it. The will of heaven and earth in this world has been wiped out, so why not communicate with a hammer? Is there no other way? Qi Lu still wanted to fight for it. System, not yet. TSK. Qi Lu sighed involuntarily, feeling that this matter was really tricky. It is true that Qi Lu does not need to worry about the distribution of goods, but Qi Lu still has to take care of the supply. Otherwise, Qi Lu wouldn't have to worry so much. The delivery speed of a warehouse, no matter how fast, can supply 20 city-states, and ensure that there is no shortage of goods. That is extremely impressive. Not to mention the goods supplied by Qi Lu, which are all in short supply. No worries about sales at all. So let alone 20 city-states, even if it were 10 city-states, they would have to supply tightly, otherwise it would not be enough. But what is the use of 10 city-states? It is no exaggeration to say that there are at least dozens of city-states under the casting hall, and this is a city-state that is completely controlled. As for those city-states affected by the power of the casting hall, at least hundreds of them started. One of the world's largest behemoths is no joke. In the current situation, the Bu family wanted to compete with the casting hall, but it was still a long way off. The battle between the real big forces is simply not enough to compete with the strength of the top powerhouses. After all, this is not a martial arts conference, and it will be over if you come out with one or two. You must know that after the big forces are broken, the resources, industries, and cultivators who are vassals in it will take time and enough body to adjust. If you don't have enough body, you can only cheap others. Because no matter which major force collapses, it is a once-in-a-lifetime event. When it comes to this kind of thing, no one wants to be left behind, and they all want to get a piece of the pie. However, when the party that destroyed this great power has enough power, that would make other forces only dare to drink soup, not meat. Therefore, Qi Lu will help Bu Yuyan to develop Bujia quickly. Otherwise, Qi Lu would go directly to solve the casting hall master. Why bother? Isn't it just to invest in a behemoth that is unparalleled in the world, so that you can save snacks when you sell things? That's right, in the final analysis, Qi Li's purpose has not changed. It's just that the process is a little more complicated. Cough cough. Just when Qi Lu frowned and looked sad, a slight cough suddenly came out of his mind. However, the coughing sound did not sound like a cold, but instead seemed to attract Qi Li's attention. System, is this your voice? Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and then asked a tentative question. Although Qi Lu was used to the sudden sound of a voice in his mind, this time the voice was obviously different from the system. Instead, it looks a little old. System, host, as you think, it's not. Qi Lu was startled, and suddenly felt the chills on his back stand up. Qi Lu thought the sudden cough was coming from the system, so he just asked. But now after being denied by the system, Qi Lu immediately felt a trace of insecurity. A voice that can avoid his and the system's perception and appear directly in his mind. It takes a terrifying powerhouse to do this. At least in the realm, it is already crushed. System, but don't worry, host, because this system already knows what sound it is. Just when Qi Lu was vigilant, the sound of the system rang again. And it also brought a piece of news that could make Qi Lu feel a little more at ease. You know, hurry up, I'm almost scared to death. Qi Lu wiped the cold sweat that did not exist on his forehead, and said with lingering fears. It was the first time that Qi Lu had encountered such a thing, so he had to be nervous to show respect. After all, there are not many situations that can make Qi Lu nervous. System, I don't know the host, do you still remember the casting jade plate? Aren't you talking nonsense? I'm not Alzheimer's, can you still remember? Qi Lu replied contemptuously. System, just remember the host. The source of this sound is actually the remnant of the ancient remnant that was reshaped in the jade plate offcasting. What the hell? Qi Lu was really surprised now. How long has it been since the remodeling of the ancient remnant souls began? How could the remodeling be completed so quickly? The power of faith is a little too powerful. System, host, you are ignorant again. Remodeling and remodeling are completely different concepts. I was just so surprised that I didn't react for a while. Once reminded by the system, Qilu also reacted. The difference between remodeling and remodeling success is indeed quite large. It's like a warrior-level cultivator and a strong-level master who have also embarked on this road, but can the strength be the same? Although it is very difficult to reshape the ancient remnant soul, the difference in difficulty is not a star and a half compared to fully restoring the strength of the ancient remnant soul. And now in this situation, listen to the meaning of the system. It should be the cast jade plate that reshaped the ancient remnant soul, but the strength is still up for debate. But why does the ancient remnant make a sound this time? Qilu asked again. This has never happened before. System, this. To be honest, this system has only just learned about it, and this thing can actually speak. Oh? So the system doesn't know about this at all? Qilu felt a little more balanced in his heart. At least he has proved that he and the system are still on the same level, and have not been surpassed by this guy. Then what should I do next? Qilu has never encountered such a thing, so now he can only ask the system honestly. This is a fine tradition, don't be ashamed to ask. System, don't worry too much, the host, the new ancient remnant soul, seems to have its own consciousness. Although it is very weak, it should be able to communicate. Can communicate? That's the best. Qilu is afraid that there is no way to communicate. If the meaning is wrong, then there will be a problem. And more importantly, even if there is a problem, Qilu may not know where the problem is. Cough cough. There was another cough. It's just that the coughing sound this time is much clearer, and the old age and vicissitudes of life can be clearly heard. It's like a voice from the ancients. Well, there seems to be nothing wrong with this description. Well, please, can you hear? Do I speak? After Qilu heard the voice, he immediately started to communicate to see if could find out the details of this ancient remnant soul. Who is calling me? Qilu's question was quickly answered. It's just that the tone of this response is rather indifferent, as if it doesn't contain a trace of emotion. And aloof, with a sense of contempt for everything. Qilu raised his eyebrows. Although he was a little unhappy with the tone, Hestil said patiently, I'm calling you. Who are you? Why are you calling me? The indifferent voice quickly rang out and questioned Qilu. This made Qilu scratch the back of his head, and then asked the system in his mind, is this guy really a reshaped ancient remnant soul? Why does he speak in such a strange tone? System, logically speaking, it should be correct. You know it's reasonable, but in this situation, there's no way to look at it according to common sense. Qilu suddenly had a headache. In this tone, it is really difficult to continue to communicate. System, this. Forget it, I guess you don't know what to do if you ask me, so I'll do it myself. Qilu interrupted the system, and then communicated with ancient remnant soul. My name is Qilu, if my identity is correct, I should be your benefactor. If this guy is really a reshaped ancient remnant soul, then what Qilu said isn't wrong. Because the ancient remnant soul was reshaped by the casting jade plate with the help of the power of faith, and the source of the power of faith is Qilin the system. So there is nothing wrong with the term benefactor. Benefactor? Bold. However, the indifferent voice immediately became an angry shout, and it seemed that he did not agree with this statement. What am I? Qilu was rushed by this sentence for a while, but he didn't know how to speak. It can't be communicated. From the very beginning, this guy has always had a high-level attitude, even calling himself I. What era is this called? But as far as an ancient remnant soul is concerned, it is probably normal. Do you know who I am? How dare you pretend to be my benefactor here? The guy who claimed to be I simply ignored Qilu's emotions and continued to ask questions aloud. It's just that the tone is as high as ever, and the words are full of contempt for Qilu. Who are you? How do I know? Qi Lu, who has always been easygoing, was angry with a lot of elegant words on the spot, but fortunately, he finally put it away. Humph, it really is an ignorant junior, then I will tell you. I am the will of this world. The guy who claimed to be I said proudly, and his tone was even more contemptuous and arrogant. Heaven and earth, will. Qi Lu was stunned, and subconsciously wanted to ask the system. Because in the past, all contacts with the will of heaven and earth were systems, and Qi Lei never cared about this aspect. System, host, don't look for this system really doesn't know. I guess you don't know either. Qi Lu asked subconsciously, but he didn't have any hope in his heart. If the system knew, I am afraid it would have been said long ago, how could a thave to wait until now? So if you want to get the answer, you still have to start with this extremely proud guy. You claim to be the will of heaven and earth, so I don't know what your name is? Qi Lu put the system aside, and then began to ask this guy who claimed to be the will of heaven and earth. Although Qi Lu didn't quite believe it in his heart, let it be for now. The name of the will of heaven and earth is the same as the name of this world. Of course, sometimes it doesn't. After all, the will of heaven and earth itself does not realize the name of the world under his control. My name, Zhu Bao. The proud voice soon rang. Casting treasures, casting treasures? It is more high-end and atmospheric than the casting. Qi Lu backhandedly took out the casting jade plate temporarily stored in the system, then stared at the casting jade plate and asked, then what ability do you have to be so proud? Since the ancient remnant soul was reshaped from the cast jade plate. Then this so-called will of heaven and earth should also be in the casting jade plate. Ability? How dare you question my ability? Sure enough, this time the voice did not appear in Qi Li's mind. However, it can still appear directly in Qi Li's ears. It seems that the guess is not wrong. This self-proclaimed casting treasure of the will of heaven and earth is indeed in the casting jade plate. In that case, Zhu Bao should be transformed from the reshaped ancient remnant soul. But what is this principle? Have to keep trying. Of course I'm not questioning you, but I may not have seen the world, so I went to open my eyes. You have a lot of adults, so you shouldn't mind. Qi Lu naturally accepted Zhu Bao's words. As the will of heaven and earth, arrogance is a matter of course, Qi Lu will not care about such trivial matters. That's it, I see your sincerity, so let you see my power. Zhu Bao was comforted by Qi Li's compliment, and immediately said that there was no problem. It seems that this guy is indeed a new will of heaven and earth. Qi Lu also confirmed this incident, by the way. As long as the will of heaven and earth has been born for a little longer, it will not listen to compliments. It is simply contempt for everything, and those with insufficient realm cannot even perceive it. That's not to mention talking, it's just a dream. Boom. However, before Qi Lu could think about it, he found that the world he was in suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, a vast and unimaginable coercion suddenly appeared between this piece of heaven and earth, like a tsunami, covering the sky and covering the earth. The momentum is huge, appalling. Up to the sky, down to the earth. Wherever the coercion went, no one could stand, and they all knelt on the ground, shivering. This is the coercion of the powerhouse-level peak realm. Qi Lu could clearly perceive how terrifying the pressure was. Because when he was in the Beishan Mountains, Qi Lu had borrowed the power off this realm from the system, so he knew it clearly. At the peak of the powerhouse level, you can completely control the world you are in. Those who are not in the same realm can never be resisted. And Zhu Bao, even if it is just a new will of heaven and earth, can still possess such terrifying power. It is indeed the tyrannical will that can only be born by condensing the power off this world. At this moment, Qi Lu has nothing. Very suspicious. Because in this world without the luck of heaven and earth, apart from the will of heaven and earth itself, it is impossible for other practitioners to possess this level of power. Only Qi Lu is an exception. However, even if he borrowed the power of the peak of the powerhouse level, Qilu would not be long before he collapsed. It is absolutely impossible to lift weights as lightly as Zhu Bao. Fortunately, casting treasure is only to show its power, so there is no harm in this vast coercion. Otherwise, the place where this coercion shrouded, I am afraid that there are corpses everywhere. I have seen your powerful power, please take it back. After Qilu sighed in his heart, he quickly said to Zhu Bao. Qilu, who has the ability to shock the mind, is not afraid of this vast coercion, but not others. Even if Zhu Bao itself did not mean to hurt people, this terrible pressure has lasted for a long time, and the harm caused by unconsciousness is not something that ordinary people can bear. You know, my strength is definitely not comparable to those of the younger generation. Zhu Baoyan restrained the coercion, still speaking arrogantly. But this time, Qilu felt that this guy was still a bit arrogant. The powerhouse level peak power, let alone in this world, even in the North Mountain Range, it can go sideways. System, I can now confirm that this guy is really the will of the world, but the situation seems to be a bit wrong. After confirming his guess, Qilu immediately called the system. System, what's wrong? Strength, too strong. Qi Lian answered succinctly. If a reshaped ancient remnant soul can have such a strong strength, what kind-of monster would he have been in his lifetime? Therefore, it stands to reason that there should be no connection between the will of heaven and earth and the ancient remnant soul. System, host, I don't know if you have ever thought about it. In fact, is this the credit of the power of faith? The power of faith? Wait, it doesn't make sense to say that. A flash of inspiration flashed in Qi Li's mind, his eyes lit up, and the thoughts in his heart became active, and a bold guess also emerged in his mind. The cast jade plate is a treasure condensed from this world. In Qi Li's original guess, the cast jade plate was likely the seed of the will of heaven and earth, but it was later discovered that it was not. However, now Qilu has a new guess. That is, the casting jade plate is actually a tool used to select the seeds of the new will of heaven and earth. The ancient remnant soul and the rules of this world just fit, it was selected by the casting jade plate, absorbed and then reshaped, condensed into the will of heaven and earth. This makes sense. And in this process, the power of belief replaces the function of heaven and earth. That being said, isn't the power of faith a treasure of the same level as the fate of heaven and earth? Thinking of this, Qilu immediately looked at the cast jade plate suspended in front of him, and asked tentatively, do you need the power of faith? What is need? The power of belief is mine, and all beings in this world should believe in me. Zhu Bao said it very domineeringly, and his tone was quite righteous. Okay, confirmed. This guy really uses the power of faith as a heaven and earth qi. As soon as Qilu heard this, he immediately affirmed his thoughts, and explained things to the system, by the way. Because it is indeed rare, Qilu is not sure that there will be no problems with the will of heaven and earth, which grows in a different way. System, although this matter is unusual, the host doesn't need to worry too much. Judging from the current situation, nothing bad has happened. I know there's nothing wrong with it yet. Qilu rubbed his chin and spoke while thinking, so his speech rate was a little slow. To be honest, before this, I thought that a new god of forging would be born in the casting jade plate. After all, only gods need the power of faith. But the appearance of the forging treasure really exceeded my expectations, so I am not sure now whether this god of forging has fallen. In this case, those who compete for the power of faith will change from 2 parties to 3 parties. Qi Lihi system, casting treasure, and the god of forging. In this way, one thing can be confirmed, that is, the god of forging, not the will of the world. Even, it may be the predator of this world. Having said that, Qi Li's face has become quite solemn and serious. When the system came to this world, it told Qi Li that the will of heaven and earth itself would not give up the last of heaven and earth luck, which would lead to its own annihilation. Unless there is a strong person who takes the initiative to deliberately seize this last piece of heaven and earth luck. But now that I think about it, the biggest motivation is probably the god of forging. Because the real strong people do not believe in gods. However, the will of heaven and earth will instinctively derive the fate of heaven and earth, thus giving birth to strong men in disguise. At this point, the god of forging and the will of heaven and earth have a fundamental conflict, and in terms of position, they are born opposites. However, the will of heaven and earth is just the product of the extremely condensed instinct of this world. Although it has the instinct to survive, it is not aggressive. But the gods are different. They are different from the will of heaven and earth. They not only have instincts, but also have their own ideas. They have all kinds of desires, and they will take the initiative to clear their enemies. So, it's very likely. Sheila came to a conclusion. System, hey, host, your imagination is quite strong, you can even think off such a thing. I call it logical thinking and reasoning ability. If you don't understand, you can tell me first, can you stop boasting? The corners of Chi Li's mouth twitched involuntarily. The complement ability off this two-stroke system really hasn't changed at all, it's the same as before, sloppy. Fortunately, Qilu was used to it and didn't have much trouble. Instead, he continued, however, it is a good thing for us to understand that the god of forging and the will of heaven and earth are not one. System, good thing? Isn't there another opponent? With the low IQ of the system, at most one can think that casting treasure also requires the power of faith, so the two sides should be enemies. Since there is one more enemy, and it is still such a strong enemy, how can it be a good thing? That's why I said you are incompetent. Sheila took the opportunity to return the system's ridicule to him, and then explained, the so-called enemy of an enemy is a friend. The relationship between the will of heaven and earth and the god of forging is not in harmony, so aren't we consistent with its purpose? The god of blacksmithing once plotted against the will of the world. Then now Zhu Bao will come to snatch the power of faith, Qi Lu. More willing to believe that this guy is taking revenge on the god of blacksmithing. By the way, restore your strength. Everything in the world will hold grudges, but the way to hold grudges is not the same. If Qi Lu could pull Zhu Bao as an ally, then when the god of forging came to trouble him, he wouldn't have to panic. Let their two old rivals fight first, and Qi Lu will follow behind to pick up a bargain. System, yes, why didn't this system think of it? Your brain is really good, host. Accompanied by the system's sudden realization, there was also Qi Lu's slightly contemptuous voice, it's just that your brain is not good enough, and this host's wise martial arts still need you to speak? However, the system did not refute this time, instead it was a little excited. System, then what are we going to do next? It's very simple, just watch me flick it and lame it. Sheila said confidently. Everyone wants to do something cheap, and there is no need to say much about the system of being stingy and greedy for money. Of course, Qi Lu is also included. So Qi Lu cleared his throat a little, and said to Zhu Bao, who was still arrogant, I also think you are right, the power of faith in this world should belong to you. That's natural, I really didn't see you wrong. Zhu Bao answered as a matter of course, and immediately regarded Qi Lu as his own. Newborns always want the approval of others. Even if it is a rebellious guy like Zhu Bao, or even the will of the world, as long as there is spiritual wisdom, it is a newborn. At least there is not much difference in character. Of course, if this guy retains his previous memories, that's another story. But so far, that has not happened. Therefore, Qi Lu can still fool around with confidence. It's just that, although I have always felt this way, there is a thief who is unwilling to surrender the power of faith, trying to rebel against you, and this thief is also trying to snatch the power of faith that should belong to you. When Qi Lu started talking nonsense, he didn't even blink. The expression is very sincere, the tone is even more sincere, and the difficulty of the performance is 5 stars. What did you say? There is such a thief. Dare to ignore me. Say, who is this thief? I'm going to meet him in person. When Zhu Bao heard the words, he suddenly became furious and shouted loudly. Although the aggressive method is simple, it is especially effective for this kind of guy who is not deep in the city and has a high self-esteem. Qi Lu was not surprised by Zhu Bao's reaction, so he immediately said, "It's just that the thief is very powerful, I'm afraid." Qi Lu deliberately didn't say anything after that. But Zhu Bao just doesn't have a city, and it's not stupid. After listening to the first half of the sentence, of course, you can guess what Qi Lu wants to say in the second half of the sentence. So he immediately said proudly, "What is there to be afraid of? No matter how strong the thief is, can he be stronger than me? Of course not, you are the will of heaven and earth, of course those bold thieves can't compare with you." Qi Lu was not stingy with his compliments, and he didn't want gold coins to say good things anyway. If you can use a few good words to push the treasure out and fight the god of forging, it will be a huge profit. Yes, since this is the case, you can tell me with confidence and boldness, who is it that dares to rebel against me? Zhu Bao said domineeringly. There is no such thing as domineering, but it just feels a little too proud. But what does this have to do with Qi Lu, because this is what Qi Lu wants? Then I'll just say, this daring thief, who claims to be the god of forging, and who has taken your faith, is really abominable. Qi Lu pretended to be filled with righteous indignation and said through gritted teeth. That appearance, as if he could feel the same way as Zhu Bao, was heartbroken. God of forging? I remember the name, where is he? Zhu Bao repeated it, obviously stunned for a moment, and then asked again. Qi Lu noticed the momentary pause, and then realized that the title of God of Forging might be hidden in Zhu Bao's subconscious. That would make Qi Li's guess even more certain. There must have been an intersection between the God of Forging and the will of the world, but it was not clear whether it was a favor or hatred. But Qi Lu felt that the possibility of hatred was far greater than that of kindness. So in the face of Zhu Bao's question, Qi Lu also answered truthfully. I don't know where the god of forging is, but I know that he is indeed plundering the power of faith. And he has always regarded the power of faith as his possession. Presumably even if we don't go to him, he will take the initiative to find him. When Qi Lu said this, he still left a little leeway. After all, Qi Lu does not know whether the god of blacksmithing has fallen or not, so the god of blacksmithing may not appear. Qi Lu wooed Zhu Bao, but it was just a precaution. What you said makes sense. If you don't know the situation and act rashly, it will waste my time. It's better to wait for it. Zhu Bao heard this and said it quite agreeably. If that's the case, then you might as well stay by my side for a while, Sodhat, you can respond to each other in time. Qi Lu made another suggestion. I'm very relieved that you can think so thoroughly for me, so let's do as you say. Zhu Bao thought for a while and agreed with Qi Li's suggestion. A good will of heaven and earth, suffering from lack of experience in communicating with people, was finally fooled by Qi Lu. How about it, system, have you learned it? Qi Lu asked proudly in his mind while putting away the casting jade plate carrying the treasure. System, the old fox is worthy of being an old fox, but he is powerful. Hey, I kindly teach you the unique skills of the world, why are you still cursing? Qi Lu was not happy when he heard this. What is an old fox? Can wit and cunning mean the same thing? If you don't know how to praise people, don't praise them. You can even say good things in a crooked way. It's really okay to say that there is nothing wrong with you. System, host, you can't say that. This word was detected by the system in your thoughts. It is indeed used to praise a person's scheming. Have you not been able to tell the difference between resourcefulness and scheming after all this time? Qi Lu immediately forgave this system with arrears of IQ. Sometimes it is really boring to care about this kind of guy, because there is a difference in the cognition of vocabulary between the two, and it is of course laborious to communicate. Forget it, don't mention this. Qile waved his hand and interrupted the system that seemed to want to say something. Then he changed the subject and said, "You said before that if you can talk tofu of this world, you can set up a few more vending points, is that true?" System, it's just possible. Then do your best. I think this guy is quite good at talking. Of course, you have to follow his words. Qile nodded, indicating to let the system let go and try. Although Zhu Bao was a little arrogant, that was the imposing manner that people were born with. With this capital, why not be arrogant? The will of heaven and earth can be broken and not humiliated, and it can only be unstoppable if it is arrogant. However, I don't know whether to say that system and Zhu Bao share the same goals, or that system is quite talented in negotiation. It doesn't take a moment for the sound of the system to disappear. System, host, negotiated, now we can add automatic vending points. So soon? What did you tell him? Can it promise you to share its power of faith? Qile still remembers Zhu Bao's attitude towards the power of faith. Pretty firm. If the system directly told Zhu Bao about this, the nature would be much more serious than pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. What's more, in terms of the amount of faith power collected by opening vending points, it is not a tiger's mouth, but a tiger's body. If this cannot be bitten by a tiger, it is really a cruel person. System, I didn't say anything, I just asked it if it wanted luck in the world. If so, I would agree to a few conditions for this system. It's that simple? Qile was stunned. System, it's that simple. The tone of the system is quite certain, it seems that it should not be beamless, but it is. Yeah, I was so wrong just now, why did I forget that for the will of heaven and earth, the luck of heaven and earth is the most important thing? Qile patted his head and suddenly thought of this. Obtaining the power of belief should logically be Zhu Bao's revenge. Although the power of faith is indeed useful for casting treasures, according to the demand, the priority of the luck of the day must be higher than the power of faith. Okay, no matter what, the most important thing is done. Qile felt that he should not pay too much attention to the process. 3 stooges, even better than 1 zhuge liang. Compared to stooges, the system is still a lot stronger, and it is normal to help you think about mistakes and omissions. Now that the problem of the automatic vending point has been solved, the next step is to start a large number of goods distribution. Thinking of this, Qile felt inexplicably excited. Then, by the way, the system, the automatic vending point, can be added. What about the simulated robot guarding the store? Won't you help arrange it? Qile suddenly thought of this question. If there is no strong guard to guard, it is difficult to guarantee that no one will take the risk. After all, there are some cultivators who don't like following the rules. Samic. System, host, you have so many requests. You don't care? That's fine, anyway, it's you, and not me that loses. Qile shrugged and said, quite casually. Although Qile must also share the loss of the vending point, but this kind of problem is more distressing than who. So clearly, the stingy system loses. System, wait, this system doesn't say anything, but the host needs to provide half of the energy to create a simulated robot. But if you lose, and the system still doesn't want to take all the losses. Okay, deal. Qile said with a victorious look on his face. In fact, if it wasn't for Qile, who didn't know how to make a simulated robot or how to bless the ancient runes, then Qile would have wanted to make it himself. After all, if you want to distribute goods, the most important thing is the delivery warehouse, and there must be no problems. And this matter, Qile can't be handed over to other people, so it can only be won by a simulated robot who is hardworking and will never complain. In this way, all the preparations have been made, everything is ready, and only the east wind is owed. As the scope of supply continues to expand, the power of the Bu family covers more and more city-states. Qi Lu only needs to be responsible for finding a suitable city-state and setting up a vending point. Those newly created simulation robots are naturally inferior to Gu Mingyuan in terms of strength. After all, those are mass-produced, and of course they are different from the special version. However, it is not much different from Guko. What's interesting, however, is that these guys are just like a mold carved out of a stereotype. Basically, being expressionless is a necessary skill, and the tone and speed of speaking are like a set program. The only difference is probably the looks and voices of these guys. Because it is not appropriate to make them all look the same. With the continuous establishment of new automatic vending points, the speed of Bujia's expansion is getting faster and faster. And there is a point. When the casting hall attacked Fian City before, Bu Yuyan took the opportunity to screen all the people who were wicked in the Bu family, and those who remained were all trusted clansmen. Therefore, in the process of the expansion of the Bu family's influence, not so many bad things happened. Otherwise, those struggles for power and profit, open and secret battles, can make people annoying. However, the Bu family's clansmen in Fian City have indeed been screened, but the clansmen in other city-states have not been screened. And Bu Yuyan didn't want to be delayed by these things at this time. So we can only choose to kill the chickens, to warn the monkeys. After several times of ruthless rectification, Bujia's development speed is fast, but it has been quite stable. In the entire Bu family, no one dared to make trouble, and no one was arrogant. Because all the powerful combat power is in the hands of Bu Yuyan. But those positions of power are all in the hands of trusted clansmen. As for those clansmen who have not yet gained trust, they are all placed at grassroots level, to see the aftermath. The arrogant and domineering shall not be in power. Those who use power to bully others shall not be promoted. Those with bad intentions will be directly expelled. During this process, forces of all sizes came to surrender. Because of the goods provided by Qi Lu, the resources owned by the Bu family are actually no worse than those of the casting hall. And for those cultivators who are not strong enough, the attraction is even higher than that of the casting hall. After all, in the casting hall, those good weapons forged by master blacksmiths must have enough contribution value to obtain them. However, the practitioners with insufficient strength should start from what? Where to provide contribution value. Therefore, once the Bu family has risen, it has attracted various small and medium-sized forces to switch to it and rush to it. Isn't it a good quality weapon that can be bought with gold coins? You have to go to the death to do something with the contribution value. It's just that Bu Yuyan is extremely strict with those forces that have surrendered. Past bad deeds are the first threshold of review. But all the forces with too many bad deeds will be rejected and will not be accommodating. Bu Yuyan hopes that the Bu family she leads is a decent family, not a place to hide filth. So the same is true for the requirements of those vassals who have surrendered. In this process, the shock and deterrence brought by the bombing airship also helped a lot. At least there is no such force yet, and the thought of directly solving Bu Yuyan has been moved. Because from the moment they saw the bombing airship, they knew that this kind-of idea was impossible. However, during the period of rapid development of the Bu family, the casting hall seemed to have disappeared, and it never appeared. For the rapid expansion of the Bu family, it is also like turning a blind eye. Seems rather strange. This is also something that makes Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan puzzled. Could it be that the casting hall suddenly became generous? But if you think about it, you know it's impossible. The prestige of the Foundry Hall has a long history. It has been prestige for so many years, and it is not once or twice that it has bullied others. Suddenly it has become honest, and it is not normal at all. What's more, there is a festival between the Bu family and the casting hall. Therefore, this kind of silence does not make people feel at ease, but instead makes people feel a sense of urgency. A conspiracy? Or an infighting? Qi Lu tapped lightly on the table with his fingers and said this slowly. Infighting? Bu Yuyan's feelings for this word are obviously more profound. The Fian Chamber of Commerce was disintegrated because of internal fighting. Although the result gave Bu Yuyan no regrets, it was always hard to forget. The power struggle is far more complicated and cruel than imagined. Compared to the Foundry Hall, the Bu family is just an insignificant role. Compared to winning the Bu family, the temptation to control the casting hall is obviously greater. Qi Lu said, quite confidently. This is not analysis, but interpretation. Qi Lu didn't know what was going on inside the casting hall, but one or two could be seen from their movements. Seeing the rise of the Bu family without taking any action, either waiting for the opportunity or unable to make a move. Because in the view of the cast hall, the cast jade plate is still in the hands of the Bu family. So there is absolutely no such thing as ignoring. As long as the casting hall wants to take away the casting jade plate, then it must come to find the Bu family, instead of being silent as it is now. Then think further. The Bu family is really not a challenging opponent for the casting hall, so the argument of waiting for the opportunity is naturally self-defeating. Just like a hunter goes hunting. If you are hunting wild boars, you naturally need to be fully prepared, but what if you are hunting rabbits? In the eyes of the casting hall, there is not much difference between the Bu family and a rabbit. The biggest is a stronger rabbit. So, the final conclusion came out. It must be that the casting hall is not free to deal with the Bu family now. And the reason for not being able to take action, the biggest possibility, can only be infighting. After all, for a behemoth with such a strong strength, the only thing that can make them overwhelmed is the possibility of infighting. As for other forces, even if they can shake the casting hall, I am afraid they will not do such a thing to cause trouble for themselves. Because if you are not careful, it may be a disaster. But even if it is an infighting, the casting hall can't be as silent as it is now. Bu Yuyan was still a little puzzled after listening to Qi Li's explanation. Normally, it does. Qi Li nodded slightly, affirming Bu Yuyan's question. Even if two hunters were fighting, it was impossible for a rabbit to escape. But what if the two hunters didn't know whether they were hunting a rabbit or a tiger? That's not the case. Dread and vigilance will make people tend to use safer means to solve problems, but it will also make people miss opportunities. Having said this, a smile appeared on Qi Li's face, and he said slowly, so, if my guess is correct, the hero-level cultivator you let go last time should not have returned to the casting hall, was intercepted. What? Who would be so bold to kill a cultivator in the heroic realm? Bu Yuyan was taken aback by Qi Li's words, and then suddenly reacted in the next second. Could it be? It seems that you are not too stupid. Infighting is always cruel. For your own interests, it is a matter of course to damage the strength of the opponent. Qi Li shrugged, then put his elbows on his knees again. Then, what are we going to do next? Bu Yuyan's eyes became a little confused, and she asked subconsciously. Next, the Bu family should be ready, because the casting hall will not be silent forever. With a smile on the corner of Qi Li's mouth, he said lightly. The attack on the hall of casting was a challenge for the Bu family, but not for Qi Lu. Because Qi Lu will not stay in this world forever, and it is impossible to help the Bu family deal with all kinds of troubles all the time. So from the beginning, Qi Lu never thought of using his own strength to fight against the casting hall. What Qi Lu played was just a role of providing commodities. If the Bu family wants to truly become a behemoth and become the number one in the world, then these trials are the only way to go. After all, in the future, it is very likely that more hostile forces will appear to challenge the Bu family. At that time, Qi Lu could not help. Simulated robots are rigid and rigid. It is okay for them to keep the store, but it is still too difficult for them to open a store. So Qi Lu needs Bu Yuyan to help open the store. It also needs the family to really grow up. Instead of just hiding behind the simulated robots of Gyuk, they will do their best to bully others. Therefore, the next step is the challenge that Bujia is about to accept. If I expected it well, the person who will take action against you this time should not be Duan Wenxin. Qi Li said at the end, and added another sentence. When Shi Gui returned to the casting hall, he was intercepted halfway, so Duan Wenxin would definitely be suspicious about the strength of the Bu family. But the person who intercepted Shi Gui would know the true strength of the Bu family. So they won't be afraid of Bujia, but they just don't take Bujia in their eyes. Then, in the disputes within the casting hall, if it is time to use the casting jade plate, the first one to take action against the Bu family must beta one who knows the strength of the Bu family. The Foundry Hall, a mansion built in the shadows. Unlike the mansion where Duan Wenxin was located, this mansion was much more low-key. And the person who stayed in this mansion was not Duan Wenxin, the master of the Hall of Castings, but the great elder of the Hall of Castings. Elder, Duan Wenxin has been in the casting hall for a long time, and there are not many people who are willing to choose us. Su Hingxiang stood in the hall, bowed his head slightly, and reported his arrival. There is a dark tide inside the casting hall, and anyone with a little experience can naturally see that something is wrong. So choosing a team, it has become a very normal thing. Unless you want to be mediocre all your life, then you can choose to be neutral and not help each other. At that time, no matter who wins or loses, you will not care about this group of nonsense. It's just that the resources in the casting hall can no longer be tilted towards these guys. So if you still want to stay in the casting hall, you must make a choice. If you succeed, you will be a minister of merit. If you fail, you will be eliminated. And Duan Wenxin, the hall master, was of course the best choice. Even though Duan Wenxin's prestige in the casting hall has declined due to the failure to retrieve the jade plate of the casting many times. But the hall master is the hall master after all. Even if the prestige drops, it is not comparable to others. Therefore, the great elder of the casting hall must take the initiative to attract all the forces that may be inclined to his side. After all, the difference between the status of the great elder and the palace master is only half a chip. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are evenly matched. Just because they are equal in status does not mean they are the same in terms of prestige and power. The name of the hall master will always be more justifiable than the great elder. Unless the palace master is gone. I know, but it's a pity, that guy Duan Wenxin, we can't move. The elder of the casting hall raised his head halfway. Instead of looking at Su Hingxiang, he seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, the great elder opened his eyes and slowly looked towards Su Hingxiang. Go get the casting jade plate back. We need to take out the last chip to overwhelm Duan Wenxin. The first elder spoke very slowly, as if every word was the result of thinking for a long time. Yes, I understand, great elder. Su Hingxiang bowed slightly, and after responding, he disappeared into the darkness. Only the great elder was left to sit in the hall, looking at the gate of the mansion, in a trance. Since your prestige is still there, then I will use this last bargaining chip to shatter your remaining prestige. 3 days have passed since Qi Li's reminder. Although Bu Yuyan raised her vigilance because of Qi Li's reminder, and also made the Bu family ready. But the expected attack did not appear. The Bu family is still developing rapidly, and the scope of the forces is changing with each passing day, making the surrounding forces amazed. This also made the Bu family relax their vigilance. But it was noon today. Bu Yuyan is reading through the various documents that have been sent continuously since the Bu family began to expand. A Bu family member suddenly broke in, with panic on his face, panting and saying, "Big miss, something happened." Because Bu Yuyan has only taken over the power and responsibilities of the head of the family now, and has not officially succeeded the position of the head of the Bu family. Therefore, the Bu family member's name for Bu Yuyan has not changed. Don't panic, what does this look like? Bu Yuyan raised her head, looked at the Bu family members who broke in, frowned and asked, what happened? Tell me. Yes, yes. The Bu family members swallowed hard, trying their best to calm down their breathing. Then he said quickly, a large number of practitioners suddenly appeared in the surrounding city-states and began to attack our Bu family's industry. And all the forces that cooperate with us and belong to us are all within their attack range. What? Bu Yuyan was startled, and immediately reacted. These should be the actions of the casting hall. This is a comprehensive blow to the Bu family. The current situation is just the beginning. I see, you go out first, and remember to appease those who were attacked. After she figured it out, Bu Yuyan immediately waved the screen to retreat. No matter how much infighting the casting hall fought, it was still the most powerful force in the world. There was a way to deal with the Bu family that was about to rise soon. The Bu family started out in business, and they were originally tied to the Fian Chamber of Commerce. Even if it suddenly rises by relying on cooperation with Qi Lu, there is still a lot of background that is lacking. Especially in the aspect of cultivators, it can't be compared with the casting hall at all. So being crushed and beaten is normal. It's just that the casting hall suddenly came to such a hand, which is a bit like drawing wages from the bottom of the pot. If all the forces that cooperate with the Bu family and belong to the Bu family are listed as the target of attack, then it will undoubtedly make other forces think more when they belong to the Bu family. And the name of the casting hall is there. Those who are optimistic about the Bu family are undoubtedly fighting against the casting hall. Not everyone has this kind of courage. It's really a headache. Bu Yuyan couldn't help rubbing her eyebrows. Although she had previously imagined how to deal with the casting, but now that the matter is coming, Bu Yuyan is still a little overwhelmed. Because the current overall strength comparison between the two is not an order of magnitude at all. If they really want to fight, the Bu family is undoubtedly at an absolute disadvantage. The only advantage of the Bu family is that the casting hall is still fighting, but the Bu family is Bu Yuyan. Someone, go and call Tiehu and the others. Bu Yuyan knocked on the table, and the clansmen who were guarding outside the study immediately ran out after responding. Soon, Taihu came to the study. Miss Bu, what do you need to tell us this time? As soon as Taihu entered the door, he saw the solemn expression on Bu Yuyan's face, and immediately realized that there might be something important, so he quickly asked. Did you know that the Bu family's property was attacked? Bu Yuyan asked first. I just heard about it. Tiehu nodded and responded. That's good, now I need you to bring the bombing airships to help the worst hit. Several city-states then took the opportunity to declare war and recruit those forces who were willing to belong to the Bu family. Bu Yuyan continued. Tyrannical power is always one of the best conditions for recruitment. It was only after the rise of the Bu family that the bombing airship did not show its power after a short fight in Fian City and the casting hall. Therefore, most of the forces that came to surrender to the Bu family did not actually know the combat effectiveness of the bombing airship. What Bu Yuyan has to do now is to publicize the combat effectiveness of the bombing airship. Let those guys know that the Bu family also has great power, so don't be afraid of the deterrence of the casting hall. After all, the Foundry Hall is a rather loose organization. The tendency of resource allocation is quite serious. After weak practitioners enter, they are used as cannon fodder. Not as free as Bujia. Therefore, after Xianwei passed, the fear of the casting hall must have weakened a lot. Okay, I'll go right away. Iron Tiger also knew the seriousness of the situation, so after taking the order, he immediately walked out. Only Bu Yuyan was left to continue thinking in the study. Since the casting hall has decided to take action, it is absolutely impossible to just attack such a simple attack. Just attacking a few city-states simply does not fit the character of the Foundry Hall. Bu Yuyan guessed that the Foundry Hall would definitely take action against other city-states in the future. All the city-states covered by the Bu family could not escape the claws of the Foundry Hall. The purpose was to force Bu Yuyan to hand over the casting jade plate. Although the meaning was not clearly stated, but with Bu Yuyan's wit, it was not difficult to guess. Because the information of the bombing airship is on the surface. So in order to avoid this huge threat, acting separately is the best way to deal with it. After all, no matter how powerful the bombing airship is, there is only one. In the face of dozens of city-states attacked at the same time, it is also helpless. And the meaning of the casting hall is this: if you don't want the Bu family to disappear, then honestly hand over the casting jade plate. But Bu Yuyan has nothing to do. Because the cultivators that the Bu family can mobilize now are really too few. You can only take one step at a time. Bu Yuyan, who didn't think of any good ideas for a long time, could only wait for the situation to change. The bombing airship has been dispatched, and now we can only wait for the result. After starting from the casting hall. In the past few days, among all the attacked city-states, the Bu family's property has suffered heavy losses. And those big and small forces that are close to the Bu family are also not much better, and they are all on the attack list of the casting hall. A lot of industries were also destroyed. The casualties are countless. Although Bu Yuyan really wanted to wait and see if there would be a turnaround. But the situation no longer allows it. If we wait any longer, I am afraid that the little power that the Bu family has finally developed will be destroyed in one fell swoop. The rescue of the bombing airship is only a drop in the bucket after all. And those big and small forces who are still watching are even more afraid of the Bu family's solicitation. For fear that if he is not careful and has a relationship with the Bu family, he will be attacked by the casting hall. After all, the overbearing actions of the casting hall have not happened once or twice. Everyone knows that this behemoth has never been easy to speak. Therefore, no one wants to challenge the majesty of the casting hall to bring disaster to themselves. After all, the skills are not as good as people, so they can only swallow their anger. Therefore, those forces, big or small, who wanted to get close to the Bu family, or had already begun to get close to the Bu family, all began to stay away from the Bu family. It is even more fuel for the current form of Bujia. How do you feel about Miss Bu? Do you still like the gift from the casting hall? Just when Bu Yuyan was sitting in the study and thinking hard, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out. The sudden sound made Bu Yuyan frown in shock, but she quickly forced herself to calm down. Then he replied with a blank expression, "Is your style of doing things in the Foundry Hall so sneaky?" "Of course not, Miss Bu, I'm just worried about scaring you." Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the study. This man's face was a little feminine, wearing a black robe, his eyes narrowed slightly when he looked at Bu Yuyan, as if he was smiling, and he seemed to be looking at it. "Hello, let me introduce myself, my name is Su Hingxiang, and I come from the Hall of Casting." "Then my name, you should be very clear, then I won't introduce it." "I don't know what is your purpose here today?" Bu Yuyan asked in a bad tone. Anyone whose property is attacked, like this, will not be in a good mood. What's more, the number of casualties is shocking. That's why Bu Yuyan clearly expressed her dissatisfaction, because the contradiction between the Bu family and the casting hall has long been irreconcilable. Simply save even the effort on the face. It's very simple, as long as Miss Bu is willing to hand over the casting jade plate, our people can be withdrawn immediately. Su Hingxiang said with a smile. Obviously, the previous attack on the Bu family was just a disappointment. The meaning of the expression is, if the Bu family is unwilling to compromise, then the casting hall can make the Bu family disappear at any time. This is definitely not a joke. And the casting hall also used this dismount to prove this. You guys, just to cast the jade plate? Bu Yuyan was a little annoyed and couldn't help asking angrily. Certainly. Su Hengxiang nodded and answered as a matter of course. Then do you know how many people have been killed by your unprovoked attacks? Bu Yuyan said through gritted teeth. What does that have to do with me? For the sake of casting the jade plate, no matter how much you pay, it's worth it. This is just a warning. Su Hengxiang said word by word, without the slightest guilt in his tone. What does it mean to treat human life like a mustard? This is called treating human life like a mustard. In the eyes of the casting hall, as long as you can get what you want, other people's lives don't matter at all. That's it, I understand. Bu Yuyan's tone gradually became colder. It's good if you understand. If that's the case, then hand over the casting jade plate. It's not something your Bu family is qualified to own. Su Hengxiang said disdainfully, his tone was full of contempt for the Bu family. No, what I want to say is that the Foundry Hall has been a blessing for so many years, and all forces that dare to disobey themselves must be cleaned up, and they also claim to be the spokesperson of the god of forging. But I understand now, you guys are not worthy. Bu Yuyan said coldly. If you cannot tolerate any. If there are people who disobey oneself, then the power of the gods is too small. Do whatever it takes to get what you want. For this reason, no matter how many creatures are wiped out in the process, they are all at it. This kind of power is simply a scourge. Bold. Is the casting hall also something you can discuss? Hearing this, Su Hengxiang's expression changed, and he shouted angrily and attacked Bu Yuyan. The right hand made a fist, and a punch was thrown, and the violent momentum instantly shattered the walls of the entire study. If this punch hits Bu Yuyan, then it is no surprise that Bu Yuyan, who has no cultivation base, will never be able to resist this blow. However, this is not likely to happen. Gu Mingyuan. But she heard Bu Yuyan shouting loudly. In the study, a figure flashed by, and suddenly a black light passed in front of Su Hengxiang. Puff. Then in the next second, Su Hengxiang flew upside down and hit the ground heavily. A mouthful of blood spat out, staining the aisle outside the study red. Beside you, there is such a strong person protecting you, how is this possible? Su Hengxiang looked at Bu Yuyan with a look of horror, completely unable to understand why such a strong person would come to protect an ordinary person with no cultivation. Moreover, with the strength of the Bu family, it is impossible to invite such a tyrannical powerhouse. The powerhouses who can knock Su Hengxiang back with a single blow, even in the casting hall, are the ones who are at the forefront. There is absolutely no reason. There is nothing impossible, it's just because there are too many examples of the black hands of your highness. Bu Yuyan stood up and said with a cold face. Qila kept Gu Mingyuan by Bu Yuyan's side, that is, to prevent such a thing from happening. It is too common for a habitual bullying force like the Foundry Hall to undermine others. If you don't take precautions, you'll be too underestimated. In other words, too much trust in the character of the other party. The casting jade plate will not be handed over to you, and the Bu family will not admit defeat. The scourge of the casting hall should have disappeared long ago. Bu Yuyan ignored Su Hengxiang's ugly face and continued talking. Negotiations broke down. Totally opposed. But Bu Yuyan didn't care, she restrained the Bu family members and screened the big and small forces who surrendered, but she didn't want her subordinates to become the same as the casting hall. Bullying others, arrogant and domineering, and taking human life as a must. But if there is anything that doesn't suit your heart, you should eliminate it first. He also claims to be the spokesperson for the god of forging. What a shame for the god of forging. People in this world believe in the god of forging. Therefore, I would never believe that the god of forging would have the character of the Foundry Hall. Bu Yuyan is naturally like this. The gods should be tolerant, love the world, and be willing to give, otherwise they have no qualifications to accept beliefs. Although Bu Yuyan has never seen a god, in her imagination, this is the quality a god should have. But if Qilu heard this, he would probably laugh. If the god of blacksmithing was tolerant, he would not plot the will of heaven and earth. There will be no casting treasure now. However, Qilu didn't know what Bu Yuyan was thinking, and that Bu Yuyan probably wouldn't know anything about Zhubao. Just Bu Yuyan's words made Su Hongxiang feel extremely angry. No one has ever dared to despise the Foundry Hall so much since the Hall of Castings took such a prestigious name. Because those who despised them all went underground. The once illustrious name has now become a glorious and fierce name, making all the forces in this world dare to be angry but not dare to speak. But this is the world's #1 deterrent. Good, very good. Su Hongxiang stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The gaze that looked at Bu Yuyan also became extremely cold. A mere step family dare to oppose the casting hall. I hope you will not regret today's wrong decision in the future. Because this huge Bu family was destroyed by your single thought. After Su Hongxiang said this sentence, with a wicked smile, he immediately turned around and left here. Because after a short fight with Gu Mingyuan, Su Hongxiang found that he could never be the opponent of that unknown powerhouse. The pressure and threat that unknown powerhouse brought him was simply too great. One more minute of staying here, one more minute of danger. Then let's go and see. Bu Yuyan looked at Su Hongxiang's disappearing figure and said tit for tat. If it wasn't for Bu Yuyan's inability to command Gu Mingyuan, she would even want to keep Su Hongxiang in this place forever. The disclosure of trump cards is really a taboo during the battle. Fortunately, after Gu Mingyuan knocked Su Hongxiang back with one blow, he hid in the darkness again, and did not let Su Hongxiang remember his appearance. In this case, it should also make the casting hall feel a little jealous. After getting Gu Mingyuan's confirmation and knowing that Su Hongxiang had left, Bu Yuyan turned her head to look around the wall of the study. All shattered, there should be no way to repair. Yo, the decoration of your study is quite unique. Just when Bu Yuyan was considering whether to change the study, Qilu suddenly appeared in front of Bu Yuyan. Looking at the environment in the study, he was amazed. This person's decoration taste is really different. At least this kind of broken-style decoration, Qilu couldn't appreciate it. Young Master Qi, don't make fun of me, the people from the casting hall have just been here. Seeing Qilu coming, Bu Yuyan was obviously relieved, her feet softened, and she sat on the chair, behind the desk. Is that so? Sure enough, the residual breath is still obvious. Qilu said with a smile. Su Hongxiang had only left not long ago, and he had made a move before that. With Qilu's perception, how could he not perceive it? What I said before was just a joke to make Bu Yuyan relax. When people are nervous, their minds tend to fall into a state of rigidity. Hey, Master Qi, you should know the current situation of the Bu family, so what should we do now? Faced with the attack from the upper casting hall, Bu Yuyan was at a loss. Now that Qilu appeared here, it just happened that Bu Yuyan had a goal off complaining. The gap between the two is really too big. The same is true for 1 power and 10 meetings. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are empty words, and they are useless at all. I heard your rhetoric before, and I thought you had figured out a way. Qilu had a faint smile on his face, and he didn't forget to make a joke at this time. Relaxation before war is always necessary. Yes, because the constant tension in the mind will only lead to deformation of the movements and mistakes in the command. Pressure can certainly bring motivation, but more often, mistakes are made under heavy pressure. And this kind of mistake, even if it is small, but at some point, it is fatal. I just thought at the time that the Bu family couldn't give in to this Kindov person no matter what. Bu Yuyan smiled reluctantly, but judging from her expression, she should have relaxed a lot. It's just that the casting hall on top of Bu's family is like the sword of Damocles hanging over Bu Yuyan's head, making it difficult for people to really relax. Okay, then I'm not kidding. Qilu felt almost relaxed, and his face turned straight. It's not a problem for the Bu family to be beaten so passively. It's time to fight back. Let the casting hall see where the Bu family's confidence is. However, the human heart is always revealed in times of crisis. The attack this time was considered an incidental incident. Qi Lu has never looked down on those grass on the wall. People are always responsible for their own actions, and since a choice has been made, there is no reason to go back. Reigning in the precipice and swaying are two different things at all. Qi Lu wouldn't despise those warriors who were willing to abandon the dark and turn to the light, but he definitely despised those villains who were chasing the flames. Disasters can always screen out those who are not determined, and those who remain are the mainstay. Master Qi, if possible, I don't want to use this method to screen people's shirts, because it's too cruel. Bu Yuyan knew that what Qi Lu said was right, but she still couldn't bear it. After all, in the attack on the casting hall, the casualties of the Bu family were also extremely heavy. When something unfortunate happens, you have to think on the bright side. Qi Lu shrugged and said noncommittally. 2. Bu Yuyan didn't know how to evaluate this optimistic thought, so she could only nod her head. It is a day to be happy, and a day to be sad. So, sometimes, it's really not optimistic. Of course, I know you're not of this type, so don't force it. I came here this time to bring some new products for you. Qi Lu waved his hand and stopped what Bu Yuyan, who had a tangled face, wanted to say, and started to introduce the products brought over this time. That is, the energy storage gem set that has been stored in the warehouse, and a launch tube set. Originally, Qi Lu wanted to wait for the right time to take out these things. But now the Bu family is in such a big disaster, if they don't take it out, I am afraid that the Bu family will be gone. The energy storage gem set, and the matching launch tube. Bu Yuyan slowly digested Qi Li's introduction to the new products, and her eyes became brighter and brighter as she looked at Qi Lu. All the goods in the energy storage gem set are all 100 gold coins, and the launch tube is 100 gold coins for the handheld type, 300 gold coins for the city defense type, and 800 gold coins for the destruction version. A gold coin. If it's used against the casting hall, it can be half price, eh? Your eyes are a bit strange. As Qi Lu spoke, she noticed Bu Yuyan's twinkling eyes. I always find it a little weird. No, I'm just thinking that this time the new product should be able to relieve Bujia's current predicament. Bu Yuyan was startled by Qi Li's words, and quickly waved her hand. Although there was a longing for Qi Lu in the previous eyes, but with Bu Yuyan's character, she still did not dare to say it. Really? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Qi Lu was keenly aware that something was wrong, but after thinking about it, he still didn't go into it. Instead, he continued, I've just introduced the new products here. I think you should know what to do. Now, go and prove that the Bu family is no worse than the casting hall. Well, with these things, the current predicament is no longer a predicament. Bu Yuyan nodded seriously and said confidently. Now that the foundry hall is making so much noise, the Bu family only needs to torpedo the practitioners who come from the foundry hall. How difficult the current predicament is, the greater the fame it brings to the Bu family. Confidence is a good thing, then I'll go first. Qi Lu smiled slightly, then turned and left the uniquely decorated study. Qi Lu has already given any help that he can give. Since the number of cultivators that the Bu family can dispatch is insufficient, Qi Lu will use other methods to make up for it. The city defense type launch tube, the destruction version launch tube, the power that can burst out is far more than the improved version of the laser light. As long as the practitioners of the casting hall are blocked from outside the city state, they are just a group of living targets. Especially the destruction version of the launch tube, if you want to play the strongest combat effectiveness, you must spend gold coins. One attack is an energy storage gem. Not everyone can afford it. However, the benefits are definitely higher than expected. Because practitioners below the heroic realm, as long as they are hit by the attack of the destruction version of the launch tube, they will surely die. Qi Lu wanted to see the life of a cultivator with 100 gold coins. How many people can die in the casting hall? As for the hero-level powerhouse in the casting hall, is it really a decoration that Qi Lu placed in the vending point to guard the store? The purpose of this battle is to spread the fame of the Bu family. Let all the big and small forces in this world know that a brand new behemoth is rising. In this way, more talents and strong people are attracted to join the Bu family, so that the real rise of the Bu family can be compared with the casting hall. As for now, everything is ready, only the east wind is owed. And this east wind is the next battle. Xuanhuan City, as the first city-state to rise from the Bu family, naturally received double attention from the Foundry Hall. It is only one of the main battlefields of the Bujia Showdown Casting Hall. In the battlefield of Xuanhuan City, it was the Bu family that suppressed the casting hall, which was one of the reasons why the Bu family's clansmen were able to support the present. As long as the backbone is still there and hope remains, a family will not fall so easily. In the Bu family, the backbone is Bu Yuyan. And hope is the two city-states that Bujia began to rise, Xuanhuan City and Fian City. It just so happened that in the battle between the two city-states, the Bu family had the upper hand, and even the cultivators in the casting hall could not breathe. Because in the distant mountain city, in addition to Gyuk, there is also a purple rhyme. The fighting power of Zidian Lingjiao is no joke. Just a single dragon might suppress those cultivators who are not strong enough and whose realm is not enough, not to mention how much combat power they exert. Can escape without. It's a good thing. Even if the hero-level powerhouse of the casting hall is personally there, it will be useless. Not to mention whether he can defeat Ziyun. Even if he defeated Ziyun, Guka's strength was 10 times stronger than Ziyun, or even more than that. If you want to win the battle, there is basically no such possibility. And in Fian City, the bombing airship has been suspended in the sky. Since it's useless to go around for emergencies, just guard one of the city-states and you're done. And it can also be used as a stronghold for the Bu family to counterattack. In addition, although there is no shortage of hero-level powerhouses in the casting hall, it is not as convenient as imagined to be dispatched. What's more, such bullying, many hero-level powerhouses can't take this face. So after so many days of attack, the Bu family was barely able to breathe. It's just not sure how long you can breathe. Everyone thinks this way. Those big and small forces who are concerned about this matter feel that it is only a matter of time when the Bu family is defeated by the casting hall. I feel that the current resistance of the Bu family is completely meaningless, and they are just lingering. Even a small part of the Bu family members came up with this idea. But now, it's different. Just on this new day. Yo, why are you walking to the city wall again? I have persuaded you long ago not to do this kind of unnecessary resistance. If you don't listen, it's apathy that you will die here at a young age. When the Bu family was heading to the city wall, a fat man said strangely from behind. The attack on the Foundry Hall has always been carried out in an open and honest manner, and it will not be sneaky. The casting hall is domineering and arrogant, and doesn't care about other people's opinions at all. So the same is true for the attack on the Bu family, that is, come every day during the day, destroy everywhere, and then leave at night. Because the casting hall wants to make its opponents feel fear and taste irresistible despair. So conceited, I don't even bother to attack. That's why the Bu family was given the opportunity to prepare, and of course, it also gave other forces the opportunity to laugh at the Bu family. Just like this fat guy. To shut up. The Bu family members resisted their anger and turned around and drank a low voice. What? Your skills are not as good as others, and you won't allow others to say a few words? You don't even look at who your opponents are, and you are here to resist. You bastards, do you really think that you are the opponent of the Foundry Hall? When Fatty saw that the Bu family dared to speak back, he immediately sneered. Immediately, many people around him joined in. The one who should be ridiculed should be ridiculed. Seeing other people's bad luck can reflect their own luck. This is human nature. The casting hall has accumulated prestige for a long time, and there are only a very few people who are optimistic about the Bu family. The Bu family who answered the question was not very popular, and as soon as thought about the theory, he was held back by the people around him. Okay, the eldest lady sent the new weapon here, not to make us play tricks. That's right, there's nothing to talk about with these guys. Speaking, all the Bu family members who came over all walked to the city wall, quietly waiting for the attack of the casting hall. The city lords of these city-states will not take care of this matter, and neither will the city guards. Because the goal of the casting hall is very clear, that is, the property of the Bu family, and the forces who dare to get close to the Bu family, not to destroy the entire city-state. Therefore, these city owners are also willing to use this convenience, and they are so happy that they don't have to get involved. After all, there are not a few cases where great gods fight and mortals suffer. Back up, everyone backs up, and you should stand a little farther to watch the fun, so as not to be affected by Chiyu. If you say a few words to them and dare to speak back, I want to see here how they were defeated in the hands of the casting hall. Hey, brothers, why don't we make a bet and guess how long the people from the Bu family can last on the city wall? Okay, I guess 2 hours. It's been a long time, I guess an hour at most. Then I'll guess for 40 minutes. All the forces that were not optimistic about the Bu family were hiding in Thessaly state and talking slander. The eyes that looked at the backs of the Bu family were also full of disdain. Fighting with the cast hall, isn't that courting death? With these thoughts in mind, these people who are waiting to watch the show will stay in the city-state, together with the Bu family members on the city wall, waiting for the arrival of the people from the casting hall. To be honest, if there is any merit to the casting hall, that is the time to start the attack is quite accurate. Not long after, a cloud of smoke rose up in the distance. The cultivators who belonged to the Hall of Casting all roared excitedly and rushed towards the city gate. In order to show that the city owner would not get involved in this matter, hadn't even care about the city gate. Facing this mighty cultivator team, all the Bu family members standing on the city wall took a deep breath. The time between the two sides is not short. But when the Bu family had the upper hand, it was too few. And most of the time, they are crushed one-sidedly. After all, the gap between the two sides in the number and quality of practitioners is too great. But this time, things were different. Everyone obeys. Prepare. With a loud shout from a Bu family who looked like the leader, the city defense type launch tube and the destruction version launch tube were immediately taken out. And placed next to every step family member is a box of energy storage gems. All of them. Don't be polite, hit me hard. Yes. After holding back for so long, watching the compatriots around me sacrifice in front of my eyes, it is impossible not to be angry. So now that I have the opportunity, of course I have to vent it out. The people on the Bu family's side have beaten out gold coins one by one, and those who returned from the foundry hall are lives. Bang bang dash. Boom. The first to attack is the destruction version of the launch tube. After all, the installation of the city defense type launch tube is more troublesome, so only the destruction version launch tube can be used in the front line. However, although Bu Yuyan has already been reminded of these clansmen, but the power of the destruction version of the launch tube still made the eyes of these Bu family members widen, and their mouths were so shocked that they couldn't close them for a long time. No way. Using the energy storage gems as ammunition and launching them directly, the terrifying destructive power caused by them instantly wiped out the target Toshas. And within a radius of 500 meters, it was like a dead zone, and no one could survive. The ground was directly cut off by one layer, as if that layer of ground had not been used before. Exists the same. The destruction tube, just like its name suggests. As long as the attack is out of the chamber, it means destruction. The appalling power suddenly made the practitioners in the foundry hall stagnate. Even the guys who stayed in the city-state, waiting to see the Bu family shokes, almost fell to their knees in fright. What it is? What just happened? Such terrifying destructive power, what attack caused it? Could it be that I misunderstood? When did the Bu family have such a terrible weapon? Then the time we guessed, just now, is not enough. What time? What happened just now? No, nothing happened. A group of grasshoppers quickly changed their tone and quietly backed away, for fear that the people from the Bu family would find them to settle accounts in the autumn. Although they are still determined that the Bujia is not the opponent of the casting hall. But in this city-state, they are not the opponents of the Bu family. If it hadn't been for the casting hall's attack on the Bu family, then they would not be able to be so arrogant when they met the Bu family. Comfortable. The weapon the eldest lady gave us is really powerful. The Bu family members standing on the city wall were proud of themselves this time. The flame cross is a melee weapon, and the thunder cross is a defensive weapon, and it is not very useful when fighting against a large number of practitioners like the casting hall. As for the locking spirit pillar, it belongs to the self-cutting meridian. So to sum up, the improved version of the laser light is still easy to use. It's just that the power of the improved version of the laser light is still a little smaller, and it is really easy to fight those stupid monsters. After all, the spiritual intelligence of Warcraft is not very high. But for attacking cultivators, it's still a little tasteless. However, this time, the city defense-type launch tube that Bu Yuan deliberately pulled down, as well as the destruction version of the launch tube, were many times stronger than the improved version of the laser light. Needless to say, the destruction version of the launch tube is named after its destructive power, which naturally highlights a power. Then the city defense-type launch tube, the prominent function is the suppression of terror. The city defense-type launch tube, which requires the installation of a full 10 energy storage gems, has a suppressing power that the improved version of the laser light cannot match anyway. The terrifying launch speed and violent power can block all enemies. Going to the city wall, those cultivators who kept the casting hall were unable to move an inch. In this battle, the Bu family fought with pride. On the other hand, the Hall of Castings is starting to get overwhelmed. What is the difference between the Bujiachai and the casting hall? Number of people? Not really. The number of cultivators, not the number of people, should be the most in the Bujiachai casting hall. Ordinary people who can't cultivate have as many Bu families as they want. So in the final analysis, what the Bu family lacks the most is hard power, the hard power that can protect their own industry. Previously, relying on the improved version of the laser light could not make up for this gap. But now, with the addition of the city defense-type launch tube and the destruction version of the launch tube, as long as the family is willing to throw gold coins in, the combat power can completely make up for it. Wars are always about resources and logistics. Bujia started out as a businessman, and it is absolutely impossible to be short of gold coins. What's more, the goods obtained from Qi Lu are still selling so prosperously, maybe they haven't made much money yet. So now, Bu Yuyan's confidence came back. Because of the characteristics of the casting hall, there are no ordinary people within the scope of this behemoth's solicitation. But Bujia didn't care. Even ordinary people, with a little training, holding a city defense-type launch tube, and a box of energy storage gems, can still beat those cultivators who can't lift their heads. This is the advantage of Bujia. None of the artifacts forged by the forging masters in the foundry hall can be used by ordinary people. Damn. Where did those guys get the weapons in their hands? In the mansion of the great elder of the casting hall, a roar, with suppressed anger, came out. Su Hengxiang stood in the hall, with his head lowered, quietly listening to the roar of the great elder. The internal injury that was shaken by Gu Mingyuan's palm has not been healed, so Su Hengxiang naturally won't talk nonsense. Because Su Hengxiang can't guess how many whole cards Bu Yuyan still has. Damn, if this continues, we won't even think about getting the casting jade plate from the Bu family. Duan Wenxin must have noticed it now. After the first elder was angry, he quickly calmed down. The dark tide was surging in the casting hall, the first elder knew it, and Duan Wenxin was also clear. Sitting on the throne of the palace master, if you still can't see these things clearly, I'm afraid you don't even know how you died. It's just that in the past, the great elder has been hiding in the dark. But now that a pair of Bu family are shot, it is equivalent to exposing himself to Duan Wenxin's eyes. Therefore, it is impossible for the elders not to be in a hurry. Because once this matter is delayed, then the cast jade plate may have to be odding dress for others. Duan Wenxin will not be soft on this kind of thing. Moreover, in terms of the identity of the hall master of the casting hall, it can be called justifiable. Otherwise, the first elder would not have asked Su Hengxiang to go directly to Bu Yuyan to negotiate in the process of putting pressure on the Bu family. It's a pity that the result of the negotiation is not what the elders want to see. The Bu family's counterattack was too fierce, and Bu Yuyan's trump card was hidden too deep. It wasn't until Su Hengxiang shot that Gu Mingyuan counterattacked. Before that, Su Hengxiang didn't even notice that there was a strong man beside Bu Yuyan who was far superior to him. With just such a negligence, Su Hengxiang was caught off guard. Even the current situation of the elders of the casting hall has become a bit difficult. Big elder. Su Hengxiang wanted to say something. But he was interrupted by the great elder waving his hand. Don't say more, you know what's going on now. Duan Wenxin might be waiting to see my joke. Wait for me to be defeated by the Bu family, and then he can clean up the mess. This is very apt. The men and horses in the hands of the elders of the casting hall were far less than the men and horses that Duan Wenxin could dispatch. Therefore, the casting jade plate is the key to being small and broad. But if Su Hengxiang and the others were defeated in the hands of the Bu family, not only would the jade plate not be retrieved, but the elder would be left alone from now on. At that time, Duan Wenxin could easily depose an elder who had no power in his hands. And with the help of the great elder's troops, he discovered the strength of the Bu family. How easy it is to use strength to kill two birds with one stone. Just even so. The elders of the casting hall had to let it go, and it would never be as smooth road to get the throne of the hall master. Danger and opportunity coexist. Let me go, great elder, knowing the Bu family's trump card, I won't miss it again this time. Su Hengxiang heard the sound of the string and knew the elegant meaning, and immediately stepped forward to ask for orders. You've never let me down, and you probably won't this time. Since the Bu family is unwilling to compromise, the previous deterrence will be useless. Just destroy the Bu family and go find the jade plate. The indifference of the casting hall to other forces is well known. As the great elder of the casting hall, it is no exception. Now that he has guessed his situation, he knows that he may be forced by Duan Wenxin to know where to go. Then why not give it a go? In the past few days, the offensive of the casting hall has become more and more violent. Bu Yuyan rubbed her brows, put the report in her hand on the desk, then got Yupand stretched her body forcefully. Sitting still for a long time can easily lead to poor blood circulation, which is not good for the body. These days, in order to coordinate the affairs of the Bu family, Bu Yuyan only takes 3 or 4 hours of rest every day, and the length of this rest is still counted in the time for necessary things such as eating. If it is for those cultivators with strong spiritual power, it may be slightly better. But Bu Yuyan is not a cultivator, she is just an ordinary person. You should learn to give some of the power in your hand to a few trusted people, instead of carrying it all on your own. Sheila walked into the study, slowly, and saw the tired look on Bu Yuyan's face at a glance. Carrying it like this all the time is too much burden on the body. If Bu Yuyan really does everything by herself, then the days of overwork will not be far away. Of course I know, but isn't it a special time? There are too many things to deal with. After Bu Yuyan saw Qilu appear, the tired look on her face also eased, but there was a bit of helplessness in her tone. If the head of a family cannot find even a few trusted people, then the family will probably be over. What's more, it was still under the circumstance that Bu Yuyan had ruthlessly cleaned it up. Almost all the rebellious people were cleared out, and even if there were still a few fish that slipped through the net, they would not dare to show their faces. Going against the general trend of Xuanhuan, isn't that courting death? Even if the Bu family is not as good as the casting hall, it is really easy to clean up these trash fish. It's just as Bu Yuyan said, special times require special treatment. In such a crisis, even if Bu Yuyan is only the chief executive, there are many things that need to be dealt with. If I really want to put everything on Bu Yuyan, I'm afraid I don't even need to sleep. What is the current form of the Bu family? Qilu was concerned. This is not a casual question, but to judge the next situation based on the current form. After all, Qilu helped the Bu family to such an extent that he gave up taunts, and Qilu himself was reluctant. It can still hold up for the time being, but the current offensive of the casting hall is getting more and more ferocious. This is really not good news. Bu Yuyan shook her head, a little worried expression appeared on her face. Although relying on the new weapon provided by Qilu, he temporarily resisted the attack of the casting hall, and even gave way to the family members to raise their eyebrows. But Bu Yuyan knew very well that the casting hall facing the Bu family was not a complete casting hall. But it's just one of those guys who covet Duan Wenxin's throne. It simply does not represent the true strength of the casting hall. It can even be said that even a small half of the full strength of the casting hall has not been displayed. But it can also force Bujia to such a situation. And now, the strength of the casting hall's attack has been strengthened, which means that the casting hall is really starting to exert its strength. Then the next offensive, whether the Bu family can withstand it, is unknown. My guess is the same, the casting hall doesn't seem to want to let the Bu family go. Qilu narrowed his eyes, and said slowly. From the very beginning, Qilu never despised the casting hall. It's just that Qilu can only guess at the real strength of the casting hall. After all, without that power, all his cards will be exposed, which will only make him die faster. Especially for a behemoth such as the casting hall, the number of cards in the hole is too many to be guessed. So when Qilu was faced with this incident, he also had quite a headache. One power down 10 guilds is certainly powerful. But Qilu is only one person after all, and when faced with such a huge casting hall, he is also incapable of being cloned. Once it is not handled well, it will face a crazy counterattack from the casting hall. At that time, the foundation that was finally built up, I am afraid it will be destroyed in one fell swoop. Unless Qilu can stay in this world forever. But that is impossible. However, according to my inference, the hall master of the casting hall should not have taken action yet. Duan Wenxin is probably still watching this matter with a cold eye. Qilu did not pause, but continued to speak. The undercurrent was surging in the casting hall, and Duan Wenxin's best way to deal with it was to watch from the sidelines. As long as he doesn't make any big mistakes, no one in the casting hall can shake Duan Wenxin's position. Therefore, it is impossible for Duan Wenxin to come out to help at such a time. Unless one of the parties fell into an obvious disadvantage and was about to lose, Duan Wenxin would use his identity as the palace master of the casting hall to clean up the mess. This is the battle between the snipe and the clam, and the fisherman wins. The rebels and the Bu family who were fighting at the casting hall were the sandpiper and the clam, and Duan Wenxin was the fisherman watching from behind. Bu Yuyan heard the words and heard the meaning of Qi Li's words. In other words, no matter who wins or loses in this battle, will it be cheaper for Duan Wenxin? For the first time commanding a family to fight, it is necessary to face such a formidable opponent. It's impossible not to be nervous. After all, this matter is too big for Bu Yuyan. From Miss Tianjin to the commander who faced the casting hall, these two unrelated identities appeared on the same body. For the average person, it would be nice not to be overwhelmed by this enormous pressure. Who can fight back and forth with the casting hall like Bu Yuyan is now? Not necessarily. Qi Li smiled, with a kind of self-confidence on his face. The so-called mantis catching cicadas, the oriole is behind, who can be sure that he must be the oriole? Qi is happy to point out. Could it be, young Master Qi, you? The eyes of Bu Yuyan looking at Qi Li suddenly became extremely bright. If there is something that has supported Bu Yuyan until now, it is undoubtedly Qi Li. Because Bu Yuyan firmly believed that no matter what, there would be Qi Li standing behind her. So you can move forward without fear. Of course it's not me, but new products will arrive soon. In these days, you should buy as many magic cores as possible. Qi Li shook his head, then smiled slightly, and nodded again. Ordinary people want to fight against cultivators, even if they rely on the goods provided by Qi Li. The magic core is one of the indispensable power sources. And the magic in those energy storage gems. To be honest, in the battle, there is no time for those magicians to inject magic into the energy storage gems. So basically they are treated as disposable items, and they are thrown away when they are used up. Because when the energy storage gem is out of the warehouse, the magic power in it is full. Otherwise, the Bu family would not be able to hold on to it now. Okay, I see. Bu Yuyan nodded and immediately gave the order. All the idle clansmen in the Bu family immediately go to buy the magic core. There is no limit on the number, the more the better. For Qi Li, Bu Yuyan can be said to have unconditional trust. Therefore, Bu Yuyan will do her best to fulfill the request made by Qi Li. Even if you don't know what those requirements do. Then let's do it first. If the casting hall only has this power, it won't belong. Qi Li smiled mysteriously, then turned and left the study. Use the Bu family to attract the power of the casting hall little by little, so as to better capture the casting hall. It's a bit ruthless, but that's what war is. Kindness does not hold soldiers. What's more, the longer the stalemate between the Bu family and the casting hall, the greater the Bu family's reputation. The more famous the Bu family is, the more attractive they are to other forces, big or small. In the short term, it may be a bad thing, but in the long term, it is a good thing. It is impossible for a rising family not to experience hardships. The flowers in the greenhouse will only collapse at a touch. System, I should have a lot of faith. After Qi Li left the study, he immediately asked a question in his mind. The current situation of the Bu family, the solution is in the hands of the system, not in the hands of Qi Li. System, it's okay. Hearing the ambiguous answer, Qi Li knew immediately. 100% of the power of belief, the system took 30%, Zhubao took 30%, and what was left in Qi Li's hands, there was still 40% left. So this answer from the system is nothing more than a perfunctory remark. Maybe this guy. Then I'm going to unlock new items now. Do you have anything to recommend? So Qi Li ignored the system's answer, but continued to ask. System, what do you recommend? New products are randomly drawn. Seeing Qi Li ignore him, the system immediately replied. It can be considered that he declined Qi Li's request. Don't, your answer is still used to deceive yourself, but you can't deceive. Qi Li quickly waved his hand, expressing disbelief. There is no shortage of dark box operations in the hands of the system, but it is always not on the surface. This is the tacit agreement between the two. So Qi Lu didn't believe the system's words at all, but continued, now you have seen this situation of the Bu family. If the Bu family is gone, there will be no customers in the vending point. This is stating a fact. As soon as the home is down, the vending point will naturally be taken over by the casting hall. And with the greedy character of the casting hall, the goods in the vending point may no longer be able to flow out of the casting hall. At that point, there would be no point in setting up a vending point without other customers. How many weapons can be digested by the casting hall itself? System, what? You didn't lie to the system, host, there is such a thing. Qi Lu was silent. There is no way to disguise this surprised emotion. At least there is no way to disguise it so vividly. That is to say, this Irby system is really unaware of such serious consequences. System, that can't be done, we have to stop this kind of thing from happening. Before Qi Lu could open his mouth to persuade, the sound of the system's righteous words rang out. As Qi Lu expected, this stingy system will never be vague when faced with damage to its own interests, and will definitely safeguard its own interests firmly. Otherwise, Qi Lu would not mention this one. Yes, it is necessary to prevent this situation from happening, but the problem now is that the strength of the Bu family is not enough to resist the casting hall, so I came to you. Qi Lu was moved with emotion, understood with reason, and quickly made sense of the system. System, then host, tell me, what are the conditions for the new products you need? Of course there are requirements. First of all, the strength requirements for users must be very low. Qi Lu said immediately. In the Bu family, the number of cultivators is in short supply, so this requirement must be met. Otherwise, even if the new products are brought out, I am afraid that there isn't much that people can use. System, okay, is there anything else? Promise quickly. The other, of course, is that the stronger the combat power, the better. Is this still my opinion? Qi Lu said unceremoniously. System, this. As long as the host can devote the corresponding power of faith, there is no problem. This time, although the system also agreed, but the process hesitated a little. It seems that the conditions are met, and there are not many types of products to choose from. After all, this is a world of fighting spirit and magic, and it is still relatively difficult to meet Qi Li's requirements. The last one is the energy issue. If possible, try to avoid the types of energy that only practitioners can provide. Qi Lu continued. Since it is intended to be used by ordinary people, the more thorough it is, the better. Energy is a big problem in most cases. It is also a problem that must be solved. So this question, Qi Lu simply threw it directly to the system. System, this request. Let the system think about it. Okay, think about it more, but please do it as soon as possible. Qi Lu did not urge, but reminded, slowly. Then he continued to wander the streets of the city-state, quietly waiting for the system's reply. After arriving, Qi Lu also found a tea house and went in to drink tea while continuing to wait. It has to be said that even if there is a war going on outside the city-state. However, in the city-state, those who should open a store still have to open a store. In order to live, it has to be so. Not long after, Qi Lu got a response. System, this request is also acceptable. Are there other requirements? Gone. Qi Lu shook his head. Most of the requirements for new products can be attributed to these 3 items, so there is no need to limit them with other details. System, okay, then this system will solemnly recommend this new product to you. It only takes 1,000 units of faith to unlock it. How much faith is needed? When Qi Lu heard the words, he almost lost control and spit out the tea in his mouth. He didn't even say what the new product was, he just said the power of belief of 1,000 units. Do you really think that the power of belief of your host was picked up? Even if it was picked up. But the power of belief of 1,000 units, doesn't it take a lot of effort to pick it up? System, host, the power of belief of 1,000 units. The products of this system have always been worth the money, so please rest assured. I know your goods are worth the money, but I'm really worried. Qi Lu waved his hands again and again, expressing that he couldn't bear it. Value for money means that the value of the product itself is worthy of the price. However, there are no regulations on the function of the product. Who knows what the system will bring out? System, host, please trust the judgment of this system. If this new product is not what you need, this system will return the power of faith to you. Ha ha. Facing the promise of the system, Qi Lu could only respond with these two words. Can things that fall into the hands of the system be spit out? That's really rare. But after this, Qi Lu had no other choice, so he could only choose to trust the system. Since you have said so, then you can take the power of belief of this 1,000 units. Qi Luqiang endured the pain and said aloud. System, received. System, congratulations to the host, for getting a new item, combat mecha. What the hell? Qi Lu was taken aback. Combat mech? Did this RB system still copy the mechas in the mechanical bull forest? But that kind of mecha with shoulders resistant to laser light is not very easy to use when facing practitioners. So, Qi Lu, who had been thinking about it for a long time, opened the store manager's backstage with a complicated mood. Combat mecha, it uses high-strength composite metal as the skeleton, and is blessed with a large number of ancient runes. Equipped with weapons, a laser lightsaber has been blessed with high-temperature fuse, Bingjin armor-breaking magic, a tower shield, already blessed with a movable mountain, sharp thorn magic. The types of energy that can be used, Do Qi, magic power, magic core, residual body of beast, and residual body of cultivator. This turned out to be a melee-type mecha. Is this? Qi Lu looked at the detailed information about the combat mecha in the backstage of the store manager, and a huge wave suddenly surged in his heart. I believe that every boy who lives in the world of technology has thought about one thing. That is, one day, if you have the chance, you must drive a Gundam once. This giant robot is simply the favorite of boys. Although Qi Lu has passed that age, his interest in these giant robots still exists. Hurry up and take it out. Qi Lu took out a combat mecha without hesitation. In the next instant, a mecha with a height of about 5 meters appeared in front of Qi Lu. Although it is much smaller than the giant robot in Qi Li's imagination, it does not affect Qi Li's mood. The angular shape exudes a tough temperament. The shimmering luster of the metal frame is daunting. The manned cockpit, on the body part of the combat mecha, is well protected. However, although the appearance of the combat mecha is full of technology, in Qi Li's view, it still looks rather rudimentary. After all, the system only draws on the shape and operation of the mecha. The internal principle, the system does not know. So on this combat mecha, the engraved ancient runes are so complicated that Qi Lu feels dizzy at a glance. And the most powerful thing is that this time, the ancient rune system is not blessed on the combat mecha. Instead, it is directly engraved on these metal skeletons. Then a layer of defensive metal shell was used outside to wrap these ancient runes. In this way, the power of the ancient runes can be maximized. Simply an advanced application of puppet magic. Because in the final analysis, combat mechas are still used by ordinary people, not those who practice, so the combat effectiveness of the mecha itself is extremely important. This is also the best product that the system can find according to Qi Lu's requirements. If you don't learn from the weapon mode of the world of science and technology, in a while, you really can't think of anything better. And the weapons carried by this combat mech. A laser lightsaber is placed on the side of the mecha. But for now it's just a hilt. Once charged with energy, the hilt can be used to unleash a laser lightsaber. And it also comes with 2 gain-type magics, high-temperature fuse, and Jingjin armor piercing. A fire magic, a gold magic. As for the shield, it is equipped on the back of the combat mecha and can bear a movement when needed. The built-in motionless magic and thorn magic are both high-level defense magic. It can be said that in order to meet Qi Li's requirements, the system has already invested heavily. Presumably the energy to maintain these four magics should not be less. While thinking about it, Qi Li began to study the energy source of the combat mecha. Do Qi, magic power, magic core, the remains of beasts, and the remains of practitioners. The first three, naturally needless to say. The combat mecha comes with its own energy loading port, so the vindictive energy and magic power can be directly injected into it, and the same is true of the magic core, just throw it in directly. But the latter two energy sources are a bit strange. System, what does this remnant of a demon beast and a remnant of a cultivator mean? Qi Li asked with some confusion. System, of course it's literally. System, when the magical beasts and practitioners are killed in battle and the energy contained in their bodies has not been exhausted, the combat mecha can automatically collect the energy contained in these bodies. System, this function will run automatically without the driver's activation, but the mech needs to be brought close to the past. When Qi Li heard the words, he was so shocked that he was speechless. What kind of cool technology is this? What is fighting to support war? What is more and more courageous? This function of the combat mecha is really a perfect interpretation. Come out. There is no shame in the name of this mecha, it was made for battle. In this case, the demand for energy will become much more friendly. The larger the battle, the stronger the combat effectiveness of the combat mecha, and the stronger the ability to continue fighting. I just don't know how powerful the combat mecha can be, otherwise it will be difficult to price. After the shock, Qi Li remembered this important thing again. Combat mechas are not the same as ordinary weapons. The criteria for evaluating combat effectiveness are quite vague and must be determined by actual combat. Moreover, the requirements for the driver's operating skills are quite high. It is also an insurmountable gap in the combat effectiveness that can be exerted between a skilled person and a novice while driving a combat mecha. Then I'll just try it myself, don't you know? Qi Li slammed the palm of his hand and said to himself suddenly. This is driving a mecha, and it can be regarded as a fulfillment of Qi Li's previous dream. Thinking so, Qi Li immediately sat in the cockpit of the combat mecha. From the outside, the cockpit does not seem to be small, but after Qi Li came in, he found that the interior space is not large, almost the size of one person. On the top of the cockpit, there is a helmet. In the direction of the hands, there is also a grip, and there are two pedals under the feet. There is no such thing as those sci-fi color operating light curtains, nor those messy operation buttons. The interior of the cockpit gives Qi Li a feeling, and it even looks a bit shabby as a whole. But after sitting in, Qi Li realized that the cockpit was quite comfortable. As the hatch closed, the helmet on top of the cockpit was automatically put on Qi Li's head. Then a prompt sound appeared in Qi Li's mind. Please hold the steering column in the driver's hand and place both feet on the control pedal. It turns out that there is an operation guide. Qi Li sighed a little unexpectedly, then put his feet on the pedals according to the words, and then held the grips on both sides with his hands. In the next instant, a light curtain appeared in front of Qi Li's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a very clear picture appeared in front of him. Qi Li knew that this picture was fed back from the perspective of the combat mecha. And along with this picture, there is also the control method of the combat mecha. This control method is quite simple, almost equivalent to direct manipulation using consciousness. It's just that the system takes into account that the mental strength of ordinary people is too weak, so it provides two auxiliary drivers, the joystick and the control pedal. Qi Li is only a little familiar with it, and he can do it like an arm and a finger. And after being familiar with the control method of the combat mecha, Qi Li also found that the breadth of the pictures fed back through the combat mecha is quite large and can carry out danger warning. In an emergency, the combat mech will also automatically evade to avoid deadly attacks. The intelligence of this combat mecha is far beyond my imagination. Qi Li was even more surprised when he sat in the cockpit. To be honest, Qi Li used to think that the system was a genius. Especially in the development of new products, he is really quite a genius. But Qi Li really didn't expect that the system would be able to develop so many technology-side weapons, based on the memories buried deep in his mind. Although it is the product of a combination of technology and magic. But this creativity is quite commendable and affirmative. But thinking of this, Qi Li's mind suddenly moved, and he seemed to understand the purpose of the system. That is, robbing believers. In this world that believes in the god of blacksmithing, all the tools created by blacksmiths are used by practitioners. For those ordinary people, blacksmiths have never been dismissive. Therefore, the tools they created never considered whether ordinary people could use them. However, the products brought out by the system are different. From the initial improved version of the laser light to the current combat mecha, each one is a weapon that ordinary people can use. Of course, the more believers, the better. And the number of ordinary people is much higher than that of cultivators. So from the very beginning, the target of the system seemed not to be those cultivators, but the most numerous ordinary people. This is a really big game of chess. System, hey, host, what are you thinking about? Playing chess? This system has never thought about these things. Qi Li's thoughts were interrupted by the system's words, and he was at a loss for words. I originally thought the system was enlightened, but now it seems that this guy is still the second system with arrears in IQ. It is estimated that the current situation is also crooked. But it's okay, anyway, they are all moving in a good direction, and there is no problem in hitting straight. System, hey, it turns out that this system is so powerful, yes, host, all this is a big game of this system. As a result, just as Qi Li wanted to say something to ease the embarrassment, the system's voice came out first. There was a bit of self-satisfaction in his tone. Shut up, idiot, and don't peek at my thoughts. Qi Li couldn't help covering his forehead and rubbed his temples, by the way. It seems that in addition to being greedy and stingy, this Irby system is also a little bit overjoyed, but in terms of IQ, it's a bit hard to tell. But in any case, since the robbing of believers has already begun, then make sure to follow through. It doesn't matter if it's a crooked hit, as long as Qi Li has realized it, then this matter is on the right track. So, next? I still have to feel the combat effectiveness of the combat mecha in actual combat. This thing is one of the reliances that the Bu family uses to deal with the casting hall, and it cannot be ignored. Just in time, the attack of the casting hall is coming soon, let's try them out. In the past few days, the attack on the foundry hall has become more and more violent. Even if the Bu family members have been equipped with the city defense type launch tube and the destruction version launch tube, they are still a little stretched. Because such long-range weapons have a common problem, that is, they cannot be approached. Especially when the people who use these weapons are ordinary people with low strength, this problem is magnified to a limit. Once approached, it becomes powerless to resist. Therefore, there are only two situations left in the battle between the Bu family and the casting hall. Or, it is the cultivator who suppressed the casting hall by the Bu family. They couldn't lift their heads and couldn't get close to the city wall at all. Or, the defense line of the city wall was broken through, and then it was destroyed by the casting hall, destroying all the properties of the Bu family, and leaving no one behind. It can be seen from this, that the casting hall has begun to make a ruthless attack. Different from the previous dismounting, this time, the casting hall really planned to destroy the Bu family. Those big and small forces who discovered this situation, especially those guys who had ridiculed the Bu family for being overly self-reliant, immediately became happy. Because as long as the Hall of Castings wins, they will no longer have to worry about the Bu family's revenge, and they will have trouble sleeping and eating. Schadenfreude, cynicism, and downfall seem to be innate skills of these guys. The clansmen of the Bu family were sitting on the city wall, holding various launch tubes in their hands, silently waiting for the attack of the casting hall. Those sarcastic words, they have heard too much. In the past, they were still in the mood to refute, and even slaughtered those guys, for the dignity of the Bu family. But by now, these Bu family members are used to it. Annoying flies are always inexhaustible. There is no use arguing with these guys anymore. Only by slapping their ugly faces with victories can make them calm down. What time is it now? Have those guys from the foundry hall come? A Bu family member who was leaning on the guardrail of the city wall and took a nap for a while, opened his eyes, and immediately asked aloud. Not yet, but it should be soon. The person beside him replied. At times like this, no one dares to relax. Because now is not the same as before. Before, the casting hall was only to give the Bu family a show of power, so Asto forced Bu Yuyan to hand over the casting jade plate during the negotiation. Therefore, there is room in the battle, so as not to kill them all. However, up to now, the casting hall has become murderous. Then once the defense line on the city wall is broken, there is no way to retreat, and no one of the Bu family in this city-state must be able to survive. I haven't come yet. Damn casting hall, I really don't understand why they are targeting our Bu family so much. After resting for a while, the Bu family members stood up scoldingly, then took out the dry biscuits they carried with them and ate them with cold water. When there is a possibility of war at any time, it is impossible to eat hot meals. I can only eat dry food to fill my stomach. Who knows, maybe it's because we can't get used to our Bu family's rise too fast. It's such a big force that it doesn't look good to others. It's a shame that I still thought about joining the casting hall before. It was considered that I was blind at that time. Standing aside, the Bu family members, who were eating dry biscuits together, immediately echoed. In terms of the prestige and reputation of the casting hall, it is normal for the clansmen of the previous Bu family to be eager to join it. Water flows down, and people go up. After all, the strength of the previous Bu family is not to be mentioned. Like a sheep meeting a tiger, will a sheep feel like it can be compared to Adager? If there is a chance to become a tiger, do you think the sheep will be willing? The answer is yes. But now, in the eyes of the Bu family, the strength of the Bu family can already be compared with the casting hall. Therefore, the foundry hall has become a simple enemy. There really is no comparison between tigers and sheep. But between tigers and lions, not necessarily. Since he is already a lion, why should he become a tiger? Can't you just use your own strength to defeat the tiger in an upright manner? Brothers, get ready for battle, those guys are here. While these Bu family members were eating dry biscuits and talking, a shout sounded, which immediately made their faces dignified. It's finally here, brothers, I don't know if this kind of battle will happen again. Shut your crow's mouth, we will definitely win. If this battle can be won, then I will take my wife and apply for transfer back to Xuanhuan City. I heard that there is the safest place. Can you stop saying such things at this time? It sounds weird. After a few relaxing jokes before the battle, everyone entered a state of preparation. The energy storage gems are all loaded, ready to attack at any time. The sky is full of smoke and dust rising from a distance, accompanied by the sound of rumble, sweeping towards the city-state covering the sky and the sun. The practitioners who belonged to the casting hall did not roar or roar. Just silent, attacking the city-state rapidly. No one in the Bu family made a sound at the moment, just waiting quietly for the attackers in the foundry hall to approach. until it enters the attack range of the city defense type launch tube and the destruction version launch tube. Brothers, hit me hard. A loud shout sounded, followed by the roar of the city defense type launch tube. Countless magic light bullets flew out from the city defense type launch tube, in a continuous manner, almost forming a light belt. This is the suppressing force of the city defense type launch tube. The bands of light formed by the magic light bombs were intertwined, like agent net that could not be broken through, shrouding the incoming practitioners, suppressing them so that they could not move an inch. And at this moment, the roar of the destruction version of the launch tube also sounded. A violent sound, heralding destruction. The terrifying destructive power is a perfect interpretation of what a destroying version of the launch tube is. Combined with the terrifying suppressing power of the upper city defense type launch tube, the practitioners in the casting hall were unable to advance even half a step for a while. It was even beaten to the point of defeat. It was really guessed by the elder, so let's not hide it. But at this moment, among the practitioners in the casting hall, a guy who seemed to be the leader took out a wooden stick the thickness of his forearm from his arms. On this wooden stick, a large number of intricate magic patterns are engraved. At a glance, you can see that it is not a simple utensil. Following this leader, many people also took out wooden sticks of the same style. Then he threw it on the ground, and then stepped into the ground with one foot, and then his body stopped moving, but stayed where the stick was. Shield of the Mountain. Open! The leader clasped his hands together and roared violently. In the next moment, a magical shield dozens of meters high rose from the ground and appeared in front of everyone in the casting hall. All the attacks from the city wall were blocked from the outside. Oops, it's a defensive magic circle. Among the Boo family members, there are also people who know the goods, and they can recognize it at a glance. The role of these sticks. Such portable magic circles are not uncommon. But it's a real rarity. Knowing is one thing, but seeing it with your own eyes is another. The Shield of the Mountain, as you can tell from the name, is definitely a defensive magic circle, and it is also a high-level defensive magic circle. The city defense type launch tube, which had not been unfavorable before, suddenly lost its effect in front of the Shield of the Mountain. Even the attack of the destruction version of the launch tube could not shatter the Shield of the Mountain. It could only make this huge magic shield shake continuously, but there was no trace of cracks. It's going to be a big deal now. The faces of the Boo family on the city wall suddenly became extremely ugly. In the previous battle, they relied on these long-range weapons, such as the city defense type launch tube, to suppress the practitioners of the casting hall outside the city wall. So subconsciously ignored it. That's what the Foundry Hall is famous for forging. In most cases, the portable magic circle can play an extremely important role, and even play a decisive role. Just because the production is difficult, so the output is very small. But now, the casting hall took out this whole card again, and immediately resisted the attack of the Boo family. And just use this method, step by step. Then the defense line of the city wall is bound to fall. Very good. The defensive power of the Royal Mountain Shield is not something that you can break through with a side-by-side weapon. The next group is ready, push the Shield of the Mountain forward. However, this idea has just appeared in the minds of the Boo family, and the leader of the casting hall has already begun to give orders. The people from the casting hall came here this time, but they brought 2 sets of portable magic circles of the Mountain Shield. As long as they are alternately arranged and pushed forward until they approach the city wall to a certain distance, then these long-range weapons are useless. Just like the Magician class, don't let the Warrior class come close. Even if the attack of the destruction version of the launch tube is powerful, there must be enough distance to exert it. Tainyangs. It's really over now. The foundation of the casting hall is still too deep, and there is such a thing. Now you must send someone to tell the eldest lady about this, otherwise, other city-states will also be broken by the casting hall in this way. the rest prepare to fight to the death. Of course, even if I die, I have to pull a few people down to support me. The Bu family members on the city wall had different expressions, but without exception, no matter how desperate they were, they never thought of running away. Even if he used foul language to hide his panic, no one took a step back. This is the foundation and backbone of a family. Everyone was ready to sacrifice, just waiting for the practitioners from the foundry hall to approach. Since the shield of the mountain cannot be broken, then when they attack the city wall, let's exchange their lives for their lives. With the power of the destruction version of the launch tube, although it may be impossible to face the shield of the mountain, it is more than enough to attack these practitioners who are attacking the city wall. With the huge magic shield, it slowly approached the city wall. All hearts were lifted. But at this moment, a voice with a hint of approval sounded above this battlefield. I didn't expect that you guys are quite strong and worthy of praise. Before he finished speaking, a nearly 5-meter-high combat mecha fell from the sky and landed outside the city wall. The sudden appearance of the combat-type mecha immediately stunned the people in the casting hall and the Bu family. Because mechas absolutely do not exist in this world. Such a peculiar object, of course, makes people curious. What is this thing? Do any of you know? The Bu family is asking this question. The leader of the foundry hall was also asking this question. But without exception, the answers they got were shaking their heads, indicating that no one knew. Fighting mechas are high-tech weapons, of course you idiots won't know them. Sitting in the cockpit of the combat mecha, Chi-Lu saw the outside scene through the light curtain provided by the helmet, and even zoomed in at a fixed point. Naturally, he noticed the doubts on the faces of these people. But Chi-Lu was not interested in explaining it to them. Because this time, Chi-Lu just planned to use the people in the casting hall to test the combat effectiveness of the combat mecha. The portable magic circle, the shield of the mountain, is not as high as the last Sifong Suolong circle, right? Of course, Chi-Lu also discovered the giant magic shield not far away. So I subconsciously checked it out. Then I discovered a new function of the combat mecha item analysis. The shield of the mountain is a magical shield, a purely defensive magic array. Its defense can reach the primary level of hero, and it can repair itself by absorbing earth elements. Amazing. Looking at the line of words that suddenly appeared on the light curtain in front of him, Chi-Lu couldn't help but sighed in admiration. This function of the combat mecha undoubtedly makes up for the lack of perception of ordinary people. Of course, it can also make up for the shortcomings of those practitioners who do not use perception at all. After all, the practitioners in this world are really not flattering in terms of perception. But the role of perception in battle is beyond doubt, and it can be said that it can influence the battle to a great extent. Therefore, after having a combat mecha, it can greatly complement this aspect. Equivalent to disguised enhancement of combat effectiveness. It was a little surprise. Chi-Lu sat in the cockpit, controlled the combat mecha, and took a step back, then reached out and pulled out the laser lightsaber. The hilt made a sudden hum. A white light immediately extended from one end of the hilt, and then quickly solidified, turning into a giant lightsaber that was 4 meters long. It's just a giant lightsaber, but that's for the average person. For a combat mecha nearly 5 meters high, it was a normal size. What is this? Is this guy a new race? It shouldn't be. I've never heard of any race that looks like this. Then what did he take out now? The Bu family members and the practitioners of the casting hall saw the combat mecha take out the laser lightsaber, and the stunned expression on their faces became even more obvious. Because of the laser lightsaber, they don't know either. And most importantly, they had never seen weapons of the same type before. So I don't even know what the laser lightsaber is. So, during this time and a half, when this metal doll appeared suddenly, no one knew what to do. All froze in place. There's no one to stop me, so let's use the shield of the mountain to test the power of the laser lightsaber. Qi Lu could clearly see the confusion on these people's faces, so he didn't even bother to take off the shield, so he directly raised the laser lightsaber. Boom! On the combat mecha, there is a power device that has been blessed with ancient runes, and the ground is instantly shattered when you step down. The smoke and dust were everywhere, and the cracks on the ground were like spider webs, spreading out towards the surroundings. The violent force pushed the combat mecha like a black light. In just an instant, he came to the front of this huge magical shield, and the laser lightsaber raised high also slashed down. Come here and accept the slash from high technology. Talking and not talking about that civilized you, me, and him. Boom. Crack. The violent crash was mixed with a sound as if something shattered. In the ears of those who caught this sound, it was like a sudden thunder, which slowed their heartbeats by half a beat. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the laser lightsaber slashed fiercely on the shield of the mountain. Then, in the sight of countless incredible sights, where the shield of the mountain and the laser lightsaber came into contact, cracks slowly appeared, and they began to spread out rapidly. Broken. Broken? What kind of monster is this? It shattered the shield of the mountain. The practitioners in the casting hall were shocked when they saw this scene. And on the backs of these cultivators, there was a swish, and a layer of cold sweat broke out, soaking the spine. Shock, consternation, fear. All kinds of emotions are intertwined and continue to spread. How strong is the defensive power of the magic array, the shield of the mountain, is clear to the practitioners in the casting hall. It is difficult for ordinary hero-level powerhouses to break this magic shield with one blow. But in front of this metal doll, it is like a dream to be so vulnerable. However, this dream is actually happening in front of you. How could it not be surprising? Phew. The destructive power is confirmed. The attack of the combat mecha, the peak destructive power is probably between the heroic elementary level and the heroic intermediate level. Because the defensive power of the magic shield, the shield of the mountain, is around the hero level. The combat-type mecha sword can split cracks on the shield of the mountain, but it cannot be completely destroyed. It proves that the destructive power of this sword is only more than that of the first-level hero, but the part that exceeds it is definitely not much. So it can be roughly guessed. After Qi Lu confirmed this, he was also a little surprised. To be honest, Qi Lu has tried his best to overestimate the combat effectiveness of combat mechas. Unexpectedly, after the test results, Qi Lu realized that he still underestimated the combat effectiveness of the combat mecha. Because according to normal circumstances, it is not bad that the combat mecha can honestly crush the master level. Facing the heroic powerhouse head-on, Qi Lu still had no hope. However, the truth will always inadvertently give a big surprise. Since the attack power has been tested, the defense power will not best. Qi Lu originally wanted to take out the shield behind the combat mecha, but after thinking about it carefully, he gave up this plan. The best defense is the offense. As long as the opponent can't attack you, you don't need to defend. And according to Qi Li's estimation, the defensive power of this combat mecha is probably at the same level as its attack power. Because the laser lightsaber is blessed with two gain-type magics, the destructive power has reached such an astonishing level. The shield that comes with the combat mecha also blessed with two magics, and it is also a high-level defense magic. Unmoving like a mountain, earth magic can greatly strengthen the defense, and it will also prevent the target blessed with the magic from being repelled. Thorns and thorns, gold magic, can also greatly strengthen the defense, and when attacked, they can also splash out metal thorns to counterattack. The value of these two magics is only high compared to high-temperature fuse and Gangjin armor breaking. So Qi Lu was too lazy to test. After all, Qi Lu has never cultivated a hobby of playing for others for so long. Rather than being passively beaten, Qi Lu prefers to take the initiative, toe tack. You guys standing on the city wall, I almost shattered the magic shield, what are you still doing? Are you waiting for the enemy to come to your face? Qi Lu shouted at the Bu family members who were still immersed in shock with some dissatisfaction, then raised the laser lightsaber in his hand, controlled the combat mecha, and killed the practitioners in the casting hall. The peak destructive power of combat mechas is indeed between the heroic elementary level and the heroic intermediate level. But the destructive power that can be displayed in normal times is probably only at the level of the heroic level. Maybe even slightly less. But that's quite enough. The reason why heroic powerhouses are respected is not only because of their tyrannical strength, but also because of their scarcity. Even though the casting hall is rich and powerful, it will not arbitrarily send out hero-level powerhouses when dealing with the Bu family. One is because it is wasteful. And second, because the number of hero-level powerhouses is simply not enough to take care of so many city-states. At most, every 5 or 6 city-states will send a hero-level powerhouse to take care of it. Otherwise, Yuanshan City and Fian City would not be so safe. This is also the reason why, in order to capture Ziyun, 5 heroic powerhouses were killed at one time, which made Duanwen's heart beat like thunder and began to tiptoe. Because 5 hero-level powerhouses are not a small number for the casting hall. Blindly pushing these top combat powers to death would be questioned even if Duan Wenxin was the hall master of the casting hall. Even impeachment. Therefore, with the advent of combat mechas, the threat of the casting hall will also be reduced to the greatest extent. Under the control of ordinary people, these combat mechas may not be able to deal with those genuine hero-level powerhouses. After all, not everyone can have such superb operating skills as Qi Lu. But it is more than enough to deal with master-level cultivators. In this way, there are combat-type mechas in the near future, and weapons such as improved laser beams far away. As long as they cooperate properly, it is absolutely a seamless combination. The only problem is that the pilot of the combat mech takes time to train. Of course it doesn't work much at all. After all, in the knowledge of combat, the gap between the upper limit and the lower limit is really too big. Just like the current Qi Lu, who controls the combat-type mecha among the many practitioners in the casting hall, it is like a tiger entering a flock, and noon can stop it. As long as you make a move, you will definitely see blood. The energy harvesting device of the combat mecha has almost never stopped. This is the result of bringing the combat effectiveness of the combat mecha to extreme. If ordinary people were to control it, it might not be long before they would be restrained by the practitioners of the casting hall. Fighting for life and death, they may not be the opponents of combat mechs. But to contain this kind of thing, as long as the difference in strength isn't a crushing natural moat, then it can be done by relying on combat skills and combat experience. There is no need to say more about the difference in combat experience between cultivators and ordinary people. This is also the reason why the pilots of combat mechas must be trained first. Compared to letting an inexperienced driver bring a combat mecha into battle and then be trapped in the enemy's army, Qi Lu would rather not release the combat mecha. Because every fighter-type mecha left behind will bring huge trouble to the Bu family. The current Bu family can't stand so much trouble. That metal doll is here to help us, hurry up, follow his attack route, attack with all your strength. The Bu family members, who were shouted soberly by Qi Lu, immediately launched a fierce attack on the casting hall. Magic light bullets once again covered the battlefield. Under the control of Qi Li's amazing skills, the combat mecha was like dancing a waltz, and all the enemies who appeared around fell to the ground between gestures. The action is elegant, but the shot is extremely precise. Every action has a very clear goal, and all actions are not wasted at all. When you see blood, you return to kill. At this moment, Qi Lu is explaining one thing to these practitioners, that is, how terrible it is when fighting skills are at their peak. And the most terrifying thing is that even the size of the combat mecha is so huge. However, the people in the casting hall could not touch the combat mecha at all. Every time it was a small difference, and the price was their own lives. The laser lightsaber swung like a scythe. The practitioners in the casting hall were beaten to the ground, and they were unable to fight back. It was not until the last person left that Qi Lu retracted the laser lightsaber and put the hilt back into the card slot. How come it's over so soon? It's rare for me to have such a good opportunity to control the mecha to fight. What a pity. Qi Lu smacked his mouth regretfully, then looked back at the city wall, and left without saying hello. This time I came here to test the power of the combat mecha. So the extra things are still not done. Metal doll. The battle report from the front line came to Bu Yuyan's hands faster than expected. In the study, Bu Yuyan's face had a clear look of joy. Looking at the battle report in her hand, she slowly turned it over. Master Qi, is this metal doll the combat mecha you mentioned? After reading the battle report in her hand, Bu Yuyan raised her head and looked at Qi Lu, who was sitting by the side drinking tea. Your tea is not very good. Qi Lu put down the teacup in his hand, pretended to recall it for a while, and then said aloud. Bu Yuyan was caught off guard by Qi Li's answer, and was stunned there. This tea is the best tea in the Bu family, isn't it too good to drink? No, it's actually because I don't know how to drink tea. All teas are not very good for me, so don't worry too much. Seeing the stunned look on Bu Yuyan's face, Qi Lu calmly added a sentence. Young people can have a few who like to drink tea. The sweetness and bitterness of it are hard to taste after drinking it, so it's better to leave it for later. So, don't make me tea in the future. Qi Lu finally added another sentence. Because Qi Lu also didn't understand, where is the way of making tea to treat guests? You have a glass of Fat House Happy water, isn't it fragrant? Okay. Then Mr. Qi, this combat mecha. Bu Yuyan was a little dazed by the jumping in her thinking, so she could only respond in a sullen voice. You said a combat mecha. Yes, I drove to the front line to test the combat effectiveness of the mecha. Qi Lu finally returned to the topic, nodded, and said. In other words, is this combat mecha a new commodity that can be supplied immediately? After Bu Yuyan heard that her guess was confirmed, she immediately became excited. According to the battle report sent back from the front line, that combat mecha can be said to be one of 1,000, and the tyrannical combat power is absolutely shocking. If there is such a weapon, the Bu family need not be afraid of the casting hall. The new product is indeed a new product. However, the combat mecha is different from the previous products. It has very high requirements on the driver. Qi Li's words were like a basin of cold water, instantly quenching Bu Yuyan's excitement. It's very high. How high is it? Bu Yuyan asked anxiously. If even Qi Li said that the requirements are very high, then this requirement is definitely not low. So it's better to do it as soon as possible. Let's not say that to control the mecha like an arm, at least you must be able to use the basic combat skills completely. Qi Li didn't need to think at all, and spoke directly. Basic combat skills are something that every cultivator must learn. It is something that even those wastes, piled up with medicines and medicine jars, with zero combat experience must learn. If not, then it's really just a piece of brute force. If you meet other cultivators, you can only be slaughtered. Not to mention learning other martial arts or magic. I am afraid that if I learn a new martial skill and use it forcibly, I will only dodge my waste first. Does it take a long time to learn these things? Bu Yuyan asked nervously. As a standard ordinary person, it is normal to not know what the basic combat skills of cultivators are. So Qi Li didn't mean to despise it, but touched his chin and thought for a moment before answering, this thing depends on talent, time is long or short. What's the shortest? Bu Yuyan hurriedly spoke up. Because what the Bu family lacks the most right now is time, and they can't wait at all. After all, if the casting hall is willing to give the Bu family time, even if there is no combat mecha, the Bu family may not be afraid of the casting hall. But the problem is that the casting hall has now begun to make a ruthless attack. Bujia doesn't have much time to use. The shortest, 1 day is enough. This time Qi Lu didn't think about it, and the answer blurted out. The basic combat skills are not complicated, but if you just learn them, it won't take long at all. However, the difficulty is how to be proficient and achieve perfection. Because basic combat skills are the foundation. The basics are always easy to learn, but hard to master. Just like language, learning how to speak, how to choose words and make sentences is not that difficult. But how many people can really study a language in depth? After in-depth research, how many people can understand it? Just 1 day? That's great. It's a pity that Bu Yuyan didn't understand these things, but when she heard Qi Lu say 1 day, she suddenly showed a surprised expression. Don't be too happy, there are not a few people who have no talent and need to learn for 10 days and a half months. Qi Lu did not hesitate, and immediately broke Bu Yuyan's fantasy. But 10 days and a half months is the limit. Even doing radio gymnastics, it took so long to learn. What's more, these basic things are not as complicated as radio gymnastics. This is the same as learning weapon techniques, there are always only a few basic movements. For example, knife. The basic movements are roughly, split, chop, stab, collapse, point, chop, lift, cut, and pierce. It doesn't take long to learn these basic movements. And almost all knife techniques are extended from these basic movements. But if you want to really master these skills, it is not a time that can bed one overnight. There must be time to hone. However, special circumstances require special treatment. It is also impossible for Qi Lu to ask those Bu family members to practice those basic combat skills to the level of perfection in a short period of time, which is simply unrealistic. It's good to be proficient. 10 days and a half months. This, I don't know if it can last until that time. The surprise on Bu Yuyan's face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into worry. I said, are you stupid? Ordinary people don't know these basic combat skills. Wouldn't it be enough for you to let the cultivators of the Bu family control the combat mecha? Qi Lu reminded a little bit dumbfounded. It is true that the pilot requirements for combat mechs are indeed high. But the requirements for the city defense and destruction launch tubes are not high. Yup. After being reminded, Bu Yuyan's face immediately showed a look of sudden realization. Young Master Qi, you are still thoughtful. It's not a question of thoughtfulness, it's just that you're too nervous. Qi Lu shook his head and said slowly, I said, don't put so much pressure, relax your thinking, otherwise you will not be the opponent of the casting hall. Sorry, Master Qi, I understand. Although Qi Li's tone was quite gentle, Bu Yuyan still heard a hint of teaching. It's good to know. I have opened the purchase authority of the combat Machado Yu, and other people can't buy it for the time being. The price is 5,000 gold coins apiece. In addition, don't let this power flood before you can't control it. Qi Lu clasped his hands together, looked at Bu Yuyan, and said it very seriously. The stronger the power, the easier it is to become a double-edged sword until it is fully controlled. While hurting the enemy, it is easy to hurt yourself. A wise man knows how to prevent this from happening. Also know how to limit the spread of this power. Therefore, Qi Lu hopes that Bu Yuyan will also be such a smart person, instead of reckless for the victory of the Bu family. It wasn't until the number of combat mechas spread to the point that they couldn't be controlled at all, that they woke up. At that time it was too late to regret. After all, when a person has great power, his ambition will also grow with it. Qi Lu is not worried about this happening, because Qi Lu has the power to suppress everything, so he can do nothing. But Bu Yuyan can't. Because the Bu family is not yet strong enough to bear the consequences. I understand that this kind of power must be in my own hands, before I can feel at ease. Bu Yuyan nodded solemnly. Bu Yuyan could imagine the consequences of the proliferation of combat mechas. This is probably the reason why Qi Lu only gave Bu Yuyan the right to purchase, in order to prevent this kind of thing from happening. In a power, the strongest power must be in the hands of the leader. Otherwise, this force is bound to fall apart in a very short period of time. The Fian Chamber of Commerce is the best example. The Bu family, the Yu family, and the Yan family, these three families are of equal strength, and their powers almost overlap. Therefore, the growing ambitions make each other turn against each other. So much so that the Fian Chamber of Commerce fell apart in the end. These things are things that Bu Yuyan has experienced personally, so Qi Lu believes that as long as she is reminded, with Bu Yuyan's wisdom, she will not make such mistakes again. After all, an idiot who has made the same mistake twice is not worthy of working with Qi Lu. I believe you, what you just said was just a routine reminder. Qi Lu smiled and said it very casually. Qi Lu does not intend to participate in the formulation of the next plan. As for how the Bu family should go on, it is good to give appropriate help and guidance, and hand-to-hand teaching is really unnecessary. The road to rise is never easy. Since the person walking on this road is not Qi Lu, he can't interfere. Because Qi Lu now has more important things to do. Although you are dealing with the casting hall now, you think that the casting hall may be like this, but the background of such a great force is always unimaginable. So take it slow, the small forces will be swaying in the wind and rain, and the behemoths are always stable as a rock. Qi Lu got up, with a gentle smile on his face, pushed open the door of the study. Then the gentle smile slowly disappeared and turned into indifference. Come out, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. You are here, you should be looking for something. Gu Jingwubu's voice echoed in the aisle. Bu Yuyan, who was sitting behind the desk, was startled. She quickly stood up, and asked, Mr. Qi, is there anyone outside the door? Of course there are, but those who come are not good, and those who are good, don't come. Qi Lu spoke slowly, and then backed away suddenly. Shoo! Several black lights rushed from the door and went straight to Bu Yuyan. However, Qi Lu saw a few probing hands, after images appeared, and his arms flew like a horse, intercepting all the black light in the air. This is... The astonishment on Bu Yuyan's face did not disappear, and she took a closer look after seeing Qi Li's actions. It was found that Qi Li had 8 daggers that were as black as ink. Although the flickering cold light was extremely permeable, it was difficult to detect. This is the weapon used in assassination. The pitch-black dagger melted into the shadows, and it would be impossible to detect it without constant vigilance. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat broke out from behind Bu Yuyan's back. Looking at Qi Li's eyes, there was also a little admiration. It's just a little trick. Qi Li's finger squeezed slightly, and the dagger in his hand was crushed into powder, which was scattered under his feet. Then she glanced back at Bu Yuyan and found that she seemed to be quite calm, so she turned around and said to the door, I already told you to come out, do you want me to invite you? Perhaps it was Qi Li's method that shocked the people outside the door. After being silent for a while, there was a slight applause from outside the study. Immediately afterwards, Su Hongxiang walked in with a fake smile on his face. This young chivalry is good at tactics. Could it be that you are the trump card of the Bu family, the strong man who has been following Miss Bu to protect her? While talking, Su Hongxiang glanced at the black powder at Qi Li's feet, and couldn't help but be speechless. The main material for forging black daggers can be said to be extremely strong. In addition, many rare materials were added to it, which was formed after thousands of trials and engravings, with a large number of patterns. To be crushed by this guy just by his grip strength, this kind of strength is simply shocking. At least, Su Hengxiang asked himself that he couldn't do such a thing. Unless you can use vindictiveness. After all, the pure physical power and the power that can be exerted after using Do Qi are two completely different levels. Although the strength of the hero-level powerhouse is tyrannical, but without the use of fighting spirit and magic. If you have not deliberately tempered the physical body, in fact, the power you have is not as strong as you imagined. That's why Su Hengxiang was so surprised. Because he can be sure that this guy in front of him has definitely tempered his body on purpose. Then, under the same realm, a cultivator who has tempered his body is naturally stronger than a cultivator who has not tempered his body. It's definitely a pretty tough enemy to fight alone. This was Su Hengxiang's first thought after seeing Qi Lu. Fortunately, I didn't come here alone today. This is Su Hengxiang's second thought. You mean bodyguard? No, of course not me. After listening to Su Hengxiang's words, Qi Lu knew that this guy had misunderstood. Of course, from this sentence, Qi Lu also heard the origin of the person in front of him, and he must be a person who belongs to the casting hall. Bu Yuyan, you should know this guy, it looks like he has come to find you before. It's you again, didn't Gu Mingyuan destroy you with one palm last time? Bu Yuyan also saw Su Hengxiang at the door, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned. The last time I met with Su Hengxiang, it was an unpleasant negotiation. If Qi Lu hadn't left Gu Mingyuan to Bu Yuyan as expected, I'm afraid Su Hengxiang's violent attack would have succeeded. Unfortunately, Su Hengxiang chose the wrong target. So now being mentioned by Bu Yuyan, Su Hengxiang's face suddenly became ugly, and the hypocritical smile disappeared. Yeah, thanks to Miss Bu, I have a taste of failure. The expression on Su Hengxiang's face became extremely cold, and a suffocating aura suddenly rose from his body. The number of people who lost their lives in Su Hengxiang's hands was not in the thousands, but in the hundreds, and the number of strong men was not small. So with this evil spirit, the temperature in the entire study suddenly dropped by 3 points. Speak well when you speak, it's not a gentleman's behavior to scare people. Seeing this, Qi Lu smiled slightly, and immediately released his own momentum, and the evil spirit was dispelled in an instant. The speed was so fast that Bu Yuyan didn't even notice what happened. You dare to ask this young hero, what is his name? After the evil spirit was dissipated, Su Hengxiang narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Lu. In addition to being a little angry with the actions just now, Su Hengxiang was actually tempted. It's just that Qi Li's quick response and strength exceeded Su Hengxiang's expectations. Young Xia can't be named. If you name it, it doesn't matter if I tell you. My name is Qi Lu, I hope you don't forget it. Qi Lu smiled faintly, but a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. To test this kind of thing, Qi Lu will sometimes do it. However, when others came to test him, Qi Leke would not be so happy. Because the strong can be called temptation for the weak. The weak can only anger the strong. Of course, Qi Lu wouldn't be angry because of the ant's bite, so he just had to stretch out his hand and crush it to death. Qila. Well, I remember it. On your tombstone, I will personally engrave this name for you. Su Hengxiang sneered and said. Because in Su Hengxiang's view, Qi Lu is helping Bu Yuyan, which means he is fighting against the casting hall. And the person who opposes the casting hall, even the heroic powerhouse, will not have a good end. Either be incorporated or buried. Although Su Hengxiang did not have the confidence to win Qi Lu in a single fight, Su Hengxiang did not come alone today, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Say what you have to say. Otherwise, wouldn't the name of the casting hall be weakened? You can be so kind, then I won't ask your name. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a smile, because I don't think anyone will erect a tombstone for you. The implication of this sentence is, you will die without a place to be buried. I admire your courage, but do you know who you are against? Su Hengxiang's face became even more gloomy when he heard the words. It doesn't matter who you are, because no matter who you are, I don't care. Qi Lu glanced at Su Hengxiang, then found a chair and sat down, ignoring Su Hengxiang's gloomy look like the bottom of a pot. Even guess. Since Su Hengxiang came from the casting hall, Qi Lu didn't want to say it. Because as Qi Lu said, it is the hall of castings, or it is not the hall of castings, in fact, it is the same. In this world, there is really no force that can make Qi Lu jealous. After all, the will of this world is in Qi Li's hands. Although Zhu Bao has not made a sound since the last time they communicated. But Qi Lu can be sure that Zhu Bao must still be in the casting jade plate, but for some reason, it has fallen into hibernation. Good, very good. Miss Bu, don't you care about your people? Aren't you afraid that his actions will bring disaster to the Bu family? Su Hengxiang knew that it was useless to threaten such a stunned young man, so looked at Bu Yuyan again. Because Su Hengxiang didn't know Qi Li's identity, he subconsciously thought that Qi Lu was from the Bu family, but his status was special. Anyway, in the family power, there are no people with foreign surnames, and it is not necessary for everyone to have the surname Bu. For example, the status of an honorary elder can be a foreign surname just by hanging a name. Bao Jiao, there are several mistakes in your sentence. I need to correct it for you. Bu Yuyan looked at Su Hengxiang without showing weakness, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Then he said firmly. First, Mr. Qi is not my person, nor is it the object of my Bu family's orders. Second, no matter what Mr. Qi did, and any consequences, my Bu family is willing to bear it, no complaints or regrets. Thirdly, all the disasters in the Bu family originate from the casting hall. I think you should know better than me about this matter, right? And the fourth and most important point, Su Hengxiang, please remember that I am walking in the house, and I am not afraid of any disaster. I am not afraid of any threat. Just let me go. In 4 sentences, Bu Yuyan spoke loudly and her expression was extremely firm. Hearing that, Su Hengxiang was stunned for a while, before a hideous smile appeared on his face. It turns out that, it seems that Miss Bu has already decided, so I won't persuade any more. However, there are a few people that I would like to introduce to the two of you. As he spoke, Su Hengxiang clapped his hands gently. In an instant, 4 figures appeared beside Su Hengxiang, all dressed in black robes, so they could not see clearly. 5 uninvited guests, finally all came out. Qi Lu, who was sitting on the chair, said lightly. With the concealment methods of these people, there is absolutely nothing to hide in Qi Li's perception. What did you say? When Su Hengxiang heard this, he felt a chill down his spine, and looked at Qi Lu in disbelief. Did he know before that there are 4 people hiding outside? No, it shouldn't be possible. Must be a bluff. What I said, if you didn't hear it clearly, it must be, because your ears are not very good, so I won't say it a second time. Qi Lu crossed his fingers, placed his elbows on the armrests on both sides of the chair, and looked at Su Hengxiang with a half-smile. Since now they are all trying to see the poor dagger. Then, Qi Lu really wanted to see how far this guy could do it. It is also good to deduce how much power is hidden in the casting hall. Oh, bluff. Su Hengxiang shook his head disdainfully, then glanced at the 4 people around him. These 4 people, from the shadow guard of the Foundry Hall, are the most elite forces in the Foundry Hall. Or the dead man who belonged to the casting hall. Except for the very few people in the casting hall, no one else knew about the existence of the shadow guard. This hidden power is one of the trump cards of the casting hall, and of course it is impossible to publicize it. But it is one of the strongest combat powers that the casting hall has been able to stand proudly in the world for so long. It is also Su Hengxiang's greatest confidence in coming this time. Each of the 4 practitioners from the Shadow Guard has more power than Su Hengxiang, as well as tyrannical fighting skills. It is the duty of the Shadow Guard to clear all obstacles for the Foundry Hall. Even the Great Elder of the Casting Hall would have to pay a heavy price to dispatch 4 practitioners of the Shadow Guard at one time. It can be seen that in order to deal with the Bu family, the elders of the Casting Hall really did their best. Go and get rid of them all. Su Hongxiang raised his hand and gave an order. To get the command of the Shadow Guard is actually very simple, that is, let the Shadow Guard take over the task, and then appoint the commander. The Shadow Guard doesn't care who the commander is, or who the commander is. Before the task is complete, they will faithfully implement every command of the commander, and will not ask the reason. Until the task is completed, the command authority will be invalid. The Shadow Guard will also return to the Foundry Hall on their own. Whoosh dash. As soon as Su Hongxiang's order came, the 4 people standing beside him, like 4 black lightning bolts, rushed towards Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan. They didn't make any sound of speaking, as if they were mute. The only thing that can be heard in the study is the sound of breaking the sky. So fast. Bu Yuyan could only vaguely see 4 black shadows flashing, and she couldn't see what the movements of the 4 shadow guards were. When he reacted, the shadow had already appeared in front of his eyes. The black robe covered the faces of the shadow guards, and from under the hood, only a pair of cold eyes could be seen, and there was no trace of human emotion in them. Some, just cold, and killing. With just one look, Bu Yuyan's heart began to shiver involuntarily. In the end, Bu Yuyan was just an ordinary person. No matter how good her mood was, she was powerless in the face of this murderous aura that could almost be condensed into essence. Because this is simply not something that a high state of mind can resist. This murderous aura must be resisted with real power. However, the Shadow Guards did not intend to give Bu Yuyan time to continue to act, and after appearing in front of Bu Yuyan, their palms were raised. With just one palm down, Bu Yuyan will surely kill the fragrance and jade. The wind whistled. Bu Yuyan looked at the rapidly approaching attack, and almost saw her own death. But in the next instant, the scene in front of Bu Yuyan suddenly changed. It felt like it was being dragged out by something. Qi, Master Qi. Bu Yuyan looked back, only to find that Qi Lu appeared behind her at some point, wrapped her arms around her waist, and appeared by the window of the study. Feeling the warmth in Qi Li's arms, 2 blushes suddenly appeared on Bu Yuyan's face. In the study, the place hit by the 4 members of the Shadow Guard has turned into 4 potholes. A thin layer of powder was accumulated inside, and when the wind blew, it flew in all directions. The attack of a hero-level powerhouse does not have to be shattered every time, and the situation will change. That kind of waste of vindictive energy and magic power is a fool's show. Because of the condensed fighting spirit and magic power, it can cause more powerful destructive power. Large-scale destruction, if not necessary, is actually rare. It's pretty quick. The smile on Qi Li's face did not change. His tone seemed to be ridiculing, but it seemed to be stating a fact. Because in Qi Li's eyes, the speed of the 4 shadow guards can really be called very fast. Compared with Qi Lu, it is not on the same level at all. The breath was so loud before, but now it slips faster. Su Hongxiang looked at Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan, who had run to the window, and said jokingly, "I just think the scenery by the window is better." Qi Lu shrugged and said slowly, "Also, the ventilation here is better, so the smell of blood should be less." Being tough can't save your life. Su Hongxiang snorted coldly and sneered, "Don't worry, Qi Lu, I will engrave your name on your tombstone as I said before. Go." The members of the Shadow Guard did not respond, but directly responded to Su Hongxiang's order with actions. 4 black shadows attacked, the 2 of them from 4 directions, like a bewitching charm. Obviously, the cooperation of the Shadow Guards has definitely been tempered, and their attacks complement each other, which can be described as seamless. There are hardly any blind spots that can be used to dodge. This time, let's see where you can hide. Su Hengxiang said sadly from the side. If you can't dodge, you can only hit hard. Su Hengxiang couldn't believe it. No matter how strong Qi Lu is, don't even think about taking the attack off our heroic powerhouses alone. Moreover, it is necessary to protect an ordinary person without any cultivation. Such a difficult thing can be done easily without it. It's really noisy. Qi Lu shook his head, then glanced at the black powder that he had sprinkled on the ground before. It was the dagger the Shadow Guard used to carry out assassinations. It was just crushed by Qi Lu. However, it is undeniable that the texture of these daggers is indeed extremely hard, and even for hero-level powerhouses, it can be regarded as an excellent weapon. After all, it is the most elite force in the casting hall, and the equipment it possesses is naturally not low in quality. It's just that when it comes to assassination, the types of weapons that can be selected are limited. Weapons that are too bulky are too much to get in the way, so the dagger assist. And no other weapons were prepared. Otherwise, in the casting hall, the Shadow Guards can say that they have whatever weapons they want, and all of them are of the best quality. Therefore, the 4 members of the Shadow Guard will be barehanded now. However, this has little effect on strength. Because killing has become the instinct in the bones of these guys, no matter whether there are weapons or not, there will be no change. Even when they were approaching Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan, Qi Lu could still see the strong bloodthirsty light from under the hoods of these 4 people. So that Bu Yuyan was so shocked by this bloodthirsty light that her face turned pale, and she couldn't even speak for a while. It is not a joke that a cultivator who is strong and has long been killed can kill with just his aura. Alas, the gap in strength is really hurtful. Qi Lu also wanted Bu Yuyan to exercise more in actual combat, but now it seems that it is better to do it step by step. Thinking like this, Qi Li's figure flashed. Together with Bu Yuyan, they disappeared in place. Boom! With a loud noise, half of the huge study room disappeared. With the cooperation of the 4 practitioners of the Shadow Guard, they were instantly evaporated. How is this possible? The attack of the 4 people blocked all directions for escape. It is impossible to be avoided. Su Hengxiang's face changed greatly, and his eyes kept searching in the room. The 4 members of the Shadow Guard quickly dispersed, looking for the trace of Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan. Just with Qi Li's ability, if you want to hide your aura, then you really can't find it with the skills of the Shadow Guards. Not to mention Su Hengxiang, who was not as strong as the Shadow Guard. However, hiding and hiding were never things Qi Lu liked to do. Qi Lu just didn't like to take the initiative to cause trouble. After all, it would seem very unqualified. But if someone is brave enough to provoke Qi Lu, then Qi Lu will never be afraid, but will make those guys regret their actions. You guys, what are you looking for? The playful voice sounded in the study, and the figures of Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan also appeared in the middle of the study. There was still some paleness on Bu Yuyan's face that did not subside, but her expression seemed to be much more relieved. Relying on the warmth in Qi Li's arms, Bu Yuyan temporarily forgot the danger. You haven't left yet. Su Hengxiang turned his head sharply, staring at Qi Lu. The practitioners of the 4 Shadow Guards, like sharks smelling blood, rushed over the moment Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan appeared. This is not the place where your casting hall can be wild, why should I go? Qi Lu sneered, feeling a little inexplicable about Su Hengxiang's question. Although I don't know how you avoided the attack just now, this time, you have no way to escape. Su Hengxiang looked at Qi Li's expression, and a burst of anger suddenly surged in his heart. Space magic is still quite rare in this world. Therefore, it is normal for Su Hengxiang and the Shadow Guard to not know Theshore position flashing magic. But Qi Lu had no intention of teasing them again. And the current position is actually the position that Qi Lu deliberately chose. Under his feet is the black powder formed by the pile of crushed black daggers. You're right, this time there is indeed no escape. Qi Lu shrugged, and then the sneer on his face gradually subsided, turning into a hint of coldness. However, it should be that there is no way for you to escape. Before he finished speaking, Qi Li's toes lightly touched the floor. The black powder scattered on the ground was immediately shaken up and flew into the air, like a thin layer of black mist, lingering around Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan. This? Su Hengxiang suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. At this time, the 4 members of the Shadow Guard were already close at hand. In the next second, the attack with the violent force could hit Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan. However, the scene in the Shadow Guard's imagination will not appear. Because Qi Lu started. The next picture may be bloody. If you don't want to see it, you can close your eyes. As Qi Lu spoke, he waved his hand gently. The black powder lingering around him was like 1,000 arrows at this moment, shooting in all directions. Shoo! The sound of breaking the sky is endless. A series of screams rang out in the study. The black powder that flew away was like a dull firework, not bright, but cruel. Qi Li's vindictiveness condensed on the black powder made these seemingly inconspicuous little things invincible. Even if it penetrates the body of a hero-level powerhouse, it can achieve no stagnation. Blood splattered in the study. As Qi Lu said, this is not such a warm picture, but a cruel scene that can chill people's hearts. The black powder shot out to the surroundings is like a black mist that spreads out. And the 4 hero-level powerhouses of the Shadow Guard were like being swallowed up by this black fog, leaving only a few blood flowers, but the rest were dead. No, it's impossible, it's definitely a dream. Su Hengxiang's face had become extremely pale, and he took a step back subconsciously. His eyes were also full of fear. It was just an understatement, and the 4 heroic powerhouses disappeared without a trace, and only a little blood could prove their existence. This is more frightening than directly killing 4 heroic powerhouses. This study is no longer usable, so let's tear it down and rebuild it. Qi Lu looked at the tattered study, and let go of Bu Yuyan's hand. Now that the crisis has been lifted, of course, we can no longer continue to hold it, or else it will become an advantage. Bu Yuyan is still a big girl. Then, Qi Lu looked at Su Hengxiang, whose face was pale, and said, as I said, it is you who have no way to escape. This is never a place where the Hall of Castings can be arrogant. So what? No matter how strong you are only one person. Su Hengxiang was agitated by Qi Lu. He gritted his teeth suddenly, and said fiercely, if you want to protect the Bu family from the casting hall, you are alone? Are you dreaming? No matter how strong a person is, it is limited. Maybe you can look down on the world and be invincible. But it is simply impossible to protect a large force with such a wide coverage with one's own power. There are many ways to defeat a faction. Force is only the most direct and fast one, but it is not the only one. You're right, it's not enough for me alone. However, some things are difficult for you to understand when I tell you, and I don't really want to explain that much to you. Qi Lu stared blankly at Su Hengxiang, and his tone was even more indifferent. The purpose of leaving Su Hengxiang is just to ask about the plan of the casting hall. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Su Hengxiang to survive the attack just now. As for how to ask, the method is of course very simple. Qi Lu did not think that Su Hengxiang would easily reveal the casting hall's plan, and even if he did, it would be difficult to tell the truth from the fake. Therefore, it is faster to search for souls directly. The reason you left me couldn't be to tell me this. But Su Hengxiang suddenly calmed down after seeing Qi Li's expression. Run, you can't run away. Su Hengxiang can still see clearly what form it is now. Facing the monster Shangqila, running away is just a waste of time. Also appear cowardly. It is better to face it calmly, and still retain a backbone. Of course not, I just think that if you are interested, don't hide the plan off the casting hall, it won't do you any good. While talking, Qila walked towards Su Hengxiang. Even if it is a soul search, it must be actually touched, and it can only be carried out after the target loses the ability to resist. Sure enough, I want to get the news of the casting hall from me. Su Hengxiang seemed to have expected it for a long time. Looking at Qila, who was approaching, a strange smile appeared on his face. It's a pity that you still think of people too simply. What do you want to say? Qila sensed something was wrong and immediately accelerated. However, the momentum on Su Hengxiang's body has changed, and it is still an earth-shaking change. Become violent and uncertain, and up and down. Damn, this guy wants to blow himself up. Qila immediately understood. This is one of the methods that practitioners use to seek death, and it is also a desperate fight to pull the enemy to the death. There are not many people who have the courage to do it. After all, ants are still alive, let alone people. Even if there is a glimmer of hope of living, no one would end their own life in such an extreme way. Self-destruction needs to cut off the meridians of the whole body, so that the fighting qi and magic power in the body start to run irregularly and move freely in the body. The pain in it is unimaginable to anyone who has not experienced it. I may have lost this time, but the Bu family is absolutely impossible to win. Su Hengxiang clenched his teeth, and the severe pain made his face extremely distorted and hideous. On the forehead and neck, all the blue veins burst out, and the eyes were full of bloodshots, looking like a demon crawling out of the abyss. Qila, I'm waiting for you to come and find me. After saying this sentence with a wicked smile, the grudge in Su Hengxiang's body erupted instantly like a volcano erupting. The violent power spreads around. The huge study room turned into dust in an instant, and then was completely wiped out by this force. Oops. Qila didn't even have time to stop Su Hengxiang's self-destruction, so he turned around and hugged Bu Yuyan, and then wrapped the two with a grudge, blocking the destructive power of this force. However, the terrifying impact still knocked the two out. The terrifying power quickly spread around, and within the range, everything was turned into powder. No building can withstand it, and no one can survive. Since the Bu family's mansion, it has spread to a small half of the city-state before exhausting the violent destructive power generated by this self-destruction. So powerful, so terrifying. Cough cough. Qila raised his hand and fanned the smoke in front of him, then let go of the other. Holding Bu Yuyan's hand. Are you all right? I miscalculated this time. I didn't expect that guy Tadar to blow himself up. I underestimated him. No, I'm fine, thank you Mr. Qi. Bu Yuyan was obviously still a little unresponsive. After hearing Qila's words, she thanked her with lingering fears. This kind of thing, let alone Bu Yuyan. Even Qi Lu was the first time he had seen him. So Bu Yuyan would be so frightened that she hasn't recovered yet, that's a normal thing. Fortunately, Qi Li's strength is so tyrannical that he can protect Bu Yuyan comprehensively. It's fine, but, this time, more than one study was destroyed. Qila patted the dust on his body and stood up from the ground. Then look up, and you can see that all the surrounding buildings have disappeared, and half of the city-state has been razed to the ground. The ground under his feet has also been cut off several layers, and it can be clearly seen that it is inconsistent with the height of the ground in the distance. This is really an attack from the bulls. It's a pity that a person can only launch it once in a lifetime. Qila sighed silently in his heart. By the way, I also regretted that I couldn't get the news out of Su Hengxiang's mind. This guy, at a glance, knows that his status in the casting hall is definitely not low, and he must know a lot of things. However, this guy's loyalty to the Foundry Hall seems to be as high as his status. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he chose to self-destruct. It's really compelling. Even if this guy is the enemy. Loyalty. Thinking of this, Qila suddenly turned to look at Bu Yuyan. Whether it is for a force or a family, loyalty is always the most important issue. After seeing Qi Li's gaze, Bu Yuyan also realized what Qi Lu wanted to say. So he quickly stood up and said, "There are not many people in the Bu family who have this kind of loyalty, but there are not many. It's just that the Bu family is growing too fast now, and it's too late to manage this. This is one of the disadvantages of developing too fast. Loyalty needs to be cultivated. When a person's strength grows too fast, it is inevitable that he will be carried away by this powerful force, so that he cannot see his position clearly. The same is true for a family. The Bu family is now expanding at a very fast rate, which not only enhances the family honor of the Bu family, but also increases the ambition of some people. They will not be content with their current status and want more. Without self-awareness, you can't see your own identity. Greed is always endless. But most of the time, greed brings only disaster. In this case, it seems that you need to find an opportunity to rectify it, but you know much better than me about this kind of thing, so I won't guide you. Qi Lu is just a reminder most of the time. Bu Yuyan knew much more about how the family operated than Qi Lu, so Qi Lu would not interfere in such matters. Well, I see. Bu Yuyan nodded solemnly. Today's events can be regarded as a wake-up call for Bu Yuyan to realize the importance of loyalty. Su Hengxiang's behavior can already be called a dead man. But let's talk about it later. Let's deal with the current situation now. Qi Lu scratched the back of his head, and said slowly, "Since the foundry hall has given us such a big gift, then we have to return the gift." Although the tone is light, the killing intent is strong. Reciprocal exchanges are the right way. How can someone come to the door and still not return the salute? Young Master Qi, what do you mean by this? Do you want to do it yourself? Bu Yuyan understood the meaning of Qi Li's words, and suddenly looked at Qi Lu with a surprised expression. It's just a return gift, you'd better look after the Bu family first. Qi Lu shook his head and said nothing. But at the end, he took another look at Gu Mingyuan, who was hiding in the dark. The explosion just now was not so dangerous to Gu Mingyuan, but he didn't show up because he saw Qi Lu being there. After all, in terms of combat power, Gu Mingyuan is really not Qi Lu's opponent. Then, I'll go first. After Qi Lu finished speaking, the figure flashed, and the voice did not fall completely, and the person disappeared. Gu Mingyuan, you should still be there. After Bu Yuyan saw Qi Lu disappear, she was stunned for a while, before asking. I've been here all the time, Miss Bu, what's your order? Gu Mingyuan's voice came from the shadows. Although Qi Li's order to Gu Mingyuan was to protect Bu Yuyan. But after the two have been together for a long time, in peacetime, Gu Mingyuan will also help with some small things. Although artificial robots have no feelings at all, the first step in becoming a real person is to learn how to have feelings. The special version that Gu Mingyuan made as a system is of course different from the other mass-produced versions. The ancient rune of the emotional type really does not exist. But the ancient runes used to help self-learning of this type are real. However, in the ancient times, this type of ancient rune was generally blessed in the cultivator himself, to strengthen his own understanding when it came. It is really an unprecedented initiative to be systematically applied to a simulated robot. It's just that because of the difficulty of engraving this type of ancient rune, even the system has some headaches. That's why I only gave it to Gu Mingyuan. As for other simulation robots, I can only think about it. After all, this kind of self-learning ancient rune is not helpful for combat effectiveness. For example, learning combat skills or something. The simulation robot produced by the system still needs to learn combat skills? If you say it, you can't put Qi Lu Xiao down. So in the end, the function of this ancient rune is probably used for Gu Mingyuan to study people's feelings in his spare time. Take me to the nearest city-state here. Bu Yuyan thought for a while, and then said aloud. This half-destroyed city-state can no longer stay. Even for reconstruction, the amount of work is quite large, and it cannot be completed in a short time. Might as well find another city-state. Fortunately, Bu Yuyan is now inspecting various city-states, so this city-state is not a very important city-state. Otherwise, it would be a real loss. After arriving in another city-state, the first thing Bu Yuyan did was to start buying combat mechas, and then summon the cultivators who belong to Bu family. Integrate the strength of the Bu family and start a full-scale counterattack. As Qi Lu said, all the gifts from the Hall of Casting were delivered. If the Bu family didn't return the gift, wouldn't it be too stingy? Therefore, within 2 days, the combat mecha was put into every city-state where the Bu family was located. And the number doesn't need to be much. In a city-state, it is enough to have 3 combat-type mechas to cooperate with each other. This time, with the help of the combat mecha, the practitioners of the casting hall were not only unable to break through the defense line of the city wall. Instead, they were beaten and retreated, unable to get close to the city-state at all. Even with the care of a hero-level powerhouse, it is useless. Because the hero-level powerhouses sent by the casting hall are all only in the hero-level primary realm. The combat mecha can completely contain these heroic powerhouses, and let the aftermath of the battle hit the people in the casting hall. After all, 3 combat mechas and 1 combat mecha are not the same concept at all. A large number of branches of the casting hall in various city-states were destroyed, all the practitioners died, and the losses were heavy. The casting hall and the Bu family are at war, and they can't be attacked for a long time. Duan Wenxin slowly looked at the parchment scroll in his hand, his face gloomy as water. Just in the past few days, the branch of the casting hall built in those city-states began to be destroyed by an unknown powerhouse. Those who belonged to the casting hall also perished. It's just a shame. Who can tell me what's going on here? After watching for a long time, Duan Wenxin raised his head, his tone was gloomy and cold, and the anger on his face could no longer be suppressed. They are always the only ones who bully others. When will it be someone else's turn to bully them? Things these days, that's a shame, and a shame that can't be washed away. Therefore, the hall masters standing below also lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look directly at Duan Wenxin. No way, this is indeed their dereliction of duty. For the information of the unknown powerhouse, they can almost be said to be ignorant. Because of the destroyed branch of the foundry hall, there are no survivors at all. So there is no way to gather information from this aspect. Moreover, the unknown powerhouse will not do more damage, and will not kill innocent people indiscriminately, only targeting the casting hall. This is to clearly tell the casting hall, Lao Tzu beats you. This kind of thing, whoever changes it will be angry. What's the matter, you're all dumb? Talk. And those people who gather information? Are they all dead? Duan Wenxin looked down at these hall masters and questioned in a slow voice. Every time I asked a question, my voice increased by 1 point, and at the end, it was almost a roar. Palace Master, the origin of this powerhouse is really strange. We searched most of the hero-level powerhouses, but we didn't find any clues. One of the hall masters said aloud. Really? Then you are really capable. Duan Wenxin sneered, and then his stern gaze fell on the hall master. 3 days, I will give you 3 more days. If there is no result, I can only wish you, so you can do it yourself. As soon as these words came out, the hall master's body visibly trembled. Then he hurriedly bowed to take orders and said, I see, Lord Hall Master. What the word good for itself means is self-explanatory. Duan Wenxin is trying to kill the chicken and warn the monkey. As for who is the chicken and who is the monkey, it depends on each person's performance. By the way, and this Bu family, what's going on? Of course Duan Wenxin knew about the Bu family and guessed what was going on. But sometimes, when you should pretend you don't know, you have to pretend you didn't know. Otherwise, how can we make use of the topic? This Several hall masters who knew the truth suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. When these immortals fight, they are most likely to spread to their group of mortals, and they will suffer if they are not careful. What? Do you need me to ask a second time? Duan Wenxin said with a gloomy expression, his deep eyes slowly swept across the hall masters below. Every hall master, who was swept by Duan Wenxin's gaze, shivered involuntarily. The powerful aura caused a layer of cold sweat to break out on their backs. The long-term peace has made these hall masters almost forget that Duan Wenxin is not only the hall master of the casting hall, but also a heroic powerhouse. And the real strength, in the casting hall, can definitely be ranked in the forefront. Reporting to the hall master, the decision to attack the Bu family was made to be the first elder, and he privately mobilized the power of the casting hall, so I didn't have time to tell you. Seeing that Duan Wenxin's face was wrong, several hall masters rushed to tell the story. The hall master of the casting hall and the great elder are fighting in the arena, and their little hall masters can't afford to offend them. It's the right way to get out of your body quickly. Elder, okay, very good, such a big thing, even dare to mobilize the power of the casting hall, privately. Is this not taking my Duan Wenxin into consideration? Duan Wenxin said angrily with a straight face. Regarding the matter of the elder of the casting hall attacking the Bu family privately, it would be a joke to say that Duan Wenxin didn't know anything about it. Can Duan Wenxin know what's going on inside the casting hall? Whoever coveted his position, if Duan Wenxin didn't notice at all, he would have been taken down long ago. But at this time, Duan Wenxin had to pretend that he didn't know anything, in order to take advantage of the problem. Only then can the power of the great elder be cut off. Otherwise, if Duan Wenxin knew about this before, wouldn't it have become the default? Then the wrong decision on this matter will flow back to Duan Wenxin, which isn't the result Duan Wenxin wants to see. Indiscriminately mobilizing the power of the casting hall, it also caused such a huge loss. Even his great elder must never forgive him lightly. After the anger passed, Duan Wenxin said it more righteously. This is to take the elder to the knife. The target of killing chickens and warning monkeys has now been found, and in the casting hall, there is no better target than the great elder. With this knife down, it is estimated that other people will not dare to come out and jump in a short period of time. The master of the hall knows the righteousness, and always thinks about the prosperity of the casting hall. We will definitely support the master of the hall. I will definitely follow the palace master forever. After listening to Duan Wenxin's righteous words, the hall masters standing below understood in their hearts. It's time for you and others to speak out. Whether to stand on Duan Wenxin's side or on the side of the great elder. But in the current form, standing on the side of the great elder, isn't that killing yourself? So the present hall. The Lord spoke out one after another, expressing his faithfulness. Okay, since that's the case, then go and invite the great elder over now. Duanwen nodded in satisfaction, and said aloud. The words of these people have already been said, and it is equivalent to standing in the team, and there is no chance to go back. Duan Wenxin wasn't worried about their loyalty, because after getting to this point, loyalty is often just empty words. Interest is the eternal truth. Going for profit and following the trend is the normal behavior of these guys. As for the issue of loyalty, there are those who have died to serve. Yes. Lord Hall Master. The hall masters standing below the main hall immediately bowed to take orders. The words have been spoken and the team has stood up, so we can no longer waver. Duan Wenxin said these words, which proved that Duan Wenxin was determined to get the great elder down. Since the elders are about to lose power, what is there to be afraid of? It would be better to grab it as a certificate of honor, or let yourself and others show it in front of the hall master, so as not to become the target of killing chickens and monkeys next time and shocking others. Looking at the hall masters who were leaving the hall one after another, Duan Wenxin smiled coldly. It's ridiculous that this kind of thoughtfulness dares to play in front of. It's just that the matter of the Bu family really needs to be dealt with. Because in Duan Wenxin's opinion, the cast jade plate should still be in the hands of the Bu family, so it must be taken back. Not only to enhance his prestige, but also to cast the things in the jade plate. Power and strength. Everything Duan Wenxin wanted was in the cast jade plate. So taking advantage of the great elder of the casting hall, since they have already started to attack the Bu family, that question doesn't want to end so hastily. It would be better to attack Bujia and bring back the casting jade plate directly. In this way, Duan Wenxin can not only solve the threat of the great elder, but also build a good reputation for himself. The reason is simple. The great elder privately dispatched the practitioners from the casting hall to attack the Bu family, but they couldn't attack it for a long time, and even said that they had failed miserably. Then Duan Wenxin personally rescued the scene after disposing of the great elder. That doesn't mean that Duan Wenxin is an open-minded person who can help the elders of the casting hall to deal with the mess regardless of previous suspicions. In the face of such a good palace master, what extra requirements are there? Qi Li's revenge continues. Those city-states covered by the power of the Foundry Hall did not live very well every day. Especially those people in the branch of the casting hall are worried every day, not knowing when that unknown powerhouse will come over. However, it is impossible to run. Unless the Foundry Hall is willing to shrink its sphere of influence back, these branches will definitely send people to guard them. This is also the reason why Qi Lu will choose this way of revenge. Since your casting palace dares to send someone over to carry out an assassination, you must be prepared to bear this anger. Qi Lu prides himself on being easygoing, but has never been a good-natured person. It is the nature of the campus to be rewarded. In the past few days, how many branches have I demolished the casting hall? Can you help me remember the system? Qi Lu asked, while sitting on the city wall of a certain city-state, eating dry food. System, about 70 or 80 seats. 70 or 80 seats, is that only a little bit? It seems that we have to make persistent efforts. Qi Lu finished the dry food in his hands in a few bites, then clapped his hands and jumped down from the city wall. Speaking of which, the Hall of Casting is indeed a great undertaking. Even in these branches, occasionally there are some good things hidden. So that after the system had tasted the sweetness a few times, it began to actively urge Qi Lu to find the trouble of the casting hall. Anyway, they are all enemies, and it is not an exaggeration to charge some interest now. Stop. Qi Lu, who jumped down from the city wall, just landed when a low voice came from beside him. There is not too much emotion in this voice, just pure killing intent. Qi Lu heard the sound and looked up. I saw 4 people in black robes whose faces were all hidden in the shadow of a hood. This appearance has to be said to be quite familiar. Anyone from the Shadow Guard? It came a little faster than expected. There was not much surprise on Qi Li's face, as if everything was expected. As for his whereabouts, Qi Lu did not deliberately hide it, so it is not uncommon for him to be found by the Foundry Hall. However, finding it doesn't mean catching it. Sometimes, when the target is found, it may just be sent to death in vain. The current situation, for the casting hall, may be the result. Sending the shadow guards out to find people, the casting hall is really willing to pay for it. I just don't know if the loss is so big. Will Duan Wenxin feel distressed? Qi Lu raised both hands, and the 1,000-machine ball immediately appeared, and then turned into a pair of finger tigers, which were placed on Qi Lu's fingers. Before, in Bu Yuyan's study, fighting with the shadow guards was taking advantage of a small space. And after those black daggers are crushed, the powder formed is really good. So Qi Lu could solve those 4 guys in one move. But now, there is no such opportunity. The open space outside the city-state is too wide, and that kind of intensive attack can easily be dodged. However, for Qi Lu, it doesn't really matter whether he has an advantage on the field or not. After all, hard power is the most important thing. You are the one who attacked the casting hall. Now, come with us, or die here. One of the shadow guards seemed to be looking at Qi Lu, and then said aloud. The voice was indifferent, but it seemed natural. With the power of the Foundry Hall, the shadow guard is the most elite force in the Foundry Hall. Naturally, there is an arrogance that comes from the bones. This is the so-called bottom line. As soon as these words came out, the 3 shadow guards who followed behind turned their palms, and a black dagger appeared in the palms of each of them. It's ready for battle. As long as Qi Lu said a word no, then the shadow guards would directly attack. Although assassination and assassination are the strengths of the shadow guard, but fighting head-on, the shadow guard is actually not weak. It's just that the light of the assassination was covered up. After all, it is a hidden power that deals with dirty work. When fighting head-on, other practitioners will naturally do it for you. Under normal circumstances, the shadow guards cannot be used. However, in order to track down the destruction of the casting hall branch, the shadow guard had to be used. Since you said so, then come on, let me see your strength. Qi Lu stretched out a hand towards the shadow guard. The 4 of them hooked their fingers. Then make a fist with both hands, and clench the finger tiger tightly. When using weapons to fight, there is a sense of pleasure in using weapons. But the fight from fist to flesh will always be more hardy. As far as other weapons are concerned, it can only be regarded as a weapon that is better than nothing, and its lethality is actually quite limited. Compared with those swords, axes, and hammers, it's really not enough to see. However, it also depends on who is using it. Faced with Qi Lu's actions, the shadow guards weren't angry, or they didn't actually have too many emotions to speak of. The constant training for killing has long since changed the minds of the shadow guards. The emotions of normal people have long since become extremely thin in the hearts of the shadow guards. Therefore, after getting the answer of rejection, they chased after Qi Lu's 4 shadow guards, and stopped talking, but clenched the dagger in his hand. Then he rushed towards Qi Lu directly. It has to be said that in an open space, the cooperation of the shadow guard is even more terrifying. Like 4 fighting machines, they work together seamlessly. Every time they attack, the 4 will advance and retreat together. The superb cooperation will seal all directions, forcing Qi Lu to fight against them instead of dodging. 4 people, 8 daggers. Like 8 dazzling black flowers, alluring but deadly. The crisp sound of the finger tiger and the dagger colliding was heard frequently, resounding in the air like bursts of firecrackers, incessantly. In the sight of ordinary people, they can only see the open space outside the city wall, with 5 rays of light constantly touching each other. It was impossible to see what was going on. Only the 5 people in this battle know what the situation is. Almost every second, Qi Lu had to fight with the 4 members of the Shadow Guard hundreds of times. No, not right. It should be said that every second, the people of the Shadow Guard made hundreds of shots. But Qi Lu is not. Because Qi Lu needs 1 person to fight against 4 people, the speed of his shots is more than several times that of the Shadow Guards. Thousands of attacks can be completed in just 1 second. And every shot, Qi Lu has a very clear purpose. Test, or cut into the flaws. When it comes to the weapon of the finger tiger, in terms of lethality, it's really not that big. But when it comes to attacking speed, Nazihu is definitely on the list. The so-called 1 inch long, 1 inch strong, 1 inch short, 1 inch dangerous. The smaller the weapon, the more dangerous it is. The speed of the shot, the faster. Qi Lu is playing more and more smoothly, the speed of his shots is getting faster and faster, and the power he exerts is getting more and more tyrannical. On the contrary, the 4 members of the Shadow Guard became more and more frightened as they fought. Because they found that even if there were 4 of them, they couldn't completely suppress the guy in front of them. The strength is unheard of. Bam! But at this moment, Qi Lu stepped on the ground, and immediately shattered the ground, and several cracks spread to the distance. The whole earth shook violently like an earthquake. I found it, there is a flaw. A smile appeared on Qi Li's face, and the look in his eyes seemed to be saying goodbye. The right fist is pressed back, and then slammed out. Goodbye, an ordinary punch. Boom. The violent power poured out with Qi Li's punch, and smashed the man in black robe in front of him fiercely. The black robes of the Shadow Guards have always been the place where Qi Li was more criticized. It's okay now, with this punch everything is gone. The Shadow Guard who was hit by this punch was instantly evaporated and disappeared without a trace. However, the violent power did not stop, but continued to explode forward, until it crushed the earth into a huge crack and was exhausted. Hide dash. The three remaining members of the Shadow Guard involuntarily had horror in their eyes. Although Qi Lu didn't see it, he could guess from the action of the three guys taking a breath. Global warming is probably due to these guys. Breathe in the cool air here every day. What a terrifying power this is, it can be so powerful. Just a punch, as if to tear the ground. The cracked cliff in front of you, at first glance, is more than 1,000 meters long, and the depth is even more astounding. This has not used any martial arts, just a simple punch. The Shadow Guards glanced at Qi Lu and immediately confirmed one thing. That is the strength of this person in front of him, and it is definitely not something they can deal with. The power of this level is simply a monster level. Although hero-level powerhouses are powerful, they are still far from the power of the sky and the earth to shatter. Even a powerhouse-level power is a bit reluctant. But Qi Lu did it. Very well, whose turn is next? You're welcome, come on. Qi Lu let out a sigh of relief, then closed his fist, turned around, and charged up again. In fact, the arrival of the Shadow Guard was also expected by Qi Lu. Because Qi Lu did not hide his whereabouts, it was precisely for the casting hall, to send someone to find him. The reason is to try his new insights on the Shadow Guard. That's an explosion of power. Between gestures, you can have the power of landslides and earthly cracks, and the powerful power of heaven and earth collapse is indeed not a power that can be mastered by the realm of the hero level. Even if it is a powerhouse level power, it is actually not enough. The realm that can truly achieve this kind of power and possess such powerful power is the pinnacle of the powerhouse level. Only the powerhouse level peak power can turn your hands into clouds and cover them into rain. With just a few gestures, the sky and the earth can collapse, moving mountains and breaking the sea. Wanting to destroy a city-state is just a matter of thought. However, the difference between the hero level and the powerhouse level peak is not a moat, but an endless abyss with no end in sight. In front of the powerhouse level peak power, the cultivator of the hero level realm is actually not much different from the ants. If you really want to move your hands, you can tell the winner at the snap of your fingers. A cultivator in the hero level realm has no power to fight back in the face of the powerhouse level peak power. When Qi Lu once borrowed the power of the system, he felt the power of the powerhouse level peak power, and naturally he would have his own insights. The control and explosion of one's own power is of course far beyond the realm of heroes. And compared to most powerhouse level powers, it is not much less, and it can even be said that it is even better. After all, if those powerhouses don't have enough energy, with the luck of the earth, and a strong enough cultivation aptitude, it is impossible to be promoted to the pinnacle of the powerhouse level even if it is extremely poor. Of course, it is impossible to have the opportunity to feel the power level of the powerhouse level peak power. At this point, Qi Lu is much stronger than those powerhouses. It's just a pity that in this world, the fate of heaven and earth has disappeared completely, so let alone the powerhouse level peak power. Even an ordinary powerhouse level power would be impossible to find. So Qi Lu wanted to practice his hands to digest his own feelings, but he could only be taller than a short one. As far as the hero level is concerned, the Shadow Guard is a very good opponent. This was also the last time, when Bu Yuyan was approached by Su Hengxiang with the Shadow Guard, Qi Le suddenly discovered something. Hence, the present scene. At the same time as taking revenge on the casting hall, it can also lead people from the Shadow Guard to be the target of training. This kind of thing that kills two birds with one stone can only be imagined by Qi Lu. After all, not everyone has the strength of Qi Lu. Not everyone has the courage to offend the Hall of Casting. Clang ding dash. The sound of the finger tiger and the dagger colliding continued to sound. Continuously, like a piece of music, and like a battle song, impassioned. Qi Le did not rush to solve the remaining 3 practitioners of the Shadow Guard, but used their stubborn resistance to keep trying and digest his own insights. Qi Le has no shortage of fighting skills and fighting awareness. But Qi Le didn't know much about the perception of power level. Because of the power perception of the powerhouse level peak power, even if the system can provide it, it will not be at this time. What's more, in the actual situation, what the system provides is just a trial space. When it comes to comprehending this thing, Qi Le himself spelled it out. Relying on resurrection again and again, struggling between life and death again and again. Honed over countless hours. So to be honest, Qi Le's talent and aptitude may not be the strongest, but his efforts are definitely the most. On the surface easygoing, looks like a jerk waiting to die. But in the trial space, the time spent by Qi Lu is absolutely an astronomical amount that no one can imagine. The enemy is too strong, and we must go back and report to the Palace Master, and let the Palace Master take precautions early. During the battle, the Shadow Guards felt that something was wrong the more they fought. The shock in my heart is getting heavier and heavier. Because they can clearly feel that the person in front of them is not limited in strength at all, so they are at a stalemate here. Instead, he has been practicing with them like a cat playing a mouse. This fact, although very shocking. But the practitioners of the Shadow Guard are not the kind of guys who like to deceive themselves. Even if the facts are really shocking, they will not argue for themselves. Win is win, lose is lose. The so-called text has no first, Wu has no second. In a duel by force, the winner will definitely be decided. Therefore, the 3 remaining members of the Shadow Guard are no longer thinking about how to defeat Qi Lu. Instead, he was thinking about how to pass this information back to the casting hall. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy can help you win 100 battles. If a strong man with such a tyrannical combat power is allowed to hide in the dark and constantly attack the casting hall, the people in the casting hall will definitely have trouble sleeping and eating. Therefore, the news about Qi Le should be reported to Duan Wenxin. Naturally, the sooner the better. However, Qi Le quickly discovered their intentions. If you want to leave now, you can't. When you come to me, you should be ready go back. Although he will face Duan Wenxin head-on in the future, he cannot let Duan Wenxin be on guard now. At least when the Bu family develops to the point where they are evenly matched with the Hall of Casting, they can reveal Qi Le's whole card. At that time, the Bu family will naturally be able to take over all the resources and manpower of the casting hall. As for now, if Duan Wenxin was dealt with too early, not to mention how fierce the disputes within the foundry hall were. Even if the casting hall is disintegrated, most of the resources will still be swallowed up by other forces. There is no way, after all, if the Bu family starts slowly. The others won't wait. The next punch is to end this fight. So after discovering the intentions of the 3 Shadow Guards, Qi Le did not intend to continue the battle. Anyway, the practice is almost the same. Oops, everyone starts to retreat immediately, be sure to report this to the Hall Master. The Shadow Guards also noticed it, and the aura of the guy in front of him suddenly changed. It became extremely violent, like a huge wave. And the 3 of them, like a small boat under this monstrous wave, will be shattered by the slightest carelessness. I'm thinking about running now, but it's too late. Qi Lu looked at the three people who were quickly retreating. A sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth, and his right fist was already clenched. Step forward, twist your waist, shake your shoulders, and punch. All in one go. The power of a punch was suddenly swung out, and it was immediately seen that the world was shaking. The clouds in the sky were instantly shattered and then dissipated. The earth started from the place where Qi Lu punched, shattered every inch, countless cracks spread forward rapidly, and then gradually collapsed. Countless cracks appeared in the space that was swept by fist strength. Immediately afterwards, it shattered like a shattered mirror. The three members of the Shadow Guard did not even have time to say a word, and they were completely smashed and wiped out by this domineering punch, and there was not even a trace of breath left. This punch, although it has not reached the point where the sky collapses, it is not far off. If the city-state behind Qi Lu is also within the attack range of this punch, I am afraid that it has been smashed into a pile of yellow sand and disappeared with the wind. It's almost there. In the realm of hero level, it can only reach this level at most. Qi Lu took a deep breath, then closed his fist and looked at the scene in front of him. The open space and plain, which was originally flat, is now full of cracks and gravel. The two cliffs blasted out by Qi Li's two punches evenly divided the earth into three pieces. It seemed very shocking. Fortunately, the broken space will be automatically repaired by this world. Otherwise, the spatial turbulence that escaped would be enough to turn this place into a dead zone. Space turbulence is not a fun thing to say. At least Qi Lu didn't want to touch this thing unless it was necessary. And the battle between Qi Lu and the Shadow Guard, such a big movement, naturally also alerted the people in the city-state. You know, it's human nature to watch the fun. Even if it's dangerous, they can't stand them. Curiosity, it's really not good. After the battle is over, it's better to go and see the battlefield. It's just that after seeing the two huge cliffs outside the city-state in various ways, everyone was stunned. Because they clearly remembered that there were no two cliffs outside the city-state before. After all, no one chooses to build a city-state next to a cliff. Because building a city-state in such a position would not bring any benefits at all. Instead there would be all kinds of inconveniences. Of course, the only use may be that it is more convenient to jump off the cliff. Just get out of town. But now, when did the two cliffs outside the city-state appear? Could it be the result of the battle just now? How can that be? If these two cliffs were caused by the battle just now, then the aftermath of the battle alone would be enough to destroy half of their city-state. How could they still be intact as they are now? But apart from this explanation, there is no better way to say it. This is not what the strong man who destroyed the casting hall branch did. It's very possible, otherwise, I really can't think of any other strong person who will appear in this place. Then this power is too terrifying. The cliffs outside the city-state are simply bottomless. Yeah, my God. What kind of monster has the casting hall provoked? People in the city-state were talking about it. Soon someone thought of the destroyed foundry hall branch in the city-state and linked it to the battle. Then they all looked at each other with horrified expressions on their faces. For these people, the hall of casting is just a tyrannical force, making them feel fearful and invincible. However, when someone dares to challenge the foundry hall, those who are afraid of the foundry hall will only feel shocked. Especially after seeing the two bottomless cliffs, the shock in my heart will only become stronger. Of course, if you let them know the origin of these two cliffs, then I am afraid that the next moment will pay homage to Qi Lu. The power of one punch, so terrifying, will surely make these people astonished. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't have such a strange interest and doesn't have the time to make people pay homage. So after getting rid of the shadow guards, he quickly left here. As for what happened next, Qi Lu didn't know anything about it. Because Qi Lu is still in a hurry to continue to dismantle the branch of the foundry hall. Those who caught up with Qi Li's shadow guard were all dealt with. Naturally, the news did not pass back to the casting hall so quickly. During this period of time, the Bu family started a vigorous counterattack using combat mechas, and continued to expand the sphere of influence shrouded by the Bu family. This time, everyone has re-recognized the strength of the Bu family. Knowing is another brand new behemoth that is rising, and it is still growing wildly, with an unstoppable momentum. The battle between the Bu family and the casting hall shocked almost all the powerful forces in the world. They are watching and evaluating. The distribution of power in this world has not changed for too long. The casting hall, which claims to be the spokesperson of the god of forging, has been the dominant family for too long, and no one can match it. Naturally, there is no force that dares to oppose it. However, now, there has been such a Bu family, who dares to fight head-to-head with the casting hall. Not only can they fight back and forth, but they can even be slightly better. What an incredible thing this is. Therefore, this time the battle seems to be a battle between the Bu family and a casting hall. But in essence, it is a big reshuffle of all the forces in this world. The battle between the two behemoths is impossible not to affect them. To the end, once the war spreads, it will be a disaster for the entire world. The weak stand on their own, and follow closely behind. The strong, waiting for an opportunity to make a move, survive the fittest. Everyone is waiting for an opportunity, wanting to take a share of this battle, enhance their strength, get more resources, and step onto a higher position. But if you are not careful, it will be an abyss, and it will be irreversible. The battle will not be over until one of the Bu family and the cast hall is victorious. The war will stop spreading. The winner set foot on the throne of the strongest in the world. The loser will forever be the dust of history. So after the Bu family used the combat mecha to suppress the people in the casting hall, those onlookers began to act. It is to follow the casting hall and continue to be oppressed as before. Still standing on the side of the Bu family, assisting the new king to ascend the throne, obtaining the merit of the dragon, and soaring into the sky from then on. Everyone has a decision in their hearts. The domineering of the foundry hall is a well-known thing. The family has been dominant for too long, and the heart of the foundry hall has naturally become arrogant. Rather than continue to be oppressed by the foundry hall, it is better to overthrow the foundry hall. If you support Bujia, there is still a chance to rise. But if you follow the casting hall, you will never be able to turn over. The choice to make is very clear. For a time, the prestige of the casting hall plummeted. On the contrary, under the management of Bu Yuyan, the Bu family, who became a group of peaceful and upright people, were much more popular. This is also something Bu Yuyan did not expect. Because Bu Yuyan's purpose at the beginning was just to prevent Bu's family from becoming smoky and a place to hide filth. At the same time, it is also in order to stand out in front of the clansmen and completely control the Bu family. That's why it's so strict. I really didn't expect that there is such a good thing, which is a pleasant surprise. Summarize the battle situation these days, and then report all to me. After Bu Yuyan heard about this, although she was very happy, she still can't forget the business. The battle with the foundry hall is the only one, and everything else has Tob sidelined. No matter how these forces, big or small, support the Bu family now, the premise for maintaining this support is that the Bu family can win this war. Once lost to the casting hall, these guys must be quite skilled in the matter off the wall being pushed down by the crowd. The battle situation is very good. If you want to come to the casting hall, you can't take care of yourself at the moment. Bu Yuyan muttered to herself while watching the battle report. Although Qi Lu went alone to take revenge on the casting hall, but a lot of news was told to Bu Yuyan through Gu Mingyuan and others. The disputes within the casting hall are naturally no exception. Just like the last assassination, the one who mobilized the shadow guard must not be Duan Wenqin, but the guy who wanted to pull Duan Wenqin off his horse. Then once the assassination fails, Duan Wenxin will definitely go to the teacher to ask the guilt. And then took the opportunity to gather power in his hands. No one will keep the threat on their side. On the side of the couch, how can you allow others to sleep soundly? So at this time, the inside of the casting hall was chaotic, and the Bu family could naturally expand calmly. However, Duan Wenxin was quite prestigious in the casting hall. So even if the foundry hall will be in chaos, it won't last long. When the time comes, the power inside the foundry hall will be gathered up and integrated. That is the final battle. The current strength of the Bu family is not enough, and it needs to develop faster. Bu Yuyan put down the battle report in her hand, lowered her head, frowned, and thought quickly. But soon, Bu Yuyan raised her head. Then start accepting people from other forces. It is impossible not to have cannon fodder in the battle with the foundry hall. Since they want a piece of the battle so much, let them do it according to their power. The current Bu Yuyan is not the soft-hearted Bu Yuyan that she used to be. For the sake of the family, Bu Yuyan will also restrain her character and consider the problem from the interests of the family. The order goes on, all those who are willing to follow the Bu family will bear rewarded for their merits after the war. The greater the merits, the more things they can get, and there is no ceiling. Bu Yuyan quickly gave the order. Since those forces who surrendered to the Bu family are also for their own rise, let them take it with their own strength. If you want to get it, you have to give first. If you want to sit back and enjoy the success, where can such a good thing come from? In the battle with the casting hall, whoever pays more will get more when allocating resources at the end. This approach makes sense, and it also boosts morale. Anyway, Bu Yuyan is also generous to others, and there is no loss to the Bu family. As long as the purchase authority of the combat mecha is still firmly in Bu Yuyan's hands, that is the biggest whole card. There are those powerful simulation robots looking at the store, and there is no need to worry that someone will be wicked and rob the combat mecha. Because the strong man who can defeat the simulation robot is disdainful of surrendering his identity for the sake of a combat mecha. Yes. Miss. The Bu family members who were guarding the door immediately took the order, and then went down and announced the order. All of a sudden, everyone who knew this order became excited. No one knows how many training resources and how many forging resources are in the casting hall. They only know that there are countless resources. Even if it only flows out a little bit from the fingernails, it is enough for them to worry about it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, this order from Bu Yuyan was simply a shot in the arm, which boosted the morale of all those who surrendered to the Bu family and the forces. Just waiting for the victory, came to tear a piece of meat from the body of the casting hall. This little girl, this set is quite skilled. When Qi Lu, who was alone, heard the news, he burst out laughing. The set of rewards for meritorious deeds is like the promise made by the leading generals to the soldiers before the decisive battle. Go into battle to kill the enemy, and if you survive, you will be promoted as an official. If you don't survive, there's nothing you can do. But in any case, the effect of boosting morale is achieved. No one will feel that they will not survive, so everyone will think about how to make greater contributions. That's enough. After all, there is no way to guarantee the loyalty of the power that surrendered to the Bu family. There is no way to know it with love and reason, so you can only lure it to benefit. This group of wallgrass eats this set. The only way to get their loyalty is to defeat the foundry hall. But the words came again, if the Bu family defeated the casting hall, then their loyalty would not really matter. Because loyalty is such a thing, the effect of sending charcoal in the snow is far better than the icing on the cake. After all, when their own power is great, no one will die, so naturally everyone is loyal. However, in times of crisis, true loyalty or false loyalty will begin to emerge. Therefore, Bu Yuyan doesn't care about the thoughts of this group of scumbags, and naturally she will not deliberately consider the safety of these guys. To be a cannon fodder, one must have the consciousness of being a cannon fodder. The real main force is the combat mecha controlled by the Bu family. It's a good thing to see it thoroughly. It seems that my previous worries are unnecessary. Qila looked back at the city-state behind him. The area that originally belonged to the Hall of Casting was now rolling in the raging flames. The final battle is not far away, so I should go back. Continually destroying the divisions of the Foundry Hall. In fact, the damage caused by the Foundry Hall's overall strength is not that big. But the biggest purpose of Qi Li's revenge against the Casting Hall was to attack the morale of the Casting Hall. Constantly destroying the branches of the Foundry Hall in various city-states, the people of the Foundry Hall have trouble sleeping and eating, people are panicking, and everyone is in danger. Then, Qi Li's goal has been achieved. The importance of morale in such a large-scale battle cannot be overstated. After all, Qila wouldn't do such a simple revenge to vent his anger. On the one hand, he appeared to have a bad temper, and on the other hand, it was a waste of time. Although Qi Li's character is indeed stubborn, he will be rewarded. However, purposeful revenge is what a wise person should do. Blind destruction can only scare the snake away. Casting Hall, come on, let me see how much power you have now. Qi Lu left such a sentence, and then his figure instantly disappeared into the shadow beside him. As soon as the wind blew, the traces of Qi Li's presence were completely wiped away. Casting Hall. Duan Wenxin held a parchment scroll in his hand and swept it down at a glance. Soon, Duan Wenxin put down the parchment scroll and looked blankly at the hall masters standing below the main hall. Since disposing of the Great Elder, these hall masters have become even more in awe of Duan Wenxin. Every time they stood in this hall and faced the previous Wenxin, everyone was trembling with fear, for fear that they had made a mistake, and then Duan Wenxin caught the handle. That's a life-threatening thing. Duan Wen was eagerly waiting for this opportunity, just to be able to speak his mind in the casting hall. Now running to touch the mold, it is really tired of living. The dignified casting hall was actually defeated by the Bu family. Do you have anything to say? Duan Wenxin was silent for a long time, and suddenly spoke up. The icy tone of voice scared the hall masters in the hall into silence, not knowing how to answer. This kind of question is slightly wrong, and maybe he will be caught out to avert his anger. Say more and more wrong, it is better not to say. Duan asked hard to see. Looking at the silent hall masters in the hall, he couldn't help but let out a sneer, saying, "It seems that my casting hall has been silent for too long, so the world has forgotten the power of the casting hall. Now that the internal worries of the casting hall have been eliminated, it is time to clear up the external troubles." All the hall masters meant that they didn't speak. Naturally they were waiting for Duan Wenxin to speak. No one would refute Duan Wenxin's face at such a time, so basically he remained silent, waiting for Duan Wenxin to issue an order. Anyway, if you want yourself not to be caught, then just follow the command line honestly. So as soon as Duan Wenxin said these words, the hall masters immediately came out. My subordinates are willing to share the worries of the palace master. The words were sonorous and forceful. To express loyalty, it must be sincere. As for whether it is sincere or not, it is actually not that important, because what Duan Wen wants is only this sentence. It's good that you have this heart. If so, then prepare for it. In the Bu family, there are two most important city-states, Yuanshan City and Fian City. Those of you who have investigated these information should be very clear. Duan Wenxin asked in a deep voice. While speaking, Duan Wenxin's gaze swept across the faces of the hall masters, seeing that there was no expression similar to doubt on their faces, and then continued to speak. Now, I need you to destroy these two city-states. For this mission, the weapon hall of the Foundry Hall will provide you with all the weapons you need, with no upper limit. Duan Wenxin looked at the problem much more clearly than the Great Elder of the Casting Hall. Instead of dispersing the power and wanting to capture all the city-states within the Bu family's envelope, it is better to concentrate on destroying the most important stronghold of the Bu family. Fian City is the birthplace of the Bu family, and Yuanshan City is the place where the Bu family rose. As long as these two city-states are destroyed, then the entire Bu family is self-destroyed. The other half was on Bu Yuyan alone. For a family, clan members are important, but what really matters is the backbone and hope of the family. As long as the backbone remains, as long as hope remains. So even if this family is on the brink of extinction, there is still a way to bring it back to life. But as long as these two things are removed, no matter how many members of this family are left, it will inevitably fall apart. A family without cohesion is just a mess of sand. Yes. Lord Hall Master promised to complete the task. The Hall Master, who was named, immediately stepped forward to take orders, then bowed back and left the hall. The weapon hall is the place in the casting hall to store the weapons made by blacksmiths and blacksmiths. Although it is similar to a warehouse, the contents inside are much more valuable than those in ordinary warehouses. The practitioners of the foundry hall can usually rely on the credit points obtained after completing the task to go to the weapon hall to exchange the weapons they need. In some emergency situations, the hall master can also come forward and directly open the warehouse and issue weapons. People from the information hall closely monitor the situation of the Bu family and find the position of the current head of the Bu family. Duan Wenxin then ordered. Yes. The remaining hall masters also handed over their orders, then turned and left the hall. When he was the only one left in the hall, Duan Wenxin lowered his head and picked up the sheepskin scroll again to read it. The Shadow Guard suffered heavy losses, and the powerhouses who destroyed the casting hall branch have been initially confirmed to be from the Bu family. Looks like it's time for me to be active too. Qi Lu found Bu Yuyan in the distant mountain city. To be honest, Bu Yuyan has been in a state of uncertainty for some time now, and Qi Lu was really surprised to see Bu Yuyan in the distant mountain city. When did you come back? Qi Lu asked, curiously. During this period of time, Bu Yuyan has been inspecting the development of Bujia's industries and forces in various city-states. Of course, this is also to boost morale and motivate the clan before the war. Killing two birds with one stone, by the way. After all, Wu Bukan has already abdicated, and the position of the head of the Bu family has been given up to Bu Yuyan. It is impossible to lead the Bujia to develop better and grow faster without understanding the situation at the grassroots level. It's just that the timing is a bit subtle. I came back a few days ago, and the attack of the casting hall suddenly began to slow down, but our people found out that the casting hall did not retreat, but was hoarding troops. I was a little worried, so I returned to Yuanshan City. When Bu Yuyan saw Qi Lu, she was not surprised. Because of Qi Li's whereabouts, Bu Yuyan didn't know anything about it, so no matter where she saw Qi Lu, she would not find it strange. The casting hall has begun to accumulate troops. It seems that they want to fight the Bu family. Hearing this, Qi Lu raised his brows and said with a chuckle. The rise of the Bu family was actually due to the fact that it happened to beat the time of conflict within the casting hall, so it was so smooth. And there is Qi Lu everywhere to beat the morale of the casting hall. So much so that by the time Duan Wenxin had dealt with all the problems, the Bu family already had an unstoppable momentum. After uniting most of the powerful forces in the world, the Bu family strength at the moment, even the casting hall, dare not underestimate. Therefore, they will choose to use a decisive battle to determine the winner. Because if you wait any longer, the strength of the Waiter family will become stronger and stronger, and the casting hall will only become more and more uncertain. Might as well end the battle all at once. If the casting hall wins, then no one in the world can shake the status of the casting hall. Bu Jiaxing, that is the official rise of a new behemoth, and will step on the casting hall to ascend the throne and sit on a larger throne. They are all betting their own. Yeah, I also know that the casting hall wants to fight the Bu family. I really didn't expect that one day, the Bu family will be able to reach such a high position and fight against the object that they could only look up to at the beginning. Bu Yuyan said with emotion. If she hadn't met Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan would probably still be struggling in the Fian Chamber of Commerce. As for the casting hall, it really can only be an object to look up to. Instead of being so powerful as it is now, it can make the casting hall feel jealous and have to use a decisive battle to suppress the Bu family. Thinking of this, Bu Yuyan was very fortunate that she had agreed to Qi Lu's invitation. If it weren't for this, Bu Yuyan would never have been able to come this far in her life and see such a magnificent scenery. Strength and power. So I guess that the casting hall will definitely focus on attacking Yuanshan City and Fian City. After Bu Yuyan sighed, she immediately said. Its own conclusions. These two city-states are the foundation of the Bu family. As long as Yuanshan City and Fian City are still there, under the leadership of Bu Yuyan, the Bu family will not truly be destroyed. And the casting hall wants to fight the Bu family, so it is impossible not talk no about these situations. That's why Bu Yuyan specially rushed back to Yuanshan City to sit in town. As for Fian City, it is indeed the origin of the Bu family. But unfortunately, it is not the place where Bu Yuyan rises. Far Mountain City is the place where Bu Yuyan knew Qi Lu and started to rise with the help of Qi Lu. The meaning of these two city-states is different for Bu Yuyan. There's nothing wrong with your analysis, but there's one more thing you haven't analyzed. After Qi Lu heard this, he nodded with a light smile and then said. Which point? Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu somewhat puzzled. You didn't count yourself in, because as long as you're here, the Bu family won't fall, at least, that's the case before the casting hall is settled. Qi Lu said slowly. This is the power of prestige. In the current Bu family, except for Bu Yuyan, no one has this prestige toward the Bu family. Not even on foot. Therefore, for the casting hall, it is important to destroy Yuanshan City and Fian City, but compared to getting rid of Bu Yuyan, it is a level weaker. If you choose one or the other, the answer is self-evident. So, the real main battlefield should be in the distant mountain city. Qi Lu looked at Bu Yuyan, paused for a while, and then spoke with certainty. The people of the Bu family can detect the situation of the casting hall, and the casting hall can naturally detect the situation of the Bu family. Although Bu Yuyan was in Yuanshan City, it was not widely publicized. But in the eyes of the casting hall, Bu Yuyan's whereabouts are not a secret. As long as you want to find it, you can easily find it. Well, this is indeed my negligence. After Qi Li's reminder, Bu Yuyan also realized this. It is not uncommon for His Royal Highness to be a black hand. Just like Su Hengxiang and the Shadow Guard before, if it wasn't for Qi Li's foresight, Bu Yuyan would have died several times. Where will there be a decisive battle now? I think Gu Ming is willing to follow you and make you lose your sense of crisis. Qi Lu shook his head, his tone rather helpless. With the strength of Gu Ming Yuan's heroic peak, he can indeed walk sideways into his world. But the sense of crisis is something that must be present at any time. The so-called born in distress, died in peace. If you want to rule a family without any sense of crisis, that's really not enough. I understand, thank you for your teaching, Master Qi. Bu Yuyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, her eyes warmed, and she thanked Qi Lu. It's good to understand, after all, I can't protect you forever. Qi Lu nodded and smiled. But Qi Lu didn't notice that when she said these words, Bu Yuyan's eyes dimmed slightly, and then returned to normal. Yeah, it's impossible for Master Qi to protect me for the rest of my life. Bu Yuyan, you have to be serious. It's always like this, how can you catch up with Qi Gongzi's footsteps? Bu Yuyan cheered herself up in her heart. Qi Lu didn't pay attention to Bu Yuyan's expression, but continued to remind him of some precautions. However, regarding the arrangement of the Bu family members and the command of the battle, Qi Lu did not intervene. Such large-scale battles are rare places where command experience can be quickly accumulated. This is what Bu Yuyan desperately needs now. So of course, Qi Lu won't steal Bu Yuyan's limelight, and won't intervene in command. Just silently preparing, when necessary, to fill in the loopholes in the command plan. Novice commander, you have to help a little bit. It was probably because both parties knew it, so these days, the casting hall also stopped attacking Bujia. Tranquility before the decisive battle. Even the air was filled with the smell of wind and rain. By this time, no one dared to despise Bujia anymore. After the battles with the casting hall, the Bu family had fully proved their strength and attracted a large number of forces to surrender. Rise or fall, that's all. This is a battle that can change the pattern of power in this world, and it involves an unprecedented scale. Compared with the battle that the Foundry Hall rose in that year, it was even more grand and spread more widely. Everyone is nervously preparing. This is a battle related to his entire net worth. If he has reservations at this time, he is joking with his own life. So those cards that should be taken must be taken out. Flying Wild Goose City. As one of the main battlefields, although the scale of the expected battle is not as big as that of Xuanhuan City, it should not be taken lightly. Above the city wall, the number of patrols was more than 3 times more than usual. The purpose is to ensure that people in the city-state can be notified in time, and that they will not be successfully raided by the Foundry Hall. After all, at this moment, all the forces optimistic about the Bu family have already placed their bets. All the city-states affected cannot be immune, even the city lords and city guards of those city-states must make choices. Otherwise, in this battle, they may be attacked by both sides. Because of this kind of battle with all the wealth, it is absolutely impossible to tolerate a wall of grass swaying in the middle. How's it going? A member of the Bu family shouted to the city guards on the city wall. The city owner of Fian City had a good relationship with the Bu family before the Fian Chamber of Commerce was dissolved. After this incident, it was the first force to join the Bu family. So Fian City's city guards actually had a pretty good relationship with the Bu family. Not found yet. The city guard who was questioned responded loudly, and then continued to patrol the city wall. After the Bu family got the answer, they nodded, then looked up at the bombing airship suspended in the sky. This bomb-dropping airship is where the Bu family's confidence lies in Fian City. The strength of the fighting force is rare in the world. With the protection of the bombing airship, Fian City has also become Fianli city-state among the Bu family that has not been suppressed by the practitioners of the casting hall. Even in every battle, the casting hall can be suppressed back. Because really, bombing airships are designed for large-scale battles, but they fight alone. There is absolutely no way to bring out the combat power of the bombing airship. And another city-state that can suppress the attack of the casting hall every time is naturally the distant mountain city. At this time, the bombing airship also entered a state of preparation. Just a bomb-dropping airship suspended in the air doesn't actually consume much energy at all. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the supply problem in the pod. Captain, there is a new energy fluctuation on the detector. Judging from the degree of fluctuation, it should be a cultivator. The gray leopard stood in front of the magic radar and said suddenly. Although Chila told Gray Leopard that this thing is called a magic radar, in Gray Leopard's view, this thing is an amplified and enhanced version of the energy fluctuation detector. So it never changed. Is it an energy fluctuation I haven't seen before? How many people are there? Tai Hu, who was standing beside him, immediately asked aloud. Bomb-dropping airships can be described as Fian City's eyes suspended in the sky. The Iron Hammer mercenary team who was recruited by Bu Yuyan and then joined the Bu family naturally knew this, so Iron Tiger didn't dare to be careless. The number is about a few hundred people, it seems to be a tentative attack. Grey Panther enlarged the pattern on the magic radar, and then asked aloud, "Captain, do you need to sound the alarm? Can you lock the target? Make a warning attack first." Iron Tiger didn't think for long, and soon issued an order. If it is really just a tentative attack of a few hundred people, then there is no need to mobilize the army, but should maintain physical strength to meet the main force of the casting hall. In the face of such a tentative attack, it is enough to scare back. "Okay, Captain." Grey Leopard nodded and responded. Immediately afterwards, Grey Panther locked on the magic radar, and then notified the team members near the railgun. "Get ready, the position is locked, 2 railguns, as a warning. If the target doesn't retreat, prepare to fight. Receive." After such a long-term battle, the Hammer mercenary team and the bombing airship have long since completed the running in. Now it has been able to cooperate well to control the bombing airship to fight. Aim. Grey Panther swiped his finger on the screen of the magic radar. Emission. Boom. I saw a white light flashing at the launch ports of the 2 railguns. Immediately afterwards, 2 strong energy fluctuations appeared on the screen off the magic version of the radar, galloping towards the target. Almost in the blink of an eye, the railgun's attack hit the target. Boom. Looking out from the transparent glazed window of the bombing airship, you can see the location where the railgun burst, and the flames are scattered. But no one was seen at all. "Have you been hiding?" Taihu frowned, surprised that things would not be so simple. "Grey Leopard, sound the alarm, this may be a sneak attack. The Foundry Hall wants to do it." "Yes." The Grey Leopard was startled by Taihu's words, and his heart jumped, but he was dissatisfied with the movement of his hand, and immediately pressed the alarm button. The wall of Fian City. The city guards are still patrolling, and the Bu family members come to patrol from time to time. Anything new? The Bu family members always like to shout when they patrol. One is to refresh these city guards and let them patrol carefully, and the other is to alert the people in the city-state. I haven't found it yet. However, this time, the city guard's words were not finished. A feather arrow penetrated the city guard's throat, blocking his words in his stomach. Oops, it's an enemy attack. The Bu family members were shocked when they saw this scene, and just wanted to speak. An extremely sharp and long siren sounded from the sky, resounding throughout Fian City. It's the siren from the bombing airship. At this moment, in Fian City, all the Bu family members who were waiting for their fate, and all the forces big and small who surrendered to the Bu family were all awakened. The siren of the bombing airship was like a horn announcing the start of the battle. The people from the Foundry Hall are here, and it's time for the battle Tobjin. Get up for me, the people in the casting hall are going to be hit in the face, and they are still sleeping. Get up, go. All go to the city wall. Weapons and armors are all ready, and no one will remind you when you are on the battlefield. Those who were still resting were all woken up by those around them, were kicked and beaten. No one will take this battle lightly. In the bombing airship, the Grey Leopard stared at the screen of the magic version of the radar with some astonishment. The energy fluctuations displayed in it, I do not know when it started, became densely packed. At first glance, there are as many as tens of thousands. And they are still coming one after another, and they are constantly gathering towards Fian City. It's a hidden magic circle. Taihu traveled south and north, and he was well informed. Faced with this situation, he immediately reacted. Hiding the magic circle is a rare thing. Being able to hide all the movement and breath in the magic circle is definitely a good thing to use for sneak attacks. It's just that Taihu has heard others mention it by chance before, but if you want to talk about it, it's the first time I've seen it today. TSK, that casting hall is really worth the money. Grey Leopard was reminded by Taihu's words, and he also reacted, and immediately said with a pouting. As a rarity, it must be rare for a reason. In this world where the perception of practitioners is really not very good, it is quite difficult to create a hidden magic circle. On the one hand, it is because of the material problem. On the other hand, it is also due to the limitations of forging skills. If the perception is not strong, naturally, there will be no deep dabbling in concealment skills, because there is no need. So this hidden magic circle is definitely a good thing at the bottom of the casting hall. Of course it will cost a lot of money. If the Foundry Hall loses this battle, there will be no such force as the Foundry Hall in this world. Iron Tiger glanced at Grey Leopard, and his face instantly became serious. Everyone, enter a state of battle. Indiscriminately attack the area with energy fluctuations, and blast away the hidden magic circle, for me. This battle is related to the life and death of the Bu family, so Tai Hu and others will naturally not be neglected. The other members of the Hammer Mercenary Squad also played up the spirit off 12 points, and entered the battle state in an all-round way. Has been suspended in Fian City. The bombing airship above was fully activated at this moment. Of course, there was no roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth, but the bombing airship vibrated a bit, and then released a majestic coercion. This is the engraved ancient rune on the bombing airship, which will only appear after it is fully activated. The coercion of the heroic primary realm can help a lot in this battle. Brothers who control the bomb opening, are you ready? The location of the target has been locked and sent to you. Grey Panther shouted while swiping the screen of the magic version of the radar. In front of the center console, the mercenaries who controlled the bombing airships also started to move the bombing airships towards the location marked by the Grey Leopard. Boom! The huge bomb-dropping airship made a loud whine, and then slowly began to move outward from the sky above Fian City. Although speed is not the strength of the bombing airship, it is only relativito the heroic powerhouse. However, among the practitioners in the casting hall, how many heroic powerhouses can there be? Activated, the bombing airship is activated. Damn casting hall, let you taste the power of bombing airships right away. Don't look at it, prepare to meet the enemy. Do you have to wait until the enemy hits you in the face, before you know how to move? The sound of the bombing airship starting made everyone in Fian City excited. During this period of time, Fian City has been in an invincible position against the casting hall, and the bombing airship can be said to have contributed, and its tyrannical combat effectiveness is obvious to all. Therefore, as long as the bombing airship participates in the war, it has a huge effect on the improvement of morale. With such a tyrannical combat power to hold the line, then there is nothing to worry about. The bombing airship has reached the sky above the target and is locked, Riadito attack. In just a few minutes, the bombing airship stopped in the air again, hovering above the frontal battlefield. Standing in front of the center console, Tehu waved his hand and said, "Start the attack." "I've been waiting for this for a long time, Captain. Brothers, aim for me, and hit me hard. We want the casting hall to know who can afford it and who can't. Those mercenaries who control the bomb openings have long been gearing up and can't wait." As soon as he heard Iron Tiger's order, he immediately aimed the bombing port below, the practitioners from the casting hall. Boom bang. Boom. A large number of magic light bullets poured towards the ground like rain. As long as it touches an obstacle, a huge explosion will occur. You must know that the explosive magic light projectiles fired by the bombs are different from the high-compression magic light projectiles of railguns. High-compression magic bullets are designed for single-target strikes, and their penetrating power is extremely terrifying, so they can easily penetrate the protective aura and magical barriers of hero-level powerhouses. The explosive magic light bullet is designed for group strikes. The destructive power is extremely strong and spreads over a wide range. Although the penetrating power is not as good as that of the high-compression magic light bullet, in terms of destructive power, it is not bad at all. The terrifying destructive power of the explosive magic light bomb can easily kill any practitioner whose strength and realm are not heroic. As long as it is within the scope of the explosion, it is hard to escape bad luck. Even if they were not hit directly by the explosive magic light projectile, the wind pressure and the violent impact generated by the explosion were enough to shatter their bones. The bombing airship's attack was like a huge storm. It didn't take long at all to sweep the entire battlefield. The magic light bombs, like pouring rain, continued to bombard the earth, almost ploughing the place where the practitioners of the casting hall were. Those hidden magic circles are not defensive magic circles, and their defense is naturally limited. Under the attack of the magic light bullet like a plow, it was quickly smashed into pieces. Sure enough, it was hiding. As soon as this hidden magic circle was broken, the number of energy fluctuations instantly increased by more than half. Grey Leopard kept staring at the screen of the magic version of the radar. Seeing that the energy fluctuations on it suddenly increased, he couldn't help but sigh. Being well informed is not useless. Iron Tiger is far more experienced, at least when dealing with this rare situation. Looking at it this way, there must be tens of thousands of people sent by the casting hall. They are all real practitioners. Taihu also took the time to glance at the screen and sighed. One will become famous. So how many corpses will be buried in the rise and fall of a behemoth? Iron Tiger doesn't know, so he can only sigh. Now that we have entered into the victory and defeat of this time, we must go out. What's more, Taihu knew in his heart that it was the luck of the Iron Hammer mercenary team that he and others could stand in this position. If you don't believe it, then go and see the practitioners on the ground who belong to the Hall of Casting. The brave level is pure cannon fodder, unable to exert any effort at all, unable to stand on the stage. The professional class is nothing but high-level cannon fodder, used to make up the number of people when they attacked Fian City. Only master-level practitioners can be regarded as the main force in this battle. However, in the Hammer mercenary team, how many have reached the master level? Also a Iron Tiger. So really speaking, if there is no bombing airship, then the Hammer mercenary squad is just a group of high-level cannon fodder in this battle. In this battle, even if the Foundry Hall wins, I'm afraid it will be severely damaged. Iron Tiger shook his head, and then his eyes became very firm. It's just that the Bu family is impossible to lose. Compared with the serious damage to the vitality, it is better for the casting hall to disappear directly. Grey Panther, start targeting the heroic powerhouses in the enemy. Iron Tiger shouted at Grey Leopard. This is to reduce the pressure on the Bu family in Fian City and other forces who surrendered to the Bu family. If the master-level realm is the main force, then the hero-level powerhouse is the sharp knife. A sharp knife that can shred the defense line of the Bu family. Therefore, if the enemy can be solved with railguns, don't let the friendly forces on the ground be embarrassed. Of course, on the ground, combat mechas are not used to look good, and it isn't so easy for the hero-level powerhouses of the casting hall to break through. With these two weapons on the side, the casting hall and the Bu family were fighting like a raging fire. After all, the Hall of Castings has also invested in the blood and exerted all its strength. Although the weapons that Qi Lu provided to the Bu family were powerful, the fighting power of the Bu family itself was not very good. So after coming and going, the two sides are deadlocked. The battlefield, like a giant meat grinder, constantly devoured the practitioners of the casting hall and the clan of the Bu family. In the same way, those large and small forces that participated in the war also suffered losses. And these losses are still increasing. Fian City's battle report, like a snowflake, was passed into the hands of Duan Wenxin and Bu Yuyan, as well as the leaders of all participating forces. It's a stalemate for the time being. Bu Yuyan sat behind the desk and handed the battle report to Qi Lu, who was sitting opposite. Although Fian City is one of the main battlefields, it does not mean that other city-states have not been attacked by the Foundry Hall. In fact, the scale of the battle this time and its spread is absolutely rare in the world. The decisive battle initiated by the casting hall shrouded all the city-states within the Bu family's sphere of influence. It's just that the battles of other city-states are not as fierce as Fian City. Over the years, the domineering style of the casting hall has long caused other people to complain, and it is not unexpected that they have become the target of public criticism. Qi Lu glanced at the battle report and said with a smile, "If the hall of casting were upright and honest and justified, instead of being so arrogant, maybe the Bufa family would not be able to respond to the current situation. It's just that there is no if in everything. Whatever you do, be prepared to face the consequences. It's just that the foundation of the casting hall is really deep. Even if you fight against so many opponents with your own strength, you can't fall behind. It seems that there will be a stalemate for a while." Qi Lu thought for a while, and then spoke again. "Large-scale battles have always been a contest of resources and logistics when the two sides are evenly matched. And resources and logistics are Bujia's advantages. You must know that the main force of the casting hall invested in this battle are all cultivators in the master-level realm. But the main force of the Bu family is those combat mechas, as well as the city defense-type launch tubes that work together, and the destruction version launch tubes. Under the same consumption rate. The weapons provided by Qi Lu, as long as there are enough gold coins, are endless. However, can the power of the foundry hall be infinite? Obviously, this is impossible. Even if the foundation of the casting hall is strong, it is impossible to compare with the vending point set up by Qi Lu. Confronting the infinite with the finite is sure to lose. But having said that, if the Bu family really wants to win, it will take a long time. That is, the time used to exhaust the heritage of the casting hall. How long it will take is not easy for Qi Lu to guess. After all, Qi Lu does not know the details of the casting hall. If you just continue to stand still, the Bu family will naturally not be afraid. I'm afraid that the casting hall still has some cards that haven't been taken out." Bu Yuyan nodded, agreed with Qi Li's words, and then expressed her worries. The longer the existence of the forces, the more they should pay attention to their trump cards. After all, it's not without reason that they can exist for so long. Even if they have a whole card, the biggest possibility is to use it in the distant mountain city, not elsewhere. Qi Lu waved his hand, signaling Bu Yuyan to feel at ease. It is good to be wary of the enemy, but there is no need to be afraid of the enemy. Boom. But at this moment, the earth shook violently, and a deafening loud noise also followed into the distant mountain city and into the ears of Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan. Immediately afterwards, a vast coercion shrouded Yuanshan city. Bu Yuyan's face changed slightly in shock. As expected, it came. When Qi Lu heard the sound, he immediately raised his head and looked outside the distant mountain city. While speaking, Qi Lu also released his own momentum, sweeping back the coercion that shrouded the distant mountain city in the opposite direction. This coercion may be a disarming power from the casting hall. But Qi Lu didn't want to accept this kind of disapproval. "Who's here?" Bu Yuyan's slightly changed face quickly returned to calm, and then she asked it a little puzzled. "Probably the trump card of the casting hall." Qi Lu answered indistinctly, then stood up abruptly, and said, "You are sitting here, commanding the battle well, I'll go see who is here." "Oh, I understand now." Bu Yuyan nodded solemnly and answered. For Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan always had some blind trust, so she would not ask Qi Lu what to do. Even though the mighty coercion that enveloped the distant mountain city was indeed a bit terrifying, but Bu Yuyan believed in Qi Lu, and there was definitely no problem. As long as it is within the range of perception, using the power of the broken boots, Qi Lu can reach it instantly no matter where it is. So Qi Lu didn't need to think about it at all, and appeared directly above the distant mountain city. Here is the location captured by perception. The source of that vast coercion. An old man with white hair and beard stood still in the void, his eyes were closed, his face was calm, as if he was waiting for someone. It was about feeling Qi Li's appearance that the old man slowly opened his eyes. "You are the trump card of the Bu family, the strong man guarding Bu Yuyan?" The old man looked at Qi Lu and asked, with a frown. "Your statement is a bit biased, but to be precise, I am indeed the trump card of the Bu family." Qi Lu did not completely deny the old man's statement. And while saying this, Qi Lu also glanced down, and the practitioners belonging to the casting hall were gathering continuously, preparing to attack the distant mountain city. "You have only launched an attack on Yuanshan City now. Are you fully prepared?" After Qi Lu retracted his gaze, he couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Although Qi Lu wanted to watch the old man here, there was still Ziyun sitting in the city far away. As for the combat power of the Zidian Lingjiao, there is no need to say more. At least until 3 heroic powerhouses take action, Ziyun can still hold on. "All preparations?" An indifferent smile appeared on the old man's face, and then he stared at Qi Lu and said aloud, "I believe you also understand that the battle below is just a preparation for receiving the opponent's territory and resources. It's us who really decides the outcome of this battle, isn't it?" The old man asked a question, but the answer was already ready to come out. The top combat power is used to decide the outcome, while the lower ones are used to digest the spoils. Very clear and reasonable division of labor. "That's right, since that's the case, then I think I already know who you are." Qi Lu still smiled and looked at the old man in front of him. And then the tone changed, and he said word by word. "The current hall master of the casting hall, Duan Wenxin. There will be no second person who can go to the distant mountain city to say such words. Because other people do not have this qualification. You are indeed very smart, Qi Lu." "Your Excellency." Duan Wenxin was found out by Qi Lu, and there was no surprise. You don't need to waste your tongue when talking to smart people. As for Qi Li's name, although not many people know it, it is not a secret. It is not surprising that Duan Wenxin knows it. I don't dare to do it. I don't know why Duan Wenxin came to Yuanshan City today. Why is it so expensive? Are you here to supervise the battle? Or do you want to do it yourself? Qi Lu stared at Duan Wenxin, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with a playful expression. "The realm of forging masters is not low, this is a well-known thing." Therefore, Qi Lu naturally would not think that Duan Wenxin, who could sit on the throne of the Lord of the Casting Hall, would be a weak person. It can even be said that Duan Wenxin's strength can definitely be ranked in the Casting Hall. Therefore, it is not impossible for Duan Wenxin to take action personally. The Bu family is the first person to be able to force the Casting Hall to such a state. Duan Wenxin said something that was not what he asked. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Duan Wenxin was suppressing his anger. Think of how powerful the casting hall was back then. However, now, it has become like this, and he has to fight with the Bu family to decide the winner. This was something that could never have happened before. So how could Duan Wenxin not be angry? Time and fate. Qi Lu shrugged and said slowly. In response to Duan Wenxin's anger, Qi Li's words seemed a little unanswerable. But this is actually true. If Qi Lu hadn't intervened in it, then Ziyun would definitely not be able to escape the claws of the casting hall, and the casting jade plate would definitely fall into the hands of the casting hall. Then there won't be so much going on. It's just a pity that some things are just so coincidental. At the beginning, it was absolutely impossible for Bu Yuyan to think that the Bu family would one day be able to compete with the casting hall. However, it has come to this point. Yeah, you're right, time does not wait for me, life does not wait for me. After Duan Wenxin heard Qi Li's words, he let out a long sigh, as if he wanted to spit out the anger in his heart. Although it seems, it may not be completely successful. But Duan Wenxin still seemed a little calmer. So, I just wanted to tell you today that time and life are no match for true strength. After Duan Wenxin finished speaking, he waved his hands. In an instant, a vast and unparalleled coercion burst out from Duan Wenxin's body and rose into the sky. In an instant, the clouds around him were torn apart. The coercion that enveloped the entire far mountain city just now was really released by this guy. The peak of the hero level is really not weak. Before saying that he could be ranked in the casting hall, he may have underestimated Duan Wenxin's strength. This vast coercion is not an exaggeration to say that it is the first in the casting hall. Real strength? Qi Li's eyes narrowed slightly, then he sneered, and a majestic aura erupted. The solid collided with Duan Wenxin's coercion. Momentum and coercion may be invisible. But this collision, the airwaves generated, are tangible. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded throughout the world. Circles of air waves quickly spread out, crushing the passing space. The violent impact spread outward, and even the earth far away from the sky was shattered by this air wave, and countless rubble flew up. It's really not a solid space. Qi Li glanced at the shattered void around him, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. The stronger the power that heaven and earth can carry, the stronger the space. In this space of heaven and earth, even the battle of two hero-level peak powerhouses can be shattered, which is enough to see that the power level off this world is really not strong. You must know that even if Qi Li tried his best in the battlefield of fairy and demon, he might not be able to shake out a crack in the space there. It's just a pity that the world with such a high power level has finally become a dead zone. It can only be said that Qi Li's current strength is still far from those of the immortals. However, having said that, but compared to Duan Wenxin, Qi Lu is not bad at all. In front of Qi Lu, the realm of hero-level peak is really not enough to see. If it wasn't for the great cause of the cast hall, even if Duan Wenxin was removed, Qi Lu would not be able to take over the cast hall in its entirety. Qi Lu will not wait until this time. You must know that compared with the slow layout, step by step, the casting hall will be pulled into the end. A not too difficult battle, but much easier. It was only in order to accomplish his own purpose that Qi Li had no choice but to wait until now. It's just that Duan Wenxin personally came to the door, Qi Li really hadn't considered it. After all, from Qi Li's point of view, Duan Wenxin, as the current hall master of the casting hall, probably wouldn't do anything risky. However, on this point, Qi Li did guess wrong. Because Qi Li forgot to include Duan Wenxin's strength, and also forgot to include Duan Wenxin's confidence in his own strength. To be honest, if you have great confidence in your own strength, then it is indeed a good choice to crush and kill the enemy in person. Especially for someone like Duan Wenxin, who is used to being domineering, this is a good opportunity that cannot be missed. So this is what happened now. As the current hall master of the casting hall, participating in the battle in person can boost morale and at the same time vent the anger in his heart. The root of everything comes from Duan Wenxin's confidence in his own strength. It could even be said to be conceited. You really are the strong man hiding in the Bu family. After Duan Wenxin noticed that Qi Li met with awe and did not fall behind Adel, a look of surprise appeared on his face. A heroic pinnacle, in this world, is quite rare. Where did this guy in front of him come from? But I really don't understand, what exactly is there in the Bu family that is worthy of your protection? As far as I know, not long ago, the Bu family was just a little-known faction. However, compared to Qi Li's strength, Duan Wenxin was even more puzzled by Qi Li's behavior. It is unreasonable for a cultivator with such a strong strength to actually protect such a weak force. After all, at the peak of the hero level, the so-called profitable is just a joke. At this level, status and resources are all within easy reach. That's why Qi Li's behavior seems so strange. I just do what I want, and it seems that it has always been your casting hall, right? Qi Li tilted his head and said with a sneer. In fact, the source of the conflict between the two lies in who belongs to the cast jade plate. The casting hall relied on its own strength, so it arrogantly wanted to take the casting jade plate as its own. Of course, Qi Lu would not hand over the treasure that he had obtained, so the source of the conflict between the two sides appeared. In this case, unless one of the parties gives up the casting jade plate. Otherwise, the conflict is irreconcilable. However, is it possible to give up the casting jade plate, for Qi Lu, or for the casting hall? The answer is obvious, not very likely. So what if both parties don't give up? Then hit it. If one of the parties is completely eliminated, there will be no conflict. That's why Qi Lu will be like now, step by step, to nibble the casting hall, to such a situation. Is our casting hall picking on things? When Duan Wenxin heard Qi Li's words, her brows twitched, and then her face showed a sudden look. She stared at Qi Lu, gritted her teeth, and said, "The jade plate of casting is in your hands. Looks like you're not too stupid." Qi Lu replied noncommittally. For this reason, if Duan Wenxin still can't hear what Qi Lu said, then the hall master of the foundry hall has done nothing. So, the Bu family is actually supported by you? Duan Wenxin ignored Qi Li's answer, but stared at Qi Lu and asked, with gritted teeth. However, Duan Wenxin's tone was questioning. But in fact, Duan Wenxin already had the answer in his heart. If it wasn't for Qi Li's support, and a mere step family, He Hening could develop to the point where he could compete with the casting hall. What's the use of you knowing this now? Although Qi Li did not directly answer Duan Wenxin's question, he did not deny Duan Wenxin's words. That is equivalent to the default. Duan Wenxin saw that Qi Li did not deny it. A violent light flashed in his eyes, and he said bitterly, "Since the Bu family was supported by you, as long as you are solved, the Bu family will naturally be destroyed by the casting hall. That's what you do, and that's your only use." Duan Wenxin suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly finished the sentence. Duan Wenxin, who learned about the rise of the Bu family, definitely regarded Qi Lu as the enemy of life and death. This kind of thorn in the eyes, the thorn in the flesh, naturally the sooner the better. Really, are you sure you can do it? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and asked, with a playful face. I can do it or not, you can try it yourself. Hearing this, Duan Wenxin immediately stretched out his hand with a furious expression on his face, and took out a long-handled heavy hammer from the void. This long-handled heavy hammer, the long-handled one alone, is as tall as a person, and coupled with the huge hammer body, it makes Duan Wenxin look a little short. However, Qi Lu knew that Duan Wenxin was not short, at most he was thinner. Then it can only be said that this long-handled heavy hammer is really too big. As for the power of such a large long-handled hammer, Qi Lu did not know how powerful it was, but just by casually estimating it, he knew that it would definitely not be small. Storage utensils? In addition to marveling at the size of the heavy hammer, Qi Lu was quite interested in Duan Wenxin's emptiness. It seems to have been a lot of practice. Come here and die. Duan Wenxin was not in the mood to answer Qi Li's question, so he raised the hammer and slammed it at Qi Lu. Since there is no way to use coercion to suppress the opponent, then only hard power can be used to decide the outcome. A huge hammer roared. What kind of terrifying power is in it? Qi Lu will not doubt it at all. The heavy hammer itself relies on violent power to attack the target to cause terrifying destructive power. Unlike other weapons, it has more or less cutting properties. For example, weapons such as swords. Do you blacksmiths like to use hammers as weapons? Qi Li's eyes narrowed, and while teasing, he stepped back. This kind of attack that can be avoided, there is no need to hard connect. Unless it is for the purpose of destroying the confidence of the enemy or humiliating the enemy, it is cerebral palsy to take the opponent's attack indiscriminately. The sound of breaking the sky followed. Duan Wenxin's attack swept across Qi Li's eyes, and accompanied by Qi Lu's playful eyes, it shattered the void in front of Qi Li's eyes, just like smashing a mirror. The violent force, contained in the heavy hammer, then swept across in front of Qi Lu and smashed into the farther void. Boom! A loud explosion sounded from a distance. Hearing the sound, Qi Lu couldn't help showing a surely so smile on the corner of his mouth. The attack of the heavy hammer is not only about the terrifying destructive power on the surface, but more importantly, the amount of violence hidden under this destructive power. What's more, this was Duan Wenxin's angry blow. Qi Lu was sure that if it was not unexpected, the attack just now had hit the distant mountain city below. That distant mountain city will also be destroyed by a quarter. Damn! Duan Wenxin cursed inwardly. It was only a tiny distance away from attacking Qi Lu, but it was avoided. However, Duan Wenxin also knows that there is no such thing as luck in this level of battle. If you can dodge it, you must be dodging consciously. For heavy hammer weapons, speed is not a strong point. It's not good news to meet such a slippery opponent. Your round is over, so now, it's my turn to attack. Qi Lu, who took a few steps back, was not stunned after dodging Duan Wenxin's attack. Under normal circumstances, the realm that a master blacksmith can achieve is indeed not low. But in terms of combat power, it seems a little embarrassing. Because there are many factors that affect a cultivator's combat effectiveness, a cultivator's realm is only one of them. And things such as combat skills, combat awareness, and combat experience are more important in comparison. But these things, the general blacksmith does not say that there is no, but it is definitely not much. After all, in this world, with the respected status of blacksmiths, the battles that need to be fought by hand can really be counted with two hands. Compared with Qi Lu, that is far from it. So fighting against Duan Wenxin, Qi Lu had no pressure at all. Since you used a hammer, I'll use a whip. Qi thought a move, and the 1,000 machine ball immediately turned into a 9-section whip and appeared in Qi Li's hand. 9-section whips are not like those soft whips. This kind of weapon is made of pure steel, which is quite difficult to control, but its lethality is also strong to match. Snapped. The moment the 9-section whip appeared, Qi Li shook one hand, and the tip of the whip immediately made a muffled sound in the air. When it comes to attacking, Qi Lu will naturally not hesitate. Even if Duan Wenxin's combat experience is not enough, but the heroic level is there, no matter how slow the reaction speed is, it will not be too slow. Therefore, although Qi Lu has no pressure, he is not to be taken lightly. You know, it is definitely a stupid thing to despise the enemy in battle. When a lion fights a rabbit, everyone knows to go all out to ensure that nothing is lost. What's more, Duan Wenxin's strength is not weak. Shoot dash. Qi Lu swung one hand, condensed into a substantial fighting spirit, attached the 9-section whip, and pulled it towards Duan Wenxin. The sound of breaking the sky turned into a scream, mixed with a majestic momentum, like a tsunami that shook the sky, and slammed forward. The momentum is monstrous, unstoppable. This is impossible. When Duan Wenxin saw the power of Qi Li's blow, he was shocked and his face changed drastically. When it comes to the cohesion and explosion of power, Qi Lu is many times stronger than Duan Wenxin. Using the same amount of vindictive energy, Qi Li's attack can burst out a destructive force that is definitely more than 10 times stronger than Duan Wenxin's, possibly more than that. Therefore, Duan Wenxin actually had a hard time understanding the terrifying power of Qi Li's attack. After all, forging talent is not the same as fighting talent. If you know how to forge, you don't necessarily know how to fight. Therefore, the gap in combat effectiveness between Qi Lu and Duan Wenxin is quite large. The power of the mountain, the earth elements gather. With a loud shout, Duan Wenxin also threw out a wooden stick carved with countless patterns. The next second, the wooden stick shattered and sawdust scattered in all directions, and then began to frantically condense the earth element, and quickly formed a thick shield like a hill. Bang, boom, dash. Qi Li's attack hit the shield fiercely. The domineering power burst out, and in just an instant, the shield like a hill was shattered. With a single blow, it is the power of shattered mountain. The solid clod fell from the air, hitting the ground with muffled noises, and smashing out a lot of potholes. And Duan Wenxin also took advantage of the gap when Qi Li's attack was blocked by the shield, and stepped back, looking at Qi Li vigilantly. It's no wonder that you dare to oppose the casting hall, and you really have some skills. Duan Wenxin said with a stern expression on his face, and he felt a little more fear in his heart. The hills condensed from the earth element are definitely stronger than the real hills, because this is a shield specially used for defense. It is impossible for an ordinary master-level cultivator to break a piece off soil from the shield of this hill. Even if it was Duan Wenxin himself, if he wanted to shatter the previous shield of the hill with one blow, he had to do his best to be able to do it. However, in front of Qi Li, he was so vulnerable. Also as a hero-level peak powerhouse, Qi Li's strength is so powerful that Duan Wenxin can only be ashamed. Although Duan Wenxin was not good at fighting, it was still obvious. Combat power is a thing, strong is strong, weak is weak, if you can't beat it, you can't beat it, there is no way to cheat. Even if Duan Wenxin is arrogant, he has to admit it. Are you going to admit defeat so soon? Are you ready to capture it? Qi Li pulled with one hand, took the 9-section whip back into his hand, and made a joke as if joking. After all, with Duan Wenxin's pride, such a thing as admitting defeat is impossible. Qi Li's attack just now was just a test. I want to see what trump cards Duan Wenxin has. As the current hall master of the casting hall, it would be impossible for Qi Li to believe that Duan Wenxin did not have any good treasures. Just like the stick that Duan Wenxin threw, it should be one of Duan Wenxin's cards. A forged artifact similar to a magic scroll. This thing is quite rare. From the principal analysis, it should be improved from the portable version of the magic circle. It's interesting to change from a magic circle to a magic scroll. System, can you see it clearly? The curiosity in Qi Li's eyes flashed away, and then he shouted in his mind. I finally came to this world and just brought back some power of faith. Although it was not a loss, Qi Li always felt that it was not profitable. Therefore, it is better to bring back a part of the knowledge reserve of this world, which is more valuable. System, don't worry, host, this system has been watching your battle. That's good, you finally did something smart. Qi Li was relieved, and then continued to look at Duan Wenxin, who was full of fear and vigilance, and said indifferently, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to realize the big things you said? I admit, you are really strong. Duan Wenxin was agitated by Qi Li's words, but instead of annoyed, he carried the heavy hammer on his shoulders. Immediately glanced at the distant mountain city under his feet, he said gloomily, I just don't know if the people from the Bu family can be as strong as you. Before he finished speaking, Duan Wenxin's face turned straight, and he took a deep breath. Casting Hall, start the attack. Under the guidance of Do Qi, this violent shout instantly spread throughout the world. The practitioners in the foundry hall, who had been waiting for the order, let out a roaring sound as if responding. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the people from the casting hall also began to rush towards the distant mountain city. For a time, the momentum was like a rainbow. Can't you finally wait? Qi Li was not surprised by Duan Wenxin's actions. The hall master of the foundry hall personally participated in the battle, that is, the imperial expedition. How could the people of the foundry hall be watching from behind? It's just that Duan Wenxin's original expectation was that he should first attack Qi Li to boost the morale of the casting hall, and then attack the distant mountain city. Then victory is a matter of course. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is quite cruel. The wrong estimate of Qi Li's combat power has led to Duan Wenxin's dilemma now. If he continued to fight with Qi Li, it might lead to a further drop in the morale of the casting hall, so Duan Wenxin also realized that it was better to attack as soon as possible. As long as Yuanshan City is breached and the Bu family is destroyed, no matter how strong you are, what's the use? Same error. Casting Hall will not commit a second time. Duan Wenxin said with a sneer as she looked at the practitioners affiliated to Casting Hall who had already started to act below. The so-called mistake is naturally that when the Bu family rose, they did not stop it in time. With Duan Wenxin's shrewdness and experience, when he learned that Qi Lu was the driving force behind the rise of the Bu family, the process in the middle could of course be inferred. Therefore, it is also clear that the rise of the Bu family, the opportunity Tozai's, is definitely at the right time and place. However, this opportunity will never come again. Even for Qi Lu, it is impossible to replicate this process. The idea is really good, but I don't know if you can do it or not. Qi Lu also glanced at the distant mountain city below, and then said indifferently. It's not good behavior to be arrogant. When Duan Wenxin heard the words, he couldn't help but sneered aloud. For this final decisive battle, Duan Wenxin did not know how much preparation had made. The practitioners who gathered outside the far mountain city were naturally all elites. How could he not be able to win a distant mountain city? Oh? Since you think this is arrogance, let's wait and see. Qi Lu didn't argue, just replied with a light smile. People who play chess will never explain their chess path, so Qi Lu will not explain his own layout. Qi Li's current task is to keep an eye on Duan Wenxin and prevent him from interfering in the following battle. As for the battle in Far Mountain City, there are naturally other people who will take action. Roar. A long dragon roar suddenly came from the distant mountain city. Duan Wen's brows jumped in surprise. However, at this time, the practitioners of the casting hall had already started to fight with the Bu family members of Yuanshan City. On the contrary, the long dragon roar became like the embellishment of this battle. Combat mechas have been engaged in combat from the very beginning. Under the cover of magical light bullets, like pouring rain, they attacked the camp of the casting hall. The combat effectiveness of the combat mecha is not low, plus the drivers running in after so many battles, the adaptation has also been adapted. At this moment, the combat-type mecha with the shield in the left hand and the sword in the right hand is like a tiger entering a flock. In the camp of the casting hall, as if entering a realm of no one, rushing back and forth, no one can stop it, and no one is the enemy of the combat mecha. Brothers, hit me hard. Allocate a part of the manpower to cover the combat mecha, you must hit it accurately. Be careful not to hit your own people. Go to the special casting hall, and dare to attack the distant mountain city. These guys have the guts to come here, then we will make them regret it. On the city wall of Yuanshan City, the Bu family members roared and fired magic light bombs frantically. All of them looked grim and their eyes were violent. The battle between the casting hall and the Bu family has lasted for so long, and until now, almost all the Bu family members have experienced this kind of battle. The suffocating energy generated after the killing will naturally not be less. Therefore, during the battle, this evil spirit will naturally erupt. But that's a good thing. The suffocation that can be controlled can increase a lot of combat power in the battle, at least it can suppress the fear in the heart, and become fierce and not afraid of death. Therefore, on the battlefield, unless it is a comprehensive defeat, the resulting defeat is like a mountain. Otherwise, there are actually very few people who run away because of fear. Unless it's a real coward. But this kind of person probably won't appear on the battlefield. However, although the offensive of the Bu family was fierce, the casting hall was not bad. After all, it is a behemoth that has existed for so many years. It is really impossible to say that there is no background. Especially in this final decisive battle, Duan Wenxin will definitely not besting you with the weapons and various treasures in the casting hall. Sure enough, after a few rounds of fighting mechas, the people in the casting hall also started to fight back. One by one wooden sticks carved with complicated patterns were taken out. Qi Lu could see that those wooden sticks just looked like wooden products. In fact, those are extremely precious materials. After all, ordinary wood cannot carry such a huge amount of magic power. Earth elements gather. Earth shield. Water elements gather. Water barriers. Wind elements gather. Storm shield. As the wooden sticks shattered, the wood chips in the sky began to rapidly condense various magical elements. A large number of magic shields shrouded the practitioners in the casting hall, blocking most of the attacks of the magic light projectiles. Although the combat power of the combat mecha is very strong, it is the magic light bullet like raindrops that really stops the progress of the casting hall. The attack on the foundry hall is now the real start. Those cultivators who were beaten extremely aggrieved, wearing various magical shields, rushed to the distant mountain city as if they were dying. Anyone who has been pressed and beaten all the time will have anger in their hearts. Now that we can counterattack, of course we have to rush forward with all our strength. Under the shroud of magic light bombs, many of the magic shields that were constantly attacked began to gradually appear cracks, and then shattered. However, not every magic shield will be broken. Those who raided the casting hall on the edge of the city wall would not be merciful when facing the inferior clansmen of the Shangbu family. The defense line of Far Mountain City finally began to suffer casualties. Your weapon is indeed very powerful, but the things in my casting hall are not bad. Duan Wenxin could of course guess that those weapons such as combat mechas and improved laser beams were given to the Bu family by Qi Lu. But this is not a thing at all for the casting temple that believes in forging. As long as it was related to forging, Duan Wenxin could not admit defeat. Otherwise, Duan Wenxin would not have become the hall master of the casting hall. Therefore, although Duan Wenxin had heard of the weapons that Qi Lu provided to the Bu family, he did not take it seriously. For weapons used by ordinary people, Duan Wenxin disdains to build them. After all, a blacksmith's energy is limited, and weapons for ordinary people must be mass-produced. However, the word mass production does not exist in the blacksmith's dictionary. Not to mention the truth that what is rare is more expensive. To say that a good weapon is to be forged, the energy and time required to forge it limits the weapons of this level, and it is impossible to mass-produce it. So Duan Wenxin actually had the idea of competing with Qi Lu on the forged weapons. And so far, it seems to be quite successful. True. It is so. Qi Lu shrugged and did not deny Duan Wenxin's words. Because the system is still observing those sticks to see if they can learn how to make this mutated version of the magic scroll. Knowledge is very precious, so Qi Lu will not slander it. Nobody is perfect. Only by constantly acquiring new knowledge and absorbing new nutrients can we make continuous progress. Qi Lu deeply understands this truth, so he is also practicing these things by himself. There is a saying that is good, it is called, 3 people walk, there must be me teacher, choose the good ones and follow them, choose the bad ones and change them. Even the enemy is no exception. Using his spear to attack his shield is what Qi Lu likes to do the most. However, you are so sure that you won? Although Qi Lu recognized Duan Wenxin's knowledge, he did not recognize the strength of the casting hall. As soon as these words came out, Duan Wenxin frowned and said with a sneer, "IRL, I don't see how you can be so stubborn. A group of ordinary people with low strength, if they didn't rely on those long-range weapons, what qualifications would they have to fight with the people in the casting hall? This is not true. Ordinary people really can't jump around in front of practitioners, and it's not an exaggeration to say that they don't have the ability to fight back." However, Qi Lu smiled slightly and said noncommittally, "Then you might as well open your eyes first and take a good look at the current form." "Oh, what's so beautiful?" Duan Wenxin sneered. Just after his eyes fell, his voice stopped abruptly. Because Duan Wenxin saw that after the practitioners of the casting hall rushed to the city wall of Yuanshan City, there were thunderbolts in the sky, and they were chopped down. It's the Thunder Cross. Among the weapons provided by Qi Lu, there are more than just improved long-range weapons such as laser light. The melee weapons like the Thunder Cross and the Flame Cross are equally powerful. The Bu family members did not have an advantage in close combat with the people from the casting hall, so there were casualties. However, the Thunder Cross and the Flame Cross can suppress these casualties within a fairly small range. Left through the door. Duan Wenxin gritted his teeth and cursed. Qila did not answer. The two of them were like playing chess. The battle below was a chess game, while Qi Lu and Duan Wenxin were the people who played against each other. It was normal for Duan Wenxin to be annoyed when the trend of the chess pieces was at a disadvantage. After all, Duan Wenxin has never been a calm person, and it is his nature to be competitive. However, Qi Lu would not be so unqualified to argue. Isn't it better to slap the face with facts? The battle in Far Mountain City is still going on, and the trends on the battlefield are always ever-changing. Until the moment when the winner is finally decided, no one knows what the outcome will be, and no one can secure the victory. Just the next second after Duan Wenxin scolded, a hero-level powerhouse in the casting hall also broke through the blockade of the combat mecha and the magic light bomb and came to the city wall. Hero-level powerhouses can indeed walk in the air. However, flying into the sky in front of Qi Lu, I am afraid that he will be stepped on in the next second. And even Duan Wenxin couldn't stop it. Therefore, outside the Far Mountain City, there may be many hero-level powerhouses, but in the sky above the Far Mountain City, there are only two people. Qi Lu and Duan Wenxin. Therefore, if you want to get close to the distant mountain city, you can only obey the rules honestly. Break through the defenses of combat mechs and magic light bombs. The attack of the magic light bomb may not be able to cause much damage to the heroic powerhouse, but the combat mecha is different. The combat mecha with its own combat effectiveness is combined with the cover-off magic light bombs. The power that can be exerted is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This is why, at this time, a hero-level powerhouse in the casting hall broke through this line of defense and rushed to the city wall of Far Mountain City. Oops! Something big happened. Seeing this heroic powerhouse suddenly rushing up the city wall, everyone in the Bu family jumped in their hearts. The Thunder Cross is indeed a self-defense weapon, but in the face of heroic powerhouses, it has little effect. You guys seem to be attacking merrily, you damn bastards. The hero-level powerhouse who finally broke through the siege, his face ice extremely hideous, and the eyes of the Bu family who look at the side are also disguised violence. It's surprising that the cast hall and the Bu family have fought for so long, and there is no resentment in their hearts. In particular, the process of breaking through was so difficult, and the wounds on his body made this heroic powerhouse angry. Give me death. With a loud shout, the violent grudge also began to condense rapidly. Then in the next instant, it turned into a terrifying force that made people feel chills, and shot towards the Bu family members. This is a palm full of anger, if it is real. Not to mention the Bu family members on the city wall. I am afraid that even this section of the city wall of Yuanshan City will be smashed and turned into a pile of rubble. At that time, this section of the collapsed city wall is the breakthrough of the casting hall, and it is also a gap that is difficult for Yuanshan City top lug. The terrifying aura made all the Bu family members who felt this power turned pale. However, no one backed away. Not one person even moved the place. Because they all know that in the face of such an attack, it is impossible for them to escape. It is better to play the last role at the last moment of their lives. If you can launch one more magic light bomb, that can also give you more power. Even if it is insignificant for this battle, at least it can make him feel free from regrets. Seeing this scene, Duan Wenxin also showed a proud smile on his face. No matter how powerful the Thunder Cross is, it is not helpless when faced with heroic powerhouses. Only hard power is the most important. Those side-by-side weapons are not useless in the end. I want to spread wildness in the distant mountain city, have you got my consent? But at this moment, a cold voice came from the distant mountain city. What followed was a gentle but extremely majestic force that took over all the attacks of the hero-level powerhouse in the casting hall. Bu family, no one was injured. Who is it? Come out to me. Seeing that his attack was intercepted, the hero-level powerhouse in the casting hall suddenly shouted angrily. This angry shout was actually the question Duan wanted to ask. You people in the foundry hall have a really bad memory. It's only been a few days, and you have forgotten me. Ziyin appeared on the city wall with a cold face. Right. In the cast hall, Ziyin can be said to have no good feelings at all, and even full of hatred. After all, whoever is chased and killed again and again, I am afraid that they will completely hate the person who is chasing and killing them. What's more, the Zidian Lingjiao is quite a vengeful creature. In other words, the dragons are actually quite vengeful. Who are you? The hero-level powerhouse in the casting hall frowned and looked at Ziyin with some doubts. If you say Zidian Lingjiao, people in the casting hall probably know it. But not everyone has seen the human form of the Zidian Lingjiao. So it is quite normal that this heroic powerhouse does not know Ziyin. This person is Zidian Lingjiao. She is actually here with you. However, Duan Wenxin, who was standing still in the sky, reacted suddenly after sensing the breath of Ziyin. Poor perception doesn't mean lack of perception. If he couldn't even tell the aura of the person who appeared in front of him, then Duan Wenxin would falsely claim to be a hero-level peak powerhouse. What's more, there was a dragon roar before. No wonder the casting jade plate will fall into your hands. It turns out that the Zidian Lingjiao handed the casting jade plate to you. That way, it all makes sense. Duan Wenxin immediately went through the whole thing in his mind. The previous battle between the casting hall and the Bu family was initiated by the great elder of the casting hall, so when the specific matters were summed up in Duan Wenxin's hands, there would always be some omissions. But now, all the omissions have been filled. It's no wonder you are so confident. Yuanshan City is guarded by Zidian Lingjiao. It is really difficult to attack. Duan Wenxin would not doubt the fighting power of the Zidian Lingjiao. None of the Dragon Clan's fighting power is weak. With the hero-level powerhouse of the casting hall, it is not an easy thing to single out the Zidian Lingjiao, especially the Zidian Lingjiao in its heyday. You know, when I wanted to get back the jade plate from Zidian Lingjiao before, I deliberately chose the period when Zidian Lingjiao was extremely weak. However, even after waiting for such a good opportunity, the sneak attack failed. Not to mention now. In the heyday of the Zidian Lingjiao, it was not difficult to leapfrog battles. It is too simple to cooperate with the Shangbu family to block the attack of the lower casting hall. That's why Duan Wenxin's face became so ugly. So I won't say more. Qi Lu still looked at Duan Wenxin with a smile on his face, perhaps there was a hint of jokes hidden in this smile. But Qi Lu did not show it. In this battle, Ziyin was indeed placed in the far mountain city as a whole card. It is to prevent the heroic powerhouse from breaking through the defense line of Yuanshan City. And for this battle, Qi Lu specially helped Ziyin return to her peak state, and even made a breakthrough. Therefore, Qi Lu was completely assured of Ziyin's fighting power. After all, it is the trump card of the finale. If it is not strong, how can it be called the finale? Confidence is indeed a good thing. However, you don't have to be too confident, it's just a purple lightning dragon. Duan Wenxin took a deep breath, looking at Qi Lu as if he had made some difficult decision. After being silent for a while, he asked aloud, Sheila, do you know why my casting hall is called the spokesperson of the god of forging? Didn't you blow it out? Qilu asked back. To be honest, the rumors that Qilu heard were all spokespersons for the god of forging in the foundry hall. Instead of an oracle from the god of forging, he designated the temple of casting as his spokesperson. There is a difference between bragging and getting oracles. A group of rubbish who spread the truth, just because they were jealous of the casting hall, such strange rumors spread. Duan Wenxin scoffed at Qi Li's rhetorical question. Could it be that in your casting hall, is there any real evidence you can't get? Qi Lu heard Duan Wenxin's disdainful tone, his eyes narrowed, and he also paid attention to it. Qi Lu didn't care about Duan Wenxin's fighting power. But the god of forging is an unknown powerful enemy. More importantly, Qi Lu is still competing with the god of blacksmithing for the power of faith. This is a big hatred. If there is no token of the god of forging, do you really think that the Halof foundry can be the only one in this world? Those guys who are blinded by jealousy are stupid. Are you also stupid? Duan Wenxin said with a sneer. The left hand that had been hanging down beside him also suddenly appeared a crack. No way. Qi Lu didn't care what Duan Wenxin said about him being stupid. Because the problem of the god of forging is much more serious than this kind of abuse that has no substantial harm. Moreover, Qi Lu did not believe what Duan Wenxin said, but was just a little surprised. After all, as for the god of forging, after talking with the system, Qi Lu came up with the answer, at least 90% of the confidence, he can be sure that this guy really exists. It's just life and death unknown. But now, listening to Duan Wenxin's tone, is the god of forging still alive? That would be a big trouble. Since you don't want to believe it, then I'll let you see it. Duan Wenxin saw Qi Li's stunned expression, and did not explain much, but raised his left hand with a frenzy and piety on his face. The cracks above have already begun to seep blood. However, the blood seeping out from Duan Wenxin's hand did not drip down, but was suspended in the air. As the amount of blood seeping out gradually increased, a crimson-red complex pattern began to take shape, reflecting on the sky, looking extremely coquettish. With the continuous improvement of the complicated patterns in the sky, Duan Wenxin's face also seemed to be getting older. Qi Lu, who noticed this, was even more shocked in his heart. Fed with fresh blood and sacrificed with oneself. This is a summoning magic circle. With Qi Li's current vision and knowledge, it is very simple to see what Duan Wenxin is doing. Moreover, Qi Lu also dabbled in the summoning magic circle. Although not proficient, but definitely not unfamiliar. But what exactly does he want to summon? Do you want to summon the god of blacksmithing? It's impossible to do that. Qi Lu knew very well what the summoning magic circle, with a hero-level peak powerhouse as a sacrifice could summon. Although the summoning magic circle does not pursue the principle of equal exchange. The summoned thing is indeed stronger than the sacrifice offered to the summoning magic circle. But just relying on Duan Wenxin's means to summon the god of forging, the gap between the two is too huge. However, these are all theoretical things. And the rules of each world will be different, just like the summoning magic circle that Duan Wenxin has opened now. It is obviously not a normal summoning magic circle. So it may not be possible to use common sense to infer. After all, Qi Lu has not studied in depth about the summoning magic circle. It can be seen that what Duan Wenxin wants to do is really simple, but what Duan Wenxin is doing now clearly exceeds the scope of Qi Li's knowledge and enters his blind spot of knowledge. Qi Lu had seen the formation with blood before. That's what the Shadow Temple did to summon the spirit of the demon abyss. But there is still a big difference from the scene in front of him. System, can you see what Duan Wenxin is doing? Qi Lu asked with a solemn expression in his mind. When it comes to knowledge reserves, Qi Lu is still far behind the system. Therefore, it is indeed a good option to ask the system in case of trouble. System, of course, this should be a special summoning magic array. The person who arranges the array must have inheritance before he can arrange this magic array. The system did not live up to Qi Li's expectations, and answered Qi Li's doubts without any hesitation. A magic circle that can only be arranged if it is inherited. No wonder I can see what it is. For a moment before Qi Lu, he felt that he was a little ignorant. They have already recognized the pattern in front of Duan Wenxin's body. It is a summoning magic circle, but they still can't recognize what kind of summoning magic circle it is.